Chapter 541. Why do you want to stay away from the God of Light? Su Xian was about to ask Su Jing why he wanted to stay away from the God of Light, but suddenly, he understood. Yes, he had contaminated the 12-winged seraphim wings given by the Lord of Light with the power of corruption, and the Lord of Light might indeed be angry with him. But it doesn't matter. The Lord of Light is in the God realm, and is busy with the destruction of the God realm, so he shouldn't care about this. Okay, we should get started. Su Jing reminded him, and immediately commanded the diamond centaur, under his crotch, to fly into the air. And Ran Hongyu also spread a pair of wings that looked like props, and flew towards the gluttonous demon king with Su Jing. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, then immediately flapped his wings and followed closely. According to his order, Yumelos and Lortharin also spread their wings and flew high, following Su Xian's footsteps. Remember, what we have to do is to assist Bishop Kens in killing the gluttony demon king. Su Jing reminded Su Xian, while riding on a centaur. Oh. Su Xian nodded, but he was more curious. How did Su Jing's centaur fly without wings? Magic? During the conversation, Kens, who was in the main battlefield, had already launched his attack. The king of gluttony, the despicable demon. Kens tore off his armor, revealing his upper body. Even though he was old, his muscle lines were far beyond those of ordinary people. But compared to these, what was more terrifying were the scars all over his body. You will fall today. After speaking, Kens embedded a cross into his chest. Then, a majestic sacred power emerged from his body, outlining golden lines on his skin. Su Xian showed an incredible expression when he saw this. Kendis's fighting power increased several times in an instant. Could that magic be the sacred art of the Church of Light? While thinking, Kendis had turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the gluttonous demon king. His speed was so fast that he hit the white meat mountain of the gluttonous demon king in just a blink of an eye. And just this simple collision, a gap of tens of thousands of cubic meters appeared in the meat mountain, tens of thousands of meters high. But you have to know that the flesh of the gluttonous demon king is as hard as steel. And Kendis's attack has such power, worthy of being the representative of the military power of the Church of Light. After being severely hit, the gluttonous demon king immediately launched a counterattack. Its flesh and blood instantly turned into a twisted and ugly demon, rushing towards Kednis. Kednis, who went deep into the hinterland, immediately appeared with 2 golden spears in his hands, hunting any demon that rushed towards him. Go! Su Jing gave an order, and everyone followed. She chanted magic, and in an instant, a magic circle condensed in the sky. Then, accompanied by the neighing of the diamond centaur under her, a diamond with a diameter of several kilometers emerged from the magic circle and fell towards the gluttonous demon king. What kind of magic is this? Su Xian was shocked when he saw it. Summoning a diamond with a diameter of several kilometers? It was the first time he saw such precious magic. Fall. Su Jing gave an order, and the diamond fell quickly. The gluttonous demon king also felt the threat in time, and immediately stretched out hundreds of tentacles tens of meters wide from the meat mountain and rushed towards the diamond. In just a moment, the diamond was tightly entangled to prevent it from falling. Leave it to me. Ran Hongyu immediately activated his wings, and red flame surged from his wings, turning into a red light, slashing towards the tentacles. Swish, 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 the tentacles broke like kite strings. So strong? Su Xian was shocked. Ran Hongyu's strength was beyond his expectations. He could actually hurt the gluttonous demon king, but even so, the size of the gluttonous demon king was still too big for them. Even if he cut off 2 tentacles per second, it would take Ran Hongyu several minutes to cut off the hundreds of tentacles that bound the diamond falling. We help. Okay. Su Xian condensed his magic power, released the kiss of the phoenix, turned into a firebird, and flew towards the gluttonous demon king. Yumelos raised the holy sword and brought down the golden divine punishment. Luzin also wielded the sword and slashed at the hundreds of tentacles that supported the sky. The chaotic magic and sword energy bombarded the body of the gluttonous demon king. Although the power of some of his moves was slightly weak, his teammates were powerful. Hundreds of tentacles were defeated in just half a minute. The gluttonous demon king could not stop the diamond with a diameter of several kilometers, and let it fall on his huge body. Boom! The fall of the diamond shook the entire abyss violently. The gluttonous demon king was also crushed into a meat pie under the impact of the diamond, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. Everyone on the battlefield, whether it was the soldiers of the magic continent or the players, felt incredibly shocked. Is that diamond real? I thought it was an illusion magic. Fuck. The gluttonous demon king was crushed to death? How is it possible? That's the demon king, How could he be destroyed so easily? But it was crushed into meat paste. Wait, the bishop is still in the body of the gluttonous Demon King. Everyone was talking about it, questioning whether the gluttonous Demon King was dead. At this moment, Su Jing rode on a diamond centaur, standing above thousands of people, and shouted, "Back off!" Her voice was clear and loud, spreading throughout the entire Abyss battlefield. For this powerful man who released forbidden magic, the coalition forces of the magic continent and the players dared not obey. Retreat! Escape! Everyone ran back and away from the battlefield. At this moment, the diamond pressed on the flesh of the gluttonous Demon King burst into dazzling light. Then, bang! A crisp explosion sounded, and then the whole diamond exploded violently at this moment. The explosion swept every area where the gluttonous Demon King was. Even the main battlefield was affected. Fortunately, Su Jing's reminder prevented the coalition from suffering casualties. But the group of ghouls approaching the gluttonous Demon King were not so lucky. They were crushed into dust in just a moment. This time, they are dead, right? Everyone looked at the battlefield that exploded in the distance. The huge body of the gluttonous Demon King only left a pool of burnt black meat. Su Xian also stared at the battlefield, thinking that the explosion just now should have seriously damaged the gluttonous Demon King, right? But at this moment, Su Jing came to Su Xian's side and reminded him, "Be careful, it's the second stage." "Ah? There is still a second stage?" Before Su Xian's voice fell, suddenly, two figures rushed out from the burnt flesh and blood and rushed straight into the sky. Kidneys? Su Xian looked closely, and found that Kidneys was fighting with a strange-looking monster. The monster seemed to be made of condensed and compressed meat. Its strong upper limbs were full of strength, but its lower body was shaped like a lion and tiger, and its three tails were like octopus tentacles. Is that the gluttonous Demon King? Su Xian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the gluttonous Demon King would become like this. Yes. Su Jing nodded, and then said, "You and I will help Kidneys. And you? Can you cut off the connection between the Throne of Gluttony and the Demon King of Gluttony?" The Throne of Gluttony. Su Xian looked down. After the huge body of the Demon King of Gluttony was broken, a bright red throne was standing on the flesh and blood. Okay. Su Xian nodded solemnly. It was indeed the most appropriate choice for him to cut off the connection between the Gluttony Demon King and the Throne of Gluttony. Leave it to you. After Su Jing finished speaking, she immediately rode on the Diamond Centaur and rushed towards the Gluttony Demon King. Ren Hongyu also gave Su Xian a trusting look and followed closely. Then, they launched an offensive against the Gluttony Demon King and assisted Cadmus on the front battlefield. Let's go! Su Xian immediately led Eumelos and Lortharin to the Throne of Gluttony. As long as the connection between the Gluttony Demon King and the Throne of Gluttony is cut off, the protection provided by the Throne of Gluttony to the Gluttony Demon King will also disappear. At that time, the combat power of the Gluttony Demon King will be greatly weakened. And just when Su Xian was about to arrive at the Throne of Gluttony, suddenly, a man appeared beside the Throne of Gluttony. "Who are you?" Su Xian stopped. The other party looked like a human. "No! The other party was a player. This war is of great importance. I can't let you succeed." The man stood on the side of the Gluttony throne and said to Su Xian. Su Xian immediately reacted. Su Jing had mentioned that not all players were on the side of justice. "Kill him!" Su Xian gave the order directly without any nonsense. Loselin's figure was like an arrow, and she shot out instantly. The Sword of Oath in her hand also flashed a white light and slashed at the man. But when the Sword of Oath fell, a dark arm stretched out at this time, easily blocking Loselin's sword. This? Loselin's eyes were startled, and she wanted to retreat quickly. But the next second, the dark arm crushed the Sword of Oath with bare hands. Fortunately, although the Sword of Oath was shattered, it allowed Loselin to successfully retreat to a safe area. The Sword of Oath was crushed? Su Xian was also shocked by this scene. The Sword of Oath was a pseudo-mythical weapon, but it was crushed so easily. As for the dark arm, it seemed to be sticking out from the void. It was not flesh and blood, but some kind of ore. "Your adventurer doesn't seem to be very strong?" The man sneered and was about to take a step forward to attack Su Xian. But the next second, a golden holy sword slashed out from the void, and the dark arm was directly split into two along the gap in the void. A piercing scream came from the void, and the void that was originally glued by the arm was seeping out with dark blood at this moment. The broken arm also withered quickly at this moment, and turned into a piece of charcoal. How is it possible? The hand of the void was cut off. The man's face became solemn when he saw this scene. He summoned a demigod from the void, with a level of 97, No creature present could match him except the Gluttony Demon King. It is the strongest killing move of the Gluttony Abyss, but why? When the man raised his head and saw the cute little angel, his pupils shrank instantly. Although he could see the information panel of Eumelos at a close distance, except for the level, the rest of the information was question marks. But even if we only know the level of Eumelos, that is enough. Level 100. A level 100 angel. The man took a few steps back in fear. He couldn't understand why a level 100 adventurer would appear in the magic continent. Is this a creature that should appear here? Kill him. Yes. Eumelos immediately held the sword and slashed at the man. Save me. The man shouted for help, and several arms immediately stretched out from the void to block Eumelos' figure. But at this moment, Eumelos was in the abyss. Although Eumelos was suppressed by the abyss, so were the void things. I saw Eumelos swinging his sword and cutting off all the void hands that blocked him. What? The man was shocked. He never thought that the demigod-level void hand would be so fragile in front of Eumelos, immediately deployed the teleportation array, and wanted to escape. But before he could escape, Eumelos' holy sword pierced through the man's chest, and then chopped off his head. Su Xian only glanced at the man's fallen head, and then walked quickly towards the Gluttony Throne. It is very simple to cut off the connection between the Gluttony Demon King and the Gluttony Throne. Either destroy the Gluttony Throne directly, or sit on it directly. There are only two ways. Su Xian naturally chose the rougher one. He immediately ordered Eumelos, destroy. But before he finished speaking, Idas's voice came to his ears. Sit on it. Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard it. Each throne represents the original of the 7 sins, and is the most extreme sin. If he sits on it, wouldn't it be? Believe me. Sit on it. Idas's voice came again, firmly saying, Okay. Su Xian chose to believe it, and he immediately sat on the Gluttony Throne. The next second when he sat down, a bright red blood rose up instantly and wrapped his body. At the same time, a bunch of weird voices appeared in his mind. Accept my power. Eat. 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 Eat them. Flesh. Give me flesh. Su Xian gritted his teeth at the tearing pain. But less than a second later, the pain disappeared, and the throne of gluttony also became dim at this moment, as if it had lost its effect. What is this? Su Xian showed a puzzled expression until he heard Edith's voice. The power of the throne of gluttony has been taken back by the mother of demons. Now, we just need to deal with the gluttonous demon king. Taken back? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that the mother of demons could directly take back the power of the throne of gluttony through him. At the same time, the gluttonous demon king on the main battlefield was instantly furious and roared, Who? Who stole my throne? Successful? Su Jing and Ran Hongyu looked at Su Xian's position. When they saw Su Xian sitting on the throne of gluttony, they were stunned. That's the throne of the devil. How did this guy sit on it directly? Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of being affected by the power of the throne? Chapter 542. This throne. Su Xian sat on the gluttony throne. Although the power of the gluttony throne had collapsed, he could still smell a bloody smell from it. And, sitting on the throne, was a bit painful, so he immediately stood up from the throne. The scene of him casually getting rid of the influence of the gluttony throne made Su Jing and Ran Hongyu slightly stunned, and the two looked at each other. He was not affected? Ran Hongyu asked incredulously. Yeah. Su Jing nodded, and at the same time, he was confused about Su Xian. The gluttony throne, even the demon king, would be slightly affected. Why Su Xian? You two, I think we should deal with the gluttony demon king first. Do you think what I said is right? Kednes, who was fighting the gluttony demon king, reminded the two. Su Jing and Ran Hongyu heard this, and quickly attacked the gluttony demon king. The gluttonous demon king, who lost the gluttonous throne, had a huge drop in combat power. Facing the attacks of 3 demigod-level warriors, it had to retreat step by step. Finally, after revealing a flaw, Su Jing seized the opportunity to kill. The 3-pointed knife in her hand floated into the air, pointing directly at the heart of the gluttonous demon king. Before the gluttonous demon king could make a defensive gesture, it instantly pierced through the heart of the gluttonous demon king and nailed it directly to the rotten meat mountain. Crack! Su Jing formed a seal with one hand and uttered a word lightly. The next second, the 3-pointed knife appeared with complex inscriptions, and dazzling golden light flashed in an instant and exploded. Boom! After a violent explosion, the body of the gluttonous demon king was instantly burned by transparent flames. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed in the battlefield, like the wails of evil spirits from the abyss, and frightened the soldiers on the battlefield. Hongyu? Su Jing shouted to Hongyu immediately. Understood. Ren Hongyu's magic had already been ready to go, and she saw a bright red spear suspended above her head, which was hundreds of meters long. Spear of penetrating time, mythology ? What is this? Mythology weapon? Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this bright red spear. He didn't expect that Ren Hongyu actually had such a good thing. Devil. Take my shot. Ren Hongyu completed the last charge, threw the bright red spear directly, and fell towards the gluttonous Demon King. When the bright red spear fell, the surface of the abyss was directly torn apart, penetrating a crack hundreds of meters wide. And the gluttonous Demon King, who was at the center of the destruction, had long disappeared. Only a wisp of dead silence floated out from the torn canyon, mixed with the roars of countless wronged souls, rising to the dark sky. Is he dead? Everyone was paying attention to the dynamics of the battlefield, and at this moment, they were too nervous to speak. They were all very concerned about whether the arrogant gluttonous Demon King would fall under this blow, until Ren Hongyu let out a long sigh, then smiled at everyone, raised his thumb, and said, solved. Huh? Yeah. Victory. The gluttonous Demon King fell. Kill. Get rid of this group of remaining demons, and the gluttonous abyss will belong to us. For the light. Everyone showed joy, and the battlefield also broke out into earth-shaking cheers. Then, it was the time for the Magic Continent Coalition to counterattack. Hundreds of thousands of coalition forces launched an offensive against the remaining demons in the Gluttony Abyss, and wanted to end this war at this moment. Seeing this, Su Xian also asked the members of Pa Fantasy Township to join the battlefield to speed up the end of the war. Just when the war was about to end, Lucia had just arrived at the scene. Is it over? Lucia came to Su Xian's side, and saw the one-sided battlefield situation and asked hurriedly. Yes, the Gluttony Demon King has been killed. Su Xian nodded and glanced at Lucia. It can be seen that Lucia came in a hurry, and her hair was a little messy. He then stretched out his hand to help Lucia tidy up her silver-white hair. But Lucia didn't give Su Xian a good look. Wasn't it Su Xian who made her faint? Are you flirting on the battlefield? Ren Hongyu suddenly came to Su Xian and asked with a smile. In addition, there were Su Jing and Cadmus. But Cadmus hid far away, as if he didn't want to get too close. Don't talk nonsense. Lucia quickly stepped back and broke free from Su Xian's big hand. Her cheeks were red, as if she didn't want to show such intimacy in front of outsiders. Su Jing was calm about her reaction, just staring at Lucia quietly. After a long time, she turned to Su Xian and said, the gluttonous Demon King is dead, and our mission this time has been successfully completed in stages. Thanks to the two of you, and Bishop Cadmus. Su Xian said with a smile, and at the same time glanced at Bishop Cadmus in the distance. He naturally wanted to thank them. After all, he was the primary guild in the war launched by Edith. He would also be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this war. As for Su Xian's thanks, Can stroked his beard and shifted his gaze, looking around as if he had not heard it. Su Xian was too lazy to care about this old man, but turned his gaze to Su Jing and asked, this battle went so smoothly, and it was also related to the fact that other abysses did not send troops to support. Is the hatred between the abysses too big? Even at the moment of life and death, they are unwilling to send troops to support? I don't know much about this matter. Su Jing shook her head and continued, since the 7 demon kings have governed the abyss, it seems that only 2 or 3 abysses have cooperative relations. The rest of the abysses are basically in a state of incompatibility. That's a good thing for the magic continent. Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. If the attack on the other layers of the abyss can be like today's situation, then the abyss can indeed conquer them without any effort. However, this is also based on the premise that the other 6 layers of the abyss will not unite. Thank you all for your help. Suddenly, rose petals appeared silently out of thin air and condensed into the figure of Edith. I have arranged a sumptuous celebration banquet in the military camp, waiting for you all. And Edith's eyes flashed a glimmer of cold light, and continued, we will soon usher in the second war. The second war? So soon? Su Xian was a little surprised. Even the Gluttony Abyss has not been completely conquered, and it's time to prepare for the second war? Because you have already opened up the second battlefield, right? Su Jing asked Adicey. Smart Adicey smiled and continued, the Sloth Abyss has been occupied by my subordinates in half, and the Sloth Demon King is the only trouble. Please deal with him. But please rest assured, the Sloth Demon King has been severely damaged. The Sloth Demon King has been severely damaged? Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard Adicey's words. Aren't the main forces of the Star Kingdom in the Gluttony Abyss? Then Adicey. Among the people present, only Su Xian knew that the subordinates Adaisi mentioned were most likely Elam and the group of succubi. They obtained the power from Su Xian, and their combat power was most likely back to the peak. A peakless Demon King can indeed severely damage the Sloth Demon King. However, it is a bit difficult to kill the Sloth Demon King. After all, the battlefield they are in is in the abyss dominated by laziness. I understand. Su Jing nodded and said, when will we set out for the abyss of sloth? Tomorrow will be fine. Everyone should have a good rest tonight. Edith folded her elbows and said with a smile, yes. Su Jing responded, then rode on the diamond centaur and left. Ren Hongyu also said goodbye to Su Xian and returned to her guild. They were not interested in the celebration banquet prepared by Edith. They just wanted to go back to the guild to reorganize and prepare for the next war. After they left, Edith immediately said to Su Xian, let's go. I talk to you alone if I have something to say. Oh. Su Xian nodded. He asked Lucia and the others to return to the guild first, and then followed Edith's pace. Adaisi led Su Xian to a bright red blood pool. The smell of blood in the air made Su Xian frown. Where is this? Su Xian asked Adaisi in confusion. The treasure house of the gluttonous Demon King, where the treasure you want is hidden. Adaisi explained calmly. The treasure house of the gluttonous Demon King. Su Xian's eyes lit up. Since it was the Demon King's treasure house, there must be valuable treasures in it. The best case scenario is that there is a sword of mythical quality. Loslin's oath sword was broken, and it was highly likely that it could not be repaired, so she had to be compensated. You can choose 3 items from it, and I have a use for the others, Adaisi said to Su Xian. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her fingertips lightly, and the bright red blood pool evaporated instantly, and the treasure hidden in it came into Su Xian's eyes at this moment. What is that? The first thing Su Xian saw was a long sword flashing a dazzling red light in the blood pool. The sword seemed to contain some kind of resentment. Just a glance at it made him feel a chill on his back. Sword of the Judgment Angel, mythology, a weapon once used by an angel who once killed gods. The sword that kills gods? Su Xian was very lucky, and this sword could just be given to Rosaline. I want this sword, Su Xian said to Edith. Are you sure? This sword may hurt you. Edith glanced at the sword and reminded Su Xian. Su Xian looked at Edith in confusion and asked, why would it hurt me? Because I feel that there may be a soul living inside. Edith smiled and explained. Hosting a soul? Su Xian frowned slightly, and at this moment, Edith's fingertips lightly lifted the sword into Su Xian's hand. When he touched the sword, Su Xian was stunned. Because he felt a resentment that was enough to destroy the world. At the same time, a cold question came to his mind, Megami. Megami. I will kill you. Su Xian was stunned for a second. There really was a soul in this sword, and the other party seemed to have a lot of opinions about Megami's existence? Could it be? This sword was once the sword of Archangel Megami? After all, the only angel who can kill gods is Megami, right? Then the soul inside, isn't it the soul of a god? No matter, it's this. Su Xian confirmed to Edith that since it was Megami's enemy, he might be able to convince her. It's up to you. Edith shrugged lightly, and then looked at the treasure in the blood pool. She raised her fingertips, and handed 2 more treasures to Su Xian. These 2 things are very suitable for you, Edith said. What is this? Su Xian looked at the 2 treasures that Edith had chosen for him, a dagger and a clock. Space dagger, legendary, a weapon that can penetrate space. A dagger that can penetrate space? Su Xian murmured, looking at another clock. Time clock, legendary, can stop time for 1 minute. Only once. This clock is pretty good. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. A clock that can stop time, although it can only be used once, for a minute. But in a duel between masters, basically 1 minute is enough to decide the winner. I will take the rest away. These will be good nutrients. Ides waved her jade hand, and collected all the remaining treasures. Nutrients? Su Xian looked at Ides in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Yes, Ides explained, the resurrection of the demon mother requires a lot of energy. Even the throne of gluttony can satisfy his appetite. I see. Hearing this, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Ides smiled slightly, and said nothing more. Turned around and said, okay, I still have things to do. See you tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she turned into rose petals, and dissipated into nothingness. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, then opened the space ring and returned to the guild. When he arrived at the guild, he saw that Merli Rhine challenged Mira Ori again. However, this was not a formal challenge. To be more precise, it was a sneak attack, unfortunately. Ah! Marlene Rhine screamed, and was stepped on by Mira or. Sister Rhine, you are still so weak. Mira or smiled and sneered. Shut up. Shut up. Marlene Rhine tried to resist, but it was all in vain. Only when she saw Su Xian's appearance did she have a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and shouted, Human. Save me. Su Xian was speechless, and walked over and picked up Marlene Rhine. Thank you, wow. Before Marlene Rhine finished her words, she was thrown into the bedroom by Su Xian and locked up. Human. Human. Let me out. Su Xian ignored her and asked Mira or, where is Lorslin? She is in a room. Mira or replied. Okay. Su Xian nodded and immediately walked towards Rosalind's room. When he arrived at Rosalind's room, he saw Rosalind standing in the room, and in front of her, the broken sword of oath was placed there. Although it was broken, it still shone with its former glory. Rosalind. Su Xian walked into the room and shouted to Rosalind. Is there anything? Rosalind turned around and asked. This sword is for you. Su Xian was about to throw the sword of Judgment Angel to Rosalind, but at this moment, the voice of the wronged soul came to his ears again. Perfect. Perfect container. Chapter 543. Container. Perfect container. Give me your body. A crazy female voice resounded in Su Xian's mind, coveting Losline's undead body. Su Xian stopped immediately after hearing this. He couldn't hand over a weapon that might kill its master to Losline. Moreover, the soul in the sword of Judgment Angel seemed to like Losline's soul. This sword? Losline saw the sword of Judgment Angel in Su Xian's hand, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. She could naturally feel that this sword was unusual, and its quality was much higher than the sword of oath. I can't give it to you first. Su Xian said immediately. There is a problem with this sword. There is a soul inside, right? Losline asked Su Xian. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and added, this soul covets your body, wait for me to erase her. I have a way. Losline said suddenly. Do you have a way? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. Yes. Losline nodded and explained, although the sword of oath is broken, its oath power is still there, and it should be able to force the soul out of the sword. Is there such a way? Su Xian was surprised when he heard it. However, the sword of oath has been with Losline for many years. It has long been influenced by Losline, and has a trace of magic. Although it was crushed by the hand of the void, it still retains some special power. Can you give it a try? Losline stretched out her hand, and asked Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian immediately handed the angel's judgment to Losline. At the moment when Lorthalin took over the sword of the angel of judgment, the soul that was parasitic in the sword rushed out of the sword and rushed towards Lorthalin. Your body belongs to me. Bang! Before the soul succeeded, she crashed into Lorthalin's hard crystal body. This? How is this possible? The soul was stunned for a moment. She couldn't understand why she couldn't occupy Lorthalin's undead body. Her soul power was obviously stronger than Lorthalin's. Why did she fail? It seems that your power is ineffective against me, Lorthalin said calmly. Then she picked up the broken sword of oath and stabbed the soul floating in the air. When the sword of oath pierced the undead, a blue fluorescent light burst out from the sword of oath. Then, the sword spirit transformed by the water fairy suddenly appeared, opened its mouth, and bit the soul. Let go! Let me go! You beast! The soul wanted to break free from the sword spirit, but was powerless, and could only let the other party weaken her soul. No! No! The soul screamed heartbreakingly, and her soul halo gradually dimmed, and was on the verge of disappearing. Su Xian was quietly observing from the side. He was surprised to find that the soul trapped in the sword of Judgment Angel was actually an angel? And an 8-winged angel? This surprised him a little. He thought it was a demigod. How could it be an angel? Could it be an angel close to the level of a god? While thinking, the angel's soul suddenly shouted to Su Xian, I was wrong. Forgive me. I am willing to submit to you. It's too late. Su Xian didn't bother to pay attention and directly asked Losline to wipe out the angel's soul. Losline nodded and was about to use the characteristics of the sword spirit to wipe out the soul. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky, and the shadow of Megami appeared in the guild. Megami! Su Xian was immediately alert, and Losline also held the sword of the angel of judgment tightly, ready to fight at any time. Megami remained silent, and did not make any moves. She just looked at Su Xian quietly, looking at the person chosen by the Lord of Light. Finally, after a sigh, she said to Su Xian, I didn't come for war, but just felt her breath. She? Su Xian looked at the angel whose soul was about to be sucked dry by the water fairy sword spirit. Didn't this angel hate Megami to death? And it is very likely that Megami was killed by this sword. But looking at Megami's expression, he seemed to be worried about her. You? Don't pretend. Hypocritical bastard. I would rather die than accept your help. The soul of the angel screamed, and was at odds with Megami. But it was also because of Megami's appearance that the angel knew that Su Xian and Megami had a grudge. She immediately shouted to Su Xian, "Human, I can give you all my power, swear on my soul, and recognize you as my master, as long as you kill Megami, the bastard." Su Xian remained silent. He had not figured out what happened to the two angels. Hey. After sighing, Megami said to Su Xian, "Her name is Omira. She was once one of my subordinates, and because of some things, she left hatred for me." Hate? Humph. Shut up. Su Xian glared at Omira, and Omira was so scared that she shut up immediately. Otherwise, the water fairy sword spirit would devour her soul again. What happened between you? Su Xian asked curiously. She violated my orders, and did something she shouldn't have done. Megami took a deep breath and told Su Xian, "According to the holy law of light written by the Lord of Light, I had to behead her and then seal her in this sword." "I'm not wrong." Omira shouted, "You are wrong. The Lord of Light is wrong." "Omira, you are slandering the Lord God again. Do you really want to die?" Megami asked with his eyes glaring. "Come on. Kill me." Omira is also fearless, and her momentum is not inferior to Megami at all. And at this moment, Su Xian immediately called a halt. "Stop, stop, stop! So what is your purpose in coming to me?" Su Xian frowned and asked Omira. Megami hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "I hope you cannot destroy Omira's soul. She was once a loyal subordinate of mine and she is not bad by nature. If you are worried, I can apply the angel seal to the sword, and it will not have any effect on you and the user." "Oh!" Su Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect that Megami, the archangel, would one day ask him to do something. After thinking for a moment, he slowly replied, "Okay, but you owe me a favor." Megami hesitated for a moment, bit his lip and replied, "Okay. Well, go and apply the angel seal." Su Xian nodded and agreed to Megami's request. The favor of the archangel is worth a lot of money. Megami immediately raised his jade hand and applied the golden divine power to the sword of the angel of judgment. With the infusion of divine power, the power of the sword of the angel of judgment reached a new level. And the soul of Omira sealed in the sword immediately returned to the sword and became a part of the sword. But before that, Omira was still cursing at Megami, hypocrisy. "I don't need your help. Megami. You really should." Su Xian touched his nose and said to Megami, "Your subordinates are really dissatisfied with you. It seems that you are not a good leader." Megami glared at Su Xian and then said, "I don't know why you are the chosen one, but I will always remember that you destroyed my angel's true body. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price." Hey! You didn't have this attitude just now." Su Xian frowned. Why did Megami change his face like turning a book? At this moment, Megami smiled for the first time in a long time and said to him, "I look forward to a future with you. I hope that the Lord God's choice is correct." After speaking, Megami turned into a golden light and disappeared without a trace. This scene made Su Xian feel complicated. What strange words is this archangel saying? Never mind. Su Xian turned his eyes to Luoselin and asked, "How is it? This sword should be fine now." "Yeah." Luoselin smiled and said excitedly, "The archangel not only sealed the soul of this sword, but also integrated the power of the sword of oath into the sword." After the words fell, the water fairy sword spirit entangled the sword of the angel of judgment, winding upwards, spitting out its snake tongue, and posing a happy posture. It has merged with the sword of the angel of judgment, and become a new sword spirit. And that Omira is just a remnant soul sealed inside. It is the owner of the sword. As long as you like it. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. In this way, he also made up for Lorselin's loss. "Thank you." After Lorselin received the sword, she hurried to the practice field, wanting to try this mythical quality sword. Su Xian wanted to go over and take a look. But before he left, he was awakened by Su Fian in reality. "Su Xian! Su Xian!" Su Fian woke Su Xian up, her pretty face full of anxiety. "What's wrong?" Su Xian opened his eyes, took off the equipment, and asked Su Fian. He rarely saw this expression on Su Fian's face, and wondered what happened. "Su Xian! You! Look at your arm!" Su Fian reminded. Su Xian looked at his arm in confusion, and when he saw something strange, his eyes widened instantly. Is this dragon scale? Su Xian looked at his arm in disbelief. He never thought that his arm would grow dragon scales just like in the game. Could it be? The game has come to reality. Su Xian was confused, and looked at Su Fian, and suddenly realized that Su Fian seemed to have changed a little. Although he couldn't tell, he felt a little more fairy-like. Could this be? Su Fian stared at Su Xian's eyes, and she made the same guess as Su Xian. Is there any relevant information on the internet? Su Xian just picked up his phone, and wanted to see if other players were like them. Su Fian immediately replied, yes, but the information is scarce and somewhat fragmented, so it is difficult to attract large-scale attention. Su Xian pondered. Obviously, the group of powerful players are most likely to change first. They have long been deeply involved in the game world, so even if there are strange changes, they will not be too ostentatious. It should be the result of the accelerated destruction of the God Realm. Su Xian speculated. Then, do we not have much time? Su Fian asked with a worried look on her face. That's not the case. Su Xian shook his head. Although the speed of the world's destruction has increased, according to the previous speed of destruction, it is still decades away from destruction. Even if it is accelerated, it will take at least 20 to 30 years. Perhaps, for gods with long lives, 20 years will pass in a flash. But for ordinary humans, there is still plenty of time. That's good. Su Fian breathed a sigh of relief, and her uneasy heart finally calmed down. Speaking of which, why do I feel that you? Su Xian carefully looked at Su Fian again. He always felt that Su Fian had a touch of fairy spirit, but he couldn't say it out loud. It may be caused by Ying. In response to Su Xian's doubts, Su Fian explained, Ying's colorful dress has also caused some changes in my body. Really? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He suddenly stretched out his big hand, hugged Su Fian, and whispered, then let me see, what changes have taken place in your body. As soon as the words fell, the bright holy light slowly rose. Su Fian was about to speak, but suddenly, she noticed that Su Xian's holy light was a little bit wrong. Wait, is it a little too bright? Now we are in reality? Why does it feel almost the same as in the game? Could it be? She immediately understood that it was the result of the game affecting reality. Su Xian's power was transferring from the game to reality, and so was his holy light. Wait! Su Xian! Su Fian was about to stop Su Xian. After all, in the game, Lucia and the Dark Elf Queen were peerless strongmen. In reality, wouldn't she be? Before Su Fian could say anything, Su Xian had already thrown her down on the bed. The light white long dress on her body had disappeared without a trace. When? Watch this. Su Fian's pupils shrank slightly, and tears flashed in her eyes. Su Xian also frowned. He found out. Stupid you, idiot. Hurry! Hurry! Su Fian wanted to answer Su Xian, but she couldn't do it at all. The intermittent words made Su Xian mistakenly think that Su Fian was asking him to act quickly. Wait a minute. Su Xian suddenly remembered something and began to search the bedside table. This sentence made Su Fian's eyes widen and asked in confusion, why is there this thing in your room? Secret? Su Xian smiled and gently held Su Fian's slender waist, whispering, come on, let's continue. Chapter 544. Do you feel better? Su Xian asked Su Fian with a smile. But his concern only earned Su Fian a roll of her eyes, and she said in a tender voice, you come out first. No, I'm not done yet. Su Xian smiled slightly, and at the same time, glanced at his arm. He noticed that the number of dragon scales covering his arm was slowly increasing. And his physique was also changing. Although the speed was extremely slow, it was certain that the power in the game was returning to his body. That is to say, the two lines of the game and reality are intersecting. Huh? Su Xian took a long breath and continued, come 7 more times, and I let you go. Su Fian, ? Just when Su Xian wanted to do it again, Maria suddenly rushed in and shouted to them, oh no! Su Xian! I seem to be growing wings. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. You? Maria was stunned, blinked her eyes, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, she asked Su Fian, Fei Yin, your stomach is swollen. Get out. Maria was startled like a rabbit, and then jumped out of the bedroom. Just after she left, Su Xian asked Su Fian, did she say that she grew wings? I didn't hear it. You go out first. No. After a while of hesitation, Su Xian put on his clothes with satisfaction, and drank a sip of the boiled water on the table, and finally sighed. Wonderful. As for Sufian, she tried to stand up, but found that she was powerless, so she had to lie on Su Xian's bed. She covered her eyes with one arm, and placed the other arm on her lower abdomen to relieve the bloating. Keep silent. I go see what's wrong with Maria. Su Xian put on his clothes and said to Sufian. Oh! Sufian just replied neatly without any other reaction. Su Xian walked out the door, and saw Maria curled up on the sofa. She held the remote control in her hand, trembling, and kept switching channels. Maria? Maria was so scared by Su Xian's call that she dropped the remote control directly to the ground. Su Xian showed a trace of doubt. What is this foreign girl doing? When he walked over, Maria turned around and smiled at him. Ha ha ha, good morning. Su Xian was silent for a moment and asked, You just rushed in. Do you have anything to tell us? Oh! Yes. Maria immediately came back to her senses, and said to Su Xian, I seem to have grown wings. Grow wings? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and replied, Let me see. Look! Maria immediately took off her coat, and saw that on her flawless white back, a pair of 3 or 4 centimeters of small wings had grown, it looks like. Su Xian rubbed his chin and carefully looked at Maria's pair of small wings. They were not bird wings, but looked like some kind of insect. But what exactly is it? There is still controversy. It seems that you are the same as me, Su Xian said, showing the dragon scales on his arm to Maria. The moment Maria saw the dragon scales, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if she felt incredible. She reached out her hand, and gently brushed the dragon scales. The delicate touch made her feel excited. Dragon! Nothing to worry about. At this moment, Ran Hongyu walked towards Su Xian and the others with a smile and said, This is something that is bound to happen. The changes in the world, and the intersection of 2 timelines represent a new beginning. Maria blinked in confusion, not knowing whether she didn't understand or didn't understand Chinese. Su Xian looked at Ran Hongyu and asked in confusion, You haven't changed much? Me? Ran Hongyu smiled when she heard this question, and then said, Of course I have changed, but my changes are internal. Internal? Let me see. Okay, wait until the dead of night. Okay, stop making trouble. During the conversation, Su Jing walked towards them and said, The intersection of the 2 worlds means that our time is more urgent, and there is no time to waste. Su Xian looked at Su Jing. He was now sure that those so-called special players, in addition to receiving the protection of the gods, also obtained some information from the gods. In this regard, he was similar to the special players, and they all obtained information from the gods. I just don't know which 2 gods Su Jing and Ran Hongyu are. Do you have any questions? Su Jing seemed to see Su Xian's doubts and asked him. You are special players, right? Su Xian asked boldly. Yes. Su Jing nodded, and then, as if she had guessed what Su Xian was going to ask, she replied, Ran Hongyu's god is the goddess of wisdom. Goddess of wisdom. Su Xian was a little bit unbelievable when he heard that the god who blessed Ran Hongyu was the goddess of wisdom. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the power of the goddess of wisdom, not wise at all. No, Su Xian suddenly remembered that Ran Hongyu's red lips were blessed by the god of fire. Then the god of fire? Su Xian looked at Ran Hongyu. Before he could finish his words, Ran Hongyu replied, The god of fire is a friend of the goddess of wisdom, and he and his brother, the god of fire, belong to the goddess of wisdom's camp. Aren't the god of fire and the god of fire the same person? Su Xian was stunned for a moment and asked. Yes, they are siblings. Ran Hongyu replied. Oh. Su Xian nodded, thinking, So the god of war and the goddess of war are not the same person, because Edith said that the god of war is a man. And Maria's blessing came from the goddess of war. Then, he looked at Su Jing again. He asked, What about you? He was obviously asking Su Jing, but Su Jing directly said the god of Ran Hongyu's blessing. The god of life. Su Jing replied calmly. Oh, so in addition to the goddess of life, there is another god of life? As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, Su Jing immediately added, No, there is only one god of life. Oh. Su Xian was suddenly stunned and stood there blankly. Wait, he stared at Su Jing intently, his heart full of doubts. You are the one blessed by the goddess of life, then what am I? When you get a new host, don't you also have a special style? Suddenly, Ran Hongyu reminded Su Xian that is also similar to the divine protection of special players, and they are all unique. Ah? Su Xian was shocked again when he heard this answer. It can be said that his cognition has changed over and over again. He always thought that he was the one chosen by the goddess of life. After all, A large part of the power in his body came from the goddess of life. But why did the final result tell him that the god who chose him was the goddess of love? And it was the goddess of love who tricked Queen Medusa, the super vase in the world of gods. Su Xian's emotions were mixed, as if he was suddenly told that he and Issa were actually siblings. It was a bit outrageous. This is bad. Su Xian frowned. His thighs suddenly dropped from the goddess of life to the goddess of love. No one could accept it. The goddess of love is a super vase. Even Queen Medusa can hurt her. This is... What? Are you dissatisfied with your exclusive god? Ren Hongyu asked with a smile. Su Xian remained silent. Maria immediately said, I remember that Su Xian's exclusive god seems to be the goddess of love. Goddess of love? After this, Su Jing and Ren Hongyu looked at Su Xian at the same time, and there seemed to be a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Then, ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that your exclusive god is the goddess of love. Ren Hongyu laughed out loud. Not bad, but the combat power may be a little weak. Su Jing rubbed his chin and analyzed calmly. These answers made Su Xian's face droop, and he always felt that his god was the biggest drawback. What are you talking about? Just then, Su Fian came out holding the door. She finally recovered some strength and could get out of bed. We are talking about exclusive gods. Maria explained to Su Fian, by the way, Fian, who is your exclusive god? Me? Su Fian paused for a moment, then slowly said, Sun God. Sun God? Su Fian's words made the four people silent instantly. I thought Su Fian's exclusive god might be weak. At least it should be a non-combat god. After all, Su Fian herself is not good at fighting. But when the Sun God came out, everyone was stunned. The Sun God, he is the main god of the same level as the goddess of life, the goddess of wisdom, and the goddess of war can only be the strongest gods under the main god, but they are far from being comparable to the Sun God. As for Su Xian's goddess of love, she is the legendary goddess who is not worthy of her name, a pure vase. Is it strange? Su Fian glanced at him, then walked to Su Xian and sat down. Yeah, a little. Su Xian nodded, then said, I think I should exchange with you. Who are you? The goddess of love. Su Fian looked at Su Xian and blinked. At this moment, she suddenly felt that what Su Xian said made sense. By the way, Ren Hongyu suddenly looked at Su Xian and said, You kid, do you do whatever you want in the guild? How did you? Su Xian was about to say how did you know, but after thinking about it, something was wrong. He immediately changed the subject and said, What are you having for lunch today? Hey! Don't change the subject. Ren Hongyu rushed over, hugged Su Xian's neck, and shouted. Ahem. Let go first. Su Xian quickly broke away from Ren Hongyu, and then said, Actually, I'm not so arbitrary, it's just that my guild members like me very much. Yeah, they do. Su Fian rolled her eyes at Su Xian. She had seen Su Xian's love. The entire guild was his harem, including her. Although that kind of thing is indeed very happy, you should also take care of your body. Ren Hongyu said seriously, even though she didn't know what was so happy about it. Because she has never experienced it. You'd better shut up. Su Jing glared at her, then said to Su Xian, Just pay attention to the frequency. You are not ready to be a father yet, are you? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian fell into deep thought. And Su Fian blushed and turned her head away. Yes, she is not ready to be a mother yet. And Su Xian is always good at both literature and martial arts. Isn't it a matter of time to win the prize? But Su Fian thought about it. Maybe there is no small clothes suitable for Su Xian. I will pay attention. Su Xian nodded seriously, but he didn't worry about it at all. After all, the goddess of life told him. He is fine, but if you want to have his child, there are extremely strict requirements. It's almost time. Su Jing glanced at her watch and said, Let's prepare to attack the Abyss of Sloth. Only by ending the war in the Abyss as soon as possible can we find a way to stop the destruction. Let's go! Ren Hongyu and Su Jing returned to the room. Su Xian looked at their backs, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Then he looked at Su Fian again, and the two looked at each other in silence. Only Maria was holding her stomach and muttering to herself, I'm hungry. After returning to the game, Su Xian immediately commanded the guild members to go to the Abyss of Sloth. When they arrived at the Abyss of Sloth, they only saw Edith's military camp stationed there, and did not see the troops of other countries. However, this is also normal. The troops of other countries are still in the Gluttony Abyss. The Abyss of Sloth only has the succubus and other affiliated forces belonging to Edith. However, when Su Xian arrived at Edis's military camp, he was surprised to find that not only succubi belonged to Edisi, But there were also other demons, even dragons? You came just in time. Edice happened to come out of the tent and noticed Su Xian's arrival. She immediately said to Su Xian, I need your help with something. Whose family do you want to kill? Su Xian asked immediately. Edice was stunned for a second, then frowned slightly and replied, It's Elam's treatment, and I need your help. Oh! Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, and then followed Edice into the tent. When he entered the tent, he saw Elam lying quietly on the bed. She closed her eyes tightly. Her small hands tightly grasped a light red handkerchief, and her expression was painful. Elam was seriously injured in the battle with the lazy demon king, and needs a huge amount of energy to repair the injury. Edith explained to Su Xian, You know what to do, right? I know, Su Xian said, and then began to unbutton. Wait! Edith covered his forehead and stopped Su Xian, saying, Maybe what I did before made you misunderstand what Elam needs to do to unlock his power. Recovery is another way. What way? Su Xian looked at Edith in confusion and buttoned up. Put your index finger inside. Chapter 545. Where? Where to put it? Su Xian swallowed his saliva and asked Edith. Of course, it's Elam's mouth. Edith rolled her eyes at him, knowing that Su Xian had thought wrong again. Oh! Su Xian simply responded, and then put his finger into Elam's mouth. You can feel that the moment he put it in, Elam began to lick his fingertips. While the tongue gently lingered, it absorbed the power from his body. You can even see blue fluorescent spots blooming from his fingertips, and gradually absorbed by Elam. What kind of power is this? Su Xian asked Edith curiously. He didn't understand why there was still power in his body that could heal Elam's injuries. It can be regarded as the blessing of the goddess of life. Edith folded her elbows and answered softly. Oh. Su Xian was stunned for a second, which means that he has always had this power? Then why didn't he discover it before? He thought about it, and suddenly remembered that he would only put his fingers into the mouths of the Puff Fantasy Village members on special occasions. Ahem, well, there is a reason. Yeah, master. After absorbing a lot of vitality, Elam's injuries gradually recovered, and the pain also dissipated at this moment. She slowly opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Su Xian, a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Master, I finally see you again. You've worked hard, have a good rest. Su Xian stroked Elam's hair with his other hand, and comforted her. Yeah. Elam nodded obediently, lying quietly on the bed, staring at Su Xian with her eyes. Huh? After treating Elam, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Edice and asked, How is the lazy demon king? Where is he hiding now? Its injuries are a little more serious than Elam's, and he is now in the deepest part of the sloth abyss. Edice replied lightly, When others come, you can find him and kill him. Su Xian nodded, his eyes moving. He was a little surprised that Elam had just recovered his strength, but he was able to seriously injure the ancient lazy demon king. It is conceivable that the power of lust is greater than laziness? Or is there another factor? Wait! Suddenly, Edice remembered something and said to Su Xian, Maybe the plan has changed. What do you mean? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Edice. The furious demon king may break into the sloth abyss to support the lazy demon king. Edice explained to Su Xian. The wrathful demon king? Why would it come to the slothful abyss? Su Xian showed an incredible expression when he heard what Edith said. The gluttonous demon king was destroyed, and no demon king took action. Even the subordinate demons were not sent out. But why did the wrathful demon king suddenly appear? Is there any agreement between the two demon kings? Nothing strange. Edith replied lightly, The demon kings are all for interests. Maybe the slothful demon king gave the wrathful demon king some benefits, so this situation occurred. What we have to do now is to prepare for the war brought by the two demon kings. Oh. Su Xian nodded. Although the two demon kings sounded scary, the slothful demon king was seriously injured. In addition, Elam's injury has recovered. So, the big advantage is still on their side. What are you going to do? Su Xian asked Edith. Since it is a war between two demon kings, the previous layout must be restarted. In response to Su Xian's question, Edith thought for a moment, and then slowly said, We have enough combat power here, let's go straight to the front. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the sloth throne owned by the sloth demon king. Any explanation? Su Xian asked. The power of the sloth throne can suppress all forces in the area, including the sloth demon king himself. Edith explained, At that time, large-scale magic will not be available, and the coalition forces of the magic continent are located in the gluttony abyss, and may not be able to come to support. You mean, we have to face the millions of demons in the sloth abyss alone when our strength is suppressed? Su Xian frowned, his face solemn. Yes. Edith nodded and continued, the sloth abyss is basically dominated by ghosts, and the overall number is less than that of the gluttony abyss. But? She suddenly looked at Su Xian and said with a smile, if you can get the ghost scepter, you can dispel the ghosts and deal with this trouble directly. Ghost scepter? Su Xian was surprised when he heard it. The Emperor of the Dead, one of the demigods of the sloth abyss, the sloth demon king, is his aunt? More like that. Edith shrugged her shoulders and sneered. Their relationship is quite complicated, but these two demigods are independent. Maybe there is room for discussion. What do you mean? You also know that the abyss is not the territory of demons, and other races live here. Edith continued, they may just be forced to become minions of the devil for survival. Of course, they will never submit to the creatures of justice in the magic continent. But, Edith's mouth curled up a smile, saying, this is both an external war and a civil war. We can go to talk to the dead emperor. Now? Wait, Su Xian was stunned for a second. Is he going to? But his negotiation level is close to 0. Yes, Edith nodded with a smile, but soon added to Su Xian, but you are not the key. Am I not the key? Su Xian's eyes condensed. He is not the key, so why call him? The key is the little ghost in your guild, Edith explained. Little ghost? Su Xian suddenly realized, could it be Miss Jinbai? He thought and released Miss Jinbai from the soul space. Is there anything? Miss Jinbai asked Su Xian tremblingly. But when she realized that she had returned to the familiar abyss, her face became complicated instantly. Am I back to the abyss? Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then said, we plan to find the Emperor of the Dead. The Emperor of the Dead. Miss Jinbai's cheeks flushed instantly when she heard the words Emperor of the Dead. She lowered her head and asked Su Xian shyly, are you looking for my father? Is there something? Father! Su Xian was stunned. The undead emperor is Miss Jinbai's father. No. You are not going to ask my father for marriage, are you? No. We are humans and ghosts on different paths. No. Jinbai suddenly had wild thoughts and rejected Su Xian in a panic. Su Xian fell silent. He didn't know who had transmitted this idea to Jinbai. Don't think about it. Su Xian punched Jinbai on the head. Although she was a ghost, Su Xian's fist could ignore the rules of physics. Whoa! It hurts. Jinbai hugged her head and cried. I just want to borrow the ghost scepter from your father, Su Xian explained. Ghost scepter? Jinbai blinked, then took out a fluorescent blue scepter from her white cloth bag and asked, is this it? Ghost scepter, mythology and emperor's scepter that can dispel ghosts. Su Xian was stunned, and asked Jinbai in disbelief, how come this ghost scepter is here with you? My father has abdicated, so he gave me the ghost scepter that symbolizes power. Jinbai explained to Su Xian with blinking eyes. As soon as these words came out, Su Xian had a strange idea. The legendary dead emperor has only one heir, or does he think Jinbai is the best? But Su Xian glanced at Jinbai. No matter how he looked at this little ghost, he didn't look like an emperor at all. It was more or less a member of the cute department. Since it's in your hands, it's easy. Edith smiled slightly, stretched out her hand to Jinbai, and asked, can you lend us the ghost scepter? Are you going to deal with the demons in the sloth abyss? Jinbai hesitated. After all, she was also a member of the sloth abyss, and the next undead emperor. If the ghost scepter was lent to Edith, wouldn't it be? Don't worry. Edith smiled and said, all we have to do is defeat the sloth demon king and his subordinate demons. If that's the case. Jinbai hesitated for a moment, and then handed over the ghost scepter. But she didn't give it to Edith, but to Su Xian. Compared to Edith, she certainly trusted Su Xian more. Even though she was caught by Su Xian. Obedient child, you will be the next sloth demon king. Edith nodded with satisfaction. She didn't need the sloth demon king to be strong, she just needed to be obedient. Me? No. Jinbai shook her head quickly and rejected Edith. If she wanted to stay in the sloth abyss, she wouldn't have sneaked out. You go back first, I call you out later. Su Xian rubbed Jinbai's head and said with a smile. Yeah. Jinbai immediately returned to Su Xian's soul space. Then, Su Xian looked at Idas, wanting to hand her the ghost scepter in his hand. You use it, after all, it's for you. Idas hugged her elbows and said coldly. Okay. Su Xian put away the ghost scepter. This mythical weapon is not difficult to use. Just take it out, You can directly disperse the ghosts in an area, so that other ghosts dare not approach. Even, it is effective for ghosts close to demigods. They should be here. Idaisi looked outside the tent and calculated the time. Su Jing and Ren Hongyu should have arrived. Why? They are not. Su Xian suddenly remembered that Su Jing and Ren Hongyu went back to the room just for this war. How could they be slower than him? He immediately opened the chat interface and found that Ren Hongyu and Su Jing were both online. Then he sent a message to ask each other. While waiting, Su Xian asked Idaisi, "By the way, are you familiar with the goddess of love?" Idaisi's heart trembled slightly when she heard this question. The goddess of love is naturally familiar to her. The reason why she came to the magic continent is inseparable from the goddess of love, but she is not the culprit. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against her? Idaisi glanced at her and said coldly. Her reaction made Su Xian immediately understand that Idaisi did not like the goddess of love. Then he replied, "Just asking, because I have a few blessings from the goddess of love." Oh, although she is one of the best vases in the god realm, it is a god-level blessing after all, so it still has a certain effect on you. Edith nodded and recognized the power of the goddess of love. One of the best vases? It seems that there are quite a lot of vases in the god realm. Su Xian rubbed his chin and exclaimed. When this was said, someone's heart was stabbed. But Edith replied after thinking for a while, after all, not all gods advance to gods through fighting. Gods represent the ultimate power. Even a newborn baby can be regarded as a god and recognized by the god eye as long as it meets the extremely harsh conditions. I see. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, thinking if he had a throne, what would it be? But compared to this, he wanted to know which throne Edith wanted to fight for. Edith seemed to notice Su Xian's gaze, and she said coldly, "Don't try to figure out my heart, okay? I want to know more about you." Su Xian said calmly. After all, they had slept together, so he wanted to know more about Edith. Su Xian's words made Edith stunned. She really didn't expect Su Xian to be so straightforward. He was obviously a playboy. After hesitating for a moment, Edith made a decision and said to Su Xian, "When this war is over, I will tell you who I am." Su Xian was stunned for a second, and then slowly said, "If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. I know everything." "You know everything? What do you know?" Edith was stunned for a second, and for a moment she didn't understand what Su Xian wanted to express. "Also, what do you know? I am the goddess of beauty and charm." As they were talking, Su Jing finally sent a message. "Su Jing, we encountered the angry demon king on the way here." Su Xian saw the message from Su Jing and his face froze. He asked why Su Jing hadn't come for so long, and ended up fighting with the angry demon king. "We come to help right away." Su Xian immediately sent a message to Su Jing. "Su Jing, no need, we delay the angry demon king, and you go and get rid of the lazy demon king." "Me?" Su Xian saw Su Jing's suggestion, and suddenly felt that it made sense. The lazy demon king is now seriously injured. As long as he can kill it in time, he can help Su Jing and the others. Su Jing and the others encountered the gluttony demon king. "Let's go and hunt down the lazy demon king now," Su Xian said to Edith. "Elam." At Edith's command, Elam immediately woke up from the bed, her eyes flushed with a faint pink. She whispered, "Yes, master." Chapter 546. Evil Mistress? Your existence will only destroy the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss of sloth, a skinny female demon was yelling and cursing the demon mother. It had a pair of strange flesh wings on its back, but the right wing was missing half, as if it was cut off by some sharp weapon. It was the sloth demon king, but at this moment, it had no aura as a demon king. The serious injury made it impossible for it to maintain its normal state, which was why it showed such a thin body. "Damn it!" The sloth demon king shouted angrily, then struggled to crawl to the sloth throne in front of him and leaned on it. "Where is that idiot? Why hasn't he come yet?" The sloth demon king shouted angrily, and his voice resounded through the deepest abyss. As soon as it finished speaking, a ghost appeared in front of it and answered it. "Master Demon, Master Wrathful Demon has encountered a few small bugs. He will come after he has dealt with them." "What a waste, being delayed by a few small bugs." The lazy demon king complained, then quietly closed his eyes, and prepared to rest to recover from his injuries. And the moment he closed his eyes, the sloth throne began to emit a faint halo, gradually repairing his injured body. It can be seen that its wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its emaciated body is also gradually recovering its blood color and returning to normal at this moment. But before it can fully recover, a sudden explosion sounded, startling it to open its eyes. So fast? The lazy Demon King's face sank. It took him a day to restore his damaged internal organs, and then began to restore his body. Unexpectedly, the lustful Demon King, who was also seriously injured, came to attack again so quickly. This confused the lazy Demon King, who could not understand how the lustful Demon King recovered from his injuries. How could it be so fast? But before he could react, suddenly, a crack was torn in the deepest dark abyss. Immediately afterwards, Su Xian led several guild members of Puff Fantasy Township and appeared in front of the lazy Demon King. Human? The lazy Demon King was stunned when he saw Su Xian. It did not expect that a group of adventurers could break into the deepest part of the lazy abyss. Tiny bugs dare. The lazy Demon King was about to stand up and kill Su Xian and others with a wave of his hand. But when he saw the group of adventurers behind Su Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Wait. The lazy Demon King's face drooped instantly, and his eyes became more solemn. It saw the lustful Demon King Elam, who was fighting with it, and was equally matched. But compared to Elam, what was the matter with the demigod dragon man who exuded a strong breath of life? Has the coalition forces of the magic continent already invaded the Sloth Abyss? Even the top demigods joined the battle. And this is not the key point. The most important thing is, what the hell is that demigod angel? How come even angels descended into the Sloth Abyss? As for the Sloth Demon King, who was full of disbelief, Su Xian did not say much, just said, "Go." In an instant, Elam, Mila or Yumalos, and Lu's line were dispatched at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they came in front of the Sloth Demon King and launched a fierce attack on him. The angel's holy sword slashed across the sky, and the golden halo pointed directly at the lazy Demon King's vitals. Before the lazy Demon King could react, a bloody scar had already been torn open on its chest. The light of life of Mira or also turned into a laser and shot at the lazy Demon King. If the lazy Demon King had not reacted in time and made an evasive move, its body would have been severely injured, and now, it only lost an arm. Damn it! The lazy Demon King roared and flew quickly into the air. But Lotharen had been waiting for a long time, and the sword of the Angel of Judgment in her hand fell down, and the golden halo fell from the sky like a waterfall, sweeping towards the lazy Demon King. Boom! With a loud bang, the lazy Demon King was swallowed by the golden holy light and disappeared in the golden halo. Immediately afterwards, Elam released magic at the place where the lazy Demon King fell, and several forbidden magics fell, constantly causing huge damage to the lazy Demon King. The legendary forbidden magic, at this moment, flickered in the battlefield like cabbage. This made Su Xian a little dazzled, and he almost fainted in the arms of Edith beside him. This is just the beginning. The battle between gods can destroy a continent with a wave of the hand. Edith rolled her eyes at Su Xian and whispered, "Oh." Su Xian answered simply, and then asked, "Is the body of the god different?" This. Edith fell silent when she heard Su Xian's question. The body of the god will indeed change a little, but it is definitely not used to answer Su Xian's question. After all, the starting point of Su Xian's question is by no means a simple inquiry. So she answered, "Same." Really? Su Xian was naturally skeptical of Edith's answer. He stared at Edith, as if he was exploring the mysteries of the universe. In response, Edith chose to remain silent and did not answer. "You? Seeking death?" At this moment, the lazy Demon King who disappeared in the magic light appeared in everyone's sight again. It stood on the lazy throne with its eyes wide open. The lazy throne was seen to emit dazzling light, and the domain was instantly expanded at this moment. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that in the dim abyss, the air was filled with blue fluorescent light particles. And it was the influence of these light particles that suppressed their power at this moment, and could not use large-scale magic taboos. My people. The next moment after the lazy Demon King activated the lazy throne, he roared to the sky, "Offer your loyalty to this king." Then, at this moment, countless ghosts appeared on the battlefield, wailing and surrounding the members of Puff Fantasy Village. "It's your turn," Edith reminded Su Xian. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, immediately spread his dragon wings, and flew into the air. He floated above thousands of ghosts, and took out the ghost scepter from his backpack. When the ghost scepter was raised high by him, the next moment, the dazzling blue light was swaying all over the place. In just a blink of an eye, the blue light swept all the ghosts present. The next second, those ghosts fled around like they had seen a ghost, and then turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared without a trace. This scene immediately made the lazy Demon King's pupils shrink slightly, and he took 2 steps back in disbelief. "Is that the ghost scepter?" The lazy Demon King recognized the scepter in Su Xian's hand, and his anger instantly ignited to the extreme at this moment. My stupid descendant? He actually handed this scepter to a human. Bastard. The lazy demon king roared. Betrayal. Stupid betrayal. Wait. At the end of this battle, death will cover the entire lazy abyss. I won't give you this opportunity. Su Xian said coldly, you will fall today. Kill it. At Su Xian's command, Yumelos and the others immediately launched another attack on the lazy demon king. The failure of the lazy throne instantly reduced the lazy demon king's combat power. In just a moment, the battle ended. The lazy demon king's limbs were cut off, and only the roots of his wings were left. There were also several sword marks on his body, and the picture inside was bloody and blurred. Rage. Why hasn't that idiot come yet? The lazy demon king roared in a low voice, unable to understand why the angry demon king hadn't arrived yet. Its life was about to enter the countdown to the end. How could the angry demon king not even kill a few bugs? Just when the lazy demon king couldn't wait for the angry demon king and was about to despair, an even more desperate scene appeared at this moment. Bang! With a loud bang, a flame core burning with flames fell into the abyss of laziness. The flame core was hundreds of meters long and wide, enough to face the front. It once belonged to a master with extraordinary strength. For example, the angry demon king. How is it possible? The moment the lazy demon king saw the flame core, he suddenly fell into deep despair. How could he not know that this was the core of the furious demon king, and the furious demon king's core appeared here? Doesn't it mean that the furious demon king was killed by the bugs? Su Xian and the others also looked at the flame core in disbelief, a little surprised. The furious demon king's core appeared here. Could it be that the furious demon king was killed by Su Jing and the others? Before everyone understood what happened, Su Jing and Ran Hongyu appeared in midair. Their armor was covered with traces of being burned by the fire, but they did not suffer any serious injuries. This made Su Xian's eyes flash with surprise. Su Jing and Ran Hongyu actually killed the furious demon king directly. Sorry, it took a little time, Su Jing said calmly. Ran Hongyu, this furious demon king is really powerful. He can't be killed no matter how hard you try. However, Su Jing's law just restrains this guy, and directly deprives him of his endless vitality. Deprive him of his life? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be the power bestowed by the goddess of life? Can Su Jing deprive him of his life? And Adicey was very satisfied with this result. She smiled and praised, you two are worthy of being one of the strongest guild leaders. Even the furious demon king is not your opponent. Please wait a moment, our war will soon end. Before Adicey finished speaking, the angel's holy sword of Yumelos had already pierced the head of the lazy demon king. With a mournful roar, the lazy demon king's body was burned by flames and turned into ashes. A prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Kill the lazy demon king. Gain 1000 W experience. Sublimation crystal plus 200. Get the special item Seed of Desire. Myth ? At my current level, I can't see the information of this item. Su Xian looked at the black seed that appeared in his backpack in disbelief, showing an incredible expression. What is the origin of this seed? It is obviously a mythical quality item, but why? However, Su Xian put this matter aside first, looked at Ides, and said, let's go. Let's go, and take a look at the treasure house of the lazy demon king. But Ides' answer made him instantly disappointed. The lazy demon king has no demon king's treasury. Su Xian lost interest, but soon he came back to his senses and said, let's go and take a look at the furious demon king's treasury. Did you get rid of that demon king? Edith glanced at him and asked him back, if the treasure is to be divided, will there be no share for you? What you said does make some sense. Su Xian rubbed his chin and said seriously, there should be no demon king's treasury in the furious abyss. At this time, Su Jing said, it's all hot magma, and fire demons can be seen everywhere. You are right, but although the furious demon king has no demon king's treasury, there is an extremely unique treasure in the furious abyss. Edith suddenly explained. Extremely unique treasure? Su Xian's interest was aroused again, and he looked at Edith curiously. Yes, it is hidden under the lava, but it takes some pain to get it. Edith nodded and said, of course, that place is not accessible to humans. Only the wrathful demon king can descend there. Don't sneak over there, and try to get that treasure. Are you tempting me to go? Su Xian was silent for a moment and asked Edith. Edith chose to change the subject for this question. She said, thanks to everyone's great help, we have successfully conquered the abyss of sloth, the abyss of wrath, and the abyss of gluttony. According to the agreement, part of the reward for the commission task will be issued in advance to thank everyone for their efforts. As soon as the voice fell, A prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. B+ Special Commission completed. B+ Special Commission Rose Blooming in Hell has been converted into a B+ Additional Commission. Congratulations on your promotion to a B+ guild. Su Xian saw this prompt, thought about it for a while, and then felt that there was no problem. If conquering the abyss was only a B+ commission, it would be a bit too outrageous. He is not Yilingzi, and the task commission will directly change the difficulty. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. After I'd finished speaking, she quickly left the abyss of sloth. At this time, Su Jing walked to Su Xian's side and said, I give you the flame core, we don't need it. Flame core? Su Xian immediately looked at the flame core that was several hundred meters wide. As the flame core of the furious Demon King, the power hidden in it was naturally extremely terrifying. This? Su Xian was about to refuse, after all, it was too precious. At this time, Ren Hongyu hugged Su Xian's neck and smiled, Why are you shy? Why don't you thank Sister Su Jing quickly? Ahem, thank you Sister Su Jing. Su Xian immediately followed Ren Hongyu's words, and expressed his gratitude to Su Jing. Yeah. Su Jing just nodded indifferently, and then glared at Ren Hongyu secretly. If her good brother turned bad, it was all Ren Hongyu's fault. Oh right. Su Xian suddenly remembered, he took out the Seed of Desire and asked Su Jing and the others, Do you know about this thing? What is this? The moment he saw the Seed of Desire, Ren Hongyu's eyes instantly became solemn, and he whispered, I don't know either. Chapter 547. You don't know? Then why did you put on a surprised expression just now? Su Xian frowned and asked Ren Hongyu. He thought that Ren Hongyu knew what the Seed of Desire was. He? Ren Hongyu didn't answer, but just smiled and scratched his head, trying to get away with it. Su Xian didn't care, but looked at Su Jing, wondering if Su Jing knew about this thing. It was also his fault that he didn't ask Edith just now. Edith left for something. This thing. Su Jing thought for a moment and slowly said, This thing should come from the Demon Mother, at least it is related to him. Is it related to the Demon Mother? Su Xian looked at the Dark Seed, and the Desire Seed seemed to have life, beating rhythmically. If you really want to know the effect of this thing, you may need to ask the Demon Mother. No one else can give you an answer. Su Jing continued to add. Okay, I got it. Su Xian nodded. Although it was difficult for him to see the Demon Mother, he was not without a chance. After he finished speaking, he put the Seed of Desire into his backpack. Since the war in the Abyss of Sloth is over, we will go back to the guild first. Su Jing turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly asked, Are we too successful? His question made Su Jing stop and stand still. Yes, the progress of this war was too smooth. Basically, in less than a week, 3 abysses fell, and the coalition forces of the Magic Continent were singing all the way and invincible. Is this the fighting power that the Abyss should have? Perhaps it can be considered as the division of the Abyss, and the Demon Kings acting on their own, which led to this defeat. But, if there is a Demon King who wants to use the power of the Magic Continent to try to unify the entire Abyss, then I am afraid that they have been following each other's ideas. Don't worry. At this moment, Su Jing turned around and looked at Su Xian. The firm eyes seemed to tell Su Xian her determination. Everything is planned. We just need to proceed according to the plan, because there are our people in the Demon King. There are our people in the Demon King? Su Jing's words were like a shot of cardiotonic, hitting Su Xian. Well, I know. Su Xian nodded and understood the current situation. Although there are enemy spies lurking in the Magic Continent, there are also their accomplices in the Abyss. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he could tell from Su Jing's eyes that the other party's status was definitely not low. By the way, Su Jing suddenly remembered something and told Su Xian, Don't go to the Raging Abyss. The treasure hidden in the Raging Abyss is not something you can control, even if it's a god. She paused for a moment, then said mysteriously, I just heard a legend, and I don't know if it's true or not, but you'd better listen to me. After speaking, Su Jing opened the portal and left the Sloth Abyss. Ren Hongyu also left, leaving only Su Xian and his adventurers here. But Elam did not leave, and still stayed by Su Xian's side. Let's go back too, Su Xian said to the girls, and put the huge flame core into his backpack. It contains endless power, and it should be useful. After everyone returned to the guild, a voice suddenly sounded in Su Xian's mind. Master, I'm coming back soon. Alice. Su Xian heard Alice's voice, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Alice, who had been away from the guild for a long time, is finally coming back soon. However, that was just Alice's voice, and she herself has not returned to the guild yet. but at most before the sun sets. Take advantage of the free time to upgrade everyone. Su Xian immediately opened the guild panel. After defeating 2 demon kings, the experience stored in his guild reached a peak value. Tens of millions of experience, plus a large number of sublimation crystals, are enough to raise everyone's level by a large stage. There is even a dazzling crystal in his backpack. With so many resources, maybe, it is possible to directly break through Lured Lin to the demigod realm. Try it? Su Xian's idea was born, and he immediately took action. He gave Lured Lin his experience and sublimation crystals, and also used a brilliant crystal. At this moment, the prompt immediately jumped out of Su Xian's sight. Your adventurer Lured Lin has realized a trace of the law of the gods, and she is breaking through to the demigod realm. Success? Su Xian was a little surprised when he saw the prompt. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. He actually gave Lured Lin the upgrade materials directly, and was promoted to the demigod realm smoothly, and the next moment, suddenly, the guild shook violently. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Everyone who was resting in the guild hall was startled by the noise. And they noticed that the noise came from the practice room. Su Xian stood up suddenly and walked towards the practice room. The others followed him, wanting to find out what was going on. And the moment they arrived at the practice room, a majestic ghostly aura enveloped the entire practice room. All they could see inside was a blue fluorescent color, and they couldn't tell what had happened. Is this the law factor? Lucia and Mira Ori immediately understood the reason, because they had already become demigods, so they knew the scene of achieving demigods. And isn't this rich law factor a precursor to achieving demigods? As for the people in the law factor, that little undead has achieved demigods? Marley Wright exclaimed in disbelief. How long has it been? When she came to the Puff Fantasy Guild, what was Rosalind's strength? She was as weak as an ant, but it has only been more than 2 months. She has become a demigod? This speed amazed Lucia. Although she absorbed the power of the Golden Holy Dragon and other secret medicines from the Holy Sea of Light to successfully ascend to the demigod. But Rosalind is? Lucia cast her eyes on Su Xian. The credit for all this must be due to their president. It seems that there are countless swords inserted in this blue fluorescent law factor. Suddenly, Verola noticed the picture in the law factor and said softly. Su Xian looked at it immediately. Although the picture was a little blurry, he also saw the picture Verola said. Countless sword blades transformed from souls were inserted into the ground. They seemed to be guardians, surrounding a figure. The figure held the sword with both hands and half knelt in the practice room. No need to ask, it must be Lorslin. But strangely, Lorslin's breath seemed a little strange. It seemed. Su Xian was rubbing his chin, staring at Lorslin. Why did he feel that Lorslin had a touch of angel breath? I don't know if it was an illusion, or the influence of the Sword of Judgment Angel. Let her be contaminated with a touch of angel power, and as everyone looked around, the law factor became more and more intense. I can't see clearly. Everyone found that it was difficult to see the picture inside. Only Lorslin's voice came to Su Xian's ears. She said, I need your help, President. Okay. Su Xian nodded and walked directly into the practice room, filled with law factors. President? The others saw Su Xian go in, and wanted to go in to find out. But before they could enter the practice room, they felt an invisible wall blocking their steps. Oh no! I can't get in! Damn it! I'm curious. Amid the curiosity of the girls, Su Xian came to the center of the practice room and saw Lorraine kneeling there. She was holding the sword of the Angel of Judgment. But the sword of the Angel of Judgment was a little special at this moment. It was shining brightly, as if the soul of Omira sealed inside was struggling. Is it stopping you from becoming a god? Su Xian asked Lorraine. It shouldn't be. Lorraine shook her head and explained with gritted teeth, it should be her power of law that affected my law, but I can't abandon this sword, otherwise, it can't change its properties. Su Xian immediately understood what he said. Weapons that have been with their masters for many years will be influenced by the power of the law and gradually evolve. For example, the Sword of Judgment Angel belongs to the Angel Law, but if Rosalind wants the Sword of Judgment Angel to exert its most powerful power, she must change its law attributes. The existence of the 8-winged angel Omira made the Sword of Judgment Angel not want to change its power, which led to the current situation. How can I help you? Su Xian asked Rosalind in confusion. He was really powerless, at least for now. Rosalind said to Su Xian after hesitating for a while, President, aren't you good at persuading women? I can let her take charge of my body temporarily, and you can persuade her. Ah? I persuade her with my mouth? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Rosalind's words. But before he finished speaking, Rosalind had already taken action, and Omira's soul took charge of Rosalind's body in an instant. She said to herself, "Let me change the law of power? Are you dreaming? I am not a fallen angel. I am a noble holy angel. I can never fall." "You?" Su Xian frowned, but since he wanted to help Rosalind become a god, he had to convince the angel Omira first. "I think you should make a change." He calmed down and said to Omira, "The premise is that you really want to overthrow Megami's rule." "What do you mean by this?" Omira was confused when she heard Su Xian's words. But immediately, she sneered and said, "You and Megami are in the same group. I'm not stupid enough to believe you." "I'm not. She and I are enemies." Su Xian touched his nose and added, "Enemy? Just you?" Omira glanced at Su Xian and smiled contemptuously. "One toe of Megami can crush you. You don't have the strength to defeat her at all. You are too weak. So weak and pitiful." Before she finished her words, Su Xian directly spread his angel wings. The dazzling 12 wings of the angel instantly made Omira speechless. Her 2 golden eyes widened, as if she saw those scenes that made her brain tremble violently. This is... After Omira came to her senses, she immediately knelt in front of Su Xian. Her face changed in the blink of an eye, and she flattered Su Xian, "Great Angel King. I didn't recognize the great man. I didn't know that you came in person. King, please lead me to overthrow the tyranny of the Archangel. She is not worthy of being a king. She is a false king. You are the real orthodoxy." Su Xian did not answer, but was surprised by Omira's flexible switching. This angel has a personality. However, there is a strict and clear hierarchy in this angel family. As long as the wings are revealed, the angels will kneel down one after another to show their submission. Of course, the premise is that they have no grudge against you. Now, do you still think I don't have the strength to overthrow Megami? Su Xian asked with a smile. Omira immediately crawled in front of Su Xian, hugged his thighs flatteringly, and shouted, "Yes, yes, yes. You are the future of angels. Only with your leadership can our angel clan regain its glory. Megami is a piece of rubbish. How can he compare with you? You are the wise ruler who can accompany the Lord of Light in the future." Su Xian was not used to Omira's sudden enthusiasm and flattery. But you have to know that Omira is using La Selene's body now, and La Selene is not like this usually. This contrast made Su Xian smile helplessly, and then said, "So, are you willing to change your power now, and become La Selene's subordinate?" "Yes. Very willing." Omira rubbed Su Xian's trouser legs with her cheek, and even wanted to climb up and kiss Su Xian. Ahem. Su Xian quickly kicked Omira away. He felt that this angel was a little too crazy. And just after separation, Omira immediately returned her body to La Selene. At the same time, she said to Su Xian, "My king, please lead me to kill the god realm. This time, make sure to make that idiot Megami kneel down." Su Xian touched the tip of his nose. The relationship between the superiors and subordinates of the angel clan is really harmonious and friendly. At the moment when Lorthelin regained control of her body, her soul eyes slowly opened, and a faint blue halo bloomed. At the same time, the soul swords inserted around her also trembled violently and clanged at this moment. Demigod, the sword of the angel of judgment, was also stained with a faint blue color at this moment, like a holy angel who chose her new faith at this moment. "Huh?" Lorthelin exhaled softly, as if blowing out a breath of cold air. Then, she stood up and looked at Su Xian calmly. "How do you feel?" Su Xian asked Lorthelin curiously. After all, she was the first demigod born in the guild. She was also the first member to join the guild after Issa. Su Xian really wanted to know how Lorthelin felt at the moment. Lorthelin opened her mouth slightly, but didn't know how to express her feelings. Maybe it was because she usually said too little, so she didn't know how to talk even if she became a demigod. After a long time, he finally said 2 words to Su Xian, "Thank you." Chapter 548. Demigod? Lorthelin. Congratulations. Sister Lorthelin is so amazing. These are all powers given by the president, and you will have them too. After Lorthelin became a demigod, the members of Puff Fantasy Village expressed their amazement. But for some reason, Su Xian stared at Lorthelin, watching her talking to the other members of Puff Fantasy Village, and felt that Lorthelin was more lively and cheerful. At least she talked more. That's all. Su Xian didn't care. It wasn't a bad thing for Lorthelin to talk more. He called the guild panel again to check his guild information. After defeating the lazy demon king, his guild also became a B-level guild at that moment. Although the mission was not over, Edith had given the mission rewards in stages, which was also a part of the success. Of course, the most important thing was that this mission was too difficult, so this happened. When Su Xian opened the guild panel, a prompt popped up immediately. Congratulations on your promotion to a B+ guild. You currently have 1 B+ task and 1 B+ special commission task. Why is there only one task? Su Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the task panel. The B+ special commission task was naturally the rose blooming in hell issued by Edith. And the B+ task required Su Xian to go to a cave and find an item. Although he didn't know what it was, Su Xian decided to solve Edith's commission task first. You have been promoted to a B+ guild, and your basic attributes have been fully increased. You now have a chance to fuse several ordinary entries. The more entries you have, the stronger the entries you get. Up to 4. Entry fusion? Su Xian saw the pop-up prompt and showed an expression. He did have some general effects that could be used for fusion. In addition, his basic attribute improvement effect was very obvious. Adding those attribute improvement items, and so on, his strength has increased several times. Now, he should be able to face the demigod alone. Su Xian fell into deep thought, thinking about fusing those items. He immediately opened the item library, and checked the items he had obtained. Dragon Knight, Sunny and Cheerful, Mother-in-law Killer, Succubus Constitution, Super Fan, Soul Charming, Bloodthirsty, Flower Bee, Queen's Beloved, Fallen Soul, Space Management Master, Death Tongue. There were so many items that it was a bit dazzling, but Su Xian knew in his heart which ones were necessary, and which ones could be abandoned. For example, the 3 items. Super Fan, Soul Charming, Flower Bee, can be directly fused, and their effects are already negligible. And the 3 items. Space Management Master, Death Tongue, Fallen Soul, have excellent effects and must not be fused. Then, there can be at most 4 entries for fusion, and you only need to choose one from the remaining entries. Or, let's use Dragon Knight. Su Xian thought about it, and decided to use Dragon Knight as the 4th entry for fusion. The remaining entries have more or less excellent effects on him. Dragon Knight. The improvement effect on Marie Rhine is weak, only 50%, far less useful than other entries. For example, Sunny and Cheerful can make him immune to negative emotions, which is extremely important in the current high-pressure environment. Merge. Su Xian immediately merged the entries, and saw 4 entries jumping out of his entry library, and then merging together. At this moment, the colorful light flashed inside the guild hall, which was somewhat dazzling. But in this dazzling light, the 4 entries have completed the fusion. Congratulations. Obtain the god-level entry Qinqing Dragon King. Qinqing Dragon King? Su Xian saw his newly acquired entry, and showed a look of surprise. He thought it would be related to the 4 entries, and it seemed to be generated randomly. Qinqing Dragon King, the Dragon King who commands the stars, the end of the dragon, the embodiment of absolute power and desire. The dragons that have a relationship with you will receive a 100 to 1000% increase in full combat power. Your dragon bloodline will suppress all dragons except the dragon god. Your dragon form has changed, and you can use the power of the stars for special shaping. Su Xian couldn't help showing a hint of surprise when he saw the effect of Star Dragon King. Although there was a vague introduction to the effect, at least it was certain that he could suppress all dragons except the dragon god. As for being able to shape with the power of the stars, this was a bit vague, and I didn't know what the effect was. Since it is the first god-level entry obtained, it should be more powerful than the super rare entry. Su Xian murmured, and was quite satisfied with the result of the fusion. After completing the entry fusion, Su Xian temporarily logged out of the game. He stretched his body, and then prepared to take a bath and relax. But at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Xian, are you free? Ren Hongyu rushed in and asked him. What happened? Su Xian asked when he saw her in such a hurry. Come with me to a party, Ren Hongyu said with a smile. Me? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and didn't know why Ren Hongyu came to him. Yes, you. Ren Hongyu explained, I knew 2 girls before, and took them to do a few tasks. I heard that they also came to Zhejiang High, so I wanted to meet them. Do you still like to meet with netizens? Su Xian heard this and asked incredulously. It's my first time too. I had the opportunity before, but I asked Su Jing to accompany me, but she didn't want to. Ren Hongyu scratched her head and said with a smile, now that you are here, I want to meet those 2 girls and ask something by the way. What do you want to ask? Su Xian asked curiously. Secret? This is a matter between us girls. What does it have to do with you? Ren Hongyu asked back with a smile. Girl? You're already over 30. Su Xian rolled his eyes and continued, generally, women of your age should be called young women. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I'm not married. Ren Hongyu smiled and shrugged. Okay, I accompany you, but I can't stay out overnight. I have to come back. Su Xian said. He also has to welcome Alice's return. He must be in the game before dark. Then don't worry, we just have a simple meal and come back soon. Ren Hongyu turned around and said, let's go. I treat you this time. By the way, don't tell Su Jing. Oh! Su Xian immediately followed Ren Hongyu, just to have a free meal. When he and Ren Hongyu drove Maria's car to the restaurant, a familiar figure appeared in Su Xian's sight. Lu Shui. Why is she here? Su Xian was confused when he saw Lu Shui. A terrible idea came to his mind at this moment. In addition, there was a girl he was familiar with next to Lu Shui, Yi Lingxi. Lu Shui. Lingxi. This way. Ren Hongyu greeted the two at this time. Their eyes looked at Su Xian's position, and at the moment, when everyone's eyes met, Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi also showed incredible expressions. Su Xian. Why are you here? They said in unison. Do you know him? Ren Hongyu looked at Su Xian curiously. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and added, very familiar. Soon, the four of them sat down in the restaurant. I didn't expect that this world is really small, ha ha ha. Ren Hongyu laughed heartily while drinking. I didn't expect that the senior actually knew Su Xian. Lu Shui sat next to Su Xian and glanced at him. She hadn't seen Su Xian for a long time, and she suddenly felt that Su Xian seemed to have become stronger. Moreover, she could smell that Su Xian had a special fragrance, but she couldn't tell what it was. It was just an accident, and I knew him earlier than you. Ren Hongyu said with a smile. Hee, I didn't expect to come to Zhejiang to travel and meet so many friends in the game. I'm so happy. Yi Lingxi said with a smile while holding the juice. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed into a slit, which made her look very cute. Ha! Lu Shui sighed, and then whispered to Su Xian, my sister doesn't seem to like playing this game. She hasn't been online for 2 days. What is she doing recently? Isn't she opening a store again? Su Xian was stunned for a second and asked. No, she has been chasing novels after she has free time. Lu Shui shrugged and answered. Novel? It's the kind of warm pastoral novel, growing vegetables, raising animals and the like. You definitely don't like it. Lu Shui explained immediately, and after a few seconds, she added, I don't like it either. Sister Ling's hobby is really weird. Su Xian laughed and complained, then looked at Ren Hongyu. But he saw that Ren Hongyu received a call, as if she had encountered something very urgent. She said quickly, I'm really sorry, something happened suddenly, and I have to go back. Ah? But we just met for less than half an hour. Yi Lingxi blinked and looked at the dishes on the table. They were only halfway through. Let them pack it up, and we go back to eat. How about that? Ren Hongyu looked at Su Xian and asked. Go back to eat? Do you mean go back to the villa? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Ren Hongyu's suggestion. Lu Shui didn't know about his troubles yet. You? Live together? Lu Shui seemed to have heard the meaning and asked Su Xian for confirmation in confusion. Live together for the time being. Su Xian nodded and didn't hide it. They have something to do with Sister Fei Yin. Lu Shui stared at Su Xian suspiciously, with a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Yi Lingxi on the side said excitedly, okay, I want to go. Then it's decided, waiter. Help us pack it up. Ren Hongyu immediately called the waiter to pack up the unfinished food. Then, the four got in the car and returned to the villa. When they returned to the villa, the exquisite decoration made Lu Shui's eyes light up. Then, she pouted and rolled her eyes at Su Xian. She said why Su Xian didn't want to live with them. It turned out that there was a big house to live in. At this time, a head popped out from the second staircase, and Maria shouted to Su Xian, Did you go out to eat? Why didn't you take me with you? I brought the food back. Ren Hongyu immediately picked up the takeaway box in her hand and replied to Maria. You are my god. Maria ran down immediately when she saw that there was food to eat. At the same time, Su Fian also appeared in everyone's sight, but she didn't say anything, just glanced at Lu Shui behind Su Xian, her face calm. This scene suddenly made Lu Shui feel a little inferior. Yes, in front of a beauty of Su Fian's level, she has no advantage except her youth. What are you thinking about? Su Xian turned around and grabbed Lu Shui's wrist. Let's go, let's continue eating. Wait. Before Lu Shui could speak, she was pressed on the table by Su Xian. When leaving the restaurant, Ran Hongyu specially ordered a few more dishes, which were specially brought for Su Fian and the others. Everyone was eating at the table, but Su Jing was nowhere to be seen. Where is Su Jing? Su Fian picked up a piece of meat and threw it into Su Xian's bowl, then asked Ran Hongyu. It's because of her that I came back halfway. Ran Hongyu smiled helplessly, and then said, you guys eat first, I go upstairs. After saying that, Ran Hongyu went upstairs. Su Xian remained silent throughout the whole process. Just like Maria, he was busy eating. Lu Shui had no intention of eating, but just secretly observed everyone at the scene. Why did she feel that the owner of this villa was not Su Fian, but Su Xian? Strange. By the way, suddenly Su Fian asked Su Xian, I heard that you won a great victory in the abyss? Abyss? When they heard the word abyss, Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi immediately pricked up their ears. As players, they naturally knew what had happened recently. The abyss is the base of the demons, and it is full of dangers. However, Su Xian and his friends are all high-level players, and it doesn't seem strange to go to the abyss. Well, 3 demon kings have been killed, Su Xian said lightly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent. Even Su Fian had an incredible look in her eyes. Even Maria, who had been busy eating, paused and looked at Su Xian. Their reactions made Su Xian stunned for a second, and then he replied, are there any questions? Are you talking about the demon king who rules the 7 layers of the abyss, and is in the semi-god realm? Lu Shui stood up and asked Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian nodded, his tone flat. Yes, ah? Lu Shui couldn't understand why Su Xian was so calm. That's the demon king. The demon king. Was he defeated by Su Xian just like that? And 3 demon kings died at Su Xian's hands. It seems that your war in the abyss is going very smoothly. I was thinking of helping you. Su Fian smiled. She was sure that the combat power of Su Xian's guild had completely surpassed hers. I'm afraid that even the top A-level guilds would have a hard time competing with Su Xian's guild. Only special players, like Su Jing and Ran Hongyu, can compete with Su Xian. But you have to know that Su Xian is the last batch of players in the internal test. Those special players are much earlier than Su Xian. I also encountered some troubles, but they were all solved smoothly. Su Xian thought for a while and added. At the same time, he raised Maria's chin with his hand. This foreign girl didn't know what was going on. After opening her chin, she couldn't close it and stared at him intently. Could it be? Did she go crazy from eating? Chapter 549. Did you really step into the battlefield in person? Did you fight the arrogant demon king? Yi Lingxi surrounded Su Xian like a little fangirl, asking him many details about the demon king's battle. Yes. Yes. Su Xian smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that Yi Lingxi turned out to be a clingy little guy. On the contrary, Lu Shui was on the side, stirring the rice in the bowl with chopsticks, observing Su Xian carefully. Just as they were talking, Ran Hongyu, who had gone upstairs, came downstairs at this time. And Su Jing also came down from upstairs. Who is she? The moment Lu Shui saw Su Jing, she showed an incredible expression. For some reason, she always felt that Su Jing was very familiar, but she couldn't tell. Su Xian looked at Ran Hongyu and found that Ran Hongyu looked very bad. He immediately asked, what happened? Yes. Ran Hongyu nodded, and after hesitating for a while he said, we have confirmed that there are gods in the abyss. God? Everyone was silent when they heard it. It was not until a long time later that Su Xian asked, is it true? According to the intelligence, it is true. Su Jing said at this time, but whether the god is in peak condition is still unknown. God? How can there be gods in the abyss? Maria scratched her head and was very confused. For this question, everyone put on a puzzled expression. Gods, creatures that should not exist on the magic continent. Why do they appear in the abyss? They should be in the realm of gods. So which god is it? Su Xian asked Su Jing curiously. He was not too surprised. After all, he had seen the daughter of the goddess of death and the goddess of life. It is not impossible that there are gods in the abyss, if the information is correct. After a moment of silence, Su Jing slowly said, it is most likely the demon god. Demon god? Didn't the demon god go to the divine realm? Su Xian showed a surprised expression when he heard Su Jing's words. According to Edith, the demon god went to the divine realm, but fell in the divine realm. How could it suddenly appear in the abyss? Wait, Su Xian suddenly remembered that the demon pillar was the fragment of the demon god's power that fell in the abyss. The body of the demon god might have also fallen into the abyss. In other words, it was not the demon god in the abyss, but the resurrected demon god's body? But soon, Su Jing shattered Su Xian's guess. That demon god is a little different. He probably stole the demon god's throne, and became a demon god. And it happened in the past few months. Su Jing said. Stole the demon god's throne? Su Xian was surprised when he heard this. Can the throne be stolen? I'm not sure what the real situation is. Su Jing continued, so, in our next war, we may encounter a god-level fighter. God. Su Xian leaned back in his chair and looked up. A god is an object that even several demigods cannot defeat. Even if the demigods have already possessed the godhood, they cannot match the gods with the throne. Even the base gods like the goddess of love are several levels stronger than demigods. Queen Medusa was able to hurt the goddess of love only because she had weapons that could hurt gods. But it was only a wound, not a victory. Did Edith know about this? Su Xian immediately asked Su Jing. As the initiator of this war, I wonder if Edith had anticipated this happening? She knew, but didn't say anything. Su Jing added maybe she had predicted that this would happen. She already knew? That shouldn't be a problem. Su Xian thought for a moment. Since Edith already knew that the other party had gods participating in the war, she must have taken preventive measures. In addition, the mother of demons is still in the abyss. His strength has always been an unknown. Okay, let's eat first. Su Xian spoke to everyone, dispelling the gradually solidified atmosphere. It's not too late to talk after dinner. After dinner, Su Xian sat in the living room to rest, while Ren Hongyu sent Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi home. At this time, Su Xian came over to Su Xian and asked with concern, what's wrong? Do you feel a lot of pressure when you heard that there are gods on the enemy side? That's not the case. Su Xian shook his head and explained, gods are not undefeated, but there are other troubles. Other troubles? Hearing this, Su Xian's beautiful eyes sank, and she approached Su Xian and asked curiously, for example? For example. Su Xian hesitated for a second, then showed a faint smile. He hugged Su Xian and said, you. It was evening, and Su Xian hurriedly entered the game without wiping off the lipstick on his cheeks. When he arrived at the guild, he immediately looked for Alice. Has Alice not come yet? Su Xian looked around and looked a little disappointed when he didn't see Alice. He thought Alice had returned to the guild, so he had to sit on the sofa and stare at the Moonlight Witch doll cleaning. Not long after, suddenly, the guild flashed blue fluorescent moonlight. Is she here? Su Xian immediately realized that Alice was back. He stood up excitedly, and in the next second, a pair of hands covered Su Xian's eyes, and asked gently and mischievously, guess who I am? Alice. Su Xian smiled slightly, and after pushing away the hands, he turned back and kissed the other person's forehead. But he suddenly realized that he was not kissing Alice. On the contrary, Alice was standing aside, covering her mouth and looking at him in surprise. That? Su Xian lowered his head, and the blue fluorescent curly long hair made him look stunned. It's over. Kissed the Moonlight Witch on the head. No wonder I felt something wrong with the pressure from behind. Ahem, sorry. Su Xian quickly took a step back and apologized to the Moonlight Witch. It's okay. The Moonlight Witch just smiled and said, I brought Alice back to you. I have other things to do, so I won't stay for long. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. After speaking, the Moonlight Witch stepped on the moonlight and left his guild. Master. After she left, Alice jumped directly onto Su Xian's body, rubbed her cheek lightly, and said excitedly, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Su Xian smiled and stroked Alice's head and replied. At the same time, his eyes swept over Alice, and an information panel about Alice popped up in his sight. Alice, mythology, level, 99-0-0, race, moonlight creature. Strength, 9999/agility, 9999/magic, 9999/constitution, 9999. Growth, 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. I like your magic doll very much. White silk mate. Soulmate. Love into silk. Blue moon. God moon, God level, demigod. God level entry. Su Xian saw Alice's full panel and showed an incredible joy. Alice's attributes are already full, and there is also a God level entry. God moon. God moon, God level, the heir chosen by the moon. As long as the moonlight lasts forever, she will never be hurt. At the same time, under the moonlight, the combat power increases by 500%. Is this invincible? Su Xian exclaimed in disbelief. This is simply invincible. Hee. Alice said excitedly in Su Xian's arms, Master? I've become stronger. I can finally help you. You become more than stronger. Su Xian smiled and touched Alice's ponytails again. How can this be called becoming stronger? It's simply surpassing all the demigods in the guild. Master, you don't know how much I miss you these days. Alice raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, I couldn't hear your voice, and I cried for a long time. Okay, aren't we together now? Su Xian continued to comfort Alice. Hee. Alice continued to bury her head in his arms and continued, luckily, the moonlight which projected your image to me, otherwise I would be broken. Ah? Su Xian was stunned for a second when he heard Alice's words. Then he asked, wait? Did the moonlight which project my images of the past few days to you? Yes. Alice nodded and said with a smile, I saw you going to the abyss, and I also saw you. Okay. Stop talking. Su Xian frowned. Wouldn't it mean that everything he had done these days had been seen? Damn, this is an invasion of privacy. The moonlight which should be held responsible for this matter. Alice. You're back. Suddenly, Viola rushed out of the room and jumped towards Alice. On her back, there were two little guys, the magic flame Silver Swallowtail and Schwer. Yeah, I'm back. Welcome home. Su Xian looked at the little guys reunited, smiled, and then sat on the sofa to think about the problem. The demon king in the abyss was promoted to a god by stealing the throne of the demon god. Then his strength should not be completely up to the level of the god, and perhaps there is still a chance to defeat him. The most important thing is his law of holy desire. The law of holy desire can restrain the laws of any god below the main god, and the devil is not a god in the ranks of the main god. What? Are you worried about that god? Suddenly, Edith appeared silently beside Su Xian, making him shake his body. Why did you suddenly appear again? Su Xian frowned and asked Edith. If he had a heart attack, it must be Edith who scared him. I was here when you came back here. Edith hugged her elbows and crossed her legs, saying, But I didn't want to disturb your reunion with Alice, so I didn't show up. Su Xian was silent for a second. Edice was really gloomy. So, how do you plan to deal with the demon god who stole the throne? That guy can also be called a demon god? It's really laughable. Edice sneered and continued, Don't worry, I will get rid of him. In addition, I won't hide it from you. Before attacking the abyss, I already knew about the other party's existence. It seems that you are confident? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yeah. Edice nodded and replied, I won't rashly start this war without confidence. You have to know that this is related to the entire abyss. Su Xian stared at Edice and didn't speak. Although he didn't know what Edice's trump card was, at least he could be sure that Edice was a succubus that even gods were not afraid of. I understand. I will accompany you to the end of this war. Su Xian nodded and assured Edice. Thank you. Edith gave Su Xian a friendly smile, and then said, Now, I think I should tell you my true identity to you, my closest comrade. You tell me, I'm listening. Su Xian immediately pricked up his ears, ready to listen to Edith's little secrets. I'm actually... Edith was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking, I'm from the god realm. Really? Su Xian was a little surprised, but he didn't show too much shock. I'm a god. Edith continued. Oh my god. Although Su Xian's tone was strong, his expression was still only happy, not shocked. I am the god of charm. Wow. Su Xian. Enough. Edice frowned and questioned Su Xian, your reaction, I always feel like you have guessed it a long time ago. No. I am really surprised. Su Xian shook his head and explained to Edice. He was really surprised, but after seeing too many gods, he became a little numb. In addition, there were many speculations before, so he was not so surprised. It's like the big melon has been eaten, and these small melons don't need to listen. Okay. Edice glanced at it and continued, Then you should have guessed that I am still the goddess of beauty, the sister of the goddess of love. Fuck. This sentence suddenly startled Su Xian. Wait, the biological sister of the goddess of love. Is it really the goddess of love, the one who gave him the blessing of God? Why did you react so strongly this time? Edice asked in confusion, but she soon remembered that Su Xian had asked her about the goddess of love before, so she understood something. I heard that every special guild leader will have a special blessing from God. Edice raised Su Xian's chin with her fingertips and asked, Your blessing from God is not the goddess of love, right? Haha, then aren't we a family? Su Xian asked Edice with a smile. Edice is the biological sister of the goddess of love, so their relationship is really close. Wrong. Edice's face suddenly became gloomy, And she said to Su Xian coldly, my relationship with that idiot was severed hundreds of years ago. She is a complete bitch, a big-breasted and brainless idiot. Su Xian was very surprised when he heard Edici's whisper. It was the first time that he felt Edith had lost her composure. What on earth had the goddess of love done to her? Chapter 550. So, you were framed by the goddess of love and fell into the magic continent? Su Xian asked Edis curiously. Yeah. Edis nodded and continued, but I can't tell you the reason. Oh. Su Xian responded, and there was no need for him to open Edis's wounds. Edis admired Su Xian for this. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If she wants to say it, she will tell Su Xian everything. In addition, Su Xian asked Edis, speaking of which, the goddess of love commits evil deeds everywhere. Isn't her character a little too bad? She is such a person. Edis leaned on the sofa, put her feet in Su Xian's arms, and continued, relying on a group of licking dogs in the god realm, she does some evil things all day long. What a bitch. Is there a licking dog in the god realm? Su Xian was extremely surprised when he heard Edis's description. How can there still be bootlickers when they are already gods? Because the system of becoming gods is complicated. Edith rolled her wine-red hair with her fingers while looking at Su Xian and said, God is the extreme of the law of power. As long as you have extreme power, you can be recognized by the throne and become the supreme god. There are many ways to become gods. Su Xian heard it and murmured in disbelief. So, gods are not as scary as you think. You don't have to go through hardships to achieve the throne of gods. Edith said disdainfully, as if she felt contempt for gods. The system of becoming gods in this world is much simpler than I thought. Su Xian thought about it, and said with a smile. But, this does not represent the Lord God. Edith added, the Lord God's position is far more demanding than that of ordinary gods. If the person chosen is not qualified for the position, they may directly wipe out their own gods. They are the ultimate of the law of power, but it is also accompanied by danger. They also represent the face of the god realm. As for the rest of the gods, they are just things that make up the numbers in the god realm. For example, Su Xian looked at Edith and said, the goddess of love? Yeah. Edith responded lightly, and then drifted her eyes away. After all, she herself is the ordinary god she mentioned. By the way, Su Xian suddenly remembered something, and took the seed of desire out of his backpack. He added, you left too quickly last time and didn't show it to you. Can you help me look at this thing, and see if you recognize it? This is... Edith held the seed of desire in her hand, and carefully looked at its structure. This process lasted for a long time, and Su Xian seemed bored, so he began to play with Edis's jade feet. This pair of feet was as white as jade, and the nails were painted with bright red nail polish, which made them look more charming and beautiful. The key point was that it also exuded a faint fragrance, which made Su Xian want to take a bite and taste it. But before he could think of it, Edis said, this may be a seed condensed from the last ray of divine power of the demon god after his death, but I am just guessing. I may have to ask the demon mother. Okay, let's go now. Su Xian suddenly became interested when he heard that he was going to find the demon mother. He didn't know why, he just wanted to see the demon mother. You? Edici noticed that Su Xian was very excited, as if he would unconsciously raise the holy light when he heard the words devil mother. Ahem. Su Xian coughed and explained, No, I just admire this lady named Demon Mother very much, like a surging river. Edici rolled her eyes. She was not in the mood to listen to Su Xian's nonsense, even though she could say the name Devil Mother. Then let's go. Edici pulled her foot back from Su Xian's hand, then stood up and said, let's go find him, but the Demon Mother at this time may make you lose interest. What you said, am I a beautyist? Su Xian smiled and immediately followed Edici to the abyss again. When he came to the area where the Demon Mother was, his face suddenly changed. Because the air around was filled with light pink blood, with a strong smell of blood, but also a faint fragrance. Smells like banana milk, but where is the Demon Mother? Su Xian looked around, but did not see the figure of the Demon Mother. Only pink flesh and blood, like a wall, surrounded this world and beat rhythmically. Even, you can see clearly visible blood vessels. He has always been there. Edith stood there and said calmly, Ah? Where? Su Xian looked around again, but still did not find the Demon Mother. But when he was about to ask Edith again, a tentacle suddenly grabbed Su Xian's ankle and hung him upside down. Then, several more tentacles poked Su Xian's body. Stop! It's so itchy. Su Xian was so itchy by the tentacles that he begged for mercy. At this time, A tentacle floated in front of Su Xian and asked, "Child, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Xian was just about to take out the seed of desire, but now the upside-down position was really uncomfortable, so he asked, "Can you put me down first?" "Oh!" The demon mother responded, and then turned Su Xian from the upside-down state to the upright state, but did not put him down, and still wrapped his body with tentacles. Su Xian didn't care, on the contrary, being wrapped by the tentacles was quite comfortable. He then pulled out a hand, handed the seed of desire to the demon mother, and asked, "Do you know this thing?" "This thing?" When the demon mother saw the seed of desire, the tentacles immediately attached it to the suction cup, and then began to look at it carefully. As for the way of looking at it, the tips of several tentacles gently touched the seeds of desire, just like an octopus curiously playing with a ball. This scene made Su Xian feel a little confused. What happened to the demon mother? Wasn't she able to transform into a human form before? Why can't she do it this time? She only talked to him in the form of tentacles. In addition, Edith disappeared at some point. What happened? Just as he was wondering, the demon mother suddenly laughed strangely. Hee. I didn't expect it to be here with you. I've been looking for it for so long, and you, a little guy, actually picked it up. Su Xian was confused and asked the tentacle in front of him, "So what is this?" "It is the last desire left by the demon god in this world, and it also comes from a drop of blood in my heart," the demon mother said with a smile, "although I don't know where you got it from. Since it appears in your hands, it should be the arrangement of fate. I will leave this thing to you for safekeeping, and also send the last blessing to my fallen child." After the words fell, the demon mother returned the seed of desire to Su Xian. This made Su Xian feel very confused, so, what is the use of this thing? But no matter what, since it is the relic of the demon god, it is better to keep it. Su Xian was about to put the seed of desire into his backpack, and suddenly, the devil mother's tentacle took the seed of desire away again, and then stuffed it directly into Su Xian's mouth. Ahem, what is this? Su Xian had no time to react. When he came to his senses, the seed of desire had been sent directly into his stomach by the tentacles of the demon mother, and then the tentacles were pulled out along with the gastric juice. "Come on, accept my child, the last power," said the demon mother with a smile. The next moment, Su Xian felt his heartbeat speed up at this moment, and a burning feeling came from his stomach. Then, he felt as if something was growing wildly in his stomach. And, in his mind, a girl's voice came. "Can I trust you? Who are you?" Su Xian was stunned for a second, but soon came to his senses. It was probably the fallen demon god. He immediately replied, "You can trust me. No, you must trust me." The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I understand. I will give you all my power. Please stop that lunatic." "Madman? Who?" Su Xian was very curious. Who was the lunatic mentioned by the demon god? But he did not get any answer. He only heard the demon god whispering, "Accept my power. Get the god level entry Desire Demon God. Desire Demon God, God level the demon god from Desire, he will destroy everything. He will also protect everything. Your basic magic attribute is increased by 1000%. And your magic ignores any resistance. Invincible effect." Such a rough effect? Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the effect of Desire Demon God. This simple and rough effect really fits the positioning of the demon god. However, she still didn't say who the lunatic was. "How is it? Do you feel her presence?" the mother of the devil asked Su Xian with a smile. "Yeah." Su Xian nodded, and then said, "She gave me her power, and now I..." Before he finished speaking, Su Xian looked at his hands. He felt that he had an endless supply of magic power, as if he could fill a universe. Then the devil mother suddenly smiled mysteriously, and then a group of flesh and blood figures appeared in front of Su Xian. They all looked like the devil mother, but their bodies were big and small. Although they looked a little weird, they were still beautiful. The most important thing was, they all knelt in front of Su Xian, as if they were praying. "Give them your magic power, and try to bring them back to life," said the demon mother. Su Xian heard this, and immediately transferred his magic power to them. Their bodies, originally made of flesh and blood, gradually became white as jade, and their facial features became clear at this moment, losing their weirdness. Are we creating life? Su Xian was curious about this, and didn't understand why his magic power made them gradually become like humans. Could it be that this is reproduction? "What are you thinking about?" "My child," the demon mother explained to him with a smile, "this alone cannot give birth to an individual with independent thinking." "But?" The demon mother's smile became more and more weird. "I'm not asking you to create life, but to collect your power. Can you lend me some of your power? First? Ah? How to lend it? Su Xian asked curiously. Just? The demon mother smiled slightly, and then her tentacles gently pushed away the clouds and mist, and the holy light bloomed. The next moment, those women rushed towards Su Xian, sharing the power from Su Xian. As for the process, Edith was on the periphery, watching Su Xian being entangled by tentacles, and rolled her eyes. Complained, this guy is actually laughing. He is really a pervert. But Edith looked at another room, where a beautiful and picturesque female figure was condensed, and that was also a part of the mother of demons. She smiled and whispered, your coming time is finally approaching. Hee, this is all thanks to you and my good child. The voice of the demon mother sounded again, and then, he continued, my lovely child has prepared the most perfect magic for me, but he may be very weak after that. I will send him back to the guild, and then the Pope of Light will take care of him. Edith folded her elbows and assured the demon mother. Did I trouble you? The demon mother smiled slightly, but she was thinking about other ideas in her heart. The Pope of Light alone, that's not enough. His lovely child needs to be irrigated with the power of God. Big and small, different styles of demon mothers take turns to help him release the power stored in the holy light. The process is rough, but Su Xian is not afraid at all. The purpose of the holy light is to defeat the devil, the embodiment of sinful desire, the mother of the abyss. At the same time, during the process, Su Xian also found that his magic power was rapidly fading, as if it was absorbed by a black hole. But after his magic power was enhanced by the demon of desire, the reserve was very sufficient. So, he will fight the demon mother to the end. Edith rolled her eyes, and did not answer. So Su Xian worked so hard, but in the end, he was just playing with tentacles. She is not a real woman. What is there to be happy about, really? By the way, the demon mother suddenly asked Edith, do you hate your sister so much? I said, don't mention her. Edith glared at the demon mother. She never liked the demon mother mentioning the goddess of love. But the demon mother smiled mysteriously and said, although your sister is stupid, the reason why she has so many liquors has nothing to do with her beauty. Chapter 551. Edith stared at the demon mother, her eyes seemed to be filled with blame. She certainly knew how her sister, the goddess of love, was helping the evil in the god realm. It was not because of her appearance, because, as the goddess of beauty and charm, Edith's appearance was definitely a little higher than that of the goddess of love. It was not because of her strength, because the goddess of love's fighting power was not as strong as hers, but the goddess of love possessed a unique world protection, the law of God. Don't talk about her anymore. If one day I step on her, you can talk to me about her again. Edith glared at the demon mother coldly, and then turned her eyes to Su Xian. At this moment, Su Xian had been released by many tentacles and slowly landed on the ground. Okay, I have collected enough energy. The demon mother said immediately, take him away. Yeah. Edith nodded, and then walked towards Su Xian. She helped Su Xian up, and immediately turned into rose petals, taking him away from here. Just after Edith left, the demon mother raised a wicked smile and whispered, beautiful goddess, I hope you like the gift I gave you. In a flash, Edith sent Su Xian back to the guild. What happened to him? Lucia happened to be in the guild hall, and saw Su Xian's coma, so she immediately came over and asked Edith. He just consumed too much and passed out. Edith threw Su Xian to Lucy, and then said, I have something else to do, so I leave first. After sending Su Xian back to the bedroom, Edith was ready to turn around and leave. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly woke up and grabbed Edith's wrist. Edith? ? Before she could react, her clothes were gone in an instant. You? Edith's eyes widened, and she looked at Su Xian in disbelief, and she was horrified to find that the bright holy light was rising again. In addition, Lucia's clothes disappeared at the same time. The door of Su Xian's bedroom was closed, and the command was set that it could not be entered or opened. You guy, are you not satisfied yet? Edith frowned and asked Su Xian. In response, Su Xian only showed a faint smile, and then simply replied, no. You? Edith was about to speak, but was blocked by Su Xian. At the same time, his body instantly turned into a half-dragon, ready to fight this goddess of beauty and charm. Idc wanted to resist, but found that she was powerless, as if she had been hit by someone's debuff magic. The kind that works even on gods. At this moment, she instantly understood that it was the idiot demon mother. It was him. He instigated Su Xian to do this. Let this idiot attack her. Wait. Idc had no way to resist, and was thrown directly onto the bed, and then face the judgment of the holy light of the dragon. The cruel scene made Lucia on the side shudder. After all, a normal-sized woman is somewhat slender and insignificant in front of Su Xian's half-dragon form. But this scene is something Lucia can't imagine. She can't do it. Stupid. Stupid. You idiot. Edice was powerless to resist and could only complain. But soon, she ran out of strength. Even though he was once a god, Su Xian is no longer the same as before. Last time, Su Xian surrendered to Edice in just a blink of an eye. But after he obtained the law of holy desire, he directly suppressed Edice's law of beauty and charm. As a result, Edice instantly lost the ability to compete with Su Xian and could only passively accept the punishment of the holy light. After a while, Edice's snow-white skin was stained with a touch of blood red because of the accelerated heartbeat. But she was a god after all, and this shock was not unbearable for her, but a little. Edice's bright red eyes flashed with tears, looking at Lucia, who was standing aside in a daze. Said, "You find a way to escape, I will deal with him." Edith knew that Su Xian's desire was so strong, it must be the influence of the seed of desire. The mother of demons must have stimulated the seed of desire in Su Xian's body, or something. Su Xian in this form is not something that a young demigod like Lucia can deal with. Lucia was a little at a loss for a moment, but just when she was about to take a step, Su Xian suddenly picked her up and gave her a sweet kiss. Although he didn't say anything, his actions seemed to say that no one could escape. Oh no! Edith bit her teeth lightly, but she couldn't take care of Lucia either. Really? Idiot who only thinks with the lower body. Woo woo woo, so exciting. Just as Su Xian was fighting the goddess of beauty and the Pope of Light, the true ancestor of the vampire, Lucia, was observing everything happening in the bedroom through the gap in the coffin. She was naturally gloating over other people's misfortunes, and loved to watch the fun the most. TSK, this little human is really scary, Lucia complained in a low voice. She didn't dare to raise her voice, fearing that she would be discovered and become the next sacrifice. However, Lucia was very curious. Why were there colorful stars falling, and now there is also such a situation in the bedroom? Lucia is golden, and Edith is red. Strange. Hee, it's really interesting. Lucia was very happy, and watched the whole process. A few hours later, Su Xian finally lifted the half-dragon humanization with reluctance. Lucia had already fainted in the bright holy light, and Edith was kneeling beside her, covering her chest with her hands, retching uncomfortably. This idiot. Edith took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. When she was about to wipe her body, she found that a handkerchief might not help. She stood up and went to the bathroom. Su Xian didn't say anything, just quietly admired Ida's body that he had defiled, with a satisfied smile on his lips. But in response to his gaze, Ida's glared at him and closed the bathroom door. Very good. Su Xian smiled slightly. After his strength became stronger, even Ida's, who he couldn't covet before, could now be easily taken down. This is his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a crash sounded, attracting Su Xian's attention. Huh? Su Xian looked at the coffin placed in the bedroom, and then realized that Lucia had been hiding in the bedroom. He immediately stood up and walked towards Lucia. It's over. Lucia saw Su Xian coming towards her and quickly closed the coffin lid. She was only 1.5 meters tall. How could she withstand Su Xian's torture? But her coffin lid might not be that strong. Su Xian just pried it open with a light pry. Lucia was seen lying quietly in the coffin, with her hands on her abdomen, pretending to be asleep. But her pretense did not fool Su Xian. After all, whose child would have legs shaking all the time when sleeping? Su Xian directly reached out and lifted Lucia up. Even though she was lifted in the air, Lucia still closed her eyes, like an ostrich with its head retracted into the sand. Until Su Xian pinched her cheek with his hand, she opened her eyes, opened her mouth, and bit Su Xian's finger. Are you born in the year of the dog? Su Xian threw Lucia away and questioned her. I hate it most when people pinch my cheeks. Human little devil. Lucia showed two small canine teeth angrily and warned Su Xian. Su Xian didn't listen to what Lucia was saying, but just stared at the wound on his fingertips quietly. Since his combat power was strengthened, his skin has long been invulnerable. But it was easily bitten through by Lucia. Is this the tooth of a vampire? In addition, he remembered that Lucia's combat power was linked to the full attributes of him, the guild leader. Since his full attributes have been greatly increased, Lucia should. Su Xian's mind moved and opened Lucia's information panel. Lucia/Canlutus, mythology, level 1, 0 out of 100, race, vampire. Growth, 15 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features, blood of the god of lust. Masochism. Perversion. Virgin. True ancestor of vampire. Partner. Su Xian's eyes fixed. This guy's attribute panel is still a question mark. However, he did not give Canlucia any experience. Canlucia, come here. Su Xian waved his hand and asked Canlucia to come to him. His action that seemed to be calling a dog made Canlucia frown instantly and looked at him questioningly. You call a dog? Humph. Canlucia hugged her elbows and looked at Su Xian angrily. She was not a dog. Don't you want to defeat the demon mother? Su Xian's words made Canlucia obey obediently. Here I come. Canlucia ran to Su Xian happily, waiting for Su Xian to tell her how to defeat the demon mother. I want to drink. I really want to drink the blood of the demon mother. It's very simple, you. Su Xian smiled slightly and gently touched Canlucia's eyebrows with his fingertips. Instantly, experience was injected into her body, raising her level directly to level 49. Just at this moment, Canlucia's breakthrough mission popped up. Canlucia/Canlutus's breakthrough challenge. Mission description. She wants to drink the blood of the demon mother very much. Mission target. Find the blood of the demon mother. Mission reward. Level promotion. Super rare item +1. It's really a single request. Su Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head, expressing his understanding of Canlucia's wish. Vampires. As for how to get the blood of the demon mother, hey, just right. He has a drop right now. Su Xian stretched out his hand, and a drop of blood condensed on his fingertips. When the drop of blood exuded a strange fragrance, Canlucia's eyes instantly widened. What is this? Her eyes were fixed on the blood on Su Xian's fingertips, and she was so excited that it was hard to describe. The blood of the mother of demons. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. The next second, Canlucia held his fingertips and sucked the blood on them. Su Xian frowned slightly with a slight pain. This guy really didn't know how to bite him. Why did he bite him just to suck blood? Delicious. Delicious. Canlucia was so excited that her eyebrows danced like a child who was rewarded with candy. At this moment, a related prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Congratulations on completing the breakthrough challenge of Canlucia/Canlutus. Your adventurer Canlucia has been promoted to level 50. Please choose one of the following 3 super rare entries. Embrace of Blood. Devil's Kiss. Dance of Death. Su Xian frowned slightly when he saw the 3 super rare entry options of Canlucia. Looks a bit ordinary. Just as he hesitated, a flash suddenly popped up. Then, there was a prompt. You can give up the choice of this super rare item and choose to upgrade the quality of the blood of the god of lust to the god level. Su Xian was slightly stunned when he saw this prompt. What the hell? The blood of the god of lust can be upgraded to the god level? Why? Just because it is the blood of the god of lust? The blood of the gods? It seems to be god level, and it seems that there is no problem. Confirmed. Su Xian naturally chose to give up the choice of the super rare item and upgrade the blood of the god of lust to the god level quality. The blood of the god of lust has evolved into the messenger of the god of lust. The messenger of the god of lust, god level the messenger of the god of lust. She has the divine power from the god of lust, and can share this divine power with you. God of lust? Su Xian suddenly focused his attention on the goddess of lust and love. In the god realm. Is there really a god with the title of goddess of lust and love? For this question, Su Xian tends to think that there is no such god. Because, what he gave to Canlucia at that time was a drop of blood from the goddess of love, which has nothing to do with the word lust. Wait, Su Xian suddenly frowned, remembering that Edie's title of goddess of beauty and charm. What if the full name of the goddess of love is the goddess of love and lust? Wouldn't everything be more reasonable then? Su Xian rubbed his chin, feeling like a genius. What are you daydreaming about? At this time, Edie's finished washing her body and walked out of the bathroom. Su Xian immediately asked her, is the goddess of love just called the goddess of love? The full name is the goddess of lust and love. Edie's replied. As expected of me. Su Xian's lips curled up slightly. He is indeed a genius. Edith rolled her eyes at him and continued, however, although she is called lustful, she cannot do that thing. What do you mean? Su Xian was very confused when he heard Edith's words. After hesitating for a moment, Edith slowly explained to Su Xian, he is wearing shackles there. Chapter 552. Ahem, that's really magical. Su Xian couldn't help showing a surprised expression when he heard what Edith said. After all, It was really hard for him to imagine what it looked like to be in shackles. But as the goddess of lust, the goddess of love is really not simple. Okay, can you stop mentioning him? I feel uncomfortable when you mention him. Edith glanced coldly and complained to Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian accepted it with a smile. Since Edith didn't want to mention his sister, he certainly wouldn't mention it again. And at this moment, Ken Lucia asked Su Xian curiously, "Human, what did you do to me? Why do I feel like I have gained new power?" Su Xian remained silent, because no adventurer had ever asked him this question. A pig knows that this is the power of the guild president. But Ken Lucia didn't know. Damn it! Ken Lucia even spoke on her own. She dragged her hand over the Snow White and complained, "Why is there no change here? Hey! Human kid, can you think of a solution? Are you an idiot?" Su Xian started at 0 frame, not bothering to pay attention to Ken Lucia's brain-twitching question. You? You are really disrespectful to this true ancestor. Ken Lucia stamped her feet in anger, but she dared only stamp her feet where she was. "I'm going back." Edith glanced coldly, and immediately turned into rose petals, and disappeared in Su Xian's bedroom. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, and then looked at Lucia, who was still in a coma. He immediately walked over, picked up Lucia, and then walked to the bathroom to help her wash up. When all this was done, it was already midnight. Lucia woke up from her coma, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to glare at Su Xian with a blushing face. Then, after she got dressed, she immediately returned to the Temple of Light. Su Xian then quit the game and returned to reality. He stretched himself and prepared to eat something to fill his stomach. Because he was so hungry now, the energy consumption was directly reflected in reality. But I just don't know what to eat in the refrigerator. Just when Su Xian quietly came to the restaurant and prepared to eat something, by chance, he met Maria, who came to look for food at night. Maria? Su Xian? The two looked at each other, both a little surprised that the other party would appear here. Are you hungry too? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked Maria. It's late at night. Isn't it normal to want to eat something? Maria touched her belly and said with a smile. But it's only 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Xian was stunned for a second, but then he thought about it and realized it was Maria, so it was no problem. By the way, he suddenly remembered Sister Lu Ling and wanted to eat noodles. Let's go, I take you to eat noodles. Noodles? Okay. Su Xian immediately took Maria and drove to the commercial street where Lu Ling and the others were. When they arrived at the destination, he sent a message to Lu Shui, asking her to open the door quickly. After Lu Shui sent a question mark, she immediately came and opened the door for him. Good evening. Su Xian smiled and waved to Lu Shui. Lu Shui was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Maria behind Su Xian and said softly, "Come in." After entering the house, Su Xian looked around. The two sisters lived in a very ordinary 2-bedroom and 1 living room house. Although it was an old house, it was clean and comfortable. Su Xian? Why are you here? Lu Ling, who was cooking, saw Su Xian coming and asked curiously. You haven't eaten yet so late? Su Xian asked with some surprise. It was already 9:30. My sister is obsessed with reading novels. Lu Shui sat on the sofa in the living room and complained to Su Xian. Would you like to eat something? I made noodles. Lu Ling's voice came from the kitchen. Okay. Can I have a bowl for my foreign friend? I brought her here to eat Sister Ling's noodles. Su Xian said with a smile. Leave it to me. Lu Ling smiled when she heard Su Xian say this. Isn't this just praising her noodles for being delicious? Even foreigners are attracted. Let's go to the living room and sit for a while. Su Xian said to Maria. Okay. Maria nodded and sat on the sofa in the living room. Su Xian then sat next to Lu Shui. Lu Shui had been keeping a tense state for the two people's arrival. She stared at the two people with round eyes, as if she had something to say, but she didn't say it. What? Do you have something to say? Su Xian noticed Lu Shui's micro-expression and asked curiously. You? After a long silence, Lu Shui leaned close to Su Xian's ear and asked, You are a scumbag, right? Of course not. Su Xian was far from fighting. Lu Shui rolled her eyes and said, Just kidding, I actually have 2 things to tell you. What's the matter? I was promoted to a C-level guild. Lu Shui patted her chest and said excitedly and proudly. Oh! Congratulations. Su Xian immediately congratulated Lu Shui upon hearing this. What about the second thing? The second thing? Lu Shui hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, It's about Yilingzi. She came to Zhejiang for a trip this time because she had given up. What do you mean? Su Xian was very confused by Lu Shue's words. Why did Yilingzi give up? Did something happen? It's also Lingzi's bad luck. The special commission for promotion to a D-level guild turned out to be related to the God Realm. This task should be given to an A-level guild, and it can't be completed. Lu Shue spread her hands helplessly. A task related to the God Realm? Su Xian frowned upon hearing this. It was the first time he heard that a guild president received a task commission related to the God Realm. Is this really possible? But thinking about it carefully, the difficulty of Yilingzi's mission has always been erratic. It doesn't seem to be a strange thing. So, what is the content of the mission? Su Xian asked curiously. It seems to be to find the missing sun god? That's probably it. Lu Shue thought about it, and answered Su Xian. Find the missing sun god. Su Xian rubbed his chin. Since it was a mission to find the sun god, the client who issued the mission must not be the sun god. Then who would it be? The mission of the God Realm. Maria tapped her cheek lightly with her fingertips, and said curiously, Can gods also issue missions? From a certain perspective, it should be possible. Su Xian explained, but it stands to reason that the gods would not do that, because there is a band between the magic continent and the God Realm, and they have long lost the channel for ascension. Unless? Lu Shue and Maria both looked at Su Xian, curious about what he meant by unless. Unless, the other party is not in the God Realm, but in the magic continent. Su Xian continued, and, if this is true, then the sun god is probably not in the God Realm either. You mean, is it really possible to find the missing sun god? Lu Shue blinked in surprise when she heard this. Of course it's impossible. Su Xian shrugged and continued to explain, the sun god has been missing for thousands of years, and even the gods don't know where he is. With our abilities, how can we find the sun god? What you said makes some sense. Lu Shue nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. She sighed softly. In the end, Yilingzi still had to be stuck on this special commission. Can't I refresh the commission? Su Xian asked Lu Shue. No, Yilingzi refreshed it several times, and it was always this task. Lu Shue shook her head and replied. Okay. Su Xian nodded and said, If one day I see the sun god, I will tell Yilingzi. Lu Shue fell silent. Seeing the sun god? This condition was simply like a fantasy to her. The noodles are here. Let's eat. An hour later, Su Xian took Maria away from Lu Shue's house and returned to the villa. In the car, Maria asked Su Xian curiously, the girl named Yilingzi. Will her mission really change suddenly? Yes, that's right. Su Xian nodded and explained, she may also have the blessing of a certain god, which will produce this effect. But isn't this a negative effect? Shouldn't the blessing of God be positive? Maria was puzzled. I don't know about this either. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and continued, the reason is still unknown. Looking for the sun god. Maria scratched her head, and was also confused about this matter. Looking for the sun god who disappeared for thousands of years. Is this really possible? After returning to the villa, Su Xian saw Su Fian sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. She saw the two people return and immediately asked, It's so late, where did you two go? We went to have a midnight snack. Su Xian replied in a flat tone. Maria immediately added, the noodles made by Su Xian's girlfriend are super delicious. Girlfriend? Su Fian frowned slightly, and looked at Su Xian. She used the wrong word, it's a female friend. Su Xian immediately explained to Su Fian, it's Lu Shue's sister. Oh! Su Fian glanced at it lightly, but didn't say much, just got up and walked upstairs. And said, rest early, don't tire yourself out. After returning to the room, Su Xian fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Su Xian stretched his body. He hadn't slept for 10 hours in a long time. Before, he slept for 4 or 5 hours at most. Maybe he was too tired yesterday. The demon mother needed a lot of his energy. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on Su Xian's door. Who is it? Su Xian asked while brushing his teeth. Me. Su Jing's voice came from outside the door. Su Xian immediately went to open the door, and saw Su Jing standing at his door calm. What's the matter? Su Xian asked. Another abyss has fallen. Su Jing replied calmly. Oh, who did it? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and suddenly asked in surprise. How come another abyss fell so quickly? Is it the coalition forces of the magic continent? So powerful? The banshees in the jealous abyss have been basically wiped out by the demon mother. Su Jing replied. Ah? Su Xian was stunned when he heard the reason. He thought it was the coalition forces of the magic continent, but it turned out to be the work of the Demon Mother. However, after absorbing his power, the Demon Mother wiped out the jealous abyss. If she came a few more times, wouldn't it be easy to take down other abysses? Come to the living room later, we have to organize a meeting. Su Jing left a word and turned away. Oh! Su Xian nodded and walked into the bathroom to continue washing. After washing up, he came to the living room. Ren Hongyu and the others were already waiting, but he was the only one who came late. Since you are here, I will start. Su Jing stood up and connected the screen in the living room with a tablet computer, and some text materials appeared in everyone's sight. She said to everyone, the current battle situation is that the Gluttony Abyss, the Rage Abyss, the Sloth Abyss, and the Jealousy Abyss have been basically conquered by us, and the Lust Abyss originally belongs to the Rose Lady's domain. And the Pride Abyss and the Greed Abyss have been resisting, and they will be the most powerful enemies we have to face. I heard that these two abysses have united. Ren Hongyu crossed her legs and said with a smile, the coalition forces of the magic continent have gone to the Greed Abyss, but tens of thousands of soldiers have lost their traces in just 2 hours, and there's even a strong man who is close to a demigod leading the team. It seems that the real trouble has just begun. This is also the topic we are going to discuss today. Su Jing continued to drag the file, and displayed a picture in front of everyone's sight. It was a fallen angel wearing a golden mask, with 8 wings floating behind him, indicating that he was an 8-winged seraph before he fell. His name is Osman, and he is a demigod fallen angel in the arrogant abyss as far as we know. Su Jing explained, although he has a grudge with the arrogant demon king, he is now also doing his best to resist the coalition forces of the magic continent. Demigod-level fallen angels. Shouldn't be difficult to deal with. Su Xian analyzed, rubbing his chin. In theory, but it's not the case. Su Jing continued, from the information I got, it can be confirmed that Osman may have a fallen angel army in the arrogant abyss, and there may be a more powerful fallen angel behind him. Fallen angel army? Su Xian was a little surprised when he heard the information Su Jing got. Although many angels fell for various reasons, but what the hell is a fallen angel army? Why did a fallen angel army come into being? What the hell did that useless angel King Megami do? So, we need to be wary of Osman, the fallen angel. Su Jing continued to add, in addition, there is the demon god in the greedy abyss, and the vampire clan that has ruled the prideful abyss for tens of thousands of years. Their strength should not be underestimated. The number of demigods on the other side. Su Jing paused for a moment before slowly saying, maybe more than 5. 5. Su Xian finally understood why the prideful abyss and the greedy abyss are the most powerful abysses. The number of demigods in these 2 abysses is almost the same as the other 5 abysses. And this is just the known information. Chapter 553. At least 5 demigods, and 1 demon god. The foundation of the abyss is even stronger than we imagined. Ren Hongyu frowned and pinched her earlobe. I originally thought that the 5th layer of the abyss had been conquered, and the outcome was determined. But after determining the combat power of the arrogant abyss and the greedy abyss, I suddenly felt that there was still a long way to go to win this war. This is the current situation we have to face, but the Magic Continent Alliance is not a vegetarian. Su Jing continued to narrate, not only is Cadmus participating in the battle, but the other 3 demigods have also decided to join the battlefield. Then we have 4 demigods on our side? It seems that the advantage is still on our side? Su Xian analyzed, rubbing his chin. The premise is that we have to ignore the impact of the abyss. Su Jing sighed and continued, and, except for Cadmus, the other 3 demigods of the magic continent may not be able to compete with the demigods in the abyss. That's right. Su Xian nodded. Even if the demigods of the magic continent are equal in level to those in the abyss, they can hardly compete with the demigods in the abyss. But at least, they are also a powerful force. As long as there are demigods in charge, the morale of the soldiers in their camp will be greatly increased. In addition, there is the power of Ides, the mother of demons, and the lustful demon king. If the combat power of both sides is calculated, the magic continent is definitely much stronger than the abyss. However, as a player and as a guild leader, their thinking angle must be to complete the task commission without injury or at the lowest cost. If they directly carry out the task with an attitude of fearless death, it would be somewhat unclear about the priorities. For the players, the interests of the guild are the first priority. So what is our mission? Su Xian looked at Su Jing and asked what they should do. The front battlefield is faced by the coalition forces of the magic continent, so they naturally have to solve more difficult problems. We are facing an unknown enemy guild. Su Jing said seriously. We know nothing about the information of the enemy guild. Enemy guild? Su Xian immediately thought of the guys who controlled the Hand of the Void before. Those guys were also special players, and there were very likely demigod-level adventurers in the guild. But that group of players stood on the opposite side of the world, or they stood on the opposite side of them. The strength is unknown, the number is unknown, but we believe. Su Jing's eyes swept over Su Xian and Ren Hongyu, and continued, we will definitely win. Of course. Ren Hongyu stood up with a smile, and confidently raised his chest. Those guys are just a mob, Su Xian, don't you think so? That's for sure. Su Xian replied with a smile. You kid. I like you more and more. Ren Hongyu laughed, and hugged Su Xian's neck. The two were about the same height, and the scene of them playing and joking looked more like a pair of siblings. In response, Su Jing just looked at them quietly without saying anything. After a long silence, she slowly said, I'm going back to my room. Oh! Can you let me go first? After the meeting, Su Xian immediately entered the game. When he came into the game, the members of the guild had been waiting in the guild hall for a long time. At first glance, Su Xian saw Alice holding a broom and cleaning. Alice, just leave these things to the puppets, he said to Alice. No! This is Alice's duty, Alice retorted, and her beautiful big eyes seemed to be shining with the light of never giving up. Su Xian was silent for a few seconds, and didn't care too much. The moment he sat on the sofa, Ivessa walked towards him. Mr. Su Xian. Ivessa seemed to have something to say, and her lavender eyes stared at Su Xian closely. What's wrong? Su Xian turned around and asked Ivessa. Mr. Su Xian, I always feel something strange recently. Ivessa blinked her eyes, and said weakly, so strange. Strange? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and said to Ivessa, For example, I always have dreams recently. Ivessa's eyes were red, and she wiped the corners of her eyes with her fingertips, saying, I dreamed that Mr. Su Xian has been being pursued by a woman who looks very similar to me. Su Xian heard this, and instantly understood that when Edith occupied Ivessa's body, she could still vaguely feel the situation outside. Ahem. Su Xian hurriedly explained to Ivessa, Ivessa, don't worry too much, those dreams. Dreams? Ivessa stared at Su Xian intently, waiting for his answer. True or false? Don't worry too much. I will definitely stand by you. Su Xian answered seriously, without any perfunctory emotions in his words. That's good. Ivessa smiled, and had no doubts about Su Xian at all. Naturally, Su Xian's words were full of sincerity, without any deception. By the way, Yissa hugged Su Xian's arm, and said expectantly, Mr. Su Xian, I am the first adventurer you recruited into the guild, right? Yes. Then, Yissa said aggrievedly, Luzlin, who came 2 days later than me, has already achieved demigod. What about me? This? Su Xian frowned. He really wanted to tell Yissa that you were much more powerful than demigod, but after thinking about it, Yissa is Yissa, and Ides is Ides. The two cannot be confused. Okay. I will give you power now. Su Xian remembered that he still had the remaining experience and sublimation crystals, which could help Yissa improve her level, but before he finished speaking, Yissa hugged Su Xian's neck and said charmingly, I only want yours. I haven't tasted his taste for several days. Su Xian heard this, and instantly understood what Yissa wanted. She didn't want power, she was just hungry. Just right. Su Xian smiled and said, That's what I meant. Lucia is a rookie, she can't. Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, he found that Lucia had stood behind him without knowing when. Ahem. Su Xian hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. Idiot who thinks with his lower body. Lucia complained softly, then left quickly, too lazy to pay attention to Su Xian. Seeing this, Su Xian touched his nose, and he didn't explain to Lucia again. After all, she also scolded him. Let's go, Issa. Okay, Mr. Su Xian. 2 hours later, Su Xian stroked Issa's hair with satisfaction. He sighed in his heart that only Issa could cooperate with him throughout the whole process. Even Ides could not do it. Perfect succubus. At the same time, a prompt popped up in his sight. Your adventurer Issa has harvested the irrigation of sacred life magic. All attributes have been greatly improved. Oh! Seeing this, Su Xian raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. My life magic has become stronger again. It's worthy of me, of course. This is not enough. Su Xian gave Issa the remaining experience and sublimation crystals. Issa's level was directly raised to level 90. Although it has not reached demigod, this is all Su Xian has. You are more suitable to be the lustful demon king than the lustful demon king. Suddenly, a little girl's voice came into Su Xian's ears. Who? Su Xian was stunned for a second. Who was spying on him, punishing the succubus? What a bad guy. Su Xian was stunned for a second, then realized that the voice came from his mind. He immediately understood that it was the voice of the demon god, because those characters that had stayed in his mind had already appeared in reality. Now, only the demon god fits the description. You care too much. Su Xian leaned against the head of the bed, hugged the sleeping Ipsa, and said to the demon god, "This is his private matter. I don't care about you. I'm just stating an objective fact." The demon god said disdainfully, "It's hard to imagine that you are the creature chosen by the mistress. I can't accept it." You said the mother of demons? Su Xian heard this and replied calmly, "Why are you suddenly full of hostility towards me? Did I do anything wrong? Because, if it wasn't you, the mistress would only choose me." The demon god replied angrily, "Is there a possibility that you failed and chose me?" Su Xian asked the demon god. "Of course not." The demon god made an angry voice and said, "I went to the god realm just for you. I am just the abandoned child of the mistress. Is there such a thing?" Su Xian heard it and showed a surprised expression. The demon god went to the god realm just for him. Then didn't he have been chosen by the demon mother thousands of years ago? Wait, I'm only 20 years old. However, you were just a fetus at that time, so it's normal that you don't know. The demon god suddenly said in a relieved tone, "It's just that I don't understand why the goddess of life would go to so much trouble to create you, and I don't understand why you can save the world." Su Xian frowned, and doubts in his heart instantly ignited. Who else? But the fact is, you were not the main candidate, your sister was. The demon continued, "It's just that a stupid woman thought you were the real future, so she made so many things. You should thank that stupid woman." Stupid woman? Su Xian was stunned, then asked, "Do you usually call the demon mother like this?" "I'm not talking about the demon mother." "Not at all," the demon shouted angrily. Su Xian frowned and asked, "Who is that?" "It's the sun god." "The sun god?" The demon god was a little anxious, and she continued, "He thinks you are better. Of course, you are just one of the thousands of ways that the gods have thought of. There are many people like you, all of whom are saviors chosen by various gods. Many people have stood out in this trial, but compared to you, your sister, you should be one of the best ones." Oh! Su Xian probably understood, and this is very similar to the current situation. The gods choose those special players to fight against the world that is about to be broken, and he is one of them. Wait, Su Xian suddenly caught a key point. "Sister? You mean, Su Jing is my sister, right?" Su Xian questioned the demon god. "You can think so, but you are not related by blood." The demon god said in a lazy tone, "You are all created by the goddess of life, like clay figures made out of clay, or puppets woven with divine power. He gave you flesh and blood, only your soul is unique." Okay. Su Xian heard the words, and probably knew what the demon god meant. In the world of magic, the theory of the creation of the world by gods, the so-called bloodline does not seem to be that important. Everything is given by gods, but... Su Xian remembered that the player chosen by the sun god was Su Fian, and he was the goddess of love. He frowned and asked the devil, "What about the goddess of love?" "The goddess of love." The devil hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking, "I can't tell you, you just need to know that she is your last treasure. Although that woman has a problem with her brain, you need her to save the world. You need her." Su Xian was speechless for a moment about the explanation of the demon god. He seemed to have heard a lot of dispensable information, but there was still some useful information. For example, he and Su Jing were indeed siblings. In addition, Su Jing must have known about this matter. As for why she didn't want to respond to this matter, it was probably because she herself couldn't be sure of this relationship. Of course, Su Xian didn't mind being the brother himself. Okay, I get it." Su Xian rubbed Ipsa's whiteness, and then said, "By the way, what did you go to the god realm for? Why did you fall?" "I won't tell you." "You? Child? You? I won't tell you." "You really are." Su Xian was speechless. He thought the demon god was a smart little girl, but it turned out to be a naughty female ghost. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Su Xian didn't want to talk anymore, he just wanted to hold Ipsa and rest for a while. But at this moment, the demon god said, "Hey! Don't, I finally woke up, you are talking to me." Su Xian heard this, and suddenly didn't understand the demon god. He asked, "Why? Are you usually lonely?" Yes. A little bit, the demon god said unconfidently. I don't have many friends, only the mistress will chat with me occasionally. Then what else do you want to talk about? Su Xian began to counsel the little demon god on his psychological problems, like a caring older brother. The demon thought for a long time and said slowly, do you like succubus? Yes, I like them very much. Then do you know that the first succubus is the mother of demons? Stop, stop, stop! Don't say it. I'm just telling you a fact. I know this fact, and you don't need to tell me again. Then I tell you a secret that no one knows. Oh! You say. It is rumored that the goddess of wisdom left a blood jade, which contains her lifelong wisdom. If you can find it, you may be able to change the past and present and predict the future. Chapter 554. Are all these things you said true or false? Su Xian asked the demon god. During this period of time, the demon god told him a bunch of messy rumors. What about the blood jade of the goddess of wisdom, the spear of the god of war, the milk cap of the goddess of death? Anyway, it was a bunch of rumors that were not very reliable. Although they sounded powerful, their authenticity still needed to be verified. Of course it is true. True. The demon god's voice suddenly became intermittent, and then there was no sound. Su Xian understood that the demon god probably fell asleep again. After the seed of desire merged into his body, the demon god's last wisp of power was also given to him. As for the demon god who was chatting with him, it was just the last ripple of the demon god. Mr. Su Xian, were you talking to yourself just now? Aisha woke up from her sleep and asked curiously. No way. Su Xian smiled perfunctorily and continued, are you comfortable? Yes. Then let's prepare to go to the abyss. Yes, sir. Soon, Su Xian led the guild members to the greedy abyss. Compared with the gluttony abyss at the beginning, the greedy abyss is special. The environment here is similar to the desert, with yellow sand and dead trees everywhere. The coalition forces of the magic continent gathered here, but they did not dare to rush forward. Since tens of thousands of soldiers died in 2 hours last time, the offensive of the magic continent coalition has slowed down. After all, no one came here to die. Has the army of the Star Kingdom not arrived here yet? Su Xian looked around and noticed that the army of the Star Kingdom did not camp here. Maybe Edith was delayed by other things, and did not catch up with the speed of the first echelon. Let's go to the camp of the Holy Sea of Light. At this time, Lucia suggested to Su Xian. Is it appropriate? Su Xian looked at Lucia and asked. Under the condition that Lucia did not reveal her identity, the military camp of the Holy Sea of Light was not something they could go to whenever they wanted. Lucia did not explain too much and said directly, Weinsan is here. Let's go! Su Xian heard this, and immediately rushed to the military camp of the Holy Sea of Light. When they arrived at the destination, Weinsan immediately stepped forward to greet everyone. President Su Xian. Long time no see. Weinsan came to Su Xian with a smile, and behind her, there was another cold spirit Saint Bingqin. The moment Su Xian saw the saint, he stood in front of Lucia, and he was a little worried that Lucia's identity would be exposed. Lucia said in his ear, It's okay, no need. Su Xian didn't understand what she meant, but since Lucia said so, he didn't take any further action. As for the Saint of Cold Spirit, she had been observing Su Xian since he and the others arrived. She had developed a slight interest in this guild leader, who made her pope willing to become an adventurer of his guild. And her guild leader had specifically told her that when he was not around, she could follow the instructions of President Su Xian. This made Bingqin even more curious. Why did this man gain so much trust? He looked ordinary too, strange. Please follow me. We have prepared the unique refreshments of the Church of Light. Winnie Shan immediately led everyone from Pa Fantasy Township into the tent. The tent of the Church of Light was naturally luxurious, with a main area of hundreds of square meters. Even if dozens of people gathered here, it still looked spacious and comfortable. Please take a seat. Winnie Shan invited everyone to take a seat, and then said, It's great that President Su Xian can come to our bright church's military camp. Since you saved the ceremony last time, and showed the world your majesty as the King of Angels, you are now the vision and hearing of thousands of believers in our bright church. No way. Su Xian heard it, and waved his hand with a smile. Angel King? It's just SOSO. Maybe you don't know that many believers have chosen to support you, and become the next God's messenger. Winnie Shan continued, Your prestige is almost catching up with our Pope. Really? Ha ha ha. Su Xian smiled and looked at Lucia, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Lucia didn't care about these words. She didn't even care about the position of the Pope. By the way, where is Cadmus? Su Xian suddenly noticed that Katniss was not in the military camp, and asked curiously. He's going back to the Holy Sea of Light, and will be back soon. Winnie Shan explained, by the way, will President Su Xian stay here for a long time this time? Maybe he stay here for 2 or 3 days. Su Xian nodded and replied. The purpose of his coming here is to prevent the hostile guild from causing trouble, so he naturally has to stay for a few days until the situation stabilizes. That's great. I just happen to need President Su Xian and the adventurers of Puff Fantasy Township to answer a question. Winnie Shan showed a look of joy, and her tone became serious at the same time. What is it? Bing Qin. Yes. Bing Qin came in front of everyone and showed them a piece of frozen foreign object. And in the transparent ice, Su Xian saw a severed arm. Is this the hand of the void? Su Xian immediately recalled the adventurer of the hostile player before, the arm summoned from the void. And the arm in the ice was the hand of the void, but the style was a little different. This arm looked more like a female arm. Could it be that the creatures in the void also have male and female differences? Su Xian analyzed. But no matter what, it is certain that there are hostile players near the military camp of the Holy Sea of Light. President Su Xian, those creatures are not from the magic continent, right? Winnie Shan asked Su Xian worriedly. Yes. Su Xian nodded and continued, but I don't know the specific situation. What he knew now was that the void creatures were adventurers recruited by hostile players, but where these void creatures came from was unknown. It seems that the secrets hidden by our enemies are deeper than we thought. Winnison whispered softly, and then said in a helpless tone, if the Pope could personally lead us to attack the abyss, perhaps I would not be so sad, and always think about how to win this war. When Lucia heard Winnison's words, she naturally understood that Winnison was blaming her, the Pope, and throwing all the things on her. But so what? This is the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. If you meet them again next time, you can notify us. Su Xian handed a badge representing the Puff Fantasy Township Guild to Winnison's hand, and continued, we will come immediately to support you. Well, thank you, President Su Xian. Winnie Shan thanked gratefully. After staying in the tent of the Church of Light for a while, Su Xian led the adventurers to a simple inspection around the military camp. Since the enemy guild appeared here, there must be a corresponding mission. I just don't know why the other party came. Are you thinking about the reason why the other party came here? Lucia noticed that Su Xian had been frowning, and guessed what he was worried about. Well, since it is an enemy guild, they must have come for a purpose. Su Xian nodded and explained, if we can find out their purpose, we can take the initiative. I think I know the reason. Suddenly, Lucia said to Su Xian, the Holy Sea of Light has a frozen heart. This frozen heart comes from the frozen country, which is enough to threaten the top demigods. I think they should come for this. Frozen heart? Su Xian heard this and showed a hint of curiosity, and asked, where is that frozen heart? I don't seem to see a container of this level. His voice suddenly stopped, because he knew where the frozen heart was stored. It seems you have guessed it. Lucia looked at Su Xian and continued, although Bing Qin has the ability to protect herself, she will not be able to deal with a demigod. Even if Winnie Shan is by her side, the outcome will not change. Then we must protect the saint. The frozen heart that can kill a demigod must not fall into the hands of enemy players. Su Xian heard this and said immediately, instead of protecting, it is better to take the initiative. Let's go and get rid of the hostile guild hiding nearby. Lucia suddenly said. At the same time, her fingertips turned lightly, and a bird woven by golden magic appeared in her palm. The bird chirped, spread its wings and flew to a direction. We found their location, let's go. Lucia stepped on the golden lotus and chased in the direction where the bird flew. Su Xian also immediately took other guild members and chased after it. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a barren mountain range. There was nothing around, and there was no place to hide. Is the enemy guild in this area? Why can't I see their figures? Marie Rhine looked around and asked in confusion. Marie, your perception has decreased, aren't they always nearby? Mireille Rui asked with a smile. Shut up. Marie Rhine glared at Mireille Rui fiercely. Even if Mireille Rui was right, she would not listen. Su Xian ignored the stupid dragon and looked at the bottom of his feet. Although there is no hidden area around, under the yellow sand. You step back. Su Xian asked everyone to step back, and then raised his hand. In an instant, a concentrated flame element bird condensed in his palm. The next second, the flame element bird was smashed into the ground by him. The blazing flame instantly spread over the yellow sand, penetrating dozens of meters underground. The high temperature also swept across a large area around in a moment. And as Su Xian's attack fell, he immediately attracted the movement he wanted. Ah! A scream came from under the yellow sand in an instant, and then several figures flashed out from it. But they were all covered in dust, as if they had just experienced a hot fire. Didn't you kill them directly? Su Xian frowned. He thought he could kill a few of them. Damn it! You found them. A tall foreigner in the opposing camp pointed at Su Xian and shouted. He didn't speak Chinese, but Su Xian could understand the language through the language translation in the game. Kill them! The enemy players immediately summoned their own adventurers and surrounded Su Xian and his group. But before they could set up their camp, Marie Rhine turned into a 100-meter class dragon and crushed the 2 enemy adventurers into mincemeat. What? Damn it! 2 adventurers of level 60 or 70 died instantly, making them underestimate the strength of Su Xian and his group. Retreat first. They immediately began to retreat, letting their adventurers provide cover. But before they could escape, the sun scepter in Lucia's hand gently tapped the air, and in an instant, golden light rippled around. In just a blink of an eye, the figures of several people instantly turned into golden dust and dissipated into the air. It seems that there are only a few mobs here. Lucia glanced at the dissipated figures and said coldly. Su Xian did not answer, but just glanced at Lucia. It seems that Lucia is very responsible for her 7 saints. When she encounters an enemy that may threaten the saints of the Holy Sea of Light, she will wipe them out without hesitation. Wait. Suddenly Mira or sensed something and explained to everyone, it seems that there is something lurking nearby. Huh? Su Xian looked around, and he did not find any fluctuations in the breath. Then, Su Xian immediately opened the space ring, and at the moment of opening the ring, the opponent's breath was instantly captured by him. Found it. Su Xian immediately gathered a ray of angelic power, and shot it straight at the enemy. The golden beam of light was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing the enemy's eyebrows. But when the enemy's corpse fell on everyone, what they saw was a strange worm. What is this? Su Xian came to the worm in confusion and scanned it. Strange worm, legend a worm that can devour the core of a star and provide a lot of energy to the host. Is this worm devouring the core of the world? Su Xian frowned. If it is true, then it is now appearing in the magic continent, isn't it? What a disgusting worm. Can I step on it to death? Marley Ryan stared at the strange worm and said angrily. No, it will dirty your feet. Su Xian shook his head and told Marley Ryan not to mess around. At the same time, he kept the strange worm in a special transparent container, and he could show it to Edith and the others later. Now, he needs to check the surroundings carefully to see if there are any worms that have escaped. Just as Su Xian was checking the surrounding space to see if there were any strange insects, suddenly, a figure appeared outside the space in the void. Su Xian frowned and looked at the other person. The man's gender could not be seen, but his whole body was wrapped in the color of nothingness. In its hand, it held a substance similar to a planet, as if it was condensing energy from the void. Who is it? Su Xian sighed in disbelief. Could the other party be the master of the void? But before he could solve the puzzle, the creature in the void suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Su Xian fiercely. In an instant, Su Xian's brain shook and dizzy, as if his brain was severely damaged by some force. At the critical moment, a round white figure appeared in Su Xian's mind, using his gentle life magic to nourish Su Xian's injured spirit. At the same time he said, Child, you are not its opponent yet, don't take risks. Chapter 555. Hiss. Su Xian covered his head with his hands. His head was splitting with pain. If it weren't for the help of the goddess of life, he felt that his head would have exploded at that moment, but in his mind, he recalled the creature wrapped in the void object, and wondered what that thing was, the body of the hand of the void, the absolute master of the void. It always felt like the ultimate boss he was about to face. Are you okay? Lucia and the others supported Su Xian's body, which was about to fall, and asked. It's okay for now. Su Xian waved his hand, and stood up calmly. He looked around, and after making sure that there were no strange insects hiding nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone, Let's go back, the trouble here should be solved. Although he did not see the threat of the demigod level, the discovery of the strange insects, and the void object was far more threatening than a demigod. Su Xian was going to tell Su Jing and the others about this first, perhaps they knew some reasons. Just as he unfolded the space magic ring, and was about to leave, suddenly, the little angel Eumeros noticed a slight movement. She immediately spread her wings, and the colorful light turned into a barrier to block the magic falling from the distant sky. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in an instant, sweeping the entire area. If Eumeros had not taken precautions in advance, everyone present would have been caught in the tragic explosion. What's going on? Su Xian asked Yumurose. He didn't notice the other party's breath at all, not only him, but also Lucia and the others didn't notice it. Mr. President, it's the fallen angels. They launched a forbidden magic bombardment against us from another abyss with some kind of ritual. Yumurose explained to Su Xian. At the same time, he released the power of angels to dispel the aftermath of the explosion and protect everyone's safety. An attack from another abyss? Su Xian frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a strong man among the fallen angels who could penetrate a small space and launch magic comparable to the power of the forbidden level. I know this breath, it's that guy. Suddenly Lorslan spoke. But her voice was not the cold voice of Lorslan before, but the voice of Amira. This change made the other members of Puff Fantasy Township look at Lorslan in surprise. After all, they didn't think that Lorslan was in the voice change period. Who is it? Su Xian asked Amira. The stupidest madman among the fallen angels, Natsufu. He has a special 9 wings, is the best among the angels of that generation, and once challenged Megami. Amira explained. What was the result? The result was that he was naturally no match for Megami. Amira replied, in fact, Megami only used 10% of his strength to defeat Natsufu in his prime. After the defeat, Natsufu left the God Realm and looked for a way to become stronger. Unexpectedly, he fell into the abyss. Just because he lost, he chose to fall into the abyss? Su Xian heard this and smiled bitterly. This fallen angel named Natsufu has a really strange brain circuit. This may have something to do with his ideas. Amira continued, he does not recognize Megami's rule, nor does he recognize the belief in the Lord of Light. It is only a matter of time before he falls. Oh. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. This should be just a test by Natsufu to test your strength. Amira continued, once he determines that you can't be his enemy, he will probably come in person soon, so you better be careful. Okay, I know. After learning about the other party's intention, Su Xian had a way to deal with it. However, this was the first time he heard of the 9-winged seraphim. How could there be an odd number of wings? Can he really fly? Or does the 9th wing grow on his head? Let's go back first. Yes, sir. Su Xian immediately led the members back to the guild. At the same time, in the arrogant abyss, dozens of fallen angels gathered here, among which a 9-winged fallen angel was particularly outstanding, because his 9th wing was magically grown on the back of his head. As expected of Yumurose, you blocked my attack so easily. This 9-winged angel was Natsufu. After observing the existence of Yumurose, he showed an excited smile. It seemed that he had a stronger desire to hunt his former colleague. Natsufu, we have more important things to do. Don't mess up the priorities. At this time, an 8-winged fallen angel reminded Natsufu. Osman, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Natsufu sneered and continued, I just need to keep killing at full strength. One day, I will kill in the God Realm and pull that stupid Megami off the throne. Natsufu. Before Osman could finish his words, Natsufu spread his dark angel wings and rushed towards the abyss of greed. Osman's face was extremely gloomy for this disobedient accomplice. He said coldly, what a lunatic. You mean, the creatures entangled by the void? Su Jing heard Su Xian's description, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She did encounter creatures in the void, which were a group of monsters formed by the energy leak due to the shattering of the world core. But similar to what Su Xian said, the creatures wrapped by the void, this is the first time she has heard of it. It should be a special individual. Ren Hongyu analyzed seriously. I don't know much, so I want to ask you. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders. The only thing he could be sure of now was that the Goddess of Life definitely knew the other party's identity. But he couldn't contact the Goddess of Life at any time, so he had to ask Su Jing, the person chosen by the Goddess of Life. If his god was the Goddess of Life, maybe there wouldn't be so much trouble. So, the Goddess of Love is really a loser. No matter what, you must not face the void alone next time, understand? Su Jing warned Su Xian, we don't do dangerous things. Oh. Su Xian nodded, but for some reason, he always felt that his sister was infected by the Goddess of Life. Suddenly, the tone was different. By the way, we also got some clues. Ren Hongyu suddenly said to Su Xian. What clues? Su Xian lowered his voice and asked Ren Hongyu. We got a clue that the demon hidden in the abyss of greed is likely to be a god corrupted by the void. Ren Hongyu explained, killing him may get a solution to the void. That's a good clue. Su Xian pondered and thought, and he was also helping the devil to punish the guy who stole his throne. I just don't know if the devil can be reborn after taking back his throne? Let's do this for now. I'm a little tired and want to rest. Su Jing stood up and immediately returned to her room. Su Xian was a little worried about Su Jing's condition. He looked at Ran Hongyu and asked, "What's wrong with her? Isn't it because she is trying her best to improve the level of her guild members?" Ran Hongyu shrugged and continued, "I heard that she has raised the level of all guild members to level 90. She is really working hard." Level 90? Su Xian was surprised when he heard this. Isn't Su Jing working too hard? So far, only 3 guild members of his Puff Fantasy Township guild have been promoted to level 90, and the rest are strong people who have reached the demigod level when they enter the guild, so these are not counted. You guys are really hardworking. Ren Hongyu smiled and said, "Unlike me, I just need to improve my strength." Su Xian was silent for a moment after hearing what Ren Hongyu said. He slowly said, "By the way, your god is the goddess of wisdom, right?" "Yes, that's right," Ren Hongyu replied. "Then do you know that the goddess of wisdom left a piece of blood jade?" Su Xian told Ren Hongyu the little secret that the demon god told him, wanting to ask if the other party knew about it. Yes, there is indeed such a piece of blood jade. Ren Hongyu did not hide anything and confessed to Su Xian, "The jade is on me. Do you want to see it? Is it okay?" As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, Ren Hongyu immediately took off her shirt. Su Xian was about to say that this was inappropriate, when he saw a bright red blood jade embedded in Ren Hongyu's snow-white skin. The blood jade was embedded in the flesh and blood of the skin, and several blood vessels could be seen like tree branches, spreading from the blood jade to the surroundings, as if it was completely integrated with Ren Hongyu. Su Xian moved closer incredulously, and carefully observed the blood jade on Ren Hongyu's chest. He always felt that there seemed to be a figure in this blood jade, but it was too blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. Hey, you are almost close to it. Are you really observing the blood jade?" Ren Hongyu suddenly reminded Su Xian. Sorry. Su Xian quickly came back to his senses and took a step back. He was indeed too fascinated by it. There was no way. The moistness of this blood jade was something he had never seen before. If it is true as the demon said, as long as you have this blood jade, you can have the ability to change the past and the future then. Su Xian looked at Ren Hongyu curiously, and Ren Hongyu's eyes were fixed on him, which made her eyes wander. Confusedly asked, "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you looking at the jade? I heard that this jade has special power that can change the past and the future." Su Xian asked Ren Hongyu, "Is it true? Do you believe this?" Ren Hongyu replied with a smile, "Although it is not that exaggerated, it can indeed change my physique, and it is also the core existence of my ability to drive countless equipment." "Then it is fake?" Su Xian heard that what the demon said was fake. Being able to change the past and the future is too outrageous. "Okay, I've shown you. Don't tell anyone about this." Ren Hongyu immediately put on her clothes and reminded him. "Got it." Su Xian waved his hand. He wasn't a big mouth. After the conversation, Su Xian returned to the room. After a brief rest, he logged into the game again. The moment he returned to the guild, it was 3 or 4 in the morning, and everyone was still asleep. Su Xian yawned and sat on the guild's chair. He unfolded the guild panel and sorted out the guild's assets. Just as Su Xian's attention was completely focused on this, Mira Aorui came behind him quietly without a sound. "Little guy." Mira Aorui's voice sounded, attracting Su Xian's attention. Su Xian turned around and asked her, "Is there anything wrong? Recently, I saw that you were a little tired, so I made you some stomach-warming soup." Mira Aorui handed Su Xian a bowl of clear soup, and the container for the soup was a blue dragon scale. "Soup?" Su Xian looked at the bowl of soup and took it with surprise. He was a little surprised that Mira Aorui could actually cook. Don't dragons eat raw food? While guessing, his eyes looked at the bowl of clear soup, and a prompt immediately popped up in his sight. Dragon Saliva, Epic XXX soup made from XXX of dragons can help your XXX recover vitality. Su Xian saw the effect of this bowl of soup, and his eyes were suddenly filled with strange emotions. This bowl of soup is not simple, and what does XXX mean? He couldn't understand it either. "Come on, drink it quickly," Mira said gently, expecting Su Xian to drink the soup in one gulp. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to choose. Could this soup be a trap? At this time, Mira noticed Su Xian's hesitation and said quickly, "Don't be afraid, little guy. This is the soup I made specially for you. It won't taste bad." Gulp. Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, because he didn't dare to drink it because it was specially made, But in order not to disappoint Mira Or's intention, Su Xian had to drink the soup in one gulp. It tastes good? After drinking it, Su Xian suddenly felt that the soup tasted very delicious, even sweeter than any soup he had ever drunk. It tastes great. Really? It tastes good, right? Mira Or smiled. Her eyes were as charming as silk. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. Do you want more? Are there any more? Yes. Milan Aoray opened her mouth slightly, and the crystal-clear dragon saliva rippled in her mouth, reflecting a faint light. Ah! At this moment, Su Xian's brain suddenly crashed. Who would have thought that the so-called boiling was actually boiling in the mouth? But think about it, it does seem to be okay. The dragon can heat it in its mouth and boil dragon soup. It's even better than boiling soup with a vessel. Ahem. Su Xian shook his head violently. He felt that he was led astray. After saying so much, isn't it still tasting the dragon saliva? This. Before Su Xian's thoughts finished, Mira Aoray came up and kissed him. At this moment, the warm dragon saliva flowed in Su Xian's mouth and then poured into his stomach. The rich sweetness directly made his stomach and brain reach the most comfortable point, and as for those random thoughts just now, they had disappeared without a trace. This dragon saliva, it smells so good. Give me more. Chapter 556. You are so sweet, cute little guy. And your cute little weapon. Mira Or leaned down and kissed the holy light. Su Xian did not refuse her sudden interest. Even though it was late at night and might disturb everyone's sleep, Su Xian still couldn't stop these ridiculous actions. This may be because he tasted the dragon's saliva. The liquid produced by the dragon seemed to have a strange effect, which made his desire reach an unprecedented height. Mira. What's wrong? I seem. It's okay, I will eat him all. In particular, Mira Or also transformed into a half-dragon form, making her oral capacity more suitable for the holy light. Just as one person and one dragon were wantonly venting their inner desires in the guild hall, Merly Ryan suddenly woke up from her sleep. Ah! She yawned first, then rubbed her eyes. After seeing that Su Xian was not around, she sniffed lonely, and slowly climbed out of bed. Marlene Ryan rubbed her stomach and felt a little hungry. She immediately walked out of the room and prepared to find something to eat. And the moment she opened the bedroom door, she suddenly froze in place. It seemed that she was struck by a thunderbolt and could not move. Human. Marlene Ryan looked at the guild hall in disbelief and saw Su Xian and her mortal enemy Mira Or entangled together. That gesture representing life and wildness instantly burned her anger. The breath of destruction was ignited at this moment, and she wanted to tear the couple in front of her into pieces. Human. Marlene Ryan walked toward Su Xian and Mira Aoray like a giant. Every time she took a step, the ground would shake. And it was precisely because of the shaking of the ground that Mira Aoray, who was wrapped in holy light, could not bear the bright light. Marlene? Mira Aoray turned around, and was surprised to see Marlene Ryan awake. As for Su Xian, he still held the Snow White, and tasted it greedily. As for the appearance of Marlene Ryan, he didn't notice it, and there was only Snow White in his eyes. Mira! You deserve to die. Marlene Ryan raised her fist, and the angry little fist wanted to attack Mira Aoray. For this accident, Mira Aoray said helplessly, Marlene, can you come later? I'm very busy now. As she said, she twisted the dragon's tail, and tried to make the holy light rotate. You? Bastard. Marlene Ryan blushed and rushed directly to Mira Or. She raised her little fist, and hit Mira Or on the back. But Mira Or was a demigod-level dragon after all. Although Marlene Ryan tried her best to catch up, she was still a long way from being a demigod. Her full-strength attack was like a wave hitting a mountain, unable to shake it at all. She could only let Mira Or devour Su Xian's holy light. What she did was like pushing. Ha, Marlene, it's so itchy, can you stop for a while? Mira Or laughed helplessly. She was too busy dealing with Su Xian's holy light, and stopping Marlene Ryan's anger at the same time. Damn it! Damn it! Damn Mira! You stinky mother dragon! Marlene Ryan was furious, but she could do nothing about it. The grief was like a child who could not protect his favorite toy, and tears welled up in her eyes for a while. Woohoo! Damn Mira! Give me back the human! Under Marlene Ryan's persistence, Mira Aoray also became a little unbearable. She teleported and disappeared in front of Marlene Ryan. Where are the people? Marlene Ryan was stunned. Before she could react to what happened, Mira Aoray suddenly hugged her slender waist and lifted her up. You? What are you doing? Damn Mira! Let me go! Marlene Ryan struggled hard in Mira Aoray's hands, but to no avail. I said. Mira Aoroi smiled slightly, and her dragon pupils moved down to look at Su Xian lying on the ground, and the holy light that was still shining. Continued, don't bother me. After speaking, Mira or directly threw Merli Rhine towards Su Xian. A precise blow instantly let the holy light penetrate Merli Rhine's body. You? Ah. Merli Rhine was about to get angry, but found that she couldn't make a complete sound, and her snow-white skin instantly turned red. I don't know if it was because of shyness or pain. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes looked at the bulging belly, and tears were hard to hold back at this moment, although it was not the first time to feel the power of the holy light, but attacking her when she was not ready. Damn Mira or too despicable. Oh look, our little Merli. Mira or leaned close to Merli Rhine's ear and said jokingly, she can actually eat all the holy light of her dear president. She is worthy of being the most powerful destructive dragon in the world. You shut up. She couldn't even muster the strength to fight Mira, or, let alone fight against her. It was as if she was nailed to Su Xian's body, and her brain was almost shut down and stopped thinking. Really? Is this your enlightenment? Mira or smiled evilly, then stretched out her fingers and gently stroked Merli Rhine's bulging skin. You? Merli Rhine hesitated to speak, looking at Su Xian aggrieved. Those eyes seemed to be accusing Su Xian to take care of his woman. However, Su Xian didn't care about this at all. He didn't care so much. She stretched out her hand and reached out to the snow-white dragon. Paw! You? Merli Rhine's eyes widened, unable to believe Su Xian's actions. But when the holy light flickered slightly, her last resistance became futile, and she could only let Su Xian and Mira and the others toss her dragon body at will. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Another beautiful day. Alice woke up from her dream, put on a beautiful maid uniform, rushed out of the bedroom, and prepared to clean the guild. But when she saw the wooden board of the guild hall was full of golden luster, and there were a few pieces of red dragon scales scattered inside the luster, she couldn't help but frown. Muttered to herself, strange. Did something happen last night? Why is the guild hall a mess? Never mind. Clean it up first. Woo woo woo. While Alice was cleaning, Merli Rhine was sobbing helplessly on the big bed in the bedroom. Beside her, Mira Ori was still greedily sucking the holy light and feeling the pulse from life. It was not until near noon that Su Xian came out of the bedroom with satisfaction. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Alice. It's okay. This is Alice's duty. Alice will clean it. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose. He just wanted to say that he could replace the guild floor with one click, and it only cost a few silver coins. With the current resources of the guild, this little money is nothing. But after thinking about it, he decided not to disturb Alice's enthusiasm. Su Xian walked over and sat on the guild sofa. You made a fuss in the hall last night? Lucia, who was sitting opposite, raised her teacup and rolled her eyes at Su Xian. No. Su Xian quickly rejected it. It was not last night, but early this morning. Lucia did not say much, just drank tea quietly. After a while, Issa also arrived late. Seeing the adventurers of the guild gathered, Su Xian immediately led the members to the greedy abyss again. The coalition forces of the magic continent have already started a war with the abyss. The coalition army, with a total of nearly 1 million people, led by 4 demigods headed by Kens, is singing all the way. The liches of the greedy abyss cannot compete with the magic coalition forces at all. The only thing to be vigilant is the abyss dragons living in the greedy abyss. They have not appeared yet, but even if they do, the dragons of the Holy Kingdom of Dragons will also join the war at the same time, and the advantage is still on the side of the magic continent. After Su Xian arrived at the greedy abyss, he first came to the camp of the Church of Light. Winnie Shan was handling affairs. Because an irresponsible pope handed all the things to Winnie Shan, she had to be busy with work all the time, and she had less than 5 hours of rest a day. I'm so sleepy. Winnison moaned weakly. She wanted to rest and take a vacation. How is the war going? Suddenly, Lucia's arrival made Winnison sit up straight. He answered her, everything is going well. Are there any traces of enemies near the military camp? Lucia asked. Not for now. Winnison shook her head and reported, but Bingqin will go to her guild. The Saint of Hanling has also joined the guild? Su Xian heard this and showed an incredible expression. It seems that there are too many saints of the Holy Sea of Light joining the guild? Yes. Winnison nodded slightly and continued, our great pope can join the guild, so don't we little saints have the qualifications? As soon as she finished speaking, she was greeted with a roll of eyes from Lucia. He was scared and shut up. Just as everyone was talking, Yumalo suddenly sensed a breath. She hurried to Su Xian's side, gently held his finger, and said, "Mr. President, it seems that a fallen angel has descended into the greedy abyss." Fallen angel? Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be chased by a fallen angel as soon as he entered the greedy abyss. Does the other party have any information? Someone is coming. Winnie Shan also noticed the appearance of the enemy at this moment. At the same time, the magic barrier above the camp of the Holy Sea of Light shook violently at this moment. "Let's go out and take a look." Su Xian immediately led everyone to the outside of the tent, only to see a 9-winged fallen angel was floating in the air, looking down coldly. Real 9 wings? Grow behind the back of the head? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and showed an incredible expression. Who would have thought that angel wings could grow on the back of the head? It is Natsif. Loslin's voice sounded like Omira. Su Xian glanced over and saw Natsif's information. Natsif, legend, level 99. Race, fallen angel. Growth, 12 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features, fallen. Angel evil spirit, level 99. Su Xian felt a little tricky when he saw the opponent's level. What should I do? Bishop Kednes is still on the battlefield ahead. Facing the attack of the demigod-level enemy, Winnison looked at Lucia aggrievedly. She couldn't face such a powerful enemy. In response, Lucia glanced coldly and didn't bother to say more. Of course, she knew what Winnison meant, and it was all for her to stand up. But for the time being, there is no need for her to take action in person. Yumalos, Lorcelin, I leave it to you. Su Xian gave orders to Yumalos and Lorcelin. Yes, sir. Yumalos and Lorcelin immediately spread their wings and flew into the air. Good. Very good. Natsif was instantly excited after seeing Yumalos. The dark wings behind him instantly stood up, turning into sharp blades, attacking Yumalos and Lorcelin like raindrops. Seeing this, Yumalos and Lorcelin immediately held their swords and launched a counterattack. In an instant, the battle between the 3 demigods attracted the attention of the soldiers of the Holy Sea of Light. What's going on? That noise. Is it a demigod coming to kill us? Fuck. Is that an angel in the sky? A battle between angels and fallen angels. Oh my god. Come on. Angel sister. The believers of the Church of Light knelt down one after another, praying for the victory of Yumalos. In response, Su Xian said to Lucia, "Do you want to take action? If this continues, your believers will switch to Yumalos." Lucia rolled her eyes, and didn't bother to pay attention to Su Xian. After a long silence, she said, "Can Yumalos and the others successfully deal with the other party? I always feel that his law system is a bit strange." "Yeah, I noticed it too." Su Xian nodded, and he also noticed that Natsif's law system was a bit strange. The law field of Yumalos and the law field of Lu's line seemed to have no effect on him, resulting in the situation being in balance. It is highly likely that Natsif's law effectively restrains the law of Yumalos and Lortherin, so... Su Xian immediately transformed into a half-dragon and continued, "I'd be back soon." Chapter 557. Yumalos. Is this the power that Megami gave you? That's all. Natsif laughed loudly, controlled his wings, splashed feathers, and attacked Yumalos and Lorcelin. The threat of feathers is naturally not to be feared, but what is terrible is the combination of Natsif's domain. Natsif's law domain can transform his wings into his first-class clones and launch an offensive against Yumalos and Lorcelin. Facing hundreds of Natsifs, even Yumalos and Lorcelin would find it difficult to cross hundreds of demigods to kill Natsif. Damn Natsif. Omira's voice came from Lorcelin's mouth. Omira? Natsif was stunned when he heard Omira's voice, but soon, he showed a rampant smile. I didn't expect you to be here too. Just in time. Heal you all. Then, pull that damn Megami down from the altar. You are not allowed to slander Lord Megami. Yumalos spread his wings with a sword. The golden light flickered behind her, like the sun, bringing light to everything between heaven and earth. Those clones of Natsif had nowhere to escape under the sacred light, and turned into ashes one after another. But even so, it was impossible to destroy all of Natsif's clones in a short time. It's useless. Everything is in vain. Natsif sneered and shouted, with a fallen domain protected by the abyss, how can you be my enemy? Ha ha ha. Just as Natsif laughed crazily, Su Xian had quietly come behind him. The domain protected by the abyss? No wonder the effect of the domain has increased dramatically. Su Xian heard what Natsif said and understood the reason. But it didn't matter to him. He just closed his eyes and released his law of holy desire. When the white gold light swept across the battlefield, Natsif realized something was wrong. His clones disappeared like wilted eggplants. What is going on? Why is my power of law suppressed? Natsif looked around incomprehensible. When he saw Su Xian behind him, his eyes suddenly became solemn. It's you? You're looking for death. Natsif immediately flapped his wings and attacked Su Xian at the fastest speed. He knew in his heart that he was able to suppress Humalos and Lorslan only because of the power of the domain. But once he loses the power of his domain, he is definitely not a match for Humaros. So, he must kill Su Xian as soon as possible, although he doesn't know what kind of power this man uses to make his domain ineffective. But as long as he dies, all problems will be solved. But unfortunately, he guessed wrongly, that is, he misjudged Su Xian's individual strength. Before Natsif approached, a golden lotus bloomed from Su Xian's fingertips. That's it. Boom! A loud noise. The Valkyrie flower bloomed in an instant. Natsif's figure was swallowed by a golden Valkyrie flower and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Su Xian's figure also disappeared. President? Humaros couldn't find Su Xian's breath and seemed a little anxious. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian's palm pressed on her jade shoulder. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Xian smiled slightly, then looked up at the explosion range of the Valkyrie flower. He couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a forbidden power that can wipe out the demigod level. It's really powerful. But Su Xian knew in his heart that he was still a little short of killing Natsif with the power of the Valkyrie flower. While thinking, Natsif, who was swept by the explosion of the Valkyrie flower, appeared in everyone's sight again. He was covered with wounds, and the wings of the nine-winged angel were also tattered, and he lost the ability to fly. Asshole! Natsif raised his head and looked at Su Xian in the distance. He couldn't understand why someone had the power of the Valkyrie. Shouldn't they be in the god realm? How could they appear in the abyss? Also, what is that power that can suppress the domain? How could there be such a perverted power in this world? I kill you! Natsif burst out the last of his strength and rushed towards Su Xian at supersonic speed. Facing his desperate attack, Humaros and Lorslan held swords at the same time and stood guard in front of Su Xian. But before Natsif could fly in front of Su Xian, a thunderbolt hundreds of meters wide fell from the sky and instantly electrocuted Natsif's body into charcoal. Roar, are you alright? Miraoui came to Su Xian and others with a smile. The thunderbolt just now was naturally her masterpiece. It's okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Xian shook his head, and the words of killing Natsif jumped out of his sight. That guy is quite smart. Miraoui pointed at Natsif's body and said, the Jedi counterattack just now was a feint. He had already hidden his soul in a feather, and was ready to escape at any time. But fortunately, the range of my thunder breath is wide enough. Is that so? Su Xian was a little surprised when he heard this, because he didn't notice Natsif's little move. Yeah. We successfully defeated a demigod-level fallen angel. Humalos saw Natsif fall and showed a happy look. I can get the reward from Lord Megami again, oh? Su Xian looked at Humalos with interest and asked, does Megami give you rewards every time you defeat a fallen angel? Yes, Humalos's big watery eyes flashed with joy, and explained, my mission is to hunt down those rebellious angels and fallen angels, and bring back their angel certificates, so I can get the reward from Lord Megami. Oh, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. After all, Humalos was a specially created combat-type virtual angel, which was normal. Then, he asked curiously, what are the rewards usually? Usually it's a whole day of rest time. I can go to the garden of the god to play, or go to the sky to watch the stars, Humalos replied happily. Before the end, I can also enjoy a delicious meal, Su Xian was silent when he heard Humalos's answer. Humalos defeated a fallen angel, and Megami gave these rewards? No wonder the angel clan fell apart. Megami was too stingy. He immediately said to Humalos, as long as Humalos stays by my side, these rewards will be given to you by the president every now and then, okay? Really? Really? Yeah. The president is the best. Su Xian smiled. He always felt like he was coaxing a child. But that's about it. Now, Su Xian looked into the distance, where the demon army of the abyss and the coalition forces of the magic continent were fighting. There seemed to be a giant dragon there, and it seemed that both sides had used dragon-level combat power. Do you want to go? Lucia came to Su Xian and asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded and replied, the sooner this war ends, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the guild members to the battlefield. And not long after they left, Su Jing brought all the members to the scene. Behind Su Jing followed the Diamond Centaur, the Angel Hixia, and the Saint Bing Qin. Has a fallen angel been here? Hixia noticed the black feathers scattered on the battlefield and guessed. It looks like we have one. Su Jing looked around the battlefield and judged from the traces on the battlefield that Su Xian had won the battle. I just asked Winnison. Bing Qin paced directly, ready to find Winnison in the military camp. But Su Jing stopped her and said, no, we can just go to the battlefield directly. Yes. When he arrived at the battlefield, Su Xian saw Kednes fighting with a 10-meter-tall demon. The demon was as big as a hill, and its two arms turned into sharp blades, constantly slashing Kednes' armor. The representative of the Holy Sea of Light was also retreating at this moment. It seems that the old man can't beat the other party, Marley Ryan said with her hands on her waist and a smile. The opponent's strength is above Ken's, and I'm afraid it's second only to the greedy demon king in the greedy abyss. Lucia explained immediately. Should we help? Yumelos looked at Su Xian, just waiting for his order. Su Xian did not answer immediately, but looked around. He found that in addition to Ken's, there was another demigod on the magic continent. He was fighting against another demigod-level demon, but the situation was also very critical. Even the demigod's domain had been broken, and he might be just a breath away from death. Help. Su Xian nodded, and then ordered, lose Lin and Mira or go to deal with the demigod demon, and the rest of you follow me to support Ken's. Yes. When his order was issued, everyone took action immediately. Due to the distance problem, Luz Lin and Mira arrived at the battlefield first, and launched an offensive against the demigod-level demon. Their joining instantly encouraged the soldiers of the magic continent. Adventurers are coming. Is it that famous guild? What's its name? Great. Adventurers from the Puff Fantasy Guild are here. We are saved. Amid the calls of the crowd, Lorthlin cut off the throat with a sword and beheaded the already seriously injured demigod-level demon. But the other party did not die, but instead tried to escape with his injured body. Don't try to run. Pa, Mira Aurora, in the form of a half-dragon, crushed the demon into powder with her dragon claws, ending its life. It's really easy. Mira smiled and wanted to say something. And Lorthlin was already holding a sword and rushing to the battlefield where Su Xian and the others were. You are too hard-working. Mira sighed helplessly, spread her dragon wings, and caught up with Lorthlin. On the other side, Su Xian led the members to start a siege against the powerful demigod demon. But Kednes seemed a little unhappy about his arrival. He shouted to Su Xian, I can deal with this demon alone. Su Xian was speechless and said, your personality is the same as your granddaughter. What are you talking about, brat? Grandpa is like a granddaughter? Kednes' face turned red when he heard it. But before he could say a few more words, the demigod demon swung his blade and chopped it down. Kednes' figure was instantly smashed into the ground, leaving a large pit with a diameter of several meters. Help. Su Xian immediately asked Yumeros and Lucia to lend a hand, and the rest of the members stayed put. Because he always felt that the greedy abyss was not that simple. These two demigod-level demons exceeded their expectations. It was clearly judged at the time that there were only two demigods in the greedy abyss. But now the greedy demon king has not appeared yet, but two demigod-level demons have jumped out. This is obviously not right. I am afraid that these demons in the abyss have also joined the player guild and increased their strength in a short period of time, and soon, Su Xian's doubts came true. Just when Lucia and the others were dealing with a demigod-level demon, a giant abyss dragon several thousand meters long appeared in everyone's sight. On its dragon head, there was a brown-haired woman standing, looking at the battlefield excitedly. Player. Su Xian immediately confirmed the other party's identity, and the moment he noticed the other party also noticed him. Is this the enemy player who was praised so loudly? The brown-haired woman grinned, and a row of shark-like teeth flashed coldly. Then let me deal with you, so that those idiots don't always worry about nothing. After speaking, she controlled the abyss dragon to dive down and fall to where Su Xian and the others were. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat to a safe area. Facing the abyss dragon, that was thousands of meters long, the Magic Continent Coalition forces present fled the battlefield. Su Xian knew that the other party came for him. Coincidentally, he noticed that Mira Arena had finished the battle. So he said to Lucia and the others, you guys deal with this demon, and I will take care of the abyss dragon. As soon as the voice fell, he spread his dragon wings and flew towards Mira. Okay. Lucia nodded, and immediately cooperated with Yumeros to launch an attack on the demigod demon. At the same time, Su Xian had come to Mira Aoroi's side and said, turn into a dragon. Oh! Mira Aoroi narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a smile, how big do you want to become? We are going to get rid of that abyss dragon. Su Xian pointed at the abyss dragon that was diving down and said, "Okay." Mirao Rui understood what Su Xian meant, and immediately changed from a half-dragon human state to her true appearance. In just a blink of an eye, she completed the transformation. A nearly 10,000-meter blue dragon spread its wings and flew high. With an uppercut, it hammered the diving abyss dragon tens of thousands of meters high. The appearance of Mirao Rui instantly caused the soldiers to exclaim, "Giant, gigantic, gigantic! A 10,000-meter dragon! Fuck! We have a 10,000-meter dragon here? Is it a dragon from the Holy Dragon Kingdom? No way! The demigod-level dragon from the Holy Dragon Kingdom didn't seem to come to the abyss, and its body length is less than half of this blue dragon, right?" Chapter 558. Life Dragon. The woman standing on the abyss dragon showed a surprised expression after seeing Mirao Rui. She never thought that Su Xian actually had a demigod dragon. And it was the world-famous life dragon, and the abyss dragon under her couldn't help showing a look of fear when she saw Mirao Rui. The suppression of the dragon blood made it want to escape. Agula. Seeing this, the woman immediately stabilized her abyss dragon, and then shouted to Su Xian, "Come on! Fight to the death! Just like a flower that blooms and withers instantly. Let's fight to the death! Roar!" The abyss dragon let out a deafening roar, and the dark muscles all over its body bloomed dark red lines at this moment, like a witness of ancient times. Roar, roar! A giant dragon from the abyss that has lived for thousands of years? Mirao laughed at this and said, "It looks powerful, but it's much weaker than a certain idiot." "Hey! Are you scolding me?" Marley Ryan also came to Miraor's head at the same time. When she heard Miraor's words, she immediately realized that the other party was insulting her. "Ha ha, who knows?" Miraor smiled perfunctorily, then looked at Su Xian and asked, "Do you want me to go all out?" "Just get rid of him," Su Xian said calmly. "As you wish." Miraor smiled gently, and then flapped two pairs of dragon wings. In an instant, thunder appeared in the dark sky of the abyss, covering almost the entire sky. Even the soldiers below only needed to look up to see the hundreds of meters wide lightning pillars flashing in the clouds. It seemed that the world could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Facing Mirao Rui's earth-shaking noise, the woman sneered and ordered, "Agula! Destroy the thunder! Roar!" The abyss dragon named Agula opened its bloody mouth, and a dark red dragon breath gushed out instantly. When it touched the thunder, a large amount of energy was released, like laser cutting, forming a collision of red and blue. "Yes! Agula! That's it!" The woman shouted excitedly after seeing that her abyss dragon could compete with the life dragon. "Destroy them! Destroy its thunder! Don't play!" Seeing this, Su Xian immediately reminded Mirao Rui. "Roar, roar, I know." Mirao Rui smiled, then looked at the abyss dragon opposite, just raised the dragon claw and touched it lightly. The next second, a blue laser shot out and instantly penetrated the head of the abyss dragon. At this moment, the abyss dragon froze in place. Its huge body seemed to be alive, but its pupils had lost their color, and the dark red breath from its mouth was also. How is this possible? The woman's crazy smile instantly subsided and turned into disbelief. Her demigod-level abyss dragon was actually killed in seconds? For a moment, her brain was a little confused, and she couldn't believe it. Her abyss dragon was also a demigod, and it was as high as level 98, but why? Was it so fragile in front of this life dragon? It was actually killed in one hit. Is it just a one-level difference? Is it so big? But before she had time to finish thinking, another thunder shot out, directly engulfing the woman's figure in the blue beam. "Roar, roar, it's solved." Mirao smiled and dispelled the thunder in the sky, reporting to Su Xian. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Xian's face was calm, and he certainly didn't think that Mirao might lose to the other party. After all, Mirao was a dragon that once had godhood in godhood. Dealing with an abyss dragon that didn't even have godhood, wouldn't it be easy? It's a piece of cake. Mirao smiled, and then glanced at the battlefield below. Yumelos and the others had also ended the battle. The holy sword from the angel directly killed the demigod demon, making it unable to revive forever. The swift and decisive end of the battle made the soldiers present show incredible expressions. Is it over? In just half an hour, 3 demigods of the abyss fell in an instant? This group of adventurers is too powerful, right? Is this the strength of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild? It is simply invincible. Victory! We won again! For a moment, cheers flooded the battlefield. Su Xian was not interested in this scene, and only looked at Lucia and the others to see if they were injured. Then he said, Let's go back. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately followed Su Xian and prepared to return to the guild. And at this moment, Su Jing came to the battlefield late. After noticing Su Xian's position, she immediately rode the diamond centaur to him and said, "Wait, Su Xian. Is there something wrong?" Su Xian asked Su Jing curiously. Su Jing came in a hurry, with a worried look on her face, afraid that something had happened. "It's the greedy demon king, it's showing up," Su Jing said seriously. At the same time, we also detected the appearance of the demon god. The greedy demon king and the demon god? Su Xian's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He didn't expect that the greedy demon king and the demon god who stole the demon god's throne would show up at this moment. And why didn't the other party appear on the front battlefield? What is their purpose? Where? Su Xian immediately asked Su Jing. The military camp of the Star Kingdom. The Star Kingdom. Su Xian felt bad when he heard this. The Star Kingdom was delayed by some things, and they had to enter the Greed Abyss one step later. But I never expected that the greedy demon king would go out in person to stop Edie's. But you don't have to worry. Su Jing immediately added to Su Xian, the demon god has not made a move yet, and Ran Hongyu and the others are also there, so they will not be defeated by the greedy demon king's army in a short time. The purpose of my coming to you is to tell you to follow me to find the hidden greedy throne. Su Xian was silent for a moment. He was still a little worried, and said to Yumilos and Rosalind, "You rush to Edie's, and the others follow me to find the hidden greedy throne." Yes. Yes. The two immediately started to act, and Su Xian immediately looked at Su Jing and said, let's go find the greedy throne. Is there any clue? Yes. Su Jing nodded and explained, the location of the greedy throne should be in the Sea of Greed. It can provide unlimited magic power for the greedy demon king. So we must first get rid of the greedy throne before we can kill the greedy demon king. Infinite magic power. Su Xian listened and thought for a moment, then said, since almost all the demigod level combat power of the greedy abyss has appeared in the open, the greedy throne should be unguarded. Not necessarily, there may be demigods from the arrogant abyss who have joined the battle, so we should be careful. Su Jing said rigorously. In addition, an orc demigod took the lead in going to the greedy sea, and he provided the clue to the greedy throne. I see. After a while, everyone rushed to the greedy sea. But when they arrived at the greedy sea, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A lion's head tens of meters high was seen floating above the greedy sea, and its body was being dragged, torn, and eaten by several tentacles. Could it be that orc demigod? Su Xian frowned and looked at Su Jing. Su Jing did not answer, but the three-pointed knife she held tightly explained the situation. Get ready for battle. After a long time, Su Jing finally said a word, then drove the diamond centaur and approached the sea. Everyone, be careful and act accordingly. Yes, President. Su Xian told the members, then flapped his wings and chased after Su Jing. When Su Jing arrived at the position, she immediately raised the three-pointed knife in her hand high. In an instant, a three-pointed knife condensed by snow-white light appeared in the sky. With Su Jing's swing, it swung at the monster hidden in the Sea of Greed. With the swing of the three-pointed knife, one of the monster's tentacles was instantly cut off. A dull cry like a whale came from the bottom of the sea, and dark red blood dyed the sea red. Soon, the Demon King launched a counterattack, extending a tentacle with a diameter of tens of meters, attacking Su Jing. Get out of here! Su Xian swung the sword and easily tore the tentacles. At the same time, he said to Su Jing, the monster below is not very strong. Although the whole body of this monster cannot be seen, a simple fight can confirm that the opponent's strength is not strong. The orc demigod died tragically here, most likely due to a sneak attack. Or, fighting in the water is the opponent's advantage area, which led to death. It's not that simple. Su Jing's face was solemn, and she continued, I always feel that there is something under the water. While speaking, the three-pointed knife she controlled cut off several tentacles again, and the dark red blood directly stained the entire sea area. There is something else? Not the throne of greed? Su Xian asked while cutting off the attacking tentacles. No. Su Jing shook her head and continued, it could be the Demon King. Your premonition is so right. Suddenly, the sea's surface was turbulent, and a figure emerged from it. It was a man with pale skin and abnormally bloodshot eyes. Arrogant Demon King? Su Xian noticed that the other party was a vampire at the first sight. Moreover, the other party's powerful magic power surpassed all the Demon Kings he had seen so far. Then, the answer is obvious, only the arrogant Demon King. I didn't expect the arrogant Demon King to come to the battlefield in person. Su Jing also frowned at this moment, feeling a little threatened by the appearance of the arrogant Demon King. With their current strength, they are afraid that there will be casualties in the battle against the most powerful Demon King in the Abyss. Is this the current arrogant Demon King? Suddenly, Can Lucia jumped onto Su Xian's back and secretly observed the arrogant Demon King in the distance. She whispered, "The blood concentration is okay, but it's just SOSO. It should be a bastard for more than 6 generations. Who is it? How dare you insult me with such dirty words?" Although the arrogant Demon King was several kilometers away from Can Lucia, he still caught Can Lucia's whispers. Immediately, his blood-red eyes were fixed on Can Lucia on Su Xian's back. Humph. Can Lucia immediately popped her head out and said, "A bastard dares to show off in front of this true ancestor? Stupid ant. You are really courting death. Stupid ant, you will pay the price for your words and deeds." Just as the arrogant Demon King was about to take action, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell. The smell made him frown instantly, and his 2 blood-red eyeballs spun straight. Instantly, the scene fell into silence. The arrogant Demon King was even more shocked at this moment. How could he smell the scent of his ancestors? "You actually called me stupid? Damn it!" Can Lucia's temper flared up. She spread her demon wings and hovered above Su Xian's head. She pointed at Su Xian with her toes and said, "Except for this bastard, no one dared to mess with me. You are the first one." Su Xian? Su Xian felt very depressed. What did it have to do with him? And just after the arrogant Demon King confirmed Can Lucia's identity, he hesitated at this moment. Because he never expected that his ancestor would stand opposite him. Strange. Haven't the 2 vampire ancestors already fallen? Why are they here? Of course, he is not afraid of the identity of the true ancestor Can Lucia. It is because of the power of blood. There is a suppressive force between the blood of vampires, even more serious than that of dragons. After all, vampires are passed down from generation to generation by blood. The purer the blood, the higher the status of the vampire. And now, the most primitive vampire true ancestor is standing in front of him, making this arrogant Demon King hesitate at this moment. I wonder if he might die here if the war starts? And Can Lucia only dares to show off her power with words. Although she is a vampire true ancestor, she has no power. Want to defeat the arrogant Demon King now? That is simply a foolish dream. Hey, then he will be handed over to you? Su Xian smiled and poked Can Lucia with his hand, asking her to fight. You? What nonsense are you talking about? Does the true ancestor need to take action? Not at all. Can Lucia waved her elbow and said angrily. Awesome. Su Xian gave Can Lucia a thumbs up. Sure enough, the scene just now was all fake. At the same time, the arrogant Demon King also had his own judgment. He sneered and said, "You are just a few bastards. Why do I need to take action? Someone will deal with you." After speaking, his figure turned into blood drops and disappeared on the spot. Run away? Su Xian was puzzled when he saw this. He is also the arrogant Demon King after all? He was scared away by Can Lucia just like that? Oh no! At this moment, Su Jing noticed something wrong. She looked up, and dozens of dark purple lights and shadows appeared in the sky. Su Xian then looked up at the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly, so that his vision could see the scene 100 kilometers away. But when he saw the person coming, his face was as gloomy and solemn as Su Jing's. The Legion of Fallen Angels. There are dozens of fallen angels close to demigods, and 4 or 5 fallen angels at the demigod level. Su Xian finally understood where the confidence of the Abyss came from. With such combat power, the magic continent really cannot be the enemy. Chapter 559. They are there. At the same time, the fallen angels also discovered the figures of Su Xian and others. The leader, the fallen angel Osman, looked at Su Xian coldly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He ordered the fallen angels, "Kill them." Yes. Many fallen angels immediately spread their wings and flew towards Su Xian and others. Oh, this is really bad news. Seeing this, Mara Ori said with a smile, "Everyone, be prepared for battle. This may be the most difficult battle in history." Su Xian reminded everyone. Yes. It looks like a trap. Su Jing looked up at the fallen angels approaching and guessed to Su Xian. Who cares? Su Xian smiled, just spread his angel wings, and continued, "Kill them all, isn't it good?" Yeah. Su Jing glanced at them calmly, and then looked at her enemy again. Before Su Xian made any move, she rode on a centaur and rushed towards the fallen angel army. Her guild angel Hixia also followed closely at this moment, advancing and retreating together. Form a formation. The fallen angels immediately formed a formation with Osmond's order. Dozens of fallen angels released dark fallen energy to form a huge magic circle. Then, countless fallen angel phantoms lined up and attacked Su Jing and Hixia. Facing a group of fallen angel phantoms, even they would find it difficult to break out in a short time. Mira! At Su Xian's order, Mirao Rui immediately transformed into a giant dragon, and directly collided with the magic circle formed by the power of the fallen angels, with a nearly 10,000-meter-long dragon body. As for the phantoms of the fallen angels, they only lasted a few seconds in the thunder before turning into ashes. Facing Mirao Rui's threat, as the leader of the fallen angels, Osmond directly drew the sword at his waist and threw it into the fallen angel's magic circle. In an instant, the power of many fallen angels converged and turned into a phantom of a fallen angel thousands of meters high to fight Mirao Rui. I have used all the angel taboos. Roar, you really think highly of me. Mirao Rui smiled, and then said to Su Xian, I may not be able to beat them. Hold on, support will come soon. Su Xian assured Mirao Rui. Okay, I got it. Mirao Rui heard this, smiled slightly, and stopped talking. At the same time, he drove his huge body, and launched an offensive against the fallen angel's magic circle again. Su Xian and Lucia were also in a battle. 2 demigod-level fallen angels were chasing them, and could not be distracted. Really? Lucia's pretty face froze, and she was speechless about the current situation. How could her president bring them to such a dangerous situation? In this case, the power of her clone is not enough. Helpless, Lucia can only borrow power from her big body. At this moment, her body instantly burst into brilliant golden light. In just a moment, the level directly increased to level 99. The light of the sun also flickered in the abyss at this moment. Even the Magic Continent Coalition forces dozens of kilometers away saw the sacred light in this scene. What is that light? The sun! It's the light of the sun! This is the glory that only the Pope of the Church of Light can shine. Has the Pope of Light come to the abyss in person? That being descended into the abyss? Great! We are invincible. The strongest person in the Magic Continent has come in person. You shitty demons of the abyss! You are finished. Victory forever belongs to the Church of Light. The noisy voice reached Lucia's ears. Although they were dozens of kilometers apart, they were inevitably too sharp. It made Lucia very uncomfortable. Her current identity was completely exposed, but Lucia's face only flashed a trace of displeasure, and she immediately held the sun scepter in her hand and looked at the demigod fallen angel chasing her. She only saw that she held the sun scepter and tapped it lightly at the sky. The next second, a scorching sun instantly floated above her head. Before the demigod fallen angel could react, the scorching sun instantly melted it and disappeared without a trace. Pope? Lucia's identity also shocked Osmond. He never thought that the Pope of Light would come here. But even if a demigod fallen angel fell, he still couldn't get rid of the situation under his control. Stop the rest, leave this Pope to me. Osmond immediately held the sword and quickly attacked Lucia. Lucia was about to raise the sun scepter to stop Osmond's attack. Suddenly, a pair of large scissors as bright as moonlight suddenly appeared and cut off Osmond's wings. Osmond immediately stopped and looked at the holder of the scissors. And Alice held the large scissors and said to Lucia, Sister Lucia, go help the master, leave this guy to me. Lucia glanced at Su Xian, who was being chased by 2 demigod-level fallen angels, and nodded, well, be careful. Leave it to me. Alice patted her chest, then looked at Osmond and said angrily, bad guy, accept the punishment of the moon. As soon as the voice fell, a bright crescent moon appeared above Alice's head, and this scene immediately shocked Osmond's face. Moonlight Law? Osmond was a little unbelievable. He actually saw the pure power of the Moonlight Law in the abyss, the power from the Moon Goddess? How is it possible? She can't be the Moon Goddess. Before Osmond's doubts were resolved, Alice had already waved her big scissors and attacked him again. Come on, Alice! Su Xian cheered Alice while being chased. Since Alice came back from the moonlight, which, her strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary demigod, it can be said that Alice is now the 4th strongest fighter in the guild. Danger! Suddenly, Lucia came to Su Xian's side and helped him block the magic of a fallen angel. Lucia? Huh? That was close. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although his current strength is extraordinary, it is still difficult to deal with the pursuit of 2 demigod-level fallen angels. Don't leave my side, Lucia reminded Su Xian, and at the same time, she moved the sun scepter in her hand lightly, releasing a powerful magic beam, shooting at the 2 fallen angels. Hold on a little longer, our support will be here soon. Su Xian said to everyone. Support? We still have support? Lucia was confused when she heard this. The strongest fighters in the guild are already here, right? Even if it is Humoros and Rosalind, they are also dealing with a greedy demon king in another battlefield. Where can they get support? Su Jing couldn't understand Su Xian's words. Do they really have support? Who? Is it another A-level guild? Or, just as everyone was wondering, a sacred beam of light fell from the sky, dawning the whole world. What is this light? Everyone looked up in disbelief, showing incredible expressions. The war stopped at this moment, and the scene fell into silence. It was not until a long time later that Osmond noticed something was wrong. Damn it! Retreat! Osmond immediately commanded the fallen angels to retreat quickly. But it was too late. Hundreds of white shadows fell from the sky and caught everyone's eyes. Tiantianshan, angels? Can Lucia, who was hiding behind Su Xian, saw this scene and immediately bared her fangs. Although she was a true vampire, she hated this kind of creature with sacred attributes the most. Especially angels. But Su Xian just patted her head, and she immediately shrank back and hid. The arrival of the angels also surprised Su Jing and Lucia. They never thought that Su Xian called the angels. Wait, aren't there restrictions in the God realm and the magic continent? How did these angels come to the abyss? But compared to these, Su Xian spread his wings and flew to the front of the angels. When he revealed the angel halo of the King of Angels, the angels knelt down and shouted to Su Xian, "My king! We are here to support you under the order of the Archangel." Su Xian took a quick look, and after confirming that there were 5 demigod-level angels and hundreds of high-level angels, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Good. Very good. Now! Su Xian turned around and looked at the fallen angels, saying, "Go and get rid of your nemesis." "Yes, sir." In an instant, hundreds of angels obeyed Su Xian's orders and deployed their troops. The angel camp, which was far larger than the fallen angels, was arranged at this moment, and a tens of thousands of meters high angel phantom was created, standing between heaven and earth. This earth-shaking scene made the entire abyss boil. No one would doubt that this angel phantom has the ability to kill gods. Damn it! Damn it! Why? Why? Osmond completely collapsed at this moment. He couldn't understand why angels could descend into the abyss. How is this possible? "For my king!" The angel shouted, and waved the angel's sword. The angel phantom tens of thousands of meters high, then waved the sword and looked at the phantom formed by the fallen angels. With just one sword falling, the phantom shattered instantly. The dozens of fallen angels who maintained the phantom also fell under the holy light at this moment. No! Osmond's eyes were wide open, unable to accept that the fallen angel army he had worked so hard to build for so long was actually destroyed at this moment. Why are you yelling so loudly? Watch this. Alice waved the big scissors and cut off Osmond's pair of wings again. Her attack, in addition to causing damage to the body, is more critical to the soul. After being seriously injured, Osmond immediately felt the heart-wrenching pain in his soul. You guys? He still wanted to resist, but Su Xian had already appeared behind him silently. The burly dragon claws pierced his chest directly, sentencing him to death. No, no. In reluctance, Osmond closed his eyes. The rest of the fallen angels were destroyed one by the angels. In an instant, countless black wings floated across the sky and earth, as if turning this place into a slaughterhouse. 1. Su Jing was still a little late to the victory of the battle. She thought it would be a bloody battle, and there might be casualties. But she never expected that she would win so easily. And this was thanks to the angel army summoned by Su Xian. King! After the battle, the angels came to Su Xian and knelt down. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian symbolically extended his hand and gently stroked the hair of the leading angel. The angels were confused by this action, but they felt good and did not resist. He just said, "King, we are descending into the abyss on a large scale, which consumes a lot of the archangels. We can't stay for long." "Well, go back." "Yes." After the battle, the angels immediately returned to the god realm. "That's great." Su Xian sighed as he watched the angels leave. If he also had an angel army of hundreds of people, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways under the gods? How did you get hundreds of angels to descend into the abyss? At this time, Lucia and the others came to Su Xian and wanted to find out what happened. That is definitely not my ability. I just borrowed the power of Archangel Megami. Su Xian shrugged and answered. The power of Archangel Megami? As soon as this was said, everyone was confused. Su Xian immediately changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's quickly destroy the Throne of Greed and then get rid of the greedy devil. He didn't know how Megami did it, but it was probably related to the ritual of the Church of Light. Because only shadows descended, not the real bodies of the angels. At the same time, in the realm of God, Archangel Megami was standing under the light, and the golden beam of light shone on her body, causing her to suffer unspeakable pain. Even her wings, hiding under the golden light, became riddled with holes. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until hundreds of angels appeared in front of her. The light also dissipated and returned to the realm of God. Archangel. When the angels saw Megami was seriously injured, they rushed over and helped her up. What happened? Megami asked the angels. The reason why she suffered such hardships was because Su Xian suddenly contacted her. Tell her that there was a legion of fallen angels in the abyss, and they urgently needed her help. It was reasonable for Megami to take on this task. After all, the fallen angels were the target she had been hunting, and Su Xian, as the person chosen by the Lord of Light, was also her colleague. When encountering difficulties, as an archangel, he should indeed help. Forced by the rules of the God realm, she could only let the shadows of the angels fall to the mortal world at the cost of herself to assist Su Xian. But even so, she could not hold on for long. Fortunately, the angels seemed to have successfully completed their mission. Don't worry, Archangel, the angel said confidently. We have helped the Angel King to overcome his danger. All those fallen angels will be executed on the spot. Okay, wait a minute. Suddenly Megami frowned and asked indifferently, what do you call him? Angel King? The angels were stunned and answered, that guy. Megami's eyes widened in anger. She never thought that the Lord of Light would give Su Xian the angel halo representing the Angel King. That angel halo represents her. Speechless. Chapter 560. Is this the greedy throne? After searching for a while, Su Xian and his team found the greedy throne hidden in the Sea of Greed. The greedy throne stood at the deepest part of the Sea of Greed. As for the demon under the water, it had already been cut into pieces by Su Jing's three-pointed knife. Yes. Su Jing nodded and continued, just destroy it. Same as last time? Su Xian asked. Last time, he sat on it directly and blocked the connection between the gluttonous demon king and the throne. No need. Su Jing shook her head and then said, leave it to me. After she finished speaking, she walked forward and scratched the greedy throne with a three-pointed knife in her hand. After that, a tentacle tore through the space and then wrapped around the greedy throne. The tentacle of the demon mother? Su Xian immediately recognized that it was the tentacle of the demon mother, but before he could come to his senses, the greedy throne was dragged into the space crack. Okay, we should go and deal with the greedy demon king. Su Jing put away the trident, then immediately rode on the diamond centaur and rushed to the greedy demon king's direction. Let's go too, Su Xian said to Lucia and the others, then immediately chased Su Jing. In a blink of an eye, everyone arrived at the Star Kingdom's military camp. Su Xian looked down and found that the Star Kingdom's military camp seemed peaceful, and there was no sign of war. Where is the greedy demon king? He was a little confused. Su Jing immediately explained, they evacuated a few minutes ago. Evacuated? Is it because of the loss of contact with the greedy throne? Su Xian guessed. Maybe. Let's go find Ran Hongyu and the others first. Su Jing immediately drove the diamond centaur and ran down. When they arrived at the Star Kingdom camp, Edith was talking to Ran Hongyu. The arrival of Su Xian and others interrupted their conversation. Su Jing, Su Xian, you are finally here. Ran Hongyu smiled when she saw everyone coming. What happened? Su Jing immediately said to Ran Hongyu. They didn't succeed. Ran Hongyu replied, with the Baroness's magic circle, the greedy demon king's attack failed. Of course, thanks to you, you successfully blocked the greedy throne. When will you chase? Su Xian asked. The greedy demon king has lost contact with the greedy throne. Now is the best time to get rid of this demon king. You need to rest temporarily. Edith folded her hands and explained, besides, even if the greedy demon king lost the power of the throne, it is not so easy to deal with. Our enemy is stronger than we thought. Demon god. Su Xian knew that the biggest trouble of the greedy abyss, the demon god, had not been solved. The bastard who stole the throne of God still dominated the situation of the greedy abyss. So we don't need to rush. Edith turned around and said, take a break and take care of your small weapons. Su Xian frowned slightly. He always felt that Edith's words had something to say. Let's take a break. After several battles, everyone is tired, he said to the members. Yes. Led by Su Xian, everyone entered Edith's tent. But when he got to the tent, Su Xian found something wrong. There are only succubi in the entire military camp. None of the soldiers from the Star Kingdom are here, only Vivian and the Ice Blue Knight. What do you mean? Su Xian was confused. What strange thing was Edith thinking about? After entering the tent, everyone sat down one after another. The succubi brought all the prepared drinks, fruits, food, etc. for everyone to enjoy. There are delicious foods. Mare Ryan saw that there was the animal milk she liked to drink, so she grabbed a bucket and drank it all in one gulp. Pay attention to etiquette, okay? Su Xian frowned and reminded Mare Ryan. But he only heard Marie Ryan's vague reply, "Ulu ulu ulu. Rest here for a while. My subordinates will obey whatever you need." Edith told everyone, then came to Su Xian and whispered, "Come with me." Su Xian followed Edith to another tent in a daze. When he walked into the tent, his vision instantly fell into darkness. The surrounding environment also changed at this moment, as if he had come to a cave. And when his vision was restored to light, Su Xian saw a familiar plump figure in his eyes. Devil Mother? Su Xian immediately realized the other party's identity. At this time, the Demon Mother had turned into a human, but her skin color was still weird, showing a fluorescent purple. As for her appearance, beautiful, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Even Su Xian's cheeks, were stained with a faint blush at this moment. He was rarely shy. "Long time no see, my lovely child." The Demon Mother smiled and moved her graceful figure to Su Xian. When she was less than half a meter away from Su Xian noticed that the Demon Mother was more than 3 meters tall. But her figure was very coordinated, except for a pair of snow white. "I heard." The Demon Mother leaned down and gently pinched Su Xian's cheeks with her fingertips. She smiled and said, "You got rid of a group of fallen angels? Who told you that?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. But compared to these, his expression was more like saying, "Who spread my glorious deeds so quickly? I want to thank you sincerely. Look at your proud look, you almost laughed out loud." The Demon Mother smiled charmingly and poked Su Xian's face with her fingertips. After he released Su Xian, he spun around in front of him and asked, "How is it? Do you like my human form? I made it according to the most perfect image in your heart." Su Xian was stunned when he heard this. No wonder, he always felt that the appearance of the Demon Mother was familiar. Lucia's nose, Issa's lips, Alice's eyes. Ahem, it was simply carved out according to 100% perfection. "It looks good." Su Xian answered the Demon Mother sincerely. "I am not very satisfied with your answer." The Demon Mother shook her head, as if she wanted another answer. This made Su Xian frown immediately, but he knew in his heart that the Demon Mother should not want those so-called beautiful as a fairy or beautiful as a fairy. What the Demon Mother wants is probably his actual action. Just kidding, my lovely child." Su Xian was about to speak, but was stopped by the Demon Mother. She stretched out her hand, grasped Su Xian's waist, and picked him up directly. Just like holding a child. "My good child." The Demon Mother lifted Su Xian high, her dark purple eyes flashing with greed and desire, and Su Xian even saw her licking the corners of her lips. "Hey, you are drooling." But before he could say anything, the Demon Mother held him in her arms again and filled the white gap with his cheeks. Excitedly, "We will be together forever, forever and ever." Su Xian, Seeing this scene, Edith covered her forehead helplessly. Although she knew that the Demon Mother was more perverted, she never expected that the Demon Mother would say such a disgusting thing. It sounded like a young girl confessing to her lover. Or a mother doting on her child. "Okay, put him down." Edith noticed Su Xian's blushing face, not knowing whether it was suffocation or shyness. "Okay." The Demon Mother smiled slightly, and then put Su Xian on the ground. After being free, Su Xian took a big breath to get rid of the state of hypoxia. After a long time, Su Xian regained his composure and asked the Demon Mother, "So, what is the purpose of your coming here?" "I come to give you strength." The Demon Mother put her hand on Su Xian's shoulder and said, "Help you defeat the evil creature that stole the throne of God." "Give me strength?" Su Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the Demon Mother standing in front of him. At the same time, a flower composed of heart petals flashed in his pupils. Su Xian's body seemed to be out of his control at this moment, and he took a step forward. At the same time, he raised his hand and reached out to the snow-white body of the Demon Mother. Not bad, that's it." The Demon Mother seemed to be conveying the devil's whisper, which made Su Xian unbearable. The holy light that punishes demons became brighter when it met the Demon Mother, but this kind of thing, Edith can't let it happen at this moment. Hee hee. A light hum instantly brought Su Xian back to reality. Don't forget, we are now in the military camp, and there are still many things to do later. Edith reminded the demon mother, if it's you, this guy may not be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Hee hee, it seems to be true. The demon mother smiled, and stepped back a few steps. Then, she looked at Daisy and squinted her eyes and said, but if I can't be the target, then the target can only be you. Wait! Daisy suddenly realized something was wrong and was about to speak, but the next second, several tentacles tied her up and sent her to Su Xian. You? Does it have to be that kind of thing? Daisy asked the demon mother speechlessly. Is that only that kind of thing can make Su Xian stronger? Of course not, but... The demon mother approached Daisy and whispered in her ear, the power of the lustful abyss can only be given to him in this way, right? And you? Haven't you been doing this kind of thing? After hearing this, Idas was speechless. After a moment of silence, she said helplessly, hurry up. Hee. The demon mother smiled and covered her mouth, then said to Su Xian, enjoy it to your heart's content. A goddess who fell from the divine world must be great, right? Huh? Su Xian did not answer. The lustful power that the demon mother had given him just now was still wandering in his body, and needed to be released immediately. He pushed aside the clouds and mist, and the holy light flashed with a dazzling pink halo. After seeing this, Ida's pupils trembled slightly. But after seeing that Su Xian did not activate the half-dragon transformation, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no dragon holy light, she can still... Wait. How come there is electricity? And fire? Where is the master? Alice in the tent suddenly realized that Su Xian had not returned for a long time, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. It seems that he went out with the Baron. Ren Hongyu answered while drinking. But, it's been more than an hour, why hasn't the president come back yet? Alice couldn't hide her longing. She stood up and wanted to find Su Xian. Alice, don't worry too much. Lucia also came out to comfort her. With Lady Rose here, he won't be in trouble. But the master hasn't had a good rest recently. If the Lady Rose does something bad to the master, will the master? Alice asked with wild thoughts. And this guess immediately made the people present fall silent. Although the bad thing Alice said might not be that thing. But Su Xian hasn't come back for so long. Can it only be that thing? I think we can go find them. Lucia stood up and analyzed calmly. Yes, indeed. Su Jing also stood up and agreed with Lucia. Great. Alice saw that someone supported her and said immediately, then let's go find the master. Before Alice walked to the door of the tent, Su Xian walked in with a smile on her face. Master. You're back. Alice was a little excited. She just wanted to find the master, and the master came back. This must be the legendary fate, right? Well, some things delayed me for a while. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose and sat back in his original position. At the same time, Edith walked in. But her condition was a little strange, limping, which attracted the attention of Lucia and others. Lady Baroness, are you injured? Ren Hongyu asked curiously. It's okay, just some minor injuries. Edith shook her head and hurried back to her seat. Lucia and the others knew her reaction. But Alice and the others didn't know. They just asked Su Xian curiously, Master, what did you do just now? I feel that your complexion has suddenly improved a lot. Ahem. Su Xian coughed awkwardly. He was thinking, he couldn't say that it was the succubus, right? After a moment, he replied, the Baroness said she has a pet dog and wants to show it to me. Pet dog? Alice blinked in confusion, with a question mark on her face. Well, that pet dog is quite cute, and she has special magic that can help me recover my spirit and physical strength. Su Xian nodded and replied, it also provides me with emotional value. It's a good dog. Hee hee. Edith choked. She certainly knew what Su Xian was talking about. But isn't your analogy a bit too much? Is it a cute puppy? That's great. Alice didn't have any doubts at all, holding her face, and said excitedly, a puppy that likes its owner must be a good dog. Alice also wants to see the puppy. If I feed her bones, will she wag her tail at me? Should. Not. Chapter 561. After a short break, everyone finished resting. At the same time, Edith had also learned the location of the greedy Demon King, and was ready to set off at any time. Since the location of the greedy Demon King has been determined, let's set off. Su Jing stood up and picked up the three-pointed knife leaning against the wall. Yes. Su Xian nodded. It was time to get to know the greedy abyss. In addition, while he was resting, the voice of the demon god kept coming to his mind. He shouted, "The thief who stole my throne, I will make him pay with blood and tears. He is also a middle school disease. Let's go!" Su Xian gave an order and led the members to the hiding place of the greedy demon king. Is this it? When everyone arrived at the destination, the environment in front of them made people feel uncomfortable. There was scorched land everywhere, as if everything between heaven and earth was covered with oil. That should be it. Su Jing looked around and said, "Leave it to me," after not being able to find any figure. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the three-pointed knife in her hand. When the three-pointed knife flashed white light, the charred land below exploded violently at this moment. Where the white light passed, it instantly became like the surface of the moon, with pits and bumps. "It's really simple and crude," Ren Hongyu said with a smile. "But it's also very efficient." Su Jing stopped and looked into the distance. I saw a dark figure appear in the distance. It was all black and shaped like a tiger. But it had several human arms on its back, which looked very strange. "Is it?" Su Jing asked Ren Hongyu. "Yes." Ren Hongyu nodded and continued, "This guy is quite powerful. He can control darkness and space." Darkness and space? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Darkness and space. The level of these two forces is not low. Come on. Ren Hongyu immediately put on her iconic bright red armor and said, "Let's get rid of it." Hixia. At Su Jing's command, the eight-winged seraph Hixia immediately responded and raised the holy sword in her hand. In an instant, the surrounding space was shrouded in a layer of golden mist, cutting off all spatial magic connections. Do it! In an instant, the war started. Su Jing rode on the diamond centaur and launched an attack on the greedy demon king. Hixia followed synchronously, and the golden holy light turned into a sword beam, tearing open the greedy demon king's dark body. "Let's go too." Su Xian immediately led the members of Pa Fantasy Township and prepared to launch an attack on the greedy demon king. But just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Danger! Lucia and the others immediately protected Su Xian and kept him safe. "The big one is coming." Su Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. The figure flashed with a strange light, and behind him, a large number of wings gently flapped, providing him with kinetic energy for flying. "How many pairs of wings are those?" Su Xian looked at Yumelos with a puzzled look on his face. Because the other party's state was very strange, and there were actually dozens of pairs of angel wings behind him, it was a bit outrageous, right? Megami only had 12 winged angel feathers. Plunder. Yumelos drew out the holy sword from his waist, and explained to Su Xian at the same time. He plundered the wings of many angels. He is a sinner. Plunder. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the other party's information appeared in his sight. Go on, mythology level 100. Race, fallen angel. Growth, 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. Plunder. Angel. Fallen. Demon, is this the guy? The bastard who stole my throne? The voice of the demon sounded in Su Xian's mind. Didn't you fall asleep again just now? Su Xian asked curiously. Yes, but now. The demon said, I want to help you and take back the throne that belongs to me. Isn't it me who helps you? Su Xian said, turning on the half-dragon humanization, and red and white scales covered his whole body. One by one, let that bastard know how hot the throne is. After speaking, layers of pink aura lingered on Su Xian's body. This is the power he got from the demon mother, the true law of lust. Go try it. The demon's tone was a little excited. Your new power. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Su Xian immediately flew to the demon named Gowan. At the same time, his voice rang in the ears of the members of Pa Fantasy Township. Leave this to me, you go to deal with the greedy demon king. Are you sure? Lucia frowned slightly, and asked Su Xian. That is an enemy with a godly position. Su Xian alone, is it possible? Don't worry. Su Xian said confidently, all the conditions are met, I have no reason to lose. You? Lucia was stunned for a moment, then said to the other members, let's go, let's deal with the greedy demon king. Aren't we helping the master? He consoled himself. He's so ugly. When Su Xian came to go on, he suddenly found that the angel looked a little strange. It seemed to have been corroded by sulfuric acid, but to be precise, his entire cheek was covered with some green substance. Yes, after all, he is a thief who stole the throne of God. The demon sneered and said, my throne of God is not so easy to take. Humble bug. Suddenly, the angel named Gowan made a hoarse voice. What you did angered the true God, and everything you have will be destroyed in a few breaths, and you will be punished." After speaking, Gawan raised the giant sword on his back. In the blink of an eye, the opponent came behind Su Xian in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. "Is this godly speed?" Su Xian frowned. The speed of the other party was beyond his imagination. It was much faster than Megami. This might be because the one who descended before was Megami's angel golden body. And now, he is facing a real god, even if the other party is a stolen god. When Jiawan swung the giant sword and slashed at Su Xian, the pink breath turned into a petal shield, easily resisting the blow of the giant sword. It's quite convenient. Su Xian was very satisfied when he saw this. Even if he couldn't identify Jiawan's speed, he could still take precautions. "Is this godly power?" Jiawan also showed an incredible expression when his attack was blocked. But his face was damaged, so only slight changes in expression could be seen. "But it's useless." Jiawan raised the giant sword again. "Your death is inevitable." As soon as the voice fell, the giant sword was swung again, slashing at Su Xian again and again. Although there was the protection of the law of lust, it was still impossible to defeat the enemy in a defensive posture. Su Xian directly transformed into a giant dragon hundreds of meters high, with white dragon scales wrapped around his whole body. The huge body smashed directly at Jiawan, smashing Jiawan's body into the dark land. Then, without any pause, he swung the dragon claw at Jiawan again. The sharp dragon claws tore through the mountains and plains, and hit Jiawan's body hard. But after a brief tearing of the opponent's wings, Su Xian found that the opponent had a strange energy barrier on his body, blocking his offensive. "What is this?" Su Xian suddenly felt a little confused. This power was something he had never touched before. The power of the throne. He protects the other party. The devil replied to Su Xian, "But this throne belongs to me." But as soon as she finished speaking, a power that did not belong to him suddenly burst out from Su Xian's body. Then, the power of the throne that surrounded Jiawan was gradually stripped away. How is it possible? Jiawan showed a look of horror for the first time at this moment. He never thought that the devil was living in Su Xian's soul. Stupid idiot. The devil's voice sounded through Su Xian's mouth, like ice piercing his thighs, like a devil's voice lingering in the beams, and entered Jiawan's mind. "You dare to touch my things. Who do you think you are? An angel? Just a pile of stinking shit. Even you are worthy. Rubbish, you don't deserve this power." When the voice fell, a dark throne appeared above Jiawan's head. It seemed that he was called by the real master and wanted to get out of Jiawan's body. "No! No! You are mine! You are mine!" Jiawan tried his best to take back his throne, but it was all in vain. The throne of the demon god no longer obeyed his call, and was directly peeled off from his body. Ah! The severe pain made Jiawan's face distorted. The dozens of pairs of angel wings behind him also fell off at this moment, because of the loss of power. After the throne of the demon god was out of Jiawan's control, it floated directly above Su Xian's head. Oh! Su Xian looked at the throne floating above his head, and slowly rotating, revealing a hint of curiosity. "This throne is mine? You wish?" The demon god seemed to have guessed Su Xian's thoughts and said, "The throne will only obey its master, and you are not its master, I am." "Really?" Su Xian touched his nose, and then his heart moved slightly, trying to control the throne of the demon god. And at the moment, when his thoughts emerged, the throne seemed to hear his call and burst into a dark halo. Ah! When the demon god saw this scene, he was shocked. Wait, how could her throne obey Su Xian's orders? How is this possible? But before she had time to understand the reason, Su Xian had already obtained the power of the throne. The dark power intertwined with his fingertips, lingering with strange sounds. Interesting, but it seems that it doesn't belong to me completely? Su Xian noticed that although he could use the power of the god's throne, he could not take it for himself. The reason was probably that the demon god was in his soul, but no matter what, since the god's throne had been taken back, then... Su Xian looked at Jiawan in the distance, with a smile in his eyes. "You?" Jiawan was about to escape, and the next second, a dark beam of light pierced his head directly. The 100th level fallen angel instantly fell into Su Xian's hands. Successfully killed the fallen angel Jiawan. Gained 1000 W experience. Obtained sublimation crystal * 1000. Obtained brilliant crystal * 1. Brilliant crystal? Su Xian saw the reward after killing Jiawan, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Brilliant crystal is an important prop for the promotion to demigod, and he finally saw it again. That's right. Su Xian immediately looked at the greedy demon king in the distance, and was relieved when he saw that Su Jing and the others had finished the battle, and were staring at him in amazement. He then flew towards the crowd and asked, "Are you all okay?" "It's okay. We have so many demigods working together to fight against the greedy demon king, but without the blessing of the greedy throne, it's easy to win." Ren Hongyu said, "But you, fighting a god alone. Isn't it a bit too much? I separated his throne from him, so he can't be considered a true god." Su Xian shook his head and replied. The women remained silent after hearing Su Xian's answer. After a god loses his throne, is he still a god? As for this question, Edith rubbed her eyebrows, then smiled and said, "Congratulations to everyone, you have successfully completed the stage task. Now, there is only the last arrogant abyss blocking us. Victory is within reach. No, we have already won." Suddenly, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. His appearance made everyone present instantly alert. "Everyone calm down, he is one of us." Su Xian waved his hand to keep the guild members calm. Then he said, "Why are you here? Demon Mother?" The person who came was naturally the Demon Mother, and the only people who had seen her were Su Xian, Idis and Su Jing. The rest of them had never seen the real Demon Mother. "Wait, there is another one. It smells so good." "That's right. That's the smell. That beautiful blood." When Canlucia smelled the breath of the Demon Mother, she showed an obsessed expression. It was as if her mission at birth was to get the blood of the Demon Mother. Canlucia. Before Su Xian could stop Canlucia, she was like a cannonball, and instantly flew towards the Demon Mother. But before he could touch the Demon Mother, he was entangled by two pink tentacles and tied in midair. "You are so anxious, kid." The Demon Mother poked Canlucia's nose with her fingertips, then smiled and looked at everyone. Said, "The arrogant Demon King is dead." As soon as the voice fell, the Demon Mother raised her fingertips. I saw the arrogant Demon King floating in his palm, with bright red blood on it. The arrogant Demon King is dead? Everyone showed incredible expressions, even Idis. It was unbelievable. Because even she didn't know that the Demon Mother actually went directly to the arrogant abyss and killed the arrogant Demon King. "So what do you mean, this war is over?" Su Jing narrowed her eyes and asked the Demon Mother. "A war against the abyss ended so simply. What else?" The Demon Mother chuckled and said, "This is the abyss that originally belonged to me. Now it is just returning to its original owner. As for those so-called Demon Kings, they are just a bunch of trash. Only when I am here, that is the real abyss." Chapter 562. I am the past and future of the abyss. The Demon Mother raised her lips and said firmly, "I am the abyss." "Okay, I've heard enough of these powerful speeches." Edith rubbed her nose and asked the Demon Mother, "But everything you are doing now is different from what we planned." "No, I never had a plan, sweetheart." The Demon Mother smiled and shrugged, then looked at Su Xian and said, "We should enter the second stage." "The second stage?" Su Xian put on a confused expression. "What second stage?" "That is." The Demon Mother smiled more and more evilly, and saw him open his hands. In an instant, the 7 thrones of the Demon King appeared silently, and floated in the air. 7 thrones of the Demon King. When everyone saw the 7 thrones of the Demon King appear, they showed an incredible expression. Although they had challenged the Demon King and defeated them one by one. But now, the 7 Demon Kings appeared at the same time, which was a spectacular scene they had never seen before. "My child." The Demon Mother stretched out her hand to Su Xian and said with a smile, "It's time for us to see a new world, a place I have never been to. Now I finally have a chance." "A place I have never been to." Su Xian thought for a moment and immediately understood the reason. God Realm. But isn't the passage to God Realm closed? Before Su Xian asked, the power of the Demon Mother suddenly erupted. In an instant, the earth veins shook and the sky dawned. The dark purple light bloomed between heaven and earth, covering the entire sky of the greedy abyss. At the same time, hundreds of tentacles emerged from the earth veins, entwined the 7 thrones, and climbed up to the sky. It seemed to form a ladder to the gods, waiting for someone to come. As for the sky, the end of the tentacles. A dark red crack was torn open, leading to the mysterious other side. "Is this your real purpose?" Su Xian frowned and looked at the Demon Mother and Idis. The others also cast their eyes, their hearts filled with disbelief. They never thought that the ultimate goal of occupying the abyss was to open the way to the divine world. The abyss is an independent area. At this time, the Demon Mother took a step forward and said, "It is not like the magic continent or the divine world that cannot escape the destruction of the world." Why is this? Because it is very simple. The abyss belongs to my divine domain. It can prevent the destruction of the world only because I am here. But my power will disappear sooner or later, just like tens of thousands of years ago. The abyss is the divine domain? Su Xian was a little surprised when he heard this answer, as if the fog in his heart was dispersing at this moment. My idea is, said the demon mother, staring at Su Xian tightly, and said with a smile, use the abyss as the base point to build a shelter. But my power is far from enough, so I need your help, child. What should I do? Su Xian asked. Let more gods join us, and then use your charm to make them yours, willing to provide power to the abyss. The demon mother held Su Xian's cheek and whispered softly, of course, this is the last resort. However, there is no way to save the world in the magic continent, so you must go to the god realm. Go meet him. Meet him? Su Xian looked up in a trance, looking at the ladder to the god realm in the distance, with mixed feelings in his heart. At this time, Edith said, there is no need to be so anxious, you can go to the god realm after you have sorted yourself out. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, he was not sure if he was ready to go to the god realm. By the way? Su Xian suddenly asked, since we can use this to go to the god realm, can the creatures in the god realm also? Of course not, and only the existence I recognize can go to the god realm through the road built by the 7 thrones. The demon mother replied. Oh! Su Xian nodded, thinking. Since the war is over, I will go back first. Su Jing put away the trident and said to Edith. Okay, I deal with the aftermath of the abyss, and the mission contract between us has also come to a perfect end at this moment. Edith nodded and whispered, go back and collect your rewards. I think you will be satisfied. See you later. Su Jing clasped his fists, then immediately opened the teleportation array and left. Bye. Ren Hongyu smiled at Su Xian and left immediately. Then I go back to the guild first. Su Xian looked at Edith and said, well, go. The space magic ring flickered, and Su Xian returned to the guild with the guild members. When they came back, Su Xian immediately submitted the task. Special Commission, B+ Roses Bloom in Hell. Cooperative Task. Task Goal, assist Edith to control the 7 abysses. Task completed. Task Reward, Brilliant Crystal +1. Abyss Fragment +2. Another Brilliant Crystal. Su Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. In this way, he had 2 props that could help guild members to become demigods. What are the Abyss Fragments? His attention fell on the Abyss Fragments again. They were 2 dark fragments that looked like Abyss Fragments. Mythology. The fragments that make up the abyss contain the power of the laws of the Mother of Demons. After releasing them, they can be regarded as a full-strength attack at the level of God. A full-strength attack from God? Su Xian was quite satisfied with the effect of the Abyss Fragments. After receiving the reward, he focused his attention on the World Channel and the Event Channel. What is certain is that the activity of conquering the abyss has not yet ended, because there are still countless demons left in the abyss that need to be cleaned up. Their current achievement is to kill all the demigods headed by the abyss. Of course, there is another group of demigods in the abyss, but they belong to the peace faction, and are likely to reach a peace treaty with the forces of the magic continent. Before climbing the ladder to the god realm, upgrade the guild level to A. Su Xian glanced at his task panel. There was only 1 task left for the A-level guild. But the description of this task was strange. It only asked him to go to a cave and retrieve something. As for the enemy's information, all were 0. I'm tired today. Let's do it tomorrow. Su Xian rubbed his eyebrows and lay on the sofa. He just killed a fallen angel who stole the throne of God. He needed to rest. Just when he closed his eyes to rest, Lucia came to his side and sat down slowly. Said, the current situation is clear. Su Xian opened his eyes and nodded slightly yes. Which side do you plan to choose? Lucia's beautiful golden red eyes stared at Su Xian closely and asked, will you choose the demon mother and Ides? Or the elf queen and Queen Medusa? They all have their own ideas and methods to save this world that is about to be broken. But Su Xian was silent for a moment and said, there is no way to cure the root cause, right? Lucia was silent for a while, just as Su Xian said, no matter whose method it is only a temporary solution. Just like the gods in the god realm. But as the demon mother said, there may be a way to save the broken world in the god realm, and he needs to go there in person. That? Suddenly, Lucia said hesitantly, I have submitted my resignation application to the Holy See of Light. I am no longer the Pope of the Holy See of Light. Su Xian was slightly stunned and asked, did the people of the Holy See of Light agree? What if they disagree? Lucia glanced at him, folded her elbows, and said, "My power does not come from the Holy Sea of Light, but from the Golden Holy Dragon, and my achievements over the years are enough to offset the funding of the Holy Sea of Light. In addition, there are a bunch of old guys who want me to step down." "So you did what they wanted?" "I abolished them all before I resigned," Lucia said lightly. "Ah? And even if the new pope takes office, it will only be Winnie Shan," Lucia added. Su Xian was silent for a moment. Isn't the Holy Sea of Light still firmly controlled by Lucia? Wait. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "It stands to reason that there are many voices against you in the Church of Light, right? How could they collapse so quickly?" Faced with Su Xian's question, Lucia did not speak, but just stared at him with her golden red eyes. "Because? Me?" Su Xian instantly understood the reason. "Well, I made our relationship public, and it will probably spread throughout the magic continent tomorrow." Lucia nodded slightly and added, "As the woman of the King of Angels, no believer in the Church of Light can refuse this identity, right?" Su Xian rubbed his nose. Sure enough, background is extremely useful. Perhaps, because of Lucia's young age, many believers cannot recognize her status as the Pope. But now, the woman of the King of Angels, this identity is directly unsolvable. Those who oppose Lucia have become those who oppose the King of Angels. What's the point of playing? What? Are you unhappy? Lucia asked when she saw Su Xian's mixed expression. No. Su Xian shook his head immediately. He was just thinking about something. For example, when their story spread throughout the magic continent, some people's reactions. Forget it, there's nothing to think about. So, you don't have to go back to the Holy Sea of Light? Su Xian hugged Lucia's slender waist and asked curiously. Well, but I need to merge my original body and clone during this time. Lucia nodded and continued, We carry too many unique power attributes. Can I help? Su Xian said, as he uncovered Lucia's dress. Now in front of him, it seemed like Lucia's real body? That's even better. Help? Wait. Before Lucia finished her words, she was pressed on the sofa. Su Xian. In the real world, Su Jing wanted to talk to Su Xian about something. But when she walked into Su Xian's room, she saw that Su Xian was still in the game. Haven't you logged out of the game yet? Seeing this, Su Jing planned to close the door and leave. Suddenly, she found a strange spot. It seemed like the sunlight hidden in the clouds, which could break through the darkness at any time. Su Jing was stunned and stopped at the door of Su Xian's room, at a loss. But at this moment, Ran Hongyu appeared silently and said, What are you doing standing at the door? If you want to find Su Xian, why don't you just go in? As she said that, she pushed Su Jing directly into Su Xian's room. Su Jing didn't expect Ran Hongyu to suddenly appear, and stumbled and fell on Su Xian's bed, just touching the holy light with her hand. It's so hot. When she felt the heat, she jumped up quickly, like a frightened little rabbit. Hey, what is this kid doing in the game? Ran Hongyu also noticed Su Xian's strangeness, walked in, and asked curiously. Hongyu. Su Jing glared at Ran Hongyu coldly. She didn't like this kind of surprise. Sorry. Ran Hongyu smiled, then looked at Su Xian and said, So, is this kid having a celebration party in the guild? Reward him with small weapons? Don't make such a weird joke. Su Jing glared again, then immediately pushed Ran Hongyu out of Su Xian's room, and continued, Come to him when he wakes up. But you won't tell him about that? Ran Hongyu smiled and stepped back, and said, If you don't tell him about your divine prophecy now, there will be no time. Su Jing was silent for a moment, and said slowly, There will be time. Let's go back to the room to pack our things. We should leave. Got it. After saying that, Su Jing and Ran Hongyu returned to their rooms to pack their things. But they didn't know that Maria, who was showing off in the living room, heard their conversation. Su Jing and the others. Maria blinked and immediately ran towards Su Xian's room. Not long after, Su Xian woke up from his joy. It has to be a demigod. Su Xian's mouth corners slightly raised. Only a demigod can withstand his dragon's holy light, right? Except for a certain gifted little succubus. Hey? Why did my pants fall off? Su Xian just sat up and found that a corner of his pants was torn open. He tidied himself up, then looked up and saw that his door was open. But it was unusually quiet outside, as if he was suddenly the only one in the villa. Sister Fian? Maria? Su Xian walked out of the room and looked for other people. Sister Su Jing? Sister Hongyu? But he didn't care. Even when he knocked on their doors, he didn't get any response. Where are they? Su Xian frowned. Was he really left alone at home? Damn it. Find something to eat. Su Xian quickly got up and went to find food. At the same time, Su Fian invited Su Jing and Ran Hongyu to the basement of the villa. Even Su Xian, who had lived here for a long time, didn't know about this place. After all, he was just moving around in his room. You guys. Su Fian frowned and asked Su Jing and Ran Hongyu, have you really decided? Yes. Su Jing nodded and replied, the matter of the abyss has come to a perfect end for the time being, and we need to continue the unfinished business and eliminate the enemies hidden in reality one by one. Chapter 563. Where are they? Su Xian called Su Fian, but got no response. This made him very confused. How could they all disappear in the blink of an eye? More importantly, he didn't find any food. It must have been eaten up by Maria, the big eater. Beep, beep. Suddenly, Su Xian received a call from Su Fian. Hello? Su Xian, put on your clothes, we are going out for dinner. Su Fian's voice came from the other end of the phone. What day is today? Su Xian asked curiously. Su Jing and Ran Hongyu are leaving, and they are having a farewell dinner. Su Fian explained. Ah? Su Xian was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing Su Fian's words. Then, he immediately asked, where are they going? Then you have to ask them in person. Su Fian whispered, hurry up, we be up soon. Are you at home? Why can't I find you? Su Xian frowned. He searched the villa and didn't see Su Fian and the others. We are in the basement. There is also a basement. Su Xian was stunned. When did the villa have a basement? How come he didn't know? Hurry up and get dressed. I know. Su Xian immediately returned to the room and put on his clothes and pants. When he walked to the first floor, Su Fian and the others had been waiting for a long time. At the same time, he also saw that Su Jing and Ran Hongyu had already prepared their luggage. Are you really going to leave? Su Xian asked the two with some reluctance. Well, there are many things to deal with. Su Jing nodded and continued, but we should meet again soon and won't be apart for too long. I understand. Su Xian responded, and then said to Su Fian, let's go, what are we going to eat later? Eat you. Aren't you unable to eat? Su Fian glared at him, and then immediately walked to the garage. 5 people could fit into one car. With Su Fian's foot on the accelerator, everyone arrived at her private bar. At this time, the bar was empty except for the bar waiter Wang Lin. Wang Lin, are you ready for what I asked you to prepare? Su Fian asked Wang Lin after entering the bar. Well, please follow me. Wang Lin immediately led everyone into the private room inside. The wine and food were ready, just waiting for everyone to enjoy. The soundproofing here is very good. No one will disturb us at this time. We can enjoy ourselves. Su Fian whispered, and expressed those words that we haven't had time to say yet. Yeah. Su Jing nodded, and glanced at Su Xian inadvertently. Try the unique wine in my shop. Su Fian waved her hand, and asked Wang Lin to help Su Jing and the others pour a pink wine. Want to drink? But the flight is in 6 hours. Su Jing hesitated, but Ran Hongyu said, 6 hours is enough, even enough for a nap. Drinking a little wine is okay. Okay. Su Jing had to agree, and picked up the wine glass in front of him. Then, raise your glasses. Su Fian said to everyone, celebrate this moment, for our friendship. Cheers. Time went by in a blink of an eye, and it was 2 hours later. Why are there 3 Su Xians? Maria, who was sitting next to Su Xian, was staggering, her red cheeks full of drunkenness. After pointing at Su Xian for a long time, she fell directly into his arms. You are drunk. Su Xian pinched Maria's cheek, but it was useless. This idiot, do you really think that the private liquor in my store is a drink? Su Fian glanced at it, and said speechlessly. I think. Su Xian paused for a moment, and continued, maybe it's not Maria's problem. As he said that, he looked at Su Jing and Ran Hongyu. They were also a little shaky. Their little faces were red. Moreover, not only them, but even Su Fian herself was drunk. She held 2 forks in her hand, and tried to cut the steak. What kind of wine is this? Su Xian picked up the bottle speechlessly, and checked it carefully. It tastes like a drink. How come it has such a strong aftertaste? Su Xian was silent when he saw the alcohol content of the wine. I thought it was an alcoholic drink, but it turned out to be vodka. However, he was fine, maybe because he drank too much with Lucia? Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, then pushed Maria aside. Someone leaned on him, affecting his meal. Just when Su Xian was picking and choosing, showing off his meal. Suddenly, Ran Hongyu slammed the table and stood up. Her weird behavior scared Su Xian. But no one else reacted, especially Su Jing, who had already fallen asleep on the table. Su Xian. Ren Hongyu looked at Su Xian with a fierce look, which made Su Xian slightly stunned. After a long time he replied, "Eh? You kid." Ren Hongyu suddenly climbed onto the dining table, came to Su Xian, and raised his chin with her fingertips, and asked drunkenly, "I heard that you do some bad things in the guild every day, right? How could that be?" Su Xian frowned, not understanding who Ren Hongyu had heard the nonsense from. "Huh? No." Ren Hongyu's mouth curled up, and her beautiful eyes stared at Su Xian with seductiveness, as if she was going to do something. Gulp, Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then replied, "Of course. Sister Hongyu, you are drunk." "Drunk? No, Ren Hongyu denied it, and then pointed at Maria, who was hugging Su Xian's thigh, and said, "People like Maria are drunk." Su Xian was silent for a while, looking at Maria. Maria was rubbing her cheek against his thigh, mumbling, "Beef, beef with M9. Su Xian frowned immediately. She shouldn't suddenly bite him, right? He had no choice but to look at Su Fian. But Su Fian was still cutting the steak with 2 forks, and muttered, "Didn't Wang Lin change the knife and fork? Why are they so blunt? All drunk." Su Xian had a mixed expression, not knowing how to face the scene at the moment. "Where is the promised drink? How did it become a big drunk? Really?" Su Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he could only take care of the 4 drunken girls, hoping that before the plane took off, Su Jing and Ren Hongyu could. "Hey!" Before Su Xian finished thinking, Ren Hongyu rushed over and pressed Su Xian down on the sofa. "Come on, cute little brother Su Xian." Ren Hongyu put her hand on Su Xian's chest and said with a smile, "Let me see what you can do. Sister Hongyu, you are really drunk." Su Xian grabbed Ren Hongyu's wrist and tried to push her aside. But he found that Ren Hongyu was very strong, even stronger than him. Is it because the game merged with reality? Su Xian frowned. Ren Hongyu, who entered the game in advance, naturally evolved faster than him. She also got more attributes from the game than Su Xian. Out of helplessness, Su Xian could only look at Su Fian for help. "Sister Fian." But as soon as his voice came out, Su Fian suddenly raised the 2 forks in her hand, as if releasing her inner emotions. She shouted, "Wang Lin, your knife can't cut the meat." "Pa." He fell on the table and fell asleep. Su Xian frowned, feeling complicated. Is this wine really that powerful? It turned Su Fian into a little fool? Still want to resist? At this moment, Ren Hongyu directly controlled Su Xian's hands, and then looked down. A strange arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said to Maria, who was hugging Su Xian's thigh, "Little greedy cat, there is something more delicious here." As she said that, Ren Hongyu directly lifted the fog. Su Xian was instantly full of question marks. "Hey! My pants! Where are they? Hey, there are really some." Maria seemed to be summoned, staring at the holy light, and then, "Bah! Eat the holy light in one bite." "Me!" Su Xian wanted to speak out to stop him, but it was too late. Ren Hongyu kissed him directly, preventing him from making any sound. It was not until a long time later that she let go, then stared into Su Xian's eyes, and said, "Boy, your sister and I may not come back after this trip." "What do you mean?" Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and asked Ren Hongyu. "Literally." Ren Hongyu said calmly, "You also know that the destruction of the world is imminent. As people chosen by the gods, we need to take on a lot of responsibilities. And the task given to me by the goddess of wisdom is to wipe out those bastards, who believe in the void one by one. Su Jing and I have the same goal, and the same action plan. So, we need to go back to Yanjing to solve some problems. However, you can rest assured of our safety. At least, we will not be in danger if we join forces. But, I don't know when we will meet next time. Maybe we can only meet in a game." Su Xian listened carefully to Ren Hongyu's description, and kept it in mind. Of course he knew that Su Jing and Ren Hongyu had their own goals, and could not stay in Zhejiang for a long time. But he did not expect that they would leave so soon. "Delicious, delicious. Stop licking." Su Xian's eyebrows were solemn, and he knocked on Maria's forehead with his hand. He and Ren Hongyu were talking about business, and Maria kept eating holy light, drunk, but also a foodie, right? "But," Ren Hongyu suddenly said, "it is not impossible for us to meet in reality. If the space magic you used in the game can be applied to reality, it may be effective at that time." "Are you talking about the space ring?" Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. "It is indeed as Ren Hongyu said. If the space ring is used in reality, the distance in space will become nothing. However, so are you drunk?" Su Xian asked Ren Hongyu. "Ha ha ha! You found me. Ren Hongyu stood up with a smile. She was not drunk. On the contrary, she was very sober. Sure enough. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, thinking that Ren Hongyu was pretending to be really good, and he was almost deceived. Although you said that the mission content is not dangerous, there is no absolute safety now. He continued, when the time comes, you and Sister Su Jing must be cautious and put your life first. Okay, I know. Ren Hongyu smiled and rubbed Su Xian's head, like a sister's assurance to her brother. Su Xian smiled, and then looked at Su Jing. She was still lying on the table, sleeping quietly. I don't know if he is really asleep, or is he pretending to be asleep, like Ren Hongyu. By the way, Ren Hongyu suddenly said, Su Jing has always wanted to tell you about the prophecy of God, but there is no chance. The prophecy of God? Su Xian was confused when he heard it. About the goddess of life? Yes. Ren Hongyu nodded and added, the goddess of life once received a prophecy that the source of the broken world needs 3 key people to repair it, but so far, it has not been determined who they are. So Su Jing and I have been looking for them. 3 people? Su Xian was confused when he heard the content of the prophecy. Asked race? Gender? Uncertain, there is no clue in the prophecy. Su Xian frowned, speechless. No clues, just looking for the 3 key people? Is the goddess of life joking? It's almost time. Ren Hongyu looked at the time, then said to Su Xian, I will take Su Jing away first, contact in the game if there is anything. Well, see you later. After speaking, Ren Hongyu helped Su Jing up and walked out of the bar. When the two left, Su Xian's eyes immediately turned to Maria. This guy is still eating. Yogurt is really delicious. In the taxi to the airport, Su Jing, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and gave Ren Hongyu a cold look. Don't look at me like that, okay? Ren Hongyu said to Su Jing with a wry smile. Why did you kiss him? Su Jing frowned slightly and asked Ren Hongyu. Maybe I'm drunk. Ren Hongyu shrugged and said with a smile. Excuse. Su Jing glanced coldly. She would not be deceived by Ren Hongyu's poor acting skills. Ha ha ha. Ren Hongyu smiled and said, your brother's lips are quite soft and taste good. Su Jing was speechless, with a question mark on her head. A few hours later, Su Fian and Maria gradually dissipated from their drunkenness, and woke up from sleep. Maria yawned, smiling and said happily, I slept so comfortably. My head hurts. Are you drunk? Su Fian covered her head, and said uncomfortably. When she looked at Maria, she said in surprise, Maria, why is your mouth full of oil? Is there? Maria immediately wiped the corners of her mouth with a wet wipe, but couldn't help licking her lips with the tip of her tongue. After tasting it, she suddenly felt confused and murmured, why does it taste weird? It doesn't matter, it's quite fragrant. As for the conversation between the two women, Su Xian remained silent and still pretended to be asleep. He didn't dare to make any noise, for fear that Su Fian and the others would discover the truth about the cream. Chapter 564. After returning from the bar, Su Xian entered the game. When he returned to the guild, he immediately began to work on the last task commission for promotion to the A-level guild. But before that, he had to take a look at the world channel. When Su Xian saw the content of the world channel, he felt a little complicated for a while. Fuck. The Pope of Light has officially announced it. Can you explain it clearly? That's the former Pope of Light. That's almost right. I didn't expect the legendary Pope of Light to fall in love with a player. What guild leader? Call him the Angel King. Oh my god. How can someone become the Angel King and still be able to hook up with the Pope of Light? He's invincible. He just won a victory in the abyss, letting everyone know his identity as the Angel King, and then he turned around and made his relationship with the Pope of Light public. What a winner in life. I'm not envious at all. Not at all. Smiling face with sunglasses.jpg. Crying face with sunglasses off.jpg. Has it spread completely among the magic continent and the players? Su Xian smiled and shook his head. The speed of spread was really too fast. However, as the top player in the magic continent, it seems that there is no problem. Next, Su Xian looked at the last task commission, and then glanced at the members in the guild. Because Lucia and Issa had things to deal with, they were not in the guild. However, the two elves came to the guild early, and played with Verola. Su Xian thought for a moment, and then said to the members present, we won't wait for Lucia and the others. Come on, let's go and complete today's mission. Okay. Su Xian took Orslin, Yumelos, and the elf sisters to the cave. When they arrived at the destination, everyone immediately felt a little weird. The surrounding environment presented a weird atmosphere, and the air was full of fog, as if there were thousands of ghosts roaring between heaven and earth, waiting for the arrival of prey. What is this place? It's so weird. Beefily hugged Su Xian's right arm and asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Beefily also followed her sister's behavior and hugged Su Xian's other arm. Su Xian smiled slightly at the intimate actions of the two elves. He didn't dislike the feeling of being relied on the contrary, he liked it very much. Are you laughing? Lorslan asked confusedly. No. Su Xian answered perfunctorily, and then led everyone into the cave. When they came to the depths of the cave, they saw a treasure chest placed inside. Is this our mission target? Beifuli looked at the treasure chest and asked curiously. It should be. Su Xian nodded and walked forward quickly. Of course, he still remained vigilant, and at the same time, he scanned the treasure chest in front of him with his eyes, to prevent the treasure chest monster from hiding inside. Supreme treasure chest. Legendary, it contains priceless treasures. Is it safe? After confirming that there was no danger, Su Xian reached out and opened the treasure chest. And when the treasure chest was opened, a bright light flashed in everyone's sight. Then, everyone showed an unbelievable expression, and the scene fell into silence. Until Yumelos asked in confusion, why is there a head in the treasure chest? Everyone was at a loss for a moment. Who could have thought that there would be a head in the treasure chest? Moreover, it was the head of a girl with long white hair, white skin and super high appearance, but she only had a head, so Su Xian was not interested. Although it is a bit curious, it has nothing to do with us. Just take it back to the employer. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and prepared to close the treasure chest. And just when he was about to close it, suddenly, the head of the woman in the treasure chest opened her eyes. She said, "Hey, don't close it, I'm afraid of the dark." When they heard her speak, everyone was stunned. Su Xian frowned even more, with a complicated expression. This head is alive? After thousands of years, someone finally came. The head put on a contemptuous expression and said to Su Xian with a smile, "Human, take me away from here, I can give you divine power." Su Xian did not answer, but only wondered in his heart, this head belongs to a god? Hey! Didn't you hear me? The woman asked Su Xian angrily, "Are you deaf? Take me away from here." Snap! Su Xian closed the treasure chest without waiting for the other party to finish speaking. Quiet in an instant. Let's go back. Su Xian carried the treasure chest and returned to the guild. He didn't expect that this task was so simple. President, who is this head? Why does she call herself a god? On the way back, Yumelos asked Su Xian in confusion. I don't know either. Su Xian shook his head. The information given by the task was too little, and he couldn't find the reason at all. Perhaps, we can ask Lord Megami. Yumelos touched his cheek with his fingertips and suggested, Lord Megami should know some information about the gods. You have some truth in what you said. Su Xian nodded. The creatures in the god realm obviously have more right to know about the identity of the gods. Although he can't talk to Megami directly now, he still has someone to ask. Demon God, after returning to the guild, you can try to ask a question. With the flashing of the teleportation array, everyone returned to the guild. As soon as he sat down, Su Xian immediately asked the demon god in his mind, Hey, are you there? What are you doing? The demon god asked him impatiently. Show me which god is in this treasure chest. Su Xian said, and opened the treasure chest. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, the other party's screams were ushered in. Hey! Fan Ling! Why did you close the treasure chest again? This god is giving you a great opportunity, but you refused? Do you know how stupid you are? Fan Ling! Speak! Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention, just waiting for the demon god's reply. She. After carefully identifying the other party's appearance, the demon god fell into a brief silence. She really couldn't identify which god the other party was. And why is there a god's head in the magic continent? This is something that has never been heard of. After all, the gods who have the throne of God will either have their throne destroyed directly and die, or rely on the power of the throne to gradually recover their power over the long river of time. This was the first time she had heard of a head like this being kept in the magic continent. You don't know him? Su Xian asked the demon god. No impression. Su Xian frowned slightly and looked at the head in the treasure chest. Could it be that this guy was not a god? Just talking nonsense? Fan Ling, what's with that look in your eyes? Su Xian's questioning aroused the anger of the head, and he gritted his teeth and said, When I was dominating the god realm, you were not even born yet. How dare you question me? I will. Snap. Su Xian closed the treasure chest again, too lazy to listen to the other party shouting. Can this thing be called a god? What a lie! What's wrong? Did anyone make our president unhappy? Just then, Mirao Rui walked toward Su Xian with a smile and asked curiously. There is a head in this treasure chest, and she claims to be a god. Su Xian told Mirao Rui everything. Oh! Mirao Rui suddenly showed a hint of interest when she heard this. Really? She looked at the treasure chest and asked, Can I take a look? Go ahead. Su Xian immediately opened the treasure chest, and the voice of the head sounded again. Hey! Do you think this is a public toilet? Open the door if you want. Close the box for me. Su Xian, Ha ha ha, she is quite individual. Mirao Rui said with a smile, but she seems to be a god. Do you know her? Su Xian asked in surprise when he heard this. Not really, but I can feel her breath, and she is indeed a god. Mirao Rui explained, but she should not have any power or status in the god realm. She is just a weak god. Is that so? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. In that case, I submit the task directly. After thinking for a moment, he was ready to submit the head. But when Su Xian confirmed the submission, he found that the submission failed. Huh? Su Xian frowned, not understanding why. The condition of the task is this treasure chest, right? Suddenly, a prompt popped up. The employer died. Please transport this item to the target location for the final stage ceremony. Su Xian was stunned when he saw the content requirements. What's the situation? Why did the employer suddenly disappear? What happened? But in order to complete the task, he could only take this item to the target location. Mira, can you come with me? Su Xian asked Mirao Rui, who was sitting next to him. Of course, Mirao Rui smiled. I'm happy to serve you. As the teleportation array flashed white light, Su Xian and Mirao Rui arrived at the destination. But when they regained their sight, the familiar scene made Su Xian hesitate. They came to the Moon God Empire? Could it be that the client is a member of the Moon God Empire? But compared to the previous Moon God Empire, the Moon God Empire at this moment is in chaos. Because the departure of the Moon God High Priest, the death of several elders and high-level members of the Moonlight Council, put the Moon God Empire in a crisis close to extinction. Although the Moonlight which sent the new Moon Priest to manage the Moon God Empire, it was difficult to save the overall situation. The Moon God Empire, which was once prosperous and comparable to the Sun Church, may have now fallen into a third-rate country. The Moon God Empire. Su Xian looked around the chaotic empire, with mixed feelings in his heart. I don't know if the Crescent Moon Priest can save this broken kingdom. After a moment of silence, Su Xian took a step. After a while, they arrived at the mission site. Su Xian was also very familiar with this place. It was the mobile camp used by the priests of the Moon God Empire for divination. But there was no one inside, only a huge crystal ball was placed here, as if waiting for someone to come. Su Xian walked in, and saw a message left for him. Put her in front of the crystal ball, thank you. It's simple. Su Xian opened the treasure chest, and took out the head. Hey, hey, hey! Fan Ling, this god is with you. The head had been chattering since it was taken out of the treasure chest by Su Xian. But when she saw the familiar environment around her, she fell silent for a while. This is... Her reaction made Su Xian understand that the other party had a memory of something here. And most likely, it was the supergiant crystal ball. Why did you bring me here? The head slowly raised its head, and looked at Su Xian in confusion. A trace of sadness flickered in the blue eyes. Tell me about your identity. Su Xian held her head and asked. The woman hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking. I was the messenger of the moon goddess, but because of my mistakes, my head was chopped off. The messenger of the moon goddess? Su Xian was a little surprised to hear this. Yeah. The woman nodded and continued, because of my mistake, the moon was broken. I'm sorry, goddess. Since you brought me here, the moon goddess must have decided on my punishment. Come on. I am willing to be punished. Su Xian was silent for a moment, then slowly said, the moon goddess fell not long ago. What did you say? Su Xian's words stunned the woman. Her eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe what Su Xian said. The moon goddess fell? How is it possible? Impossible. How could the goddess fall? Impossible. You must be lying to me. Fan Ling. You are lying to me, right? She couldn't accept all this, how could her goddess? This is the truth. Su Xian said calmly, although I don't know what the client is going to do, since she released you. As he said this, Su Xian placed the head in front of the crystal ball. When he finished all this, the giant crystal ball burst into a dazzling light at this moment. Then, the head slowly floated up, gradually weaving the light into a human body, and the two merged into one. However, the visual effect was a bit strange. A head, spliced on a woman's body covered in milky white. It looked as weird as a Photoshop picture. I understand. The woman seemed to know the intention of the moon goddess. She clenched her right fist and placed it on her heart. She said, I will protect your empire for the rest of my life. Lady Moon Goddess. This is the last thing I, a sinner, can do for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian understood the reason. It seems that the purpose of resurrecting her is to save the broken moon god empire. After completing the task, Su Xian and Miraeo Rui walked out of the camp. Outside the camp, the crescent moon priest was standing there, as if he had anticipated Su Xian's arrival. Thank you. The crescent moon priest stood in the distance and expressed his gratitude to him. In response, Su Xian simply smiled, then returned to the guild through the space magic ring. Chapter 565. After returning to the guild, Su Xian immediately submitted the task. Task completed. Reward: Heart of the Moon Goddess. Heart of the Moon Goddess? Su Xian was a little confused when he saw the reward for the task. He took out the Heart of the Moon Goddess from his backpack. It was a blue crystal heart, as beautiful and dazzling as a diamond in the sea. Heart of the Moon Goddess, mythology, a relic of the Moon Goddess, perhaps with a special purpose. Su Xian pondered for a moment, and had to put the Heart of the Moon Goddess, whose purpose was unknown, back into his backpack. Then, he looked at the guild panel. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath. He had already completed the B-level upgrade task, and he only needed to go to the A-level guild for the test to be promoted to the A-level guild. The test of the A-level guild is similar to the previous promotion to the C-level guild. It is also necessary to go to a special assessment area to complete the assessment of the A-level guild. However, the enemy this time does not seem to be another guild. After all, there are only about 20 A-level guilds, and not all large guilds want to reveal their true strength. But there will also be another A-level guild to witness this assessment. Come on! Su Xian immediately submitted an application for promotion to an A-level guild. Then, a prompt popped up in his sight. Your promotion to an A-level guild will be carried out in a special area in 6 hours. Please be fully prepared. At that time, an A-level guild will witness this moment. We have sent an invitation to the other guild. 6 hours? Su Xian smiled slightly, which means he didn't know which A-level guild the other party was. Take advantage of this time to help everyone improve their combat power. Su Xian's mind moved, and he opened the adventurers panel. Demigods like Lurlin and Lucia basically don't need to be upgraded. Even if Su Xian wanted to upgrade, he couldn't do it for the time being. But the Elf Sisters, Walola and others, still need a lot of experience to upgrade their levels. Although Bei Yafuli was baptized by the Elf Mother Tree and advanced to legend. And Walola was also promoted to mythical quality through the influence of the Demon King entry. But in terms of level, they still have a lot to go. It's just right to kill those fallen angels, and there will be a lot of experience and 2 brilliant crystals. Su Xian glanced at the resources in the guild, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He can let 2 more members of Puff Fantasy Township be promoted to demigods, but he has not decided on the candidates yet. Elf Sisters? Or Verola. However, Marlene Rhine and the vampire progenitor should not need the rigid requirement of the brilliant crystal, because they are demigods and have their own divine laws. Wait, it seems that the Dark Elf Queen also needs this? Su Xian suddenly thought about it. The Dark Elf Queen was born from the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen. They should not share the divine laws, right? Why not ask? By the way, you can also know the progress of the Elf Queen and Queen Medusa through her. Su Xian walked towards the Dark Elf Queen's room while thinking. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard the voice of the Dark Elf Queen in the room. I finally succeeded. Grow up quickly. Sooner or later, we will take back everything that belongs to us. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the Dark Elf Queen mumbling to herself. He immediately pushed the door open and saw that the Dark Elf Queen was not wearing any clothes again and was squatting on the ground, admiring her Elf Mother Tree seedling. But compared to before, this Elf Mother Tree seedling has grown to a certain size. It is about 2 meters tall. The trunk is as thick as a calf and can withstand a certain degree of impact. How did you get in? The Dark Elf Queen was a little startled by Su Xian's sudden intrusion. To this, Su Xian replied, I want to ask you something. Su Xian said, and immediately changed the subject, But before that, can you tell me what you want to take back? Of course. The Dark Elf Queen was about to answer, but she shut up immediately. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, you know my purpose. You still haven't given up? Su Xian frowned slightly, and said with a wry smile, don't worry. The Dark Elf Queen stood up, folded her elbows, and said, I will not use force to take back everything I lost. I will formally challenge her as a queen. But now, hasn't the queen of the elf clan already let Elena take the throne? What's the point of challenging the elf queen? Su Xian shrugged and asked. The Dark Elf Queen fell silent at this moment. She has been obsessed with the research of the buds of the elf mother tree recently, and she has completely forgotten about this matter. Forget it. Su Xian smiled helplessly, and then said, let the White Elf Queen talk to me. Wait! You! The Dark Elf Queen had not finished her words when she switched her form. Her long black hair gradually turned silver white, and her dark golden pupils glowed with a blue glow. Good morning, the White Elf Queen said to Su Xian with a smile. Would you like to put on some clothes first? Su Xian looked at the White Elf Queen and asked with a smile. Yeah, the White Elf Queen nodded, and then touched her snow-white skin with her fingertips. A silver dress instantly wrapped around her graceful body, hiding her most beautiful side. Gurgle, Su Xian swallowed his saliva when he saw this. It was really pleasant to appreciate it occasionally. What's the matter with you asking me out? The White Elf Queen asked Su Xian. This. Su Xian immediately took out the dazzling crystal and handed it to the White Elf Queen. This is. When the White Elf Queen saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. But soon, she smiled and said to Su Xian, although this item is very rare, even demigods regard it as a treasure, but I don't need it. You mean, you can still use the power of the domain? Su Xian asked curiously. No. The White Elf Queen smiled and shook her head, explaining, I can no longer borrow the power from her domain, but the Dark Elf Queen has cultivated a power that is more powerful than the domain, and even more brilliant than the laws of the gods. As she spoke, her eyes looked at the bud of the 2-meter-high elf mother tree. You mean, it will give us some power from the truth. Of course, its cultivation cannot be separated from you, little guy. The White Elf Queen smiled, and gently stroked Su Xian's cheek with her hand. Su Xian touched his nose. His power. Is it the holy light that falls on the buds of the elf mother tree? Ever since the buds of the elf mother tree absorbed his holy light, a drastic change has taken place. This is one of the reasons why the Dark Elf Queen trusts him more. By the way, Su Xian continued, I want to know how the Elf Queen and Queen Medusa are doing? The White Elf Queen hesitated for a moment after hearing this. After a moment, she slowly said, okay, wait a moment. After speaking, the White Elf Queen closed her eyes, and sensed the Elf Queen's movements. But when she got the other party's information, she showed a strange expression, as if she was confused about what the Elf Queen was doing at the moment. Su Xian wanted to ask the White Elf Queen the reason, but was afraid of disturbing the White Elf Queen. After a long time, the White Elf girl opened her eyes, and said to Su Xian with a frown, they seem to be in trouble. Trouble? Su Xian heard it, and wondered what kind of trouble could threaten the Elf Queen and Queen Medusa. These two can walk sideways in the magic continent, right? Confused, the White Elf Queen immediately explained, it's the gods. They are threatened by the gods. Gods? Su Xian's eyes were slightly stunned. How did they suddenly offend the gods? Do you want to find them? The White Elf Queen asked Su Xian. Well, let's go! As the teleportation array flashed white light, Su Xian and the White Elf Queen came to the location of the Elf Queen and the others. When they walked out of the teleportation array, they found that the two were arguing in the meeting hall of the Elf Kingdom. We must not yield to the gods, since he wants to steal our achievements. Even if we lose our lives here, we must hurt the high and mighty gods. Queen Medusa slammed the table and swore to the Elf Queen. Don't be reckless. We need to find another way. I can't turn a blind eye to the lives of my people. The Elf Queen asked Queen Medusa to calm down and analyze other countermeasures. What happened? Su Xian walked into the conference room and asked the two queens. They all looked at him, and Queen Medusa spoke first. What we did was discovered by a god, and he threatened us to hand over the world-devouring snake. Which god? Su Xian asked. I don't know either. At that time, only a wisp of spirit came, and we felt powerless to resist. The Elf Queen sighed lightly, and a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Queen, don't be bluffed by him. Gods can't reach the magic continent, Su Xian said immediately. That's true, but the other party has taken actual action. The Elf Queen continued, He used his divine power to encircle the world-devouring snake, so that we can no longer contact the world-devouring snake. So what? He can only use these conspiracies and tricks. Queen Medusa knocked on the table and said, "We can just use force to defeat that layer of divine power, right?" The Elf Queen hesitated and looked at Su Xian. Su Xian knew that the Elf Queen had many concerns. Let's not talk about whether they can break the barrier built by the divine power. Since the other party's divine power can descend on the magic continent, there is a high possibility that there are other means. Besides, she was carrying the entire elf tribe, so she had to be cautious. "Human, what do you think?" Queen Medusa crossed her arms and asked Su Xian, "But I've said that I will never yield to the so-called gods. Of course we won't yield to the other party." Su Xian smiled slightly and said firmly, "But we can't be reckless. It's basically impossible to break the power of gods with brute force." "What you said makes some sense." Queen Medusa nodded and agreed with Su Xian's words. "Then The Elf Queen stared at Su Xian, with a little more hope in her eyes. "We must first know the other party's identity before making a decision." Su Xian said to the two, "If the other party is the main god, then we will definitely not be able to be enemies, and we can only temporarily give up the world-devouring snake. When we are strong enough, we will find a way to take it back. But if the other party is not strong enough, just an ordinary little god." Su Xian's mouth suddenly raised a strange smile, and said, "I know someone in the god realm who can kill gods." "Kill gods?" The Elf Queen and Queen Medusa looked at each other, revealing a touch of joy. "We understand what you mean." The Elf Queen continued, "When he appears again, I will notify you." "Well, okay." Su Xian nodded, but he was a little worried that Megami would not agree. "That's it. At worst, let her force herself to do things for me. I am the king of angels." "Little ghost, you are quite capable." Queen Medusa swung her snake tail, and came to Su Xian's side. She reached out her hand, rubbed Su Xian's head, and said, "This king will remember your great merit. If you want any reward, just tell me." Su Xian was stunned for a second. Queen Medusa is now alone, right? She has no real royal power, and she does not carry any treasures. The only thing is... Su Xian looked at Queen Medusa. "What use are you except warming the bed?" "Ahem," he smiled and replied, "We are all family. The queen does not need to do this." "Interesting." Queen Medusa smiled slightly, but she suddenly came to Su Xian's side and asked in his ear, "By the way, I heard that you have a relationship with the goddess of love." "Who told you that?" Su Xian frowned and asked Queen Medusa. He has never told Queen Medusa about this, and there are only a few people who know about it. "Edith? Su Jing? They are absolutely impossible. Don't worry about how I know, as long as you know." Suddenly, Queen Medusa wrapped her snake tail around Su Xian's body. Although it was very gentle, like a piece of clothing wrapped around the body and skin, on the contrary, the cool and smooth snake scales felt more perfect. But Su Xian was still very confused. What was Queen Medusa going to do? At this moment, Queen Medusa's voice came at this moment, and asked coldly, "I will never forgive those who betrayed. Tell me, enemy or friend?" Faced with her questioning, Su Xian just looked at Queen Medusa calmly. Then said, "First of all, the goddess of love and I are definitely not friends." "Then, why do you bring up this matter at this time?" "Queen Medusa, what are your intentions? Do you want to destroy our solid alliance? Are you a bad person?" Queen Medusa was stunned by Su Xian's series of questions for a while. "Who wants to destroy the alliance? It must not be her, right?" "That's enough." Su Xian patted Queen Medusa's tail and said, "We are a united front. Don't let villains sow discord between us. When I become the God King, you will definitely have contributed to it. I will make you my concubine then." Queen Medusa, ? Chapter 566. "Let me go!" "Say what you just said again if you can." "I can't breathe." "Believe it or not, I will bite off your holy sword." "Queen, help me." After a struggle, Su Xian fled back to the guild. What a competitive woman. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose and complained. He looked at the time and continued, "It's almost time. We have to gather everyone." After speaking, Su Xian immediately notified his guild members to gather. By the way, he sent a message to Su Fian, "I plan to be promoted to A level today." After a while, Su Fian immediately sent a reply. "Today? Are you well prepared? Are you prepared enough to handle the difficulty of the A-level assessment? Should you be more cautious? The difficulty of the A-level assessment is very difficult. But it shouldn't be a problem for you." Su Fian was a little worried, but after thinking about the strength of Su Xian's guild, she seemed not to be so worried. In response, Su Xian said to Su Fian, "Don't worry, I can handle it, believe me. Yes, I believe you. After the chat, the teleportation array in the guild hall flashed a dazzling white light. Then, Lucia and the others rushed to the guild to prepare for the upcoming A-level guild promotion assessment. Have you decided? Today? Lucia asked Su Xian. As the former pope of the Church of Light, she naturally understood the scarcity of A-level guilds. There are millions of guilds in the world, but there are only a few dozen A-level guilds. They are as scarce as demigods. And now, Puff Fantasy Township is heading for the A-level guild. Yes. Su Xian nodded and said, today. Seeing Su Xian so determined, Lucia smiled faintly at this moment. She didn't need to say much, just follow. Before setting off again, Su Xian raised the levels of Verola, the true ancestor of vampires, Marlene Rhine, and the White Elf Queen to level 90, consuming all the resources in the guild. As for the 2 brilliant crystals, he gave them to the elf sisters. When the 2 elves took the 2 brilliant crystals, they showed surprised expressions. This is a gift from the president, please accept it. At this time, the White Elf Queen said to the 2 elves, it can help you break through to the realm of demigod. Thank you, President. Hearing this, the 2 elves excitedly rushed into Su Xian's arms and rubbed his chest with their cheeks. You deserve it. Su Xian smiled and rubbed their hair. However, the advancement to demigod may not be completed in a short time. The White Elf Queen suddenly mentioned, the 2 little guys have not stabilized their origins because their strength has increased too quickly. When they are promoted to demigods, various accidents may occur. For safety reasons, let them return to the Elf Mother Tree for promotion. Okay. Su Xian nodded. He was not in a hurry to let the 2 elves be promoted to demigods. With the current strength of the guild, a mere A-level assessment is not a big deal. But you have to know that among the 20 or so A-level guilds today, when they participate in the assessment, the number of demigod-level adventurers in the guild is very small, and there are 4 demigods in Puff Fantasy. Where is Ifsa? Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that Ifsa did not come to the guild, and he was inevitably a little worried. Seeing this, he immediately contacted Ifsa. But he did not get a response. Su Xian had to contact Edith to ask the reason. Soon, Edith responded. Edith, don't worry, Ifsa is with me, she is fine. With you? Su Xian was a little confused and asked, why did you take Ifsa to your place? Edith, she is mine. Is there any problem if I take her back to her parents' home? No. Ifsa is obviously mine. Su Xian answered firmly. Edith, you are getting more and more demanding. Edith, don't worry, I just gave some power from the Demon Mother to Ifsa, and I will send it back to you in a few days. Power from the Demon Mother? Edith, I have something to do, let's not talk anymore. Su Xian frowned slightly. Edith was getting more and more excessive. Since Ifsa can't come for the time being, then let's get ready to go. Su Xian stood up and looked at the members of the guild. Everyone stood up and prepared to continue. Let's go! Su Xian immediately led the members to the A-level guild assessment area. At the same time, on the other side of the world, a red-haired man received a message from the system. Oh! Let me be an assessor. Interesting. The man sneered. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then immediately sent a message to the A-level Guild Alliance group where he was. Friends, I received an A-level guild assessment. Ha ha ha. That person is so unlucky that he actually ran into a plague god like you. Cairo, we are short of people in the Alliance. If that person is strong, can you find a way to pull him over? You asked Cairo to recruit newcomers? It would be good if he didn't beat the other party. Although the A-level guild assessment is not a guild war, the assessor must do his best to put pressure on the assessing guild. With Cairo's personality, the other guild is afraid that the Tau heart will be broken. That makes sense. Cairo does have some problems with his brain. Cairo, hey! Sonny! You are talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will smash your head? Sonny, come on! Do you think I am afraid of you? Okay, we are all members of God, and we do everything in the interests of the organization first. If that player is really worth winning over, Cairo, you need to win him over to our side. You should know that recently the group of players hunting us. Sonny, Beyonce is right, we are all members of God, I hope Cairo doesn't mess things up. Cairo, got it. I be careful. Beyonce, when the time comes, members who are free can go to the scene to conduct screening and see if the person is qualified. Got it. TSK. After finishing the conversation, Cairo scratched his head in annoyance. As a member of God, one of the only 20 or so A-level guilds in the world, he thought he was invincible. As a result, a group of special players suddenly appeared and hunted them, ordinary players. Although they have the strength to fight, as the secrets of the magic continent are gradually uncovered, the A-level guilds also understand that there is a group of special players standing on the opposite side of the players and are their enemies. As for Cairo's mouth curled up a cold smile, and he said coldly, "Pull those high-quality players into God? It's a dream. Beyonce. They give too much." This is exactly the same place as the last time. When Su Xian came to the A-level guild assessment area, the surroundings were still snow-white. The atmosphere here is so oppressive that I can't even sense any laws. Yumalo stood beside Su Xian and whispered softly. "Yeah." Su Xian nodded, looking around, looking for the staff here. And at this moment, a white ball appeared in everyone's sight. Goddess of Life? Its appearance made Su Xian slightly stunned. Isn't this the Goddess of Life? No. I'm White Manager number 007. Bai Tuanzi shook his head and said, "Welcome to the A-level guild assessment area. Dear guild president, are you ready to meet the upcoming challenge?" "I'm ready." Su Xian answered Bai Tuanzi firmly. "Very good." Bai Tuanzi nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, "The assessment will begin soon, and the assessor for this session will arrive at the scene in a few minutes. Please prepare for the battle." "Yes." After the conversation, Su Xian led the members to the rest area. As before, there is a special rest area where you can observe the battle area below. But the difference is that this time, it is not a guild war, but a fight against the shadow beast selected by the examiner. An alchemical monster that can absorb all elements, driven by an adventurer of the examiner, has extremely strong combat power. It can be said that if the examiner sends a demigod as the core of the shadow beast, then this assessment will basically end with the failure of the B+ guild. But this is within the rules, because the existence of the A-level guild is to challenge the demigod. This is why Su Fian needs the Valkyrie crown, to attack the A-level guild with the power of the Valkyrie. After a while, a light of the teleportation array flashed in the assessment area. "Are you here?" Su Xian's eyes immediately converged, staring at the teleportation array in the distance. Then, a red-haired man led an adventurer to appear in the battle area. "Oh! Are they in the lounge?" Kai Lu raised his head and looked at the lounge where Su Xian was, with a smile on his lips, and then waved to Su Xian. "This guy doesn't have good intentions." Su Xian whispered softly, keeping alert. Kai Lu followed the white ball administrator to select the species of shadow beasts, while the adventurer following behind him was still standing in the battle area. It was a burly female orc, more than 5 meters tall, with blue skin and muscles all over her body. Although Su Xian could not detect the opponent's level, it was likely that he had not reached the demigod level, and should be around level 93 or 94. "Is that our enemy this time?" Lucia came to Su Xian and asked. "Well, I guess so." Su Xian nodded, and then said to everyone, "This assessment is very important, so you don't need to hold back later, just go all out." "Yes." At the same time, several guild leaders of the God organization have also arrived at the assessment area. They are special guests who witnessed this assessment ceremony. Kaler actually brought the most powerful Doomsday Orc in his guild? Sonny exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the female orc standing in the battle area. "This guy is really crazy. Didn't we say that we should win over the other party to join us?" Another player said speechlessly, "If we send the Doomsday Orc to the field, won't the other party be absolutely finished?" "Beyonce, what should we do?" Sonny looked at the orange-haired woman standing aside. But regarding this matter, the woman named Beyonce also sighed, and said helplessly, "There is no way. Although Kayla's Doomsday Orc has not reached the level of demigod, she has the Doomsday domain, which is almost the same as a demigod. The result of this battle is obvious. A B+ guild can never compete with a demigod. What's more, there is the blessing of the Shadow Beast. However, I heard that there is a B+ guild in Yin Country that is in the limelight recently." Sonny suddenly said to Beyonce, "Are you talking about the player who is crowned as the King of Angels?" Beyonce looked at Sonny and asked. "Yeah. I can't believe the unknowns of this matter. I'm afraid it's just a group of guys who have never seen the world bragging." Beyonce shook her head. "Only their A-level guilds know how rare a demigod is. And the King of Angels, that is in existence above the demigod, God, how could a player be the King of Angels when there is something that does not exist in the entire magic continent?" Therefore, Beyonce still couldn't believe the truth of this matter. "That's right." Sonny nodded, then looked at the rest area next door and said, "This kid can only consider himself unlucky to meet a madman like Cairo. The examiner has already selected the Shadow Beast. President Su Xian, please follow me to the battle area." Administrator 007 walked into Su Xian's lounge, and said to everyone, "Okay." Su Xian nodded, then said to the members, "Let's go." "Yes." As Su Xian led everyone into the battle area, a dark shadow beast appeared in the middle of the battlefield area. It looked like a rhino, but its body was woven by dark magic and was full of weirdness. "My friend, I'm not targeting you." At this time, Kailua smiled and said to Su Xian from a distance, "It's just that the risks that A-level guilds have to bear are extremely high. If you are not strong enough, it's better not to rashly upgrade the guild level. Especially, your guild is full of women, and it seems that there are no adventurers with strong combat power." After speaking, he waved his hand and let his doomsday orcs ride on the shadow beast. Roar! The shadow beast then let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves instantly swept the whole place like an explosion. Su Xian ignored the other party and looked at the administrator. "Since everything is ready then." Administrator 007 opened his hands, and his body floated upwards. "Start." It used its body as a command gun, and with a bang, it exploded in midair. "Crush them to death." Kailua sneered and ordered the Doomsday Orcs. The next moment, the Doomsday Orcs drove the Shadow Beasts and ran towards Lucia and the others. With every step of Shadow Beast's hoof, the ground shook violently like an earthquake. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Eumeros took the lead. She spread her angel wings, and the angel sword in her hand shone with a dazzling light. "I will help the president win this battle." After speaking, the angel sword fell instantly. The huge body of Shadow Beast was annihilated in the endless holy light. Chapter 567. The holy light fell and turned into a light curtain. Everything inside it turned into nothingness in an instant, and not even a trace of breath could be found. The people at the scene fell into silence at this moment. It was not until a long time later that the holy light gradually dissipated, and then everyone gradually saw the scene inside the holy light. The huge rhino shadow beast had disappeared without a trace, and Kalo's female orc was seriously injured and fell in a pool of blood. The miserable scene made Kalo's lips slightly open for a while, unable to speak. After a long silence, he held his head and shouted, "Just now." "What happened just now? Why did my Doomsday Orc fall to the ground?" Cairo knew nothing about the battle, because everything ended too quickly. The smile on his lips just raised a little arc, and he heard the little girl, who looked like an angel on the opposite side shouting, "For the master." Then, snap! The shadow beast that could rival the demigod was like a bubble, shattered. His Doomsday Orc, who was close to the demigod, was also seriously injured and lost consciousness. So, what's going on? Cairo's brain was a little down. Isn't he fighting against the B-level guild? How could this happen? Why was it not the opponent, who was killed in a blink of an eye, but him? Is there something wrong with the shadow beast? Compared to Cairo's doubts, puzzlement, and suspicion, the other members of the God organization in the viewing room also fell into silence at this moment. After a long time, someone slowly spoke up. "What happened?" "I don't know. The light was too bright just now, so I closed my eyes. I feel like my eyes are going blind." "Beyoncé, do you know what happened? Can you explain it to us?" Everyone looked at Beyoncé, confused. They wanted to get an answer in their innocent eyes. "What's the point of you looking at me?" "I don't know the reason." Beyoncé frowned and shook her head. She also wanted to see what happened just now, but even an A-level player was just an A-level player. How could she see the actions of a demigod? "It's just..." Beyoncé suddenly came to her senses and said to everyone, "This B-level player, isn't he the famous person in the World Channel? Call him the Angel King." Beyoncé was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that there were players who believed in the Angel King in the God organization. However, this made her more convinced of her intention to pull Su Xian into the organization. Such a powerful player only joined her God organization. Too cautious. After seeing this result, Su Xian thought that her previous judgment was too cautious, and she had greatly overestimated the difficulty of the A-level guild assessment. However, this result is indeed somewhat unpredictable. Eumelos actually killed the opponent with one sword. Who could have guessed it? Sure enough, there have been too many wars in the Abyss recently, and the strength of the A-level guild has been overestimated. It's over. Eumelos was still a little reluctant. She was ready to show all her strength as a virtual angel. How come the opponent is so rubbish? It seems the outcome is decided. When the battle was over, the white ball fell from the sky again, and said to Su Xian, "You have successfully completed the assessment of the A-level guild, and have the combat power to fight against world-class disasters." "Wait! There must be something wrong with your shadow beast. When I was promoted to the A-level guild, it was not like this." Kalo said to the white ball in doubt. When he was promoted to the A-level guild, the adventurers of the entire guild continued to attack the shadow beast for several hours, before they barely defeated the shadow beast that looked like a wild bull. But why? When he was the examiner, the shadow beast was killed instantly by the opponent. Even if Su Xian's guild is powerful, there can't be a huge gap between them, right? After all, he is an A-level guild. Thank you for your contribution to this assessment. Baituanzi said indifferently, you can leave with your adventurers now, see you later. After speaking, Baituanzi used the administrator's authority to revive Cairo's doomsday orc, and then kicked it out of the assessment area. You? Cairo still had a lot to say, but he disappeared with his orcs. Then, Baituanzi turned around and continued to say to Su Xian, as a player of an A-level guild, you need to join the adventurers and embark on the journey of saving the world with the Sea of Stars as the end point. Are you ready for this? I am ready. Su Xian replied calmly but firmly. Very good. Baituanzi nodded and took out a ring from his snow-white body. A silver-white ring with a golden gem on it symbolizes the honor of the A-level guild. Su Xian took the ring and a prompt popped up in his sight. Ring of Courage, legend symbolizes the honor of the A-level guild, and all attributes increase by 20%. Give all members of the guild courage and determination. Courage and determination. You have the courage to witness the new world. Courage increases by 1000%. Thank you. Then Baituanzi smiled slightly and said, welcome to come again next time. After speaking, Baituanzi broke like a bubble and disappeared on the spot. Everyone has worked hard, let's go back too. Su Xian immediately said to everyone and prepared to return to the guild. At this time, the group of God organization members in the viewing room rushed down and shouted to Su Xian, President, please stay. Su Xian turned around and looked at the other party. Judging from their appearance, this group of people is a mixed bag, and they are not from the same country. This president. Beyoncé took a step forward, smoothed her light yellow hair, and invited Su Xian, God sincerely invites you to join our organization. No. Su Xian answered simply and clearly, then turned to leave. Wait. Beyoncé stretched out her hand and tried to grab Su Xian's wrist. But before she could touch Su Xian, Marie Ryan suddenly rushed in front of Beyoncé and grinned hoarsely at her. Ah! The breath of destruction was released at the same time, scaring Beyoncé to step back a few steps. Dragon? Beyoncé murmured in disbelief. She seemed to see the shadow of a giant dragon appearing behind Marlene Ryan. The terrifying aura made her feel afraid and shocked. Let's go! Su Xian grabbed Marlene Ryan's tail, stepped into the space ring, and left. What does he mean? Did he reject us? He's so arrogant. Faced with Su Xian's indifferent attitude, the members of the God organization felt a little annoyed. But they didn't dare to say much, so they could only mutter in a low voice. We? Beyoncé was stunned for a moment, then said, it seems that we are looked down upon. After returning to the guild, Su Xian's smile instantly bloomed like a spring flower. Because he received many blessings from friends. Lu Shui, Su Xian. You have been promoted to A-level? Congratulations. Tears. Sufian, congratulations. Maria, after being promoted to an A-level guild, you can't invite me to dinner? Su Xian replied one by one, and turned his eyes to the side. A bunch of privileges that can only be obtained after being promoted to an A-level guild are being displayed on the guild panel. Congratulations on your successful promotion to an A-level guild. You will get 50% immunity to all damage, and 50% increase in all damage. This effect will ignore any effect, immune to 50% of all damage. Su Xian showed a surprised expression when he saw the effect he got. This is a reduction that ignores any effect. Even the power of the gods cannot offset the impact of this effect. For a guild leader like him, who will go to the battlefield in person, it is a huge increase. You get a golden recruitment scroll. Guaranteed to recruit a legendary adventurer. Guaranteed to recruit a legendary adventurer? Su Xian saw the second reward, and his eyes sparkled. But a mere legendary adventurer seems to have no place in his guild. Su Xian turned his head and looked at Lucia and the others, sighing in his heart. You will be able to customize the guild medal, with a total of 10 effects. Your guild medal mission has been refreshed, current number, 1000. Your all attributes have been greatly increased. Your blessing from the gods has been enhanced again. Blessing from the goddess of love. The adventurers in your guild will be more united, and you will provide them with a steady supply of love magic. And get a love index. The higher the love for you, the stronger the increase in combat power. Not bad. Su Xian saw the reward he got after being promoted to an A-level guild and nodded with satisfaction. I just don't know how to judge this love index. While thinking, Su Xian looked at Lucia in the guild hall. Although there was no numerical display, there were several hearts on Lucia's head, flashing. Is this her love? Su Xian rubbed his chin and stared at Lucia, who was reading in the distance. Lucia felt a little confused by his staring, but still acted very calm. It was not like before, when she would feel a little shy when being stared at. What's wrong? Lucia asked Su Xian in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with her man. Why was he staring at her? Nothing. Su Xian just shook his head, but a smile appeared in his heart. Lucia is so beautiful. President. At this time, the elf sisters ran towards Su Xian and said, the elf mother tree has known our request. We need to go back and be promoted to demigod. Do you want me to accompany you? Su Xian rubbed the heads of the two little guys and asked. Okay. Okay. The two little guys nodded one after another, hoping that their president could go to the elves with them. Okay. Su Xian nodded, stood up, and said to Lucia, I go. Well, go. Lucia responded and continued reading. Since she pushed away the position of the Pope of Light, she has been living in the guild. She even drove out Marlene Rhine and Can Lucia, who lived in Su Xian's room, and turned Su Xian's bedroom into her exclusive room. Of course, Su Xian had no objection to this. Let's go! Su Xian immediately took the two elves to the elves. When she arrived at the elves, Elena suddenly came uninvited with light steps. Beside her, there was a group of high elves. Little man, come and pay homage to your queen. Elena said to Su Xian with a smile. Su Xian was stunned for a second, thinking, is this Elena after becoming the queen? She is so pretentious. We are looking for the mother tree of the elves. You should already know what it is, right? Su Xian said to Elena. Of course, I know. Elena stroked her silver white hair and said proudly, I am the queen of the elves. I know everything. Su Xian, Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Elena smiled, turned around, and led the way for them. Come on, the elven mother tree has been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone followed Elena to the place where the elven mother tree was. The towering tree that was tens of thousands of meters high once again came into view, still shocking. However, along the way, Su Xian saw many dark elves. It seemed that under Elena's management, the hatred between the elves and the dark elves was gradually melting. Although it may not be so fast, it will take some time to settle. But at least, compared with the reign of the elven queen, the two sides are much more friendly. How is it, little man? Elena asked Su Xian proudly. Is the elf tribe I govern not bad? Well, it's okay. Su Xian nodded, and he sincerely praised Elena's ability. Although compared with the elven queen, there is still a little gap. But in some aspects, it has completely surpassed the elven queen. Hee hee. Elena chuckled proudly, and then said to the other elves, you can leave first. Yes. After all the elves left, Elena took out the pendant hanging around her neck. She held the pendant tightly and chanted magic. The next second, a door opened slowly at the root of the elf mother tree. Go in, the elf mother tree is inside. Elena said. Yes. Su Xian immediately led the two elves into the elf mother tree. When they came to the world inside the elf mother tree, a beautiful figure sitting on the vines came into Su Xian's eyes. Mr. Mother Tree. The sisters Fulua and Fuli knelt in front of the elf mother tree. Get up. The elf mother tree jumped lightly, and its exquisite jade feet landed lightly in front of Su Xian. Then, his emerald eyes stared at Su Xian and said, you want to help them become demigods? Yeah. Su Xian smiled and nodded. The elf mother tree fell silent for a while, and after a long time, it slowly spoke. I didn't expect that the second demigod of the elves would be achieved with the help of outsiders. Moreover, two were born at once. Isn't it bad? It's not bad, it just makes me doubt myself. The elf mother tree sighed and said helplessly, to breed elves with my own power, isn't it the best solution? Chapter 568. Not the best solution? Su Xian was a little confused when he heard the words of the elf mother tree. Could it be that the elf mother tree had gained some insights during this period of time? That's all. The elf mother tree shook her head gently, and then said, help the two little guys to become demigods first. After speaking, he walked quickly to a place. Then, the elf mother tree touched the ground with its slender jade-like toes. Instantly, two vines rose from the ground and woven into an egg-like shape. Go in. The elf mother tree guided the two elves. Inside, I will use my power to protect you to successfully become demigods. Okay. Beefuli and Beefulua immediately entered it, and the emerald green leaves instantly wrapped them and blocked their sight. Then I start. Su Xian called to the two elves. Okay. When the brilliant crystal was used, the area where the two elves were located shone with red and blue light. Your adventurers Byafuli and Byafuluo are seeking to break through the bottleneck of demigod. That should be fine. Su Xian put down his worries and looked at the elf mother tree. But he found that the elf mother tree was staring at him intently. What's wrong? Su Xian asked the elf mother tree. The pair of eyes full of curiosity made him confused. Is there some answer on his face? I'm thinking about something. The elf mother tree quickly retracted its gaze and answered Su Xian. Thinking about something? Su Xian suddenly became interested and asked, What is it? Can I help you share it? You? The elf mother tree paused for a second and replied, Indeed, it can. Ah? Su Xian blinked. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. I said it when you first came. The elf mother tree said seriously, I was wondering if it would be difficult for the elves to transcend to a higher dimension by my own strength. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. He kept it in mind. So, I want you to help me nurture the seeds of life. The elf mother tree took Su Xian's hand and said seriously. Ah? Su Xian felt the fair and tender little hand of the elf mother tree, and his heart was filled with emotions. The seeds of life? Ahem, if you don't mind, I am willing to serve you. Su Xian immediately replied to the elf mother tree, expressing his intention. Very good. After obtaining Su Xian's consent, the elf mother tree immediately turned over and sat in Su Xian's arms. Su Xian was a little surprised by the elf mother tree's sudden initiative. But before he could react, the green leaves and flowers that blocked the elf mother tree gradually dispersed, revealing her petite and delicate body to Su Xian's sight. Then, the elf mother tree stretched out two vines and tied Su Xian's ankles, as if it didn't want him to escape. President Su Xian. At this time, the elf mother tree said, The process may be a bit cumbersome and more likely to cause pain. Please be patient. Don't worry, I'm very powerful. Su Xian raised his mouth confidently. He dared to bully even the dragon, so how could he be afraid of a tree? Even if he was asked to polish the bark with holy light, he could do it. Really? The elf mother tree saw Su Xian's confident look, and the corner of her mouth raised a faint arc. Then I want to see how you, a human, can make my group of elves willing to sacrifice their lives for you. After she finished speaking, her slender fingers gently lifted the mist. In an instant, the brilliant holy light shone on the beautiful face of the elf mother tree. The warm feeling made the elf mother tree a little obsessed for a while, and her cheeks flushed lightly, as if she was touching the sun. Especially, the elf mother tree was small and exquisite. After being continuously strengthened, Su Xian's holy light has reached a particularly terrifying level. Even if it has not transformed into a half-dragon form, it is enough to penetrate the elf mother tree's defenses. You are getting more and more powerful. The elf mother tree gently touched the holy light with her fingertips and explained to Su Xian. Although he has not experienced the power of the holy light, he has at least seen how terrible the damage the holy light can cause. The elf queen, Paslo, Byalila, and others have been burned by the holy light. And now, it's his turn as the creature who created the elves to challenge the holy light of this human. If you can't bear it, remember to tell me. The elf mother tree reminded in advance. Oh! Su Xian nodded, but he was already enjoying it in his heart. The elf mother tree is so cute, with smooth and white skin, wouldn't it be flying? However, just when Su Xian's attention was attracted by the elf mother tree's beautiful appearance, the elf mother tree suddenly stretched out its hand and flicked the holy light. Su Xian? ? After flicking the holy light, the elf mother tree summoned a green vine again. Then, the vine gently wrapped the lower half of the holy light, as if wearing a ring. Hiss! Su Xian widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the elf mother tree would play such a big game. Sniff. The elf mother tree came closer, sniffed, and then said softly, There is a scent of roses. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly. This might be because of Ifsa? Ifsa smells like roses. Not bad. The elf mother tree muttered, and then tasted it carefully. The subtle feeling made the bright light flicker slightly, like a neon light, emitting colorful brilliance. In particular, the hard and smooth surface of the vines of the elf mother tree, bound by the holy light, brings a more unique experience, until the holy light shines. Like drizzle, it falls in the inner world of the elf mother tree, turning into blessings, nourishing the demigod who gave birth to the elves. At the same time, outside the elf mother tree, Elena was guarding here alone. She squatted on the grass and poked a particularly lush grass with a branch. But suddenly, the emerald green grass gradually changed. In the blink of an eye, it gradually turned golden. What's going on? Elena showed a look of surprise, unable to understand why this grass suddenly changed color, but before she came to her senses, suddenly, the emerald green grass around her gradually turned golden. Even, the leaves above the elf mother tree are gradually turning from green to golden. What is this? Elena stood up and took a few steps back in disbelief. She couldn't understand what exactly happened. The elf mother tree hadn't changed its characteristics for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly? Su Xian. Elena suddenly remembered that this happened when Su Xian entered the elf mother tree. There is only one answer. The elf mother tree was ruined by Su Xian. Ahem, Elena quickly threw away this idea. The elf mother tree was an existence comparable to that of a god. How could it be affected by Su Xian? It must not be what she thought. Perhaps, it was the result of Bellafuli and Bellafulo's promotion to demigods. Elena. Suddenly, Belle-Layla arrived at the scene. Are you here to find your two daughters? They have already gone in. Elena replied to Belle-Layla. No. Belle-Layla shook her head and added, not completely, I'm here to see President Su Xian. Where is he? He's already in. Elena pointed at the elf mother tree again. Did President Su Xian go in too? Belle-Layla was a little surprised. She thought Su Xian would be waiting outside the elf mother tree. Then she could. What do you want to do with him? Elena suddenly noticed a clue and asked Belle-Layla. Nothing. Belle-Layla smiled awkwardly, then immediately changed the subject and asked Elena, just now I wanted to ask, why did the leaves of the elf mother tree and the surrounding lawn turn golden yellow? I don't know about this, but it probably has something to do with Su Xian. Elena shrugged her shoulders and answered. Is it because of President Su Xian? Belle-Layla looked at the elf mother tree, with a hint of envy in her eyes. This made Elena frown in confusion, always feeling that it was a field she had never touched. At the same time, inside the elf mother tree, Su Xian's fingers trembled slightly, and his weak eyes looked at the elf mother tree. His heart was full of shock and confusion. He had challenged the holy power of the Pope of Light, tasted the sweetness of the succubus, and even dragged the goddess of charm and beauty off the altar. His holy light should be invincible. But why, in front of the elf mother tree, he seemed particularly weak? Especially, the elf mother tree was obviously small, less than 1.5 meters tall. And his tolerance was far beyond anyone Su Xian had ever seen, as if he had encountered an existence that was specifically designed to restrain him. Especially the elf mother tree, although it looked pure and lovely, a petite and exquisite girl. But it was not like Lucia and the others, which would bulge slightly. Is it because the elf mother tree is a tree? At this moment, the elf mother tree was also extremely shocked by Su Xian. But it was not from his strength, but from the breath exuding from the holy light. He felt the incomparable breath of life. Although the elf mother tree knew that Su Xian was a person of the goddess of life, and he was loyal to the elemental goddess, who followed the goddess of life, there was a slight connection between the two. But he never thought that Su Xian's breath of life would be so strong, so strong. He felt a little dizzy. This dizziness was not from pain, but from a feeling of fullness. Just like humans will faint from carbohydrates, the elf mother tree will also faint from the strong breath of life. In order to digest these life breaths, the elf mother tree had to connect its clone with the main body, which relieved a little. This is why Su Xian is in a weak state. The elf mother tree is nearly 10,000 meters long, and its roots are deeply rooted in the land of the elf kingdom. It can be said that it is closely related to the veins of the entire elf kingdom. That's right. Su Xian can be said to be not fighting against just one elf mother tree, but against the entire elf king fruit. I surrender. Su Xian surrendered helplessly to the elf mother tree. If this goes on, he will die suddenly. You just said that you are very powerful, right? Why are you surrendering now? The elf mother tree stepped on the holy light with its delicate little feet and asked Su Xian. I was joking just now. How can I be your opponent? Su Xian said with a wry smile. He is so arrogant. Master Mother Elf Tree, spare me. Well, it's almost time. The Mother Elf Tree glanced at the elf sisters, thinking that the two elves were about to become demigods, and it was time to let Su Xian go. It just so happened that the energy lost in helping them become demigods could be replenished from Su Xian. After the voice fell, the Mother Elf Tree let the holy light go. When the poor little guy left the vines, he had lost the bright light of the past, and only emitted a faint glow, like a short-circuited light. This is a beautiful day. Su Xian smiled and shook his head. He just wanted to go back to the guild quickly, and let Lucia's holy magic heal him. Who would have thought that the little Mother Elf Tree would be so terrible? At the moment when Su Xian pulled up his pants, suddenly, two red and blue beams shot up into the sky. Success? Su Xian immediately looked at Beiyafuli and Beiyafulu. Are the two little guys finally going to be promoted to demigods? However, I don't know what the law domain of these two little guys will be, the flame domain and the pure water domain. Just as Su Xian was thinking, a prompt popped up in his sight. Congratulations, your adventurers Beiyafuli and Beiyafulu have successfully promoted to the demigod realm. Your adventurers Beiyafuli and Beiyafulu have realized the domain of twin domains. Twin domain? Twin domain. When Beiyafuli and Beiyafulu are in the domain together, they will have 90% damage reduction, and their joint magic power will increase by 500%. What a violent domain. Su Xian couldn't help showing a hint of disbelief when he saw the effect of the twin domain. Only the simplest and most violent values. When the red and blue light beams dissipated, the vines wrapped around the two elves gradually dispersed. Then, two elves rushed out happily and crashed into Su Xian's arms. President, we succeeded? The two elves excitedly rubbed Su Xian's chest with their cheeks to pass on their joy. Congratulations. Su Xian smiled and stroked the heads of the two little guys, but he was a little confused in his heart. It stands to reason that becoming a demigod should have a slight change in body functions, right? But why? The two little guys have no change at all, still the same height, the same weight, the same. Baroness? Sniff, President, why do you have a particularly good smell on you? Suddenly, Beiyafuli asked Su Xian. What? What smell? Su Xian asked curiously. I don't know, but it smells so good. Beiyafuli blinked and added, it seems to be the same as the smell of the elf mother tree. Elf mother tree? Su Xian looked aside suddenly, but found that the elf mother tree had disappeared. Did you take a shower? Su Xian speculated. The whole body of the elf mother tree was stained with holy light. As the nurture of the elves, the appearance of the two elves was indeed offensive to the customs. Chapter 569. Let's go out first. Okay. Su Xian held the soft hands of the two elves and left the interior of the elf mother tree. And just after they left, the figure of the elf mother tree appeared here again. She stood there blankly for a while, then took off a leaf from her body, and simply wiped off the holy light on her skin. When Su Xian and his friends came to the outside of the elf mother tree, they saw Elena and Bailila waiting outside. Mom! Beefily and Bailila immediately ran to their mother and said excitedly, we succeeded. Congratulations, my children. Beefulala happily hugged her children, and then cast a thankful look at Su Xian. For the creatures in this world, becoming a demigod is basically a luxury. And her two daughters can become demigods, which is inseparable from Su Xian's love for them. What on earth are you doing in there? Suddenly Elena questioned Su Xian. Nothing. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't dare to tell the current elf queen about the favor of the elf mother tree. Nothing? Don't lie to me. Elena put her hands on her hips and said to Su Xian, look at the surrounding environment, look into my eyes, and say it again. Ah? Su Xian looked around and found that the leaves of the elf mother tree had turned into a light golden color. In addition, even the grass around the elf mother tree was dressed in gold. These scenes made Su Xian confused. Could it be? It's really his fault? No wonder. Su Xian suddenly came to his senses. No wonder he was almost knocked over by the elf mother tree. It turned out that the elf mother tree was using its holy light to nourish the entire elf kingdom. Okay, I admit, it's my problem. Su Xian reluctantly admitted his mistake to Elena, but he was also used by the elf mother tree. I knew it. Elena folded her elbows angrily and said to Su Xian, however, since there is no problem with the elf mother tree, I don't blame you. That's great. Su Xian smiled slightly, thinking how could there be any problem with the elf mother tree? He still has to thank me. And Elena seemed to notice something about the sudden arc at the corner of Su Xian's mouth. Then he said, since you have achieved your goal, leave quickly. With you here, the elf kingdom will never have peace. What are you saying? Su Xian protested against Elena's words. He didn't do anything to the elf kingdom. Okay, then I go back first. Su Xian said, opening the space ring. But before leaving, he asked Elena one last time, by the way, is Paslo in the elf kingdom? Paslo is still in the dark forest. You know that she has always had problems with her body, and can't leave the dark forest for a long time. Elena replied. Okay, I know. Su Xian nodded, and then said to the two elves, let's stop today's adventure. You should stay at home and spend more time with your mother. Okay, President. After speaking, Su Xian stepped into the space ring and returned to the guild. Lucia was still sitting in the guild hall, reading a book. Verola was playing with Schwer and the others, and Alice was directing the Moonlight Witch dolls to clean up. It was a peaceful scene. As soon as Su Xian came back, he sat next to Lucia to see what his girlfriend was doing. "What are you doing?" he asked, hugging Lucia's slender waist. "It seems that the Church of Light has made some new moves recently," Lucia replied. "New moves?" Su Xian asked, curious. "Yes." Lucia nodded slightly and explained, "The crusade against the abyss has been successfully completed. Only a part of the demons are still resisting stubbornly. The entire magic continent is in a state of peace and prosperity. Therefore, the Holy Sea of Light decided to speed up the pace of going to the God Realm. Those high-level officials can't wait to escape to the God Realm of Light to avoid the destruction of the world. And now is the best time." "It seems to be true?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows. "Just as Lucia said, now is the best time. However, yesterday, something ridiculous happened." Lucia suddenly smiled and looked at Su Xian. "What do you mean?" "Winnison told me." Lucia said, "The High Priest of the Holy Sea of Light wanted to communicate with the Lord of Light to open the passage to the Realm of Light, but was told that the passage was temporarily closed because a god broke the taboo and forcibly came to the magic continent, causing problems with the passage and requiring repairs." "A god broke the taboo?" Su Xian immediately thought of the god who threatened the Elf Queen and Queen Medusa, and he was afraid that it was him. In addition, Winnison said that recently a foreign king also wanted to seek refuge under the protection of the Church of Light and go to the Realm of Light. Lucia added, he even sent a treasure as a condition. "So Winnison agreed?" Su Xian asked curiously. "She didn't agree, but Cadmus agreed." Lucia continued, "As for the treasure." After the words fell, an eyeball wrapped in a transparent crystal appeared in Lucia's palm. The strange thing is that the pupil of this eyeball is a star pattern, emitting a strange halo. "This is..." Su Xian stared at this thing intently, and the information immediately jumped out in his sight. "Eye of the Goddess, mythology, the eyeball of a goddess. You can get the god-level entry god." Fuck. Su Xian's heartbeat accelerated at this moment, and it was difficult to describe his emotions at the moment. "Is this luck? A mythical entry from the sky? You look surprised? Is there anything special about this thing?" Lucia looked at it in confusion and said, "Although it is a treasure, no one can figure out what it does, and even who owns this eyeball is unknown." "I know." Su Xian raised his mouth and put on a confident expression. "You know?" Lucia looked at Su Xian in disbelief and asked, "Then tell me?" "Kiss." Lucia kissed Su Xian's lips speechlessly. "I'm not talking about this." Half an hour later, Lucia tidied up her messy long hair and asked, "Can you tell me now?" "He." Su Xian adjusted his tone and said to Lucia mysteriously, "This eyeball comes from a god." "God?" Lucia looked at the eyeball in disbelief when she heard this answer. Although she had had many fantasies, she did not expect that this was an eyeball from a god. But why would a god's eyeball appear in the magic continent? And it was wrapped in a layer of transparent crystals. Su Xian's answer made Lucia even more curious about the origin of this thing. "Then do you know which god it belongs to?" Lucia asked. "Then I don't know." Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Can you give it to me?" "For you?" Lucia heard this, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Kiss me." "Oh, there's really no way." Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, and then leaned down. "Lucia? Hey! Wait! I'm not talking about." 10 minutes later, Su Xian sniffed the fragrance on his fingertips, still wanting more. Lucia's cheeks were flushed, and she was speechless to Su Xian. How come she was the one who was abused twice? "Here you go." Lucia stuffed the eyeball into Su Xian's arms, and ran into the bathroom. "What a good thing." Su Xian stared at the eyeball in his hand with satisfaction, the eyeball of the goddess, and was very happy. The god-level entry came just like that. Now, there are only 2 entries left to summon the gods. Hiss. Su Xian's excited heart could not calm down when he thought about recruiting gods, as long as he didn't recruit Megami, because she could use Megami directly without joining the guild. But Su Xian turned the eyeball in his hand, full of curiosity. Which god's eyeball is this? Which god is so miserable that even his eyeball fell on the magic continent? Smells good? Smells good? There's something delicious. Suddenly Marlene Ryan smelled a scent and rushed out of the room. "Where can I get something delicious?" Su Xian frowned. He didn't buy the latest animal milk from the mall. Marlene Ryan trotted to him, staring at the eyeball in Su Xian's hand. Su Xian frowned. Could this guy be talking about something delicious? "I can't give it to you." Su Xian quickly put the eyeball in his pocket. "Stingy." Marlene Ryan gritted her teeth, hugged Su Xian's thigh, and looked aggrieved. I can't give it to you even if I act cute. Ha ha ha. At this time, Mira came over with a smile and explained, your god's eyeball is so charming, that's why she is like this. Do you want to explain? Marlene Ryan glared at Mira fiercely, and then continued to stare at Su Xian with a pair of cute big eyes. Oh! What's the explanation? Su Xian looked at Mira and asked, do you know the origin of this eyeball? Although it's just a guess, it's certain that this eyeball is related to fate. Mira replied. Fate? There are only a few choices. Mira said with a smile, the goddess of fate, the god of contract, the god of prophecy, or the goddess of love. Su Xian's face drooped instantly. It couldn't be the eyeball of the goddess of love, right? Ai-chan, no way? Even I can't resist the breath of fate. Mira held her cheek and said excitedly, if possible, can you cut it open and feed it to us? What good will it do you? It can fill my stomach. No. Su Xian immediately rejected Mira and Marie Ryan's request. Just to fill my stomach? Get away. Ah, what a pity, Mira smiled inside. Humph. Stingy human. Marie Ryan's reaction was quite different. She chose to roll in Su Xian's arms. By the way, what should we do next? Mira asked Su Xian curiously, what is our first mission after being promoted to an A-level guild? Wait a minute. Su Xian explained, A-level tasks are assigned by the system, and will not appear directly on the task panel. After all, there are not so many commission tasks that require the participation of A-level guilds in the Magic Continent. That's true. Mira nodded in agreement after hearing this. The goal is very clear. Human. Marley Ryan sat in Su Xian's arms and said with a smile, next, our main task is to get me back to the top. My strength is still far from enough. Back to the top. Su Xian rubbed Marley Ryan's head and asked, then how can I help you get back to the top? Of course, go to the dragon's nest. Marley Ryan shouted excitedly, her legs still swinging on Su Xian's body. Dragon's nest? Su Xian showed a trace of doubt and looked at Mira Mira then explained to him, the dragon's nest is the origin of the dragon, but the dragon's nest is not in the Magic Continent, but in a secret place in the God Realm. The dragon's nest is in the God Realm. How can I take you there? Su Xian pinched Marlene's face and asked. Although you can go to the God Realm through the stairs built by the Demon Mother, the location of the God Realm is unknown, and the God Realm is very huge. And the dragon's nest is too secretive. How can you find it? Of course I have a way. I'm not like Mira a fool. Marlene bit Su Xian's finger and cursed Mira Su Xian was stunned for a second. In his eyes, Marlene was much purer than Mira Then tell me. Hee. When I was fighting for the throne with Mira Aorui, I tried to find a way to get to the dragon's nest. Marie Ryan said with a smile, I found the remains of a space dragon, and I can go directly to the dragon's nest through it. The remains of a space dragon? Su Xian and Mira Aorui looked at each other after hearing this. They really didn't expect that Marie Ryan would have such a method. Wait, did you get this secret when you were fighting for the throne with me? Mira Aorui suddenly asked. Yes, Marie Ryan said confidently. Now, thousands of years have passed. Are you sure that the remains of the dragon are still there? Mira Aorui asked. Of course. Marlene Ryan said with great confidence that Space Dragon was also a demigod-level dragon when it was alive. After death, there are powerful restrictions around it, and the place where it died is very secret. Only I can find it. It must still be there. This? Su Xian and Mira Aorui looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. So why didn't you go there before fighting Mira? Su Xian asked curiously, if you get the power in the dragon's nest, wouldn't it be a sure win? Hee. Marlene Ryan scratched her cheek and said with a wandering look, I forgot. Chapter 570. Are there really the remains of the giant dragon you mentioned? Su Xian rode on the back of Marlene Ryan's dragon and looked down. There was only a patch of thorns, and no trace of any giant creature could be seen. How could I remember it wrong? It must be here. Marlene Ryan said firmly, I have already smelled the stench of that space dragon. Like Mira it is a female dragon. Why do you still like to spread rumors so much? Mira who was standing next to Su Xian, asked helplessly. It's true. It's true. If you have the guts, get off me. Marlene Ryan shouted angrily, shaking her huge body from time to time. Okay, find the way carefully. Su Xian patted Marlene Ryan's dragon scales and asked her to look for the remains of the space dragon carefully. After all, they had been wandering around this area for several hours, but found nothing. Strange, I remember it was right here. Marlene Rhine became a little unconfident for a moment. She looked around and tried to search according to her memory, but found nothing. Suddenly Mira noticed a special smell in a certain direction and immediately said, "Is it that place?" "Mira, you haven't been here before, how could you?" Marlene Rhine laughed and retorted that Mira couldn't have found the remains of the space dragon before her. But when she smelled that breath, her words stopped abruptly. Then, she flew in the direction Mira pointed. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Below was a small earthen slope, where the thorns grew particularly lush. But the most important thing is that there is a trace of magic aura condensing below, although it is very weak and difficult to be detected. This is it. Marlene Rhine excitedly fell straight from the sky, accompanied by a bang. The small hill below was directly dispersed by Marlene Rhine's huge body, revealing its original appearance. A skeleton is the remains of a dark green dragon, but only the head is exposed. Judging from the development of the skull, its size before death was about 2 or 3 kilometers. "Yes, yes, yes." I said yes. Marlene Rhine shouted excitedly. At the same time, her body turned into a human form, and the three of them stood on the skull of the space dragon. "So how can we go to the dragon's nest through its skeleton?" Su Xian asked Marlene Rhine. "Simple." Marlene Rhine smiled confidently, and at the same time, a complex magic inscription appeared on her palm. "Watch out." After saying that, Marlene Rhine landed a palm on the skull of the space dragon. Instantly, the ground shook, as if to revive the dead space dragon. But after more than 10 seconds, everything calmed down, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" Su Xian looked at Marlene Rhine in confusion and asked. "He?" Marlene Rhine smiled and tapped her cheek, saying, "It seems to have failed." Su Xian was silent for a moment. He could now reasonably suspect that it was not that Marlene Rhine had forgotten before. It was that it was impossible to open the passage to the dragon's nest through the remaining power of the space dragon. "Let me do it." Mira smiled and stretched out her hand. A magic inscription that was several times more complex than Marlene Rhine's appeared in her palm. This scene made Su Xian believe that this wave was stable. Mira O'Reilly injected the magic inscription into the skeleton of the space dragon in the same way as Marlene Rhine. The skeleton buried underground trembled violently, broke through the soil, and the huge body reappeared in the world. Then, an area similar to a portal appeared at the heart of the skeleton. "That's it. Let's go!" Marlene Rhine took the brunt of it, and directly flapped her wings and rushed into the portal. Su Xian and Mira O'Reilly followed and entered it. When they came to the dragon's nest, the surrounding environment surprised Su Xian. There were dragon eggs of different colors everywhere, and each dragon egg was more than 10 meters high, exuding a hot breath. "Is this the hatching site of the dragon?" Su Xian asked Marlene Rhine and others in surprise. "Not really." Mira O'Reilly shook her head and explained, "It should be said that it is the dragon god's experimental base, a place to breed various giant dragons." "Oh!" Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and then asked, "Then do these dragon eggs have life in them? Can I take some away?" "Of course not." Mira O'Reilly shook her head and continued to explain, "These are considered the most initial embryos. Without the injection of souls, they cannot be considered life. And the dragon god has placed them here for an unknown period of time. There should only be a trace of divine power from the dragon god." "Oh!" Su Xian understood the principle. "To put it bluntly, it is an unfertilized egg. He. The power of these dragon eggs belongs to me." At this time, Marlene Rhine has turned into a giant dragon. Then, she waved her dragon claws and tried to smash a dragon egg. But she found that the dragon egg was as hard as a diamond and could not be broken. "Damn it! What's going on?" Marlene Rhine roared angrily. Her strength has been improved to 1/5 of her life before. Why can't she break this damn dragon egg? These dragon eggs still retain the power of the dragon god. You have not become a god, so you naturally cannot break the god's ban. Mira O'Reilly said with a smile. "So, these powers cannot be used by you." "Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Damn it!" Marlene Rhine stomped her feet angrily. She thought she was finally going to step on Mira O'Reilly. The result? She is still a clown. The dragon is so angry. But Mira O'Reilly came to the center of the dragon's nest. In the center of the dragon's nest, there is a clear spring with an alluring fragrance. "What is this?" Su Xian asked in confusion. The spring water was clear, and there was a pile of glowing gems underneath. "Food for the young dragons." Mira O'Reilly explained. "The gems below are called dragon stones, which are rich in nutrients. The magic they release can make the dragons in the dragon eggs grow quickly, so the dragon eggs here are larger. Dragon stones. Great, great. Merly Rhyne was instantly excited when she heard that there were dragon stones underneath. With these dragon stones, I can return to the top. As soon as she finished speaking, Merly Rhyne stomped her feet lightly, and the dragon stones under the spring water instantly gushed out and scattered on the surrounding ground. Then, her body burst into dazzling light, as if it turned into a bright lamp, attracting the power of the dragon stone into her body. In just a blink of an eye, Merly Rhyne's attribute values rose rapidly. Her body expanded even faster, and the original body of hundreds of meters suddenly grew to 3,000 meters. Is the effect of the dragon stone so good? Su Xian was also a little surprised. Seeing that Merly Rhyne's level had risen to level 94 in a blink of an eye, he underestimated the effect of the dragon stone. Moreover, her level was still skyrocketing, and it seemed that she was really going to return to the peak. Come! Suddenly Mira Aoyori took Su Xian's hand and took him to another place. What's wrong? Su Xian asked curiously. Look, what is this? Mira Aoyori pointed to a delicate and small dragon egg and smiled at Su Xian. What is this? Su Xian rubbed his chin and looked at the dragon egg. Mira Aoyori said that the dragon eggs here have no souls, and they have no other function except to provide nutrition for the dragon. But this egg is completely different, because this egg looks a bit strange. It is obviously a dragon egg in the dragon's nest, but it is only the size of an ostrich egg. And this golden dragon egg seems to be pregnant with life? Could it be this dragon egg? Su Xian looked at Mira Aoyori in surprise, wanting to verify his guess. Hey! Mira Aoyori nodded, took Su Xian's arm, and said with a smile, this dragon egg is pregnant with a little dragon, but it doesn't seem to be the child of the dragon god. Isn't it the child of the dragon god? Su Xian looked at the dragon egg with an incredible expression. No wonder this egg is so much smaller than other dragon eggs. It turns out that it is not the child of the dragon god. Why does it appear here? Is this reasonable? Can we take it away? Will it make the dragon god angry? Su Xian asked Mira Aoyori. Sure. Mira Aoyori nodded and continued, this dragon egg is not stained with the breath of the dragon god. Taking it away will not attract the attention of the dragon god. That's good. Su Xian picked up the dragon egg with joy. For some reason, the breath of this dragon egg made him feel warm, as if he had met it before. Fate. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, Su Xian's eyes were attracted by a broken dragon egg in the distance. He walked over and came to the broken dragon egg. In this broken dragon egg lay a feather, a colorful feather. What is this? Mira Aoyori also showed a surprised expression when she saw this thing. She had indeed never seen this thing before. Su Xian picked up the colorful feather, and a prompt popped up in his sight. Black Phoenix Feather, mythology a feather from a black phoenix. This item can be transformed into a god-level item Phoenix God. Another god-level item? Su Xian's eyes lit up. This god realm is incredible. I just came to the god realm and picked up a god-level item. It seems to be a good thing? Mira Aoyori saw Su Xian's raised mouth corners and asked with a smile. Well, it is indeed a good thing. Su Xian smiled slightly and cast his eyes on Merly Rhyne, who was still upgrading in the distance. Just during the time he picked up the feather, Merly Rhyne's body had exceeded 8,000 meters. Returning to the peak is just around the corner. Is it level 98? Su Xian glanced at Marlene's level and nodded with satisfaction. This time, the harvest is much richer than his. Look, little guy, there is this here. Suddenly Mira Aoyori found something new again. Su Xian immediately ran over to see what she had found. I saw a few golden grasses growing in the dragon's nest, swaying gently in the wind. What is this? Su Xian's sight immediately unfolded the information of this thing. Golden dragon grass, legend a plant that can stimulate the desire of dragons, often used for aphrodisiacs. This thing. Su Xian just saw the effect of this thing. Mira Aoyori suddenly ate those golden dragon grasses in one bite. Su Xian was slightly stunned. What was Mira Aoyori going to do? Why did she eat all the golden dragon grass? Just when he was confused, he found that Mira Aoyori's body was expanding rapidly and changing into a half-dragon body. Slurp. Mira licked the corner of her mouth gently, staring at Su Xian affectionately, and said, should we do something we should do in this dragon's incubator? Before Su Xian could speak, Mira rushed over and threw him to the ground. Wait. I can't wait any longer. Mira's eyes flashed with excitement, and crystal clear water dripped from the corner of her mouth and stained Su Xian's cheek. I want to eat you now. After she finished speaking, Mira gently pushed away the clouds and mist, revealing the holy light. In front of her absolute power, Su Xian had no ability to resist, and the holy light was immediately swallowed up. As the dragon's tail swayed gently, it flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Merly Rhine was still advancing in strength, concentrating on breaking through her bottleneck, not noticing that a big battle was unfolding beside her. Great! Soon! I'm about to return to the peak. Merly Rhine shouted excitedly. Power? My power is returning. Mira! Wait for me. When I return to the peak, you're done. I'm going to hammer your ass. I'm going to. Hee. Just as Merly Rhine's excited laughter resounded in the dragon's nest, Su Xian's heavy breathing also sounded continuously. Mira Aoi greedily sought every drop of holy light and swallowed them into her stomach again and again. Delicious, so delicious. Mira Aoi held her cheek excitedly. My little cutie, how can you be so delicious? Almost done? Su Xian gritted his teeth and asked Mira Aoi. But Mira Aoi touched the corner of her mouth with her fingertips and smiled. No, it's far from enough. Hiss. Su Xian frowned. Is the effect of this golden dragon grass really that strong? It can make Mira Aoi's desire for holy light so strong. No, it has just been eaten up by the mother tree of elves, and it has not recovered yet. If Mira Aoi continues to torment her, won't she die here? In order to stop Mira Aoi, Su Xian had to shout to Marie Rhine, are you not well yet? Well? Marie Rhine shouted excitedly, and her level once again reached level 99. Damn Mira! Watch this. Marie Rhine was about to launch an offensive against Mira Aoi, but was surprised to see that Su Xian and Mira Aoi were entangled together. You guys actually. Marlene Rhine was a little upset at this moment. She worked so hard to get back to her peak strength, but Su Xian and Mira Ori were actually messing around. Damn it, add me in. Chapter 571. Hey! What are you doing? Marlene Rhine strode forward angrily, and her huge body just moved slightly, causing the entire dragon's nest to shake violently. What do you think? Su Xian immediately gave Marlene Rhine a look, asking her to come over and help. He was almost unable to hold on, and Mira Ori, who was sitting on him, turned her head with a smile and looked at Marlene Rhine, waiting for her next move. At the same time, her dragon tail was slightly raised, flashing a snow-white light, as if ready for battle. However, it might be that Su Xian overestimated Marlene Rhine. She didn't understand what Su Xian's eyes meant at all, and thought it was some kind of hint. He immediately transformed into a half-dragon form, walked quickly to them, clasped his elbows, tilted his head slightly, and said shyly, Okay, I know, but I can't always serve you with Mira, just this time. Su Xian, ? Mira or enjoy it together. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xian's trembling legs could hardly support his weak body, so he could only lie on Mira Or's back and leave the dragon's nest. It's all your fault. Mira! Look at how you tortured the human. Marie Rhine complained to Mira Or, who was shaking so hard just now. Was it me? Mira Or turned her dragon pupils and asked with a smile. It's definitely not me. Marie Rhine snorted, then looked at Su Xian lying beside her and asked, Human, are you feeling better? I just want to get back to the guild as soon as possible. Su Xian didn't want to talk. He didn't even have the strength to open the space ring. Come to think of it. Su Xian suddenly remembered something and said, Why is there no exit in the dragon's nest? It seems like a closed world over there. Roar. Mira Aoi suddenly laughed and said, Because the location of the dragon's nest is in the belly of the dragon god. Su Xian was stunned when he heard Mira Aoi's explanation. If the dragon's nest is in the dragon god's belly, how big is the dragon god? Tens of thousands of meters? Hundreds of thousands of meters? Su Xian couldn't imagine how shocking a dragon that could rival the size of a satellite would be. After a while, the three returned to the guild. When Su Xian just stepped into the guild hall, Lucia's eyes immediately cast towards him. Her strange eyes confused Su Xian and asked, What's wrong? Lucia? Lucia's red lips opened slightly, but her voice paused for a long time. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lucia? Her reaction shocked Su Xian and Mira Ori, who didn't understand why Lucia was like that. Lucia stood up and walked in front of Su Xian. Her eyes immediately fell on the golden dragon egg in Su Xian's arms, and asked, This dragon egg? We brought it back from the dragon's nest. You are familiar with its breath? Su Xian glanced at the dragon egg and handed it to Lucia. Lucia took the dragon egg and hesitated to speak, just staring at the golden dragon egg. After a long time, she whispered, I don't know, but its breath is too much like her. Maybe it's because they are both golden dragons. Really? Su Xian remembered that when he brought Lucia back to the Church of Light, a golden dragon was raised. Then he smiled and said, then let Lucia take care of this dragon egg, okay? Me? Lucia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly when she heard this, but she still said with some worry, I have never taken care of a child. It's okay, I believe you. Su Xian hugged Lucia's slender waist and said with a smile, besides, there must be a first time, otherwise what will happen to our children in the future? Our children. Lucia was stunned when she heard this. Then, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes unconsciously turned to the left and right. Take good care of it, I leave for a while. Su Xian rubbed Lucia's hair, and then exited the game. When he returned to reality, his legs were trembling. Even with a physique far beyond that of ordinary people, he could not withstand the successive attacks of the elf mother tree and the two dragons. Ha! Su Xian shook his head helplessly, and then firmly believed that he had to be stronger. Sleep. At the same time, in the abyss, Essa was lying quietly on a blood lotus. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. I'd stood aside, watching Essa gradually absorb the power from the blood lotus. How is the progress? The demon mother appeared silently beside Aids and asked with a smile. Soon. Aids answered lightly, her eyes never leaving Essa. Are you really going to give half of your throne to your clone? The demon mother continued to ask. Aids nodded, but she was a little worried. Her worry was not because of the separation of the power of the divine throne, but because of Issa. She was worried that Issa could not bear this power. But all this must be done. Only by becoming a god can she better assist Su Xian. As for herself, it is time for her to return to the divine world and take back what belongs to her. Almost. Ide saw that the time was ripe, and she stabbed her slender fingertips into her abdomen. With the magic pattern on her lower abdomen flickering slightly, a drop of pink blood was taken out of her abdomen. Ides flicked her fingertips lightly, and the drop of blood fell on the magic pattern on Issa's lower abdomen. I saw that the magic pattern on Issa's lower abdomen burst into dazzling light at this moment, as if it activated some hidden blood in her body, making it flicker rapidly. And as the light became increasingly dazzling, the sleeping Issa slowly opened her eyes at this moment. But her state was a little strange, the heart pattern in her pupils trembled slightly, and she muttered, Su Xian. Go. Edith said softly, go find him. Su Xian. After Aisha murmured Su Xian's name again, she immediately spread her pink devil wings and disappeared without a trace. Fei Yin, Fei Yin, Fei Yin. Can we have beef rice bowl tonight? Maria pestered Su Fei Yin and asked her to prepare dinner quickly. If you put all your thoughts on eating into upgrading the guild level, you would have reached it long ago. Su Fei Yin glanced coldly and walked upstairs. What? Are you questioning my useless ability? Maria put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, I'd better take it slow. The A-level guild is still too far away for me. I hope you have been promoted to the A-level guild before Lu Shui is promoted to the A-level guild. Su Fian rolled her eyes. Since Su Xian brought Lu Shui back to the villa last time, the three of them have had regular contact, instead of staying at home playing games every day like Su Xian. Maria, Huh? Suddenly, Su Fian saw that the lunch placed in the living room had not been touched. Immediately speculated, is Su Xian still in the game? Maybe, he is a crazy boy who wants to soak in the game 24 hours a day. Maria smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Let's take a look. Su Fian immediately walked towards Su Xian's room, and just when she was about to push open the door, she suddenly heard a slight panting sound inside. Su Fian instantly became alert and gave Maria a look. Maria nodded seriously, and then pushed the door open. I saw a beautiful woman lying on Su Xian, tasting the delicacy, with her golden peach tail swaying gently, as if telling her joy. Who are you? Su Fian asked this person. When the other person turned around, both of them were stunned. Yifsha? Su Fian stared at Yifusha, who was sucking the holy light in disbelief, and could not believe her eyes. Yifsha should be a character in the game. Even if the two worlds are about to meet, no creature can come to reality from the game now. At most, it is like these high-level players, who have gained some extraordinary power. But why? Why did Issa appear in reality? What happened? And, why did she steal the holy light as soon as she came? Su Fian frowned slightly and turned her eyes to Su Xian. And at this moment, Su Xian was still asleep. There was no way, he was too tired. Boo, after releasing the holy light, Issa smiled and greeted Su Fian, President Su, long time no see. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Su Xian. Next, please leave him to me, okay? Su Fian's eyes condensed instantly and became alert. Only ghosts would leave it to you. Hey. Issa, how did you come to us? Maria asked Issa in surprise. Me. Issa said while playing with the holy light, I was thinking about Mr. Su Xian, and then I came. Is this okay? Maria scratched her head. This matter was more or less beyond her cognition. Although I don't know where this is. Yisha looked around. The unfamiliar environment made her feel slightly uncomfortable, but when she thought of the holy light to eat, she felt much more relaxed. She buried her face in Su Xian's arms and said with a smile, but as long as Mr. Su Xian is here, everything is acceptable. Su Fian fell silent for a while. She could accept Su Xian messing around in the game, but now, can you stop first? Su Fian asked Yisha. Since the conversation began, Yisha has never stopped, enjoying the warmth of the holy light. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then looked at the holy light greedily. She was so hungry. Su Fian saw Yisha's purpose, immediately grabbed Maria's hand, and said, let's go out and don't disturb them. Maria was pulled out of the room, with a confused look on her face. As the door closed, she asked Su Fian, Fei Yin, your boyfriend. He is like that, forget about him. Su Fian sighed lightly, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Who made her choose a weird boyfriend? This day will come sooner or later, and she has already prepared herself mentally. Oh, Maria nodded, and then muttered, why is she eating so happily? Is that thing so delicious? 5 hours later. Su Xian woke up comfortably from his sleep, and he finally recovered 60% of his condition. When he stretched his waist, and wanted to get up to wash, suddenly found that Issa was stealing the holy light. It turned out to be Issa. Su Xian was thinking that Issa's cheating was quite common. But suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Wait? Efusa? Su Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide, wondering if he had seen it wrong. He was clearly in reality. Why did Efusa follow him? What's going on? Ah, Mr. Su Xian. Efusa wiped the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, you woke up. Efusa, why are you here? Su Xian put his hand on Efusa's shoulder, full of confusion. I don't know, I just thought of you and came here. Efusa bit her fingertips and answered softly. Su Xian frowned slightly, thinking that Efusa should be in the abyss with Edith. But why? But if you want to know the reason, you must go to the game. But here comes the question, how should he take Issa to the game world? Never mind, he is hungry, let's eat first. Issa, can you let me get up first? I want to eat something. Su Xian wanted Issa to stop first, and he wanted to replenish his nutrition. Okay. Issa let go reluctantly. Su Xian put on his clothes and walked out of the room. A strong smell of meat drifted into Su Xian's nose. It smells so good. Su Xian immediately followed the smell and walked to the living room. I saw Su Fian and Maria sitting in the living room, watching TV and enjoying a sumptuous dinner. What are you eating? Su Xian walked towards the two women, his eyes fixed on Maria's bowl. Maria immediately turned around to protect her food in response to his covetous gaze. Su Xian was stunned for 2 seconds, thinking that dogs are not so protective of food. Then, he looked at Su Fian. But what greeted him was only a cold glance from Su Fian. What's wrong, Fian? Did I upset you? Su Xian immediately sat beside Su Fian and hugged her gently. I prepared lunch for you, but you didn't touch it. Su Fian pointed to the cold lunch and replied. I just fell asleep. I eat it now. Su Xian immediately picked up the lunch, but was stopped by Su Fian. Su Fian threw the cold lunch into the trash can, and then said, dinner is beef rice. Super delicious. Maria gave a thumbs up to show her approval. Beef rice is good? Su Xian picked up one and enjoyed it happily. And Su Fian picked up the remaining one and turned to hand it to Issa. But when she saw that Issa was not wearing any clothes, she frowned slightly and asked, Issa, can you please put on your clothes first? Oh, okay. Issa gently touched her skin with her fingertips, and a gorgeous nun's uniform wrapped around her graceful body. This scene made Su Fian narrow her eyes slightly. Obviously, Issa's ability also came to reality at the same time, but I don't know how much combat power it has. Chapter 572. Mr. Su Xian, what is this? TV. What is this? Air conditioner. What about this? Fully automatic pelvic floor muscle exerciser. Ah? Issa was wandering around Su Xian's room like a curious baby, amazed by this new world. Su Xian was thinking about how to bring Issa into the game world. It's impossible to buy another game console, right? Issa, what was your state when you came to this world? Su Xian asked Issa. What state? Yisha's fingertips gently touched her red lips, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly replied, I was just thinking about you, and then I came here. Is it that simple? Yeah. Su Xian fell silent immediately. If it was really that simple, wouldn't it mean that Yafusha already had the ability to travel through the dimensional space, and from the current situation, even gods may not have this ability to travel through the dimensional space. But no matter what, you can know it by trying it. Yisha, I'm going back to the magic continent later. You can try to see if you can come to my side later. Su Xian said to Yafusha. Yisha nodded and replied, okay. Mr. Su Xian. Su Xian then put on the game launcher and entered the game world. When he came to the guild hall, a beautiful figure flapped pink devil wings and fell from the sky. Huh? Su Xian stared at Yafusha slowly falling and landing in his arms. This scene made him look in disbelief and amazement. Issa. Can really travel through space? Issa, myth, level, 100, max, race, succubus. Strength, 9999/agility, 9999/magic, 9999/constitution, 9999. Growth, 15, gain 15 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features. Loyalty. None. Holy succubus. Fire of desire. Succubus is love. Mechanical life form. Death coil. Enchantress, goddess level. Su Xian was slightly startled when he saw Issa's. Enchantress, entry. God level entry. Enchanting goddess? Wait, Su Xian suddenly realized that it was probably Edith, who gave part of her godhood to Issa. Hiss. Su Xian looked at Issa, who was staring at him with affection in his arms, in disbelief. Doesn't that mean Issa is now a god? Although it is only half a godhood, it is still a god, his guild. There is a god. You have an A-level task. Suddenly, a prompt jumped into Su Xian's field of vision. A task? Su Xian was a little surprised. This A-level task came so suddenly. Task, enlightenment from the stars. Task description. The Star Kingdom returns to its true owner. The victory of the Abyss War has greatly increased the overall strength of the Star Kingdom. It has also received the gift of the Star God, and the light of the stars is shining again in this ancient country. But the problem followed. With the departure of Lady Rose, too many people coveted the power of the Star God of the Star Kingdom. Mission objective. Make the Star Kingdom great again. Mission reward. Starlight. 30%. Ides has left the Star Kingdom. Su Xian looked incredulous when he saw the mission description. Although he knew that the Star Kingdom was just a springboard for Edith. It was just the key to open the Abyss War. But he didn't expect Edith to leave so easily, and directly leave the kingdom she built to Vivian. And Vivian, why issue a mission for such a thing? Wouldn't it be better to just find him, the king? Issa, we have to go out. Su Xian put Issa down and smiled. Where to? Star Kingdom. Princess, will he really come? The Ice Blue Knight asked Vivian. At this moment, there are often news from the border of the Star Kingdom, which is harassed by various neighboring countries. And the purpose of their doing this is to negotiate with the Star Kingdom to gain more benefits and part of the Star Light. Although the Star Kingdom is now in an excited state after defeating the Abyss, but Vivian knew that after a long war, the Star Kingdom was in urgent need of recuperation. However, she would not hand over the foundation of the country to other countries at will. So, she prayed for the help of the guild leader at this moment. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the palace of the Star Kingdom, which immediately attracted the attention of the two. Then, Su Xian and Issa walked out of the portal and came to them. At the same time, they asked, why don't you come to me directly for such a small matter? Can I contact you? Su Xian's words directly broke Vivian's defense. It has always been you and Ides who have been in contact alone. Even if I go to your guild, I still need Ides' consent. In this case, how can I contact you? Su Xian thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Vivian had always been Edith's puppet emperor, and now that Edith had left, she had lost the right to contact Su Xian. She could only attract Su Xian's attention by issuing tasks. Okay, my fault. Su Xian walked to Vivian's side, gently placed his hand on Vivian's head, and gently rubbed her hair. He said, but don't worry, I'm here. Vivian instantly calmed down and said, I need your help. She knew in her heart that after Edith left, she would not be able to take on the responsibility of the entire Star Kingdom. With no one to rely on, she could only ask her fake husband for help. Su Xian saw Vivian's golden eyes flashing with dependence on him, and knew in his heart that he would be the king. Although the marriage planned by Edith was just a play, it might not be impossible to make a fake play real. Don't worry, I will help you, Su Xian promised. Now, let me see how many neighboring countries covet the light of the stars that belong to me. About half of the kingdoms are coveting the light of the stars, Vivian said. They even came to our wedding. It's normal, there are interests between countries. Su Xian didn't care, but watched the Ice Blue Knight take out a map. The Ice Blue Knight told Su Xian, basically, the small countries in the south of the Star Kingdom have reached an alliance, and want to take advantage of this crisis to intimidate the Star Kingdom and get a share of the pie. The north is calm, but also wavering. Perhaps after the small countries in the south have tasted the sweetness, they will also wait for an opportunity to move. It's easy to solve this problem. Just kill the clown who dances the most happily. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and said lightly. However, some of those small countries have strongmen close to the demigod level. If they unite, they will also be a troublesome force. The Ice Blue Knight frowned and said to Su Xian, although the Star Kingdom is strong enough to start a war with them, this battle will at least take more than a few years. In addition, according to the rules of the Magic Continent, demigods cannot be used first in wars between countries. So, for the Star Kingdom, it is definitely a disadvantageous battle. You can't use demigods? So what? Su Xian replied with a smile. You go and gather a group of Star Knights and go here. Su Xian said, pointing to the border of a small country on the map. Calculate the distance, you can arrive tomorrow, and I will come over then. This? The Ice Blue Knight looked at Vivian in confusion, wanting to ask her opinion. Listen to him, he is the king. Vivian replied calmly. Yes. The Ice Blue Knight replied, and then set out to summon the Star Knights, preparing to go to the area designated by Su Xian. Vivian looked at Su Xian, as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Su Xian asked Vivian. That? Vivian's beautiful eyes moved, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, my sister has been wanting to find you. Sister? Catherine? Su Xian recalled Catherine's appearance and asked, is there anything she wants? What else can she want to find you for? Vivian rolled her eyes and continued, she is now your nominal wife, and it is just a luxury to want to get married again. So, I want to find you once, please. Please. As Vivian spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she was shy about the next topic. Su Xian heard what Vivian meant. After all, as a royal family, Catherine's existence is to continue the royal bloodline of the Star Kingdom. Judging from Vivian's attitude, it is probably difficult for her to take on the responsibility, and only her sister can stand up at this moment. So Catherine wants to be loved. In addition, Edith also talked about this matter. She also said that the fat water should not flow to outsiders, and asked Su Xian to solve it quickly. I know, when I have time, I will go to talk to her, Su Xian said calmly. Then, Vivian lowered her voice and asked, you plan to be with her? This is a matter between me and your sister. It's better for children not to ask. Su Xian rubbed Vivian's head and said, you? Vivian was stunned. She was no longer a child. After thinking for a moment, she said, I will pay you according to the description of the task. I hope you can help me, and help the Star Kingdom get through this. Vivian knew very well what the current situation of the Star Kingdom was. She needed time, and the Star Kingdom also needed time. So, asking Su Xian for help was the calmest way. It was also a skill she learned from Ides. It's up to you. Su Xian replied lightly, and then temporarily left the Star Kingdom. He was going to the Rose Mansion to find Ides, and ask her about the next progress. She must have her intention to leave the Star Kingdom so anxiously. But when Su Xian arrived at the Rose Mansion, he could not find Ides' breath at all. Strange. Edith, are you there? Su Xian walked into the mansion, looking for Edith. Yifsha followed him, and she also wanted to try to find Edith's trace, but she couldn't find the fragment of Edith in her memory. Sir Su Xian. At this time, Mary, who managed the Rose Mansion, appeared in front of Su Xian. Mary, where is Edith? Su Xian immediately asked Mary. Sir Edith. After hesitating for a moment, Mary replied, she went to the God Realm. Su Xian was surprised to hear Mary's words. ISS went to the God Realm. Yes, Sir Edith went to the God Realm, and I can't contact her, Mary added. This answer made Su Xian frown slightly. He thought, is Edith too anxious? Why did she go directly to the God Realm at this time? Wait, could it be that the Demon Mother has also gone to the God Realm? Where is Elam? Su Xian suddenly thought of Elam and asked. Elam should still be in the abyss, and the succubi are rebuilding their homes there. Mary replied to Su Xian. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. Su Xian shook his head. Eads, and the demon mother are both cautious people, and they will definitely not do stupid things. That? Mary took a key from her pocket, and said to Su Xian, Ms. Ida said you will definitely come here, so let me give it to you. Su Xian took the key and asked, where is this key? It's in the basement of Rose Mansion. Take me to see it. Yes. Mary immediately took Su Xian and the others to the basement of Rose Mansion. When Su Xian inserted the key into the keyhole, the door of the basement slowly opened. When Su Xian saw the things placed in the room, his eyes suddenly fixed, and he said to Mary, can we burn this place? Ah? Mary was stunned for 2 seconds, staring at Su Xian blankly. And Su Xian calmly closed the door of the basement. What's inside? Of course, it's the tentacles feast of the mother of demons. But at the moment he closed the door, a prompt popped up in his sight. You can get the super rare player entry Holy Light Tentacle. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, and said to Mary, let's not burn it first, keep it. Yes. Then I go back to the guild first. If you have anything, you can contact me through Elam. Su Xian said to Mary. Okay, Master Su Xian. When Su Xian returned to the guild, Issa asked him curiously, Mr. Su Xian, that Lady Rose. Why do I always have no memory of her? Su Xian turned to look at Issa, but when he thought of the fact that Edith always concealed her identity in front of Issa, he told her, because she used magic to cover her face, it is not easy for everyone to remember her. Really? Issa touched her cheek with her fingertips and asked in confusion, but why? Although I don't remember her, I am full of hatred for her. Hate? Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Has it risen to hatred? Haha, it's not hatred, I just hate the Lady Rose. Issa said with a smile, I always feel that she is taking advantage of you, Mr. Su Xian, and is a bad woman. Chapter 573. Bad woman? Ha ha ha. Su Xian couldn't help laughing when he heard Ives' comments on Ives. If Ives knew that Ives, whom she had created with great effort, said this about her, she would be so angry that her butt would bloom. But Ives' beautiful eyes suddenly twinkled, and she continued, I don't know why, I have an impulse to meet her. Su Xian was stunned at first, but when he thought that Ives and Ives were the same life, he no longer had any doubts. Who would really hate himself? Don't think about it, go do something happy. Su Xian rubbed Ives' hair to stop her from thinking about it. But Ives seemed to have heard the second half of the sentence. Biting her fingertips with her red lips, she stared at Su Xian intently, and murmured softly, do something happy. Su Xian frowned slightly, and it was obvious that he was the happy thing. Before he could continue to speak, Issa had already pounced on him and pressed him down fiercely. On the other side, the Ice Blue Knight had summoned a group of Star Knights to go to the border location designated by Su Xian. But her behavior caused confusion among the Star Knights. Where are we going? I don't know. Such a big fuss, only war. War. The Star Kingdom has experienced a war period of about half a year. Although the time is not long, every battle can be recorded in history. Now it still wants to go to war with other countries? Is it? This is the king's order, how can we disobey it? Sure enough, our new king is far inferior to the Rose Lady, and even worse than the old king. Shut up, don't you want to live? The whispers of the Star Knights made the Ice Blue Knight feel a little angry. She has been following Vivian, so she naturally knows how difficult it is for Princess Vivian. As a puppet princess, although she has her own power, it is far less than the power controlled by Lady Rose. In addition, she is still young, and it is not easy for her to achieve what she is now. But the current scene is actually very simple. Because everyone thinks it is the credit of Lady Rose, and ignores Vivian's existence. This is why Vivian is powerless. Now, she urgently needs a victory to declare her power and status, no matter how. Soon, the Ice Blue Knight led the team to the destination. At this moment, thousands of soldiers are stationed at the border, and opposite them, a group of dog-headed people are grinning and shouting in the distance, like a group of hooligans. What a bunch of two-faced people. The Ice Blue Knight glared at him, then said to a Star Knight beside him, convey the king's will to them. Yes. The Star Knight immediately drove his horse, and rushed to the front line. Then, he took out the king's handwriting, and shouted to the dog-headed people, the Star King has ordered you to stop immediately. Before he finished speaking, a spear suddenly shot out from the group of dog-headed people, and flew towards him. At the critical moment, the Ice Blue Knight slashed with an icy sword, turning the spear into ice and snow. Go back. Stupid human knight. At this time, a burly dog-headed man walked out of the group and shouted, you bunch of rubbish. Let your king personally offer tribute, then we will consider what to do next. Ha ha ha. It's better to offer your king too. Yes. That's the one called Eli. We want him. It's tender and delicious. Faced with the strong momentum of the dog-headed people, the Star Knight had to turn around and go back. The Ice Blue Knight immediately said, increase vigilance and wait for tomorrow's arrival. Yes. Su Xian, Issa, am I disgusting? Issa, very disgusting. Lucia, eh. After a lot of hard work, Mr. Su looked at the round and plump jade beans, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can't let my child suffer even if I suffer. You have been praying for nearly 10 hours. Lucia reminded Su Xian and Issa while combing her long white hair. Although she joined the battle in the middle, she was defeated after just 2 hours. On the contrary, Su Xian and Issa could last so long. Lucia began to wonder if there was something wrong with her. 10 hours? Issa, we should leave. Su Xian immediately got up and put on his clothes. Okay. Issa was convenient. She just touched the magic pattern on her lower abdomen with her fingertips, and the golden holy light that stained her skin disappeared instantly. Then, a beautiful nun's dress wrapped her arrogant body. What are you going to do? Lucia asked curiously. Several small countries around the Star Kingdom covet the light of the stars, so I need to help Princess Vivian solve those troubles. Su Xian explained to Lucia. Star Kingdom. Lucia pondered for a moment, then said, the magic continent has a rule that countries cannot take the lead in sending out demigods. Do you know? Of course I know, but gods are not demigods. Su Xian smiled and shrugged. Do the rules of demigods have any impact on gods? When Lucia heard this, she was silent for a while. Suddenly I felt that what Su Xian said made sense. I go with you. After Lucia dressed up, she stood up and said to Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian naturally did not refuse, it was not a big deal. Let's go! After everything was ready, Su Xian immediately opened the portal and headed to the border of the Star Kingdom. When he arrived at the destination, the Ice Blue Knight had been waiting at the border for a long time. After seeing Su Xian, the Ice Blue Knight immediately ran towards him. I have gathered here according to your instructions. What should I do next? Bing Lan asked. Just follow me, Su Xian said, and then rode a horse. Let's go. After speaking, he immediately took the lead and marched towards the dog-headed army. After a second of hesitation, the Ice Blue Knight immediately waved his hand and asked dozens of Star Knights to follow closely. When the dog-headed people saw Su Xian, their mouths were filled with excited smiles. Is he really here? The younger brother of Lady Rose must taste extremely delicious. Eat him! Eat him! Stupid, we are here for the light of the stars, not to fill our stomachs. Eat him too! The noisy voice made Su Xian frown. What does it mean? The wind direction is a bit strange. Why do these dog-headed people want to eat him? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, this country will soon become a speck of dust in the long river of history. Issa. Su Xian gave a casual order. Yes, Mr. Su Xian. Issa then spread her pink devil wings and floated in the air. What is that? I don't know. It flew up in a whoosh. The dog-headed people didn't have time to see who was going to take action. The next second, a pitch-black flaming meteorite fell from the sky. The terrifying aura instantly shocked everyone present. It's forbidden magic. Demigod. The Star Kingdom sent a demigod. Damn it! They violated the rules of the magic continent. Run! Instantly, the dog-headed army fell into chaos, and they all panicked and wanted to escape from the battlefield. But when they were retreating, they found that the dark meteorite was not hitting them. It doesn't seem to hit us. What do you mean? Are you trying to scare us? Scare me to death. After confirming that the meteorite did not fall on them, the dog-headed people breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, boom, with a loud bang, the dark meteorite fell, and the country in the distance was razed to the ground in an instant. The dog-headed people only then realized what had happened. Fuck. My home is gone. My kingdom. It's turned to ashes. The dog-headed people roared to the sky, their faces ferocious with fear. How could they have thought that their home would be gone before the war even started? This earth-shattering scene also shocked the knights of the Star Kingdom. How could they have thought that a war could end so easily? Is this the terrifying power of a demigod? The Ice Blue Knight's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief at Su Xian. Although she knew that Su Xian had many trump cards, the members of the guild were close to demigods. But the strength that Issa showed just now. Is that something that only ordinary demigods can do? I'm afraid only the top demigods at the level of the Elf Queen can do it. Before the Ice Blue Knight could recover, Su Xian immediately said, What are you waiting for? It's your turn. Ah? Oh! Yes. The Ice Blue Knight immediately obeyed the order and ordered the Star Knights, charge. Kill. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers of the Star Kingdom increased greatly, and they broke through the defense line of the dog-headed army in an instant. In just a moment, the dog-headed army was defeated and fled. Mr. Su Xian, are you satisfied? Ifsa returned to Su Xian's side and asked with a smile. Well, you did a good job, Ifsa. Su Xian rubbed Ifsa's hair with satisfaction and gave her a reward. Then, he looked at the battlefield. The Star Knights are indeed the most powerful regiment in the Star Kingdom. Dealing with a group of dog-headed people is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. As for destroying a country, Su Xian deliberately chose a country with a very bad reputation. The kingdom of the dog-headed people has been burning, killing and robbing for the capital of development for many years, which has long made the kingdom of stars miserable. The whole country is a cradle of criminals. If there were not so many dog-headed people, and a level 90 dog-headed king in charge, the kingdom of stars would have sent troops to suppress them long ago. This is considered a solution. We can go back. Su Xian smiled at Lucia. Lucia, who was watching all this, had a calm face. I was just a little surprised that Ifsa's strength improved so quickly. Just when Su Xian opened the space magic ring and wanted to return to the guild, the Ice Blue Knight stopped him. Please wait a moment, President Su Xian. The Ice Blue Knight stood in front of Su Xian and said, Princess Vivian has a letter for me to give you. Letter? Su Xian took a letter from the Ice Blue Knight with a puzzled look on his face. But the Ice Blue Knight quickly turned around and left without giving him a chance to ask. Su Xian glanced at the letter, then put it in his backpack and walked into the space ring. After returning to the guild, he opened the envelope. There were only 2 words on the envelope. Thank you. Su Xian couldn't help but curl up his lips when he saw the content of the letter. He had indeed never seen a way of thanking people. There were only 2 words in a letter. After putting down the letter, Su Xian immediately submitted the task. Task completed. Get reward, Starlight 30%. Is there any difference between Starlight and Star Power? Su Xian curiously checked the effect of Starlight, but his eyes slightly condensed at this moment. Starlight, Mythology Special Construct, placed in a special container, can give a country's creatures accelerated growth. A few units can get super growth. Accelerated growth. Level increase speed increased by 50%. Combat power increased by 20%. Lasts for 3 years. Super growth. Basic attributes increased by 50%. Combat power increased by 100%. Get the blessing of the stars, and be immune to the influence of the stars. Lasted for 3 years. I didn't expect it to be a tool to increase national strength. No wonder those small countries wanted to fight for it. Su Xian saw the effect of the starlight, and understood the reason. However, the number of starlights seemed to have nothing to do with the effect, only with the duration. Let it shine in the guild. Su Xian placed the starlight in the guild. In an instant, the dazzling blue light flickered throughout the guild, giving the illusion of being in a dream. Not bad. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction, just as if it was a super light bulb. After everything was over, he logged out of the game and prepared to rest. But as soon as he returned to reality, he saw Ifsa following him. She was kneeling on his bed, without any clothes to cover her, showing her most perfect body in front of Su Xian. A golden peach hardtail swayed gently, as if waiting for Su Xian's reward. Ifsa. Su Xian was slightly stunned at first, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that there will be one more guest in the villa. I don't agree. After Su Xian told Su Fian about Efusa, Su Fian was dissatisfied. Of course, it was not because she was dissatisfied with Efusa's move into the villa, but for other reasons. Su Fian said to Su Xian, Efusa can't live in the same room with you. Su Jing and Ran Hongyu have also moved out, so let Efusa live in their room. This? Efusa looked at Su Xian aggrievedly. Of course, she wanted to live in the same bedroom with Su Xian. Listen to Sister Fian. Su Xian rubbed Efusa's head and asked Efusa to listen to Su Fian. Okay then. Efusa nodded obediently, then looked at Su Fian and said, then I have to trouble Sister Su. The word Sister Su made Su Fian suddenly fascinated. After all, Efusa is a succubus, with her own charm. And this sister gave her the illusion of being the master of the harem. She then said, Efusa, I will teach you what you need to pay attention to in real life. Okay. Efusa smiled and replied, then I can also teach Sister Su some small tricks. Su Fian? What? Before she could react, Efusa suddenly teleported to Su Fian's side, gently stroked Su Fian's fair skin with her fingertips, and continued, it's just as you think. With my help, It won't be Mr. Su Xian bullying you anymore. Su Fian, ? Chapter 574. In the next 2 or 3 days, Su Xian was busy with the upgrade of guild members and the acquisition of guild badges. Although it was a custom guild badge, the custom effect of the badge needed to be obtained through tasks. It wasted a lot of Su Xian's time, but the results were not bad. His custom badges could greatly improve the combat power of all guild members, and the effects of the previous badges were still effective. A-level guilds can wear 10 guild badges, but the Puff Fantasy Guild has not been filled up yet. It's just a pity that there are not so many high-quality guild badges, so they can only wear some garbage badges to make up the number. In addition, during this period, Su Xian also received another A-level task, but the difficulty of the task was not as high as he imagined, and Luo Selling completed the commission alone. As for the reward, it can only be regarded as average. However, compared with the delay in the game, the progress in reality is singing all the way. Since Issa came to reality, every night, she has been teaching Su Fian some strange things. Moreover, Issa discovered that he was not that powerful in reality. The power in the game did not fully reflect the reality, resulting in the original powerful holy light, which could instantly bloom with brilliant brilliance with just Issa's fingertips. This was like returning to the beginning. Su Xian once again became Issa's captive. Even Su Fian, who had learned a few moves from Issa, could easily make him surrender. He was really convinced. Mr. Su Xian, wake up! Issa called to Su Xian. But Su Xian knew that he was not asleep. Beside him, Su Fian was sitting on a chair. She needed to moisten her throat and relax her tired body. In addition, Su Fian looked at her thighs, and there seemed to be a faint fluorescence between her white and slender legs. Supernatural power. She even had the ability to fly for a short time in reality. Although the speed was not fast, it was a miracle for this extraordinary power to come to reality. And now, this miracle is radiating to the whole world. Is it coming soon? Su Fian murmured softly. Her heart was full of fear for the unknown, but she was also looking forward to the next development. What is this? Suddenly, Afusha asked a question, which attracted Su Fian to look at her. I saw that Afusha's magic pattern was slightly raised, emitting a faint glow. That picture made Su Fian's beautiful eyes tremble slightly, and then she looked at Su Xian suddenly. At this moment, Su Xian had actually completed 50% of his half-dragon transformation. His height suddenly increased to about 2 meters and 5, and the holy light of the dragon naturally gained a terrifying enhancement. Efusa, are you okay? Su Fian asked with concern. But she only heard Efusa's excited smile and whispered, I'm fine, Mr. Su Xian's strength has recovered. It's great. Su Fian frowned slightly. She might have underestimated Efusa's race. Only in this way can it be called a succubus. But as she watched the increasingly fierce battle, she felt a little moved for a while. Little did she know that Efusa was gradually letting out her charm, and the air was filled with a strong charm. This caused Su Fian's state to look a little strange at this moment. Want to? Isha smiled and asked, continue? I don't. Su Fian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and after struggling for a long time in her heart, she slowly stood up. She wanted to too. At the same time, Edith and the demon mother had arrived at the god realm. But when they saw the situation in the god realm, they showed a trace of worry. The entire god realm was completely broken, and the god realm that was originally suspended between the golden clouds was like glass, turning into fragments one by one. The golden sun hanging high in the sky also appeared to be fragmented at this moment, making the eyes of the two people become solemn instantly. The situation in the god realm was more serious than they expected. No wonder the gods fled the god realm one by one. At this moment, the god realm was basically in name only. The original rich breath of the god's law had also disappeared and became the nourishment of the void. It seems to be much more serious than we expected. Seeing this, the demon mother sneered helplessly. It's not too late, there's still time. Edith shook her head and continued, but before that, we have to deal with that bitch first. Okay, let's go. The demon mother looked in a direction. I hope his divine domain has not been broken. Quick! Catch my tail. Sister Fian, you are not a succubus. Where does your tail come from? Huh? Su Xian took a long breath and sat on the stool. Although the power has recovered a little, it is still a bit far to deal with a little succubus who has become a god. But now there is a problem. He can't change back, still in the form of a half-dragon. Doesn't this mean that there is not even a suitable piece of clothing? It's over. I can't go out. Wait, Su Xian suddenly remembered that he had hardly left home. It seems that it doesn't matter. Sister Su, how do you feel about this dragon power? Yifsha smiled. In response to Yafusha's question, Su Fian covered her forehead and whispered, "Is that idiot really a human? Mr. Su Xian?" Ha ha ha. Yisha did not answer Su Fian directly, but just smiled. And Su Fian looked at Su Xian, with a hint of love in her eyes. This man is great. Just when the three were resting, the door was knocked, and then slowly opened. "Fei Yen, are you in there?" When Maria opened the door, and saw the messy scene in the room, her cheeks instantly turned red. How could she have thought that she came at the wrong time? Too crazy. Maria's three-pointer behavior made Su Fian too lazy to pay attention to her. She just glared at her, then lay quietly, wanting to sleep for a while. As for Issa beside her, she smiled and asked Maria, "You also want to?" "No, no, no." Maria waved her hand quickly, then looked at Su Xian. When she saw Su Xian's current state, she was shocked. "Dragon!" Maria showed an incredible expression, and even ran to Su Xian in surprise. Even in the game world, she rarely came into contact with half-dragons. But now, she met one in reality. Wait! Maria suddenly found that the half-dragon in front of her looked a bit like Su Xian. But just as she was about to ask, her pupils trembled slightly, and her voice stopped abruptly. "Ha ha, there is Doragon, ha ha, you guys are busy." Maria waved and escaped from the bedroom. As for her reaction, Su Xian looked at Issa and Su Fian, confused. Thinking, does Maria have giant phobia? No wonder she is silly all day long. I didn't expect this to be the reason. Don't worry about Maria. Su Fian said at this time, her little head is full of cheese, and it is normal for her to do strange things. You know her. Su Xian smiled and took the game launcher. He wanted to go back to the guild to see if there was any incident. And when Su Xian arrived at the guild, he saw a familiar voice. Edith. She was sitting on the sofa in the guild hall, covered with bruises. Lucia sat beside her and used holy light magic to help her recover from her injuries. What happened? Su Xian immediately ran over and asked Edith. I miscalculated. That bitch actually raised a rabbit in the divine realm. Edith took a deep breath to relieve the pain from the wound. Rabbit? Su Xian showed a trace of confusion. What kind of rabbit could hurt the gods? Yes, it's a rabbit. Edith covered her forehead and explained, a female rabbit born from the morning star, a monster that feeds on the light of the morning star. I don't know how that bitch subdued the rabbit. Su Xian heard this, and had some understanding of Edith's experience, and then asked, didn't the demon mother go with you? She's more seriously injured. Edith glanced at her and replied. Su Xian was silent for a moment, then said, why don't you take me with you? If I go with you, we will definitely win. You? Edith was stunned for a few seconds when she heard Su Xian's words. Then, she raised a faint smile and said, you are confident, but do you know the enemy you are facing? I know. Su Xian nodded, the goddess of love. The biggest vase in the world of gods. The most important thing is that he has a god-level angel at his disposal, so why is he afraid of not being able to deal with the goddess of love? As for the big rabbit that Edith mentioned, it can't be more powerful than the archangel, right? Edith smiled and continued, we were too abrupt to bring you along. We will definitely do it next time. However, this time, the demon mother and I did not gain nothing. Oh! Did you find anything? Su Xian sat next to Edith, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully. The god realm is more serious than we expected. The entire god realm has now become a world of emptiness, riddled with holes. Edith lowered her eyebrows and told Su Xian, even if the gods want to use the god realm to resist the destruction of the void, it will be useless. Even the strongest god may not be able to hold on for 1,000 years. At most, in a few hundred years, he will be destroyed due to the exhaustion of divine power. So serious? Su Xian was surprised when he heard this. Doesn't that mean that relying on the divine realm to resist the destruction will become a luxury? Well, so in the future, the gods should go out one after another to find a way to break it. Edith nodded and continued, but now there are not many gods left, and most of them cannot escape the fate of being destroyed and have fallen one after another. No wonder. Su Xian heard this, and immediately recalled the god, who wanted to snatch the world-devouring snake. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Idas, by the way, the elf queen and the others found a world-devouring snake. Do you think it can be a solution? World-devouring snake. Idas heard this, and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and replied, it's difficult. I'm afraid it won't last too long. No matter how powerful the world-devouring snake is, can it be stronger than the Lord God? You are right. Su Xian nodded. It was indeed as Idas said. No matter how powerful the world-devouring snake is, can it be stronger than the Lord Gods? What about the abyss of the demon mother? he asked again. It's just a delaying tactic, and it's difficult to cure the root cause. Ida shook her head helplessly and sighed. But Edice's tone suddenly became serious. She looked at Su Xian and said, "We saw a special divine domain, where countless divine lights gathered, and it seemed to be the only pure land." Pure land? Well, although it was also corroded by the void, the progress of its destruction was much slower than other divine domains. There must be something there to cause all this, Edice said confidently. Where? Su Xian asked curiously. I don't know which god's divine domain it is. I only know that it is a blue planet. Edice continued. In addition, there is a ban on that planet, and the demon mother and I cannot enter. We need to find another way. When Su Xian heard this, he immediately came up with a bold idea. The azure planet you mentioned, could it be the blue star? Why are you looking at me like that? Edith asked Su Xian in confusion. This? Su Xian didn't know how to explain to Edith, so he just said, "Can you still sense the location of Issa now?" Of course. Edith was about to say that she could definitely sense the location of Issa. After all, Issa was a clone of her lustful bloodline. But just as she was about to speak, she found that she couldn't sense the existence of Issa at all. This made Edith look at Su Xian in disbelief and asked, "Where is she?" "Maybe, in the azure planet you mentioned." Su Xian shrugged and said. Edith's face instantly became solemn, mixed with a hint of confusion. How could Issa go there? How did she go there? And... Wait, Edith suddenly understood and stared at Su Xian. She smiled slightly. Who would have thought that she had found Su Xian's hometown? Can I go to that world? Little Su Xian? Edith put her hand on Su Xian's shoulder and asked charmingly. This scene made Lucia, who was treating her, stop the magic in her hand and look at Su Xian with her golden red eyes. She also wants to go to that world, to understand where Su Xian once lived. This? Su Xian didn't know how to answer the expectant eyes of the two for a while. It's not that he didn't want to, but he didn't know how to get Edith and Lucia to Blue Star, and he saw a hint of conspiracy in Edith's eyes. Would she conquer Blue Star like the Star Kingdom? It seems that no one can stop her. Chapter 575. I have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Su Xian said that it was a bit difficult to deal with the idea proposed by Edith. He couldn't bring Edith to reality either. Yifsha was indeed an accident. I believe you will find a way. Edith patted the back of Su Xian's hand and said with a smile, Would you like to go with me to see the demon mother? She may have something to tell you. Go. Su Xian nodded. Let's go. Edith stood up and stepped lightly with her high heels. A teleportation array woven with roses appeared in the guild hall. Su Xian followed her into the teleportation array. When they came to the abyss, Su Xian saw the demon mother standing quietly at the bottom of the abyss. Beside her, pink and purple tentacles intertwined, releasing powerful magic to heal her injured body. Look who's here, Edith said to the demon mother. Oh! The demon mother raised her head slightly and looked at Su Xian, and a happy smile immediately appeared on the corner of her mouth. She said to Su Xian, You came at the right time, can you help me? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and then jumped down. But the next second, countless tentacles attacked from all directions and entangled his limbs. Then, they sucked his energy. About 20 minutes later, the demon mother's injuries recovered as before. Regarding this scene, Edith complained helplessly, I really envy your way of recovering from injuries. You can do it, right? The demon mother chuckled and asked back. I can't do it. Edith glanced coldly, then looked at Su Xian. Su Xian was breathing steadily at this moment, trying to restore his physical condition. After all, the demon mother had great needs. You came at the right time this time. I just happened to have something to say to you. The demon mother said to Su Xian and Edith. Why? Did this failure give you some insights? Edith laughed teasingly. They also lost a person once, but they didn't even hit the big vase in the god realm. It's not a realization, just a trace. The demon mother rubbed the hair woven by the tentacles, and said with a smile, that rabbit has a breath of the sun god. Sun god? Edith heard this, and immediately calmed down to think. She thought carefully, and it seemed that there was indeed a breath of the sun god on the rabbit. What you said seems to be true, but why would the monster cultivated by the sun god help the goddess of love? Edith asked in confusion. This? The demon mother frowned slightly, and was also confused about this matter. Su Xian was more confused. Why did the sun god always like to raise some strange creatures, the world-devouring snake, and this star jade rabbit? Is there a possibility that the sun god instructed the rabbit to do this? Su Xian asked. The sun god's instructions? Su Xian's answer made the two look at each other, and some terrifying thoughts seemed to emerge in their minds. But why did he do this? Su Xian touched his chin and fell into thought. The sun god must have his intentions for doing that. You said that your divine blessing came from the goddess of love? Suddenly, Idas asked Su Xian. Yeah, that's right. Su Xian nodded and replied. Do you think this could be a conspiracy from the sun god? Idas suddenly smiled and looked at the demon mother. The demon mother nodded in agreement and replied, Poor goddess of love, in the end, she is just a chess piece. Su Xian was confused by the conversation between the two and didn't understand what they were talking about. But when Idas and the demon mother looked at him at the same time, Su Xian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and understood the meaning. You mean, the rabbit was left for me by the sun god? Su Xian asked. Smart. That's what I mean. Idas crossed her arms and continued, and not only the rabbit, but even the goddess of love may be left for you. After all, she does have some effect. I didn't expect that you, a child, not only received the blessing of the goddess of life, but even the sun god valued you so much. The demon mother took Su Xian's right hand, playing with it carefully, and said with a smile. Su Xian frowned slightly, but thought about it. The people he knew around him were indeed familiar gods. For example, Su Fian was the chosen person of the sun goddess, and Su Jing was the chosen person of the goddess of life. Of the two main gods, only he was a useless goddess of love. Except for being beautiful, he was useless. I told you, take me with you. After Su Xian figured it out, he immediately said to the two of them. If they take him with them, wouldn't it be easy to take down the goddess of love? Let the goddess of love taste the holy light of the dragon. Yes, you are right, we did do something wrong. The mother of demons replied lovingly. When our divine power recovers 90%, we will take you to the divine realm. Not recovered yet? Do you want more? Su Xian asked with concern. What a good child, but the recovery of divine power cannot be achieved by this alone, it will take time. The mother of demons took Su Xian's hand and gently stroked her cheek. He likes this cute child more and more now. That's fine. Su Xian nodded, then thought of the trouble with Queen Medusa, and said, We can solve the trouble with Queen Medusa first. Oh! What's wrong with her? The mother of demons asked with a smile. A god threatened them, and asked them to hand over the world-devouring snake. Su Xian explained, probably in the near future, that God will appear again. Oh! There are still gods coming to the magic continent. Don't you know whose territory this is? The demon mother sneered and said, Don't worry, Edice, and I will help you get rid of that idiot. Even if it is the Lord of Light, it is our home ground in the magic continent. That's good. Su Xian smiled slightly. He was worried that the opponent was too strong and could not be dealt with. But now, with the words of the demon mother, he felt much more at ease. But before that, we have to take a look at the world-devouring snake first. Suddenly, the demon mother said, The sun god must have a special intention to leave them in the world. Do you think I am right? That makes sense. Su Xian nodded vigorously. Let's go, I take you there. After the words fell, Su Xian immediately opened the space magic ring and led the two to the area where the devouring world snake was. When they arrived at the destination, they only saw Queen Medusa standing on the top of the cloud, looking at the devouring world snake in the distance. And around the devouring world snake, there was a layer of dark fog. Obviously, this was the work of that god. Queen Medusa. Su Xian's call brought Queen Medusa's thoughts back to reality. Why are you here? Queen Medusa turned around and asked Su Xian. And when she saw the demon mother and Ides, her eyes were instantly solemn. After all, the appearance of two people with divine status here has somewhat suppressed Queen Medusa. Of course, it is to help you solve the problem of the devouring world snake. Su Xian replied with a smile. Queen Medusa did not answer immediately after hearing this. Instead, after staring at the demon mother and Edith for a long time, he slowly spoke. The current situation is just as you can see. That despicable god has enveloped the world-devouring serpent, and we can't get any closer. That breath. The demon mother took a step forward, staring at the black fog in the distance with deep eyes. After thinking for a long time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, I think I know which god it is. Who? The god of disease and plague. The dark fog is his divine law, the death plague. The demon mother replied, It's a tough enemy, but it's just tough. So you can solve it? Su Xian looked at the demon mother expectantly. Of course. The demon mother nodded and smiled, and then she raised her fingertips. In an instant, the scarlet breath from the abyss swept over and gradually approached the range of the death plague. The scarlet abyss that covered the sky and the sun dispelled the fog created by the death plague in just a moment. Even from a distance, all kinds of strange wailing sounds could be heard. Did it suppress it directly? Queen Medusa saw this scene, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. This also made her want to obtain the power from the throne more. The gap between her and the demigod was too big. Even if she had the godhood, she was far from being an enemy of the real god. Soon, the breath of the abyss dispelled the death plague. The world-devouring snake once again appeared in everyone's sight. Is this the creation of the sun god? After seeing the world-devouring snake, I'd showed a trace of surprise. Compared to the star jade rabbit of the goddess of love, the oppression of this world-devouring snake is much stronger. However, the strength is not certain. Perhaps the star jade rabbit is still a little stronger. In this way, the connection between the guy and the magic continent is cut off. The demon mother clapped her hands, and it was considered a success. Maybe not yet. Su Xian raised his head and looked at the dark green hole torn in the sky. Oh! Is it coming in person? The demon mother said, and countless tentacles stretched out from behind. They are not used to entangle the opponent, because it is difficult to win at this level of battle by physical strength alone. In addition, the output method of the demon mother is also mainly magic, so the purpose of the tentacles is mainly to increase her magic power. Just right, take advantage of this gap to get rid of her. Edith was also ready for the battle, and pieces of bright red petals floated around her. As soon as the voice fell, the dark green hole gradually expanded, and an eyeball emerged from it. Medusa. As soon as he appeared, he roared to Queen Medusa, "You dare to destroy the barrier I created? It seems that you have made plans to be my enemy." But the god of plague just appeared in the magic continent, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He found that he seemed to be controlled by some kind of barrier, having cut off his connection with the divine realm. What does that mean? A group of ants living in the mortal world also want to keep him. Wait, the god of plague shifted his gaze to the people around Queen Medusa. God? The god of plague's pupil shrank slightly, wondering why there were gods on the magical continent. And two, it shouldn't be. The key is that he still knows one. Goddess of beauty and charm, why are you in the lower world? Argue being. By the goddess of love. The god of plague just opened his mouth, and several rose thorns suddenly emerged from behind eyes, directly piercing the eyeball of the god of plague. Ah! The painful roar resounded, and the god of plague cursed, "Beautiful goddess, do you want to be my enemy? I just want you to die." Eyes replied lightly, and then the roses bloomed on the thorns, and the eyeball of the god of plague exploded instantly. Ah! The miserable scream was deafening, but it was not enough to kill a god. The mother of demons raised her hand, and in an instant, the breath from the abyss swept over and engulfed the eyeball of the god of plague. As the screams gradually calmed down, the dark green hole in the sky gradually closed up, and a dark green crystal fell down. Su Xian picked it up, and a message popped up in his sight. Incomplete throne, ? Incomplete throne? Su Xian was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw the appearance of the throne. How could it be crystalline? The god of plague is dead? Queen Medusa looked at Su Xian in confusion. It shouldn't be. Su Xian shook his head. It was just a fragment of the throne, and he couldn't be sure whether the god of plague was dead. Well, he was only seriously injured. Edith nodded and continued, "It's not that easy to kill a god. Even if he is the god of plague, he is still a god." "It's okay, I call someone." Su Xian immediately called someone, and the god of plague would definitely die. Call someone. Edith and the others were surprised when they heard this. How could they have guessed that Su Xian could call someone? There should be a reply soon. Wait a moment, Su Xian said. At the same time, Megami, who was in the god realm, was bathing in the golden holy pool, feeling the comfort and happiness of the light. Suddenly, a golden text flashed in front of her eyes. "Help me kill a god." Megami was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood that it was the message that Su Xian had given her. Is this guy crazy? Megami looked confused. This was the first time she had seen a mortal commission a god to kill a god. How dare he? He must be a hopeless idiot. Megami complained, and then checked the god that Su Xian asked her to kill. The god of disease and plague? His throne was broken. Megami was surprised when she saw Su Xian break the throne of the god of disease and plague. Just him? Forget it. I just want to kill this rat god in the gutter. This is not to help you. I just do it for the sake of convenience. Chapter 576. Why isn't it healed yet? Su Xian waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply from Megami. It stands to reason that with Megami's strength, A god of plague with a broken throne should be able to be dealt with quickly. Is it because the two divine domains are too far apart? Or is there some other reason? Just when Su Xian was confused, Queen Medusa came to Su Xian and poked Su Xian's back with the tip of her tail. Itchy. Su Xian felt a little itchy and asked, "What's the matter?" The broken throne. Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were erratic, as if she rarely asked others to do things for her, so she looked a little unnatural. "What's wrong?" Su Xian said, taking out the broken throne from his backpack and looking at Queen Medusa in confusion. Queen Medusa said to Su Xian after hesitating for a moment, "This fragment of the throne may be restored to a throne." Restored to a throne? Su Xian was a little surprised by what Queen Medusa said. He had naturally never heard of this method, but since Queen Medusa proposed this suggestion, there must be this possibility. If he could have a throne, no matter who it was given to, it would be a huge improvement for the guild. Can it really be done? Su Xian asked curiously. Yes. Queen Medusa nodded and continued, but some conditions need to be met. What conditions? First, the god who owns the throne must fall. Su Xian's face instantly became solemn when he heard the first condition. Just the first condition alone is a bit too much, right? Second, you must use an equal or greater amount of similar divine power to repair the throne. Queen Medusa continued. Su Xian had already given up at this moment. Each condition was more difficult than the other. How could he repair the throne? Third, Queen Medusa took a deep breath and said slowly, "The restored throne is just a copy of the throne, lacking divinity." A throne lacking divinity? Is there any difference from a normal throne? Su Xian asked. The difference is, you can understand it as only 1/5 of the effect. Queen Medusa replied. So what can we do to restore his divinity? It requires a pure soul. Queen Medusa continued, a pure soul that can be recognized by the throne to control this copied throne. When the soul is integrated into the copied throne, the original throne will dissipate and become a brand new throne. And that soul will also become the dominant one of the throne, and the restored throne may be more powerful than the original throne with the blessing of the pure soul. Pure soul? Su Xian heard Queen Medusa's explanation and always felt that these three conditions were difficult to complete. Perhaps the easiest one should be the first one, kill the god of plague. Although these three conditions are very difficult, if you can complete the first condition, I can also help you complete the second condition. Queen Medusa said to Su Xian. Really? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Yeah. Queen Medusa nodded and continued to explain, my divine power is somewhat similar to that of the god of plague, and should be able to complete the repair of the throne. But this third condition is extremely difficult, and it requires the soul of a person with an extremely pure heart. And I have never seen such a soul in my life. Su Xian frowned immediately. Queen Medusa has lived for thousands of years, but she has never seen a soul that meets the requirements of purity. Then how should they find it? Even if the first two conditions are completed, it is just a throne with 1/5 of the energy. But that's better than nothing. At this moment, suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky. And then a dark green crystal fell from the golden light, and suddenly hit everyone in front of it. What is this? Everyone hurriedly retreated, but when Su Xian saw the prompt in front of him, he was happy. Broken disease and plague throne, ? Megami succeeded. At the same time, a voice came from Su Xian's mind. I give you this thing, dirty throne, angels will not choose this kind of power. Su Xian rejected Megami's remarks. There is no good or bad power, only the difference between users. But he still wants to thank Megami. Thank you. No need, I just wanted him to die a long time ago. After speaking, Megami cut off the connection with Su Xian. You really? Su Xian smiled slightly. This archangel is quite interesting. Then, his eyes looked at the disease and plague throne. At the same time, Queen Medusa and the others were already close to the throne. The god of plague is dead? I'd whispered in disbelief. She really didn't expect that the god of plague was actually killed by Su Xian in the god realm. My child is really amazing. The demon mother smiled and looked at Su Xian, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and love. Queen Medusa stared at the throne with her eyes full of desire. She had always dreamed of. Seeing this, Su Xian walked to Queen Medusa and said, Then the throne will be restored by you, okay? Great Queen Medusa? Yeah. Queen Medusa nodded slightly. Her expression did not change much. But the tip of her tail was swinging quickly, unable to hide her excitement and joy. It's done, then what? Su Xian looked at the demon mother and eyes. The purpose of their coming here is to devour the world snake. because it is the creation of the sun god, and it is suspected that it has a slight connection with the star Jade Rabbit. Let's go and take a look. After speaking, Idas lightly snapped her fingers, and the next second, everyone came to the back of the devouring world snake. Under the cover of divine power, the devouring world snake's devouring power has no effect on them. Strange, there seems to be something in the body of this snake? As soon as she arrived here, Idas found something wrong. What? Su Xian looked at Idas. I'm not sure either, I may need to enter its stomach to explore. Idas replied, however, with my spatial magic, I can't enter the body of the devouring world snake for the time being, it depends on you. Me? Su Xian was stunned for a second. Although his space ring can move through space, it must be visited before it can be visualized. If you haven't been there, it seems that it is not impossible, but he has not tried it yet. Come on. The demon mother hugged Su Xian from behind and whispered in his ear, I believe you can do it. Then I try. Su Xian nodded, then concentrated his mind, condensed the space law, and tried to open the space ring to the body of the world-devouring snake. But this challenge was extremely difficult for him, because he had never opened a place he had never been to. And the size of the world-devouring snake was too huge. Its area was even larger than the entire Star Kingdom. In such a huge place, finding the strange point that Idas said, I'm afraid. Got it. Suddenly, I don't know if it was a sudden enlightenment or destiny, Su Xian actually found the feeling. He immediately opened the space ring and wove the destination in front of him. Let's go! Yes! Everyone immediately stepped into the space ring and entered the interior of the devouring world snake. When they arrived at their destination, they saw a miniature sun shining inside the devouring world snake, illuminating the stomach space that looked like a piece of land. That is, everyone's eyes were focused at this moment, and there were thousands of words in their hearts, but they stopped abruptly. The throne, to be precise, half of the throne was suspended in the stomach of the devouring world snake, and, what frightened Su Xian and others even more was that even if it was only half of the throne, the power it exuded was hundreds of times more terrifying than the throne of the god of plague. It seems that in front of this throne, even the main god will be dimmed. The throne of the sun god. Idas whispered in disbelief. She finally knew why the world-devouring snake had such a terrifying ability. It turned out that half of the throne of the sun god was hidden in its belly. Can the effect of swallowing the world be achieved with only the energy emitted by the throne? Su Xian swallowed his saliva in disbelief when he heard this. Even though he estimated the strength of the sun god with a very high intensity, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness after seeing a trace of the sun god's power. It seems that in front of this god, all the so-called proud sons of heaven and peerless powers have become a group of invertebrate life cells without IQ. How strong is the power of the sun god? Su Xian asked Idas with great curiosity. As for this question, after a long silence, Idas slowly spoke, since the sun god stepped down as the god king, no one has been able to maintain the order of the god realm, which gave the void thing an opportunity to take advantage of it. As for the strength of the sun god, I can only say that among all the main gods, he ranks first, and is well-deserved first. So powerful? Su Xian was shocked by the strength of the sun god after hearing this. But that was a long time ago. Since the sun god disappeared for a while, his divine power has disappeared a lot since he came back. Idas continued, so, even with the help of the sun god, it is difficult to suppress the destruction of the god realm. Then who is the most powerful main god after the sun god's divine power disappeared? Su Xian asked with a little gossip. You should know that god. Edith glanced at Su Xian and answered. Me? Su Xian was slightly stunned, then asked, is it the goddess of life? No. The Lord of Light? No. Su Xian frowned slightly. Did he really know him? At this moment, Edith revealed the answer. It's the Lord of Stars, the creator of the 7 Valkyries. It turned out to be this guy. Su Xian suddenly realized, but he seemed to understand. After all, even the Lord of Light, the only one under his command, who can be called a god-level combat force is Archangel Megami. And there are 7 Lords of Stars. With this strength, it is understandable that it ranks first. Could it be that the decline of the power of the sun god is related to her splitting her own throne? Edith pondered, rubbing her chin. There should be a slight connection, but why did he do this? Queen Medusa asked in confusion. This is completely inconsistent with the purpose of a Lord God. Isn't it like cutting off one's own arm to split one's own throne? This. Su Xian and the others were equally confused and puzzled about the purpose of the sun gods doing this. Anyway, at least we found half of the sun god's throne. If we can take the other half. Queen Medusa was about to speak, but Edith shook her head and refused. she said. This is the throne of the sun god, not those weak gods. His things, even if he falls, belong only to him. No one else can touch them, not even another main god. Queen Medusa fell silent instantly. She really didn't know much about the sun god. But from Edith's description, it is certain that this throne cannot be used by them. Although the throne cannot be used, we have at least found half of the sun god's throne, and the other half is in the body of the star jade rabbit. Edith continued, if the two split thrones are combined into one, perhaps we can get the revelation of the sun god. What if it has a way to save the world? You have a point. Su Xian nodded. It really seems like something the sun god would do. What if the sun god has read the script and knows the only way to save the world, so he did this? That would explain why he did this. By the way, Su Xian suddenly remembered something and said to Edice and the others, there is a rumor in the sun cult that it was the Lord of Light who stole the power of the sun god, so the Lord of Light replaced the position of the sun god. Is this true or false? It must be false. Edice explained, the Lord of Light and the sun god are sister gods, and they have a good relationship. As for why there is this rumor, it was all made up by the followers of the sun god. The reason may be related to the disappearance of the power of the sun god. Hearing this explanation, Su Xian nodded in agreement. After all, the power of the sun god disappeared for no reason, and disappeared for a period of time. It is difficult not to have some conspiracy theories. And these conspiracy theories probably originated during the period when the sun god disappeared. Since we already know the truth about the world-devouring serpent, it's almost time for us to go back. Edice looked at Su Xian and added, take good care of Ivsa, and when our power is restored, we will take you to the god realm together. Okay, got it. After everyone left, Su Xian returned to the guild. As soon as he sat down, he immediately remembered that he still had a golden recruitment scroll that he hadn't used. And 2 god-level entries. God. Phoenix God. Chapter 577. 2 god-level entries should be able to recruit a god, right? Su Xian touched his chin and thought carefully. Since God is already a prerequisite, recruiting gods must be a sure thing. But the question is, which god can be recruited? Now, the god realm is broken, and only one god is left. And those gods that exist in the god realm are basically defending their own god realm. So, the gods he can recruit may find it difficult to maintain their own god realm, and are eager to find a way to escape. Who would it be? In addition, the owner of the eyeball. Mira or said that there is a breath of destiny. It is highly likely that it is not the goddess of love. If it is the goddess of love, that guy would not be showing off in the god realm now. He also used the star jade rabbit to seriously injure Ides and the demon mother. In addition, the Phoenix God entry. The guy who can steal dragon eggs in the dragon's nest and then escape easily must be beyond imagination. After thinking again and again, Su Xian decided to recruit. Because, since they are about to go to the god realm, the fighting power of another god must be like divine help. Come on! Su Xian took a deep breath and decided to bet all his luck to recruit the legendary god. As long as the goddess of love doesn't come, everything else is fine. He only had one request, that is, don't come to the goddess of love. The rest is fine. Su Xian took out the golden recruitment scroll from his backpack and threw it into the air. You have selected the god and Phoenix God entries. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Selling matches. Pointy head. Barber. Su Xian saw 3 entries to choose from and fell silent. My 2 god-level entries match the 3 of you, right? Refresh. Refreshed. Winnie the Pooh. Tigger. Sheep, refresh. Different colors. Apple. Chocolate cake, swish. Blue sky. White clouds. Dog. Piano. Jade. Destiny asterisk. Su Xian saw the Destiny entry and showed a hint of confusion. Could it be that all this is a predetermined fate? Is it that I should recruit the goddess of destiny? After thinking for a while, Su Xian decided to respect the arrangement of fate and choose the Destiny entry. Your choice is the Phoenix Feather God of Destiny. Recruiting the right person for you. The right adventurer has been found, and is being recruited for you. As the voice fell, I saw a ray of colorful rainbow light blooming in the guild, and the shining light made Su Xian slightly cover his sight with his hand. Although it was a bit dazzling, he seemed to see a landscape emerging in the light. It was a scene of tens of millions of people kneeling before a statue, raising their hands high and swearing their faith. Wait! What is that? Su Xian saw the true appearance of the statue through the bright flash. It was a petite girl, with her left hand on her waist, and her right hand raised high, pointing to a direction. and what she pointed to was where the sun was. Could it be? Su Xian's eyes flashed, and his mood instantly became extremely excited. Did he guess wrong? Not the goddess of fate? Not the goddess of love? But the legendary sun god? Just as Su Xian was full of expectations, waiting for the moment when the god came, a strange woman's voice came to his ears. You finally did it. It's worth my 10,000 years to arrange the trajectory of fate. After speaking, a petite figure slowly fell down and stepped on Su Xian's shoulder. Su Xian was stunned at first, and then looked at his right shoulder. A little person of only about 27 centimeters appeared in his sight. She had long red hair, dressed in a golden red feather dress, and a pair of angel-like white wings behind her, which looked very cute. But the most memorable thing was that behind her head, there was a flat sun floating, burning with blazing flames. Huh? Su Xian couldn't believe his eyes for a while. He recruited the sun god, right? But why was it a mini one? Could it be the sun god's figurine? When his eyes turned, pieces of information appeared in his vision. Sun god? Question mark. Level? Question mark. Race, god. Growth? Question mark. Gain? Points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features? God. Phoenix god. Destiny. Sun. Divine power. Fiery sun. Faith. Invincible. Su Xian looked at the series of features and his brain crashed. The sun god has hundreds of features. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Well done, Su Xian. The sun god stretched out his left hand, gently rubbed Su Xian's hair, and said, successfully summon me to this world. Can you tell me your plan? Su Xian frowned slightly and asked the sun. He wanted to know what the sun god was planning. It's very simple. The sun god said calmly, I want to create an eternal world, prevent the world from breaking apart, and hold the core of all power in my hands, becoming the only truth of the world. Although the sun god's tone was very calm, her words made Su Xian silent for a long time, without any response. A world completely dominated by the sun god? Is such a world really better? Maybe. And at the moment when the sun god descended, the demon god in Su Xian's mind couldn't help it. Who is she? Her breath. Could it be that person? The sun god? But this sun god is too small. How did you invite this great god? Her breath. So dazzling. The demon god chattered a lot, basically sighing at the power of the sun god. This embarrassing look made Su Xian chuckle. That's it, and you still call him the demon god? Hey! Are you laughing? Human! Are you laughing? Just wait. I tell my mom. Hee hee. Su Xian smiled faintly, but he definitely didn't mean to look down on the demon god. He asked the sun god on his shoulder. So, respected sun god. The sun god crossed his arms, glanced at Su Xian, and asked Yusei. What are you going to do next? Su Xian asked. Of course, I'm going to go to a place where I planted seeds. The sun god replied. Su Xian was stunned at first, and then reacted immediately. You're talking about Blue Star, right? Although I don't know what the blue star you are talking about is, it is probably. The sun god sensed the color of sudden enlightenment through Su Xian's eyes, and immediately became certain. But this is still the magic continent. Do you have a way to go there? Su Xian asked. That is the world I created. I naturally have a way to go there. The sun god continued, but I need a little help from you. Me? Yes, you. The sun god nodded and answered with certainty. Then, what should I do? You just need to stand up. Oh! Su Xian stood up according to the instructions of the sun god. And the moment he stood up, the sun god jumped lightly and came to his head. Then, complex solar arrays bloomed under Su Xian's feet. Before he could come to his senses, golden light shone instantly. The next second, Su Xian woke up from the stool. He looked around and found that he had returned to the real world. Issa and Su Fian were still lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. And, hey, look here. Su Xian lowered his head slightly, and saw the sun god standing on his shining holy light. This scene made him frown slightly. My sun god, why do you have to stand here when you can stand anywhere else? But the sun god didn't seem to care, especially the pair of bare feet, which deliberately stepped lightly. He said, is the development of this world beyond my expectations? Why can't I feel a trace of magic? There is indeed no magic. Su Xian smiled bitterly and nodded. Although the two worlds are intersecting, the magic power is still a little thin, and it is impossible to produce magicians in large numbers like the magic continent. Not to mention the existence of gods. It's really strange. The sun god stretched out her fingertips, and sparks bloomed at her fingertips. I clearly planted a magic seed, How could there be no magic power? Then I don't know. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders. We need to investigate. Let's go. The sun god flew from Su Xian's holy light to his shoulder again. Let's find out the reason. If we want to create the seeds of a perfect world, we must investigate this matter clearly. Ah? That's what you said? Su Xian asked in surprise. The sun god is now only 27 centimeters in size. If people see a 27 centimeters handmade figure that can talk, it will be on the headlines? What? Is there a problem? The sun god looked at himself and asked. The problem is that there is no magic in this world, so everything related to magic is unreasonable. It is even more impossible for a sun god to be only 27 centimeters tall. Su Xian smiled helplessly. That's easy. I cast a magic so that only you can see me, the sun god said, snapping his fingers. Although nothing happened, Su Xian knew that only he could see the sun god now. I go put on some clothes. Su Xian stood up and put on his clothes immediately. He couldn't show off his big baby outside. Just as Su Xian was putting on his clothes, Su Fian woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and saw Su Xian putting on his clothes and asked quickly, Are you going out? Well, I should be back soon. Su Xian nodded, but he didn't know when he would return you. Su Fian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, staring at Su Xian's back closely. After a long silence, she slowly said, Su Xian, did you bring someone to reality again? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and immediately realized that Su Fian was talking about the sun god. But didn't the sun god block other people's perception of her? How did Su Fian find out? Oh, Su Xian suddenly remembered that Su Fian was the person chosen by the sun god, and it seemed that there was no problem to be able to sense the sun god. However, the sun god still looked calm, floating in the air, and it seemed that he didn't want to talk to Su Fian, the chosen person. Well, I introduce you when I'm free. I'm going out. Su Xian left a word and walked out the door. When he left the villa, he asked the sun god, Su Fian is the apostle you chose. Why don't you talk to her? We should do more important things instead of wasting time on useless things. The sun god explained, besides, it's not time for her to take effect yet. Oh! Su Xian nodded silently after hearing this. So where are we going? He then asked the sun god how to find the magic seeds she'd buried on the blue planet, and how to go, buy a plane ticket or a train ticket. Just when Su Xian was confused, the sun god stretched out her little hand and pressed it on Su Xian's temple. Immediately afterwards, a ray of golden light appeared in her palm, sweeping over his whole body in an instant. Suddenly, Su Xian felt that his power was returning. The power that should have been in the game gradually filled every cell of his body. In just a moment, the dragon wings behind him instantly spread out, and the half-dragon transformation was completed by 80%. Fly, go to the direction I point to. The sun god pointed to the sun in the distance, and said to Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian immediately spread his wings and flew into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at an altitude of thousands of meters. Then, he flapped his wings and flew to the direction indicated by the sun god. He was very fast, basically surpassing the speed of a fighter. But even so, Su Xian flew for a long time, and still did not reach his destination. Haven't you arrived yet? Su Xian asked the sun god sitting on his head. If he flew down, he would enter the scope of other countries. In the sea, go down. The sun god immediately instructed. Su Xian then dived and fell to the sea. Bang! With a loud bang, flowers exploded on the sea. The violent noise directly caused the surrounding fish to flee in fear, while Su Xian, under the command of the sun god, went directly to the bottom of the sea. After arriving at the bottom of the sea, Su Xian did not see the magic seed that the sun god mentioned. There was still no breath of magic here, but a sunken ship was seen. Strange. The sun god was also confused at this time, and it seemed that there was nothing she wanted to find. But after thinking for a moment, she immediately raised her fingertips. In an instant, the magic circle condensed. It covered an area of tens of kilometers under the sea. Condensed a forbidden magic circle in one breath? Su Xian was surprised to see the sun god's means. Got it! Suddenly, the sun god found the magic seed she buried here. As her two fingertips separated, a golden light bloomed on the bottom of the sea at this moment. Then, the golden light toward the bottom of the sea, and a gully several kilometers wide appeared in Su Xian's sight. What made him even more surprised was that there was no sound at all. It was as if the underwater canyon was supposed to be here. Chapter 578. Let's go in. The sun god poked Su Xian's cheek with his little jade foot, and let him enter the golden crack. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at the sun god, and immediately waved his wings to enter the golden crack. The moment he jumped into the golden crack, the strange scene made him amazed. He saw that there was a huge golden butterfly wrapped in the golden crack. As for its size, just one wing is hundreds of kilometers long. You can imagine how huge its body is. You said it filled the entire center of the earth. Su Xian can believe it. The creation god butterfly is a thing created by the goddess of life and me. The sun god said to Su Xian, half of the god of life is in the body of the creation god butterfly. I see. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, what about the other half? In the body of a dragon. The sun god replied, the dragon of life. Su Xian was slightly stunned, thinking, could the sun god be talking about Mira or? Approach it. The sun god continued. Oh! Su Xian nodded and immediately approached the creation god butterfly. But when he landed on the head of the creation god butterfly, it seemed to sense something, and the previously motionless creation god butterfly gently flapped its wings. Although the action was very subtle, it caused a lot of noise. This shouldn't cause the sea level to rise, the tsunami to sweep across the coast, and cause the destruction of the world, right? Su Xian asked the sun god. The size of the creator butterfly is so exaggerated that it feels like it can destroy the world just by flapping its wings. No, this is not just the center of the earth. The sun god shook his head indifferently, then lightly jumped to the top of the creation god butterfly. She stretched out her little hand and gently pressed on the head of the creation god butterfly. The moment they touched, the creation god butterfly made a slight low hum. Then, the brilliant golden light dawned and spread in all directions. Although Su Xian could not see the situation outside, it was certain that the power of the creation god butterfly covered the entire earth. In just a blink of an eye, it brought the earth into a new era. At the same time, the players on the earth also felt the incredible power. Their power from the game is gradually being awakened and gradually entering the extraordinary. As for this strange phenomenon, the players discussed it on the forum. Fuck, the power in my game has come to reality. Really? Although it's only a little bit, I have indeed grown goblin ears. Oh my god, are you really a goblin? Invincible. I can use magic. What is going on? Is the aura revived? I don't know, but I heard that those powerful guilds have already had this phenomenon. Supernormal. The era of supernormal has arrived. As a player of this game, I am so happy. In the game forum, players are discussing their changes enthusiastically. Although they don't know the reason, the supernormal power makes them almost crazy. In addition to ordinary players, the group of high-level players also noticed the abnormality. The speed of the return of power has accelerated. Su Jing stood on the top of a mountain and looked at her hands in disbelief. What happened? Ren Hongyu came to her side in confusion and asked. I don't know, but I always have a feeling in my heart. Su Jing lowered her head slightly and looked at the palm of her hand. Did that kid do it? Ren Hongyu raised her eyebrows and guessed curiously. Yeah. Su Jing nodded and continued, it should be him. It seems that he is also working hard. Ren Hongyu said with a smile. Let's continue. Su Jing looked behind her and saw several ferocious beasts gathering here, grinning hoarsely and wanting to tear the two into pieces. But they didn't dare to move forward, as if they were afraid and timid. Okay. Ren Hongyu instantly unfolded his fiery red armor and said with a smile, hurry up and solve the problems here, and then go to the final ending. On the other side, the sun god stepped on the creation god butterfly with his little feet and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, everything is intact. Strange. The seeds of magic have not been destroyed. Why is there no trace of the birth of magic on this planet? The sun god pondered his chin, not understanding the reason. Maybe. Not suitable? Su Xian asked curiously. Maybe some process was missed, but it should be fine now. The sun god shook his head, too lazy to find the reason. She turned around and said to Su Xian, what you have to do now is to quickly improve your strength and merge the sun god position I left for you with the life god position left for you by the goddess of life. Merge the thrones of the two main gods? Su Xian showed an incredible expression when he heard the words of the sun god. The thrones can be merged? You may not be able to do it alone, so you need someone's help. The sun god said lightly, you should go to the god realm. Me? Now? Su Xian heard what the sun god wanted him to do, and there was a trace of confusion between his eyebrows. That's not so urgent, but it must be put on the agenda. The sun god continued, and you will be gone for a long time. If you have any words of farewell, it's best to get them resolved quickly. A long time? How long is that? Su Xian frowned slightly and questioned. A few months. The sun god replied, this is the shortest time to merge the thrones. I see. Su Xian nodded and understood what the sun god meant. But for some reason, he always had the illusion that he was married by order. It was as if the sun god and the goddess of life had embellished his fate for him, and he was just moving forward on the path of fate. And Su Xian looked at the sun god on his shoulder. Has this small and exquisite figurine goddess really found a way to save the world? Or is it still in the experimental stage? However, a few months is indeed a long time, and he must talk to Su Fian and the others. As for the college life that is about to begin, forget it, he should save the world first. Then let's go back. Yes. After a while, Su Xian returned to Su Fian's villa. When he returned to his room, Su Fian was washing her body in the bathroom, and Issa was chatting with Maria. Mr. Su Xian, you're back. Yifsha noticed Su Xian coming back and immediately stood up to greet him. Where have you been? Maria asked curiously. I went out for a while. Su Xian answered simply, and then looked towards the bathroom. Su Fian came out in a bathrobe. There was still some shower gel on her skin that hadn't been wiped off, and her expression was a little worried. Su Xian, just now, Su Fian said, and she naturally wanted to talk about the sudden surge in power. I know, because I did it. Su Xian replied. You did it? Su Fian and Maria blinked in disbelief. They suddenly felt the surge in power and thought something earth-shattering had happened, but Su Xian told them that it was his good deed. How did you do it? These things are being spread all over the internet now, and even the extraordinary power that everyone has reached a quarter of that in the game. Maria handed the tablet to Su Xian, which was full of information from the game forum. In addition, there were announcements from representatives of various countries to the players. Due to the advent of extraordinary power, various countries had to forcibly control game players. After all, in some places, disasters caused by extraordinary people have already occurred. And it was only 2 hours since the enlightenment of power. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and then looked at the sun god on his shoulder. I saw the sun god slowly emerge her figure, so that the 3 people could see her existence. Who is she? When everyone saw the sun god, they all showed surprised expressions. The hot breath made them recognize each other's identity instantly. This breath? You are? The Lord of Light. Maria answered cleverly. Sun God, Dear Lord Sun God, please forgive Maria's mistake. She really hasn't seen much of the world. Su Fian hurriedly prayed to the Sun God. Ah? She is the Sun God? Maria blinked, her 2 big eyes full of disbelief. It doesn't matter. The Sun God just replied lightly, not caring at all that Maria had recognized him wrongly. Even, that indifferent look seemed to say that he would not care about a piece of cheese. Little girl. The Sun God then looked at Su Fian and said, You are the one I chose. I think you should know that you are carrying the heavy responsibility of the sun. Su Fian was slightly startled by the words of the Sun God. She didn't know. But she didn't know how to answer, so she had to look at Su Xian with her beautiful eyes. She was actually just a businessman. I'm going on a long trip. Su Xian took a step forward and came to Su Fian. It may take a long time. How long is a long time? Su Fian frowned and asked Su Xian. It may take a few months. Su Xian touched his cheek and answered. A few months? Su Fian heard that Su Xian was going to leave for a few months, and immediately showed a reluctant expression. Isha heard that, and also showed an anxious look, and asked, Mr. Su Xian, where are you going? Can I go with you? I don't think so. Su Xian shook his head. If they were going to the God Realm, Lucia and the others might not be able to go with them. Isha clasped her hands together, and placed them in front of her chest. She showed the same sadness as Su Fian. Only Maria was very calm, eating potato chips while staring at the conversation between the few people. I'm sorry, Su Xian said helplessly. Hey kid, you seem to have made a mistake? Suddenly, the Sun God kicked Su Xian with his foot and said, We went to the God Realm. It's not like we can't come back halfway. Didn't you say you would be gone for a few months? And, fusion. Su Xian frowned slightly, and looked at the Sun God. It does take several months, but you don't have to stay still to merge the throne. The Sun God scratched his head and continued, On the contrary, you may need their help to reduce the negative impact of the throne. After all, the throne is too powerful for you. Really? That's right. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. So he was wrong? No. There must be something wrong with the Sun God's statement. Yes. So can we go together? Isha and the others saw hope and asked curiously. Although we are not going together, it's almost the same. You all have to help this kid merge the throne. The sun god shrugged his shoulders and continued, and this has to do with that stupid goddess. Stupid goddess? Su Xian showed a hint of curiosity and asked, is it the goddess of love? Yeah. The sun god nodded and added, she is a key link, because only she can help you merge the two thrones. You will know when the time comes. Oh! Now we should leave. As soon as the sun god finished speaking, a magic circle appeared at Su Xian's feet. Then, Su Xian disappeared in the room. His sudden disappearance startled Su Fian and Maria. They looked at each other with incredible expressions. Now, Su Xian doesn't need to rely on the game console to go to the magic continent. On the other side, Su Xian opened his eyes and came to the guild. Is it so convenient? Su Xian was surprised to see that he had skipped the game console and came to the magic continent. As for whether there were any changes, that didn't have any effect, and there was no difference. Why did you come in the middle of the night? Lucia heard the noise and came to the guild hall. But when she saw the sun god standing on Su Xian's shoulder, she was stunned. She rubbed her eyes with her hands, and after making sure that she was not mistaken, her eyes slightly condensed and looked at Su Xian in confusion. When Su Xian nodded, Lucia knew that her guess was correct. Sun god. Lucia couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She never thought that the sun god would appear beside Su Xian. You? When the sun god saw Lucia, she was also a little surprised, because she really didn't expect Lucia's existence. And, Lucia has the breath of the golden holy dragon in her body. And the golden holy dragon was once a member of her sun god. But now, why is it in a woman's heart? Huh? Suddenly, the sun god noticed the golden dragon egg in Lucia's arms. At this moment, she understood the reason. So, she said to Lucia, come here. Although Lucia had a little doubt, she still walked in front of the sun god. I saw that the sun god gently touched the dragon egg with his fingertips. In an instant, a ray of light poured into the dragon egg. Then, the faint light illuminated a petite figure swimming inside the dragon egg. Chapter 579. The figure swimming in the dragon egg made Lucia's pupils flash, with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She could feel that the young dragon sleeping inside was excited and moved under the power of the sun god, and that familiar melody was the breath released by the golden holy dragon that adopted her. Treat it well, the sun god said to Lucia. This time, it's your turn to raise it. Yes. Lucia nodded vigorously, with a happy smile on her lips. Lucia, I'm going to the god realm. Su Xian appropriately destroyed the warm atmosphere at this time. God realm? Now? Lucia was surprised when she heard it. Is it too early for Su Xian to go to the god realm now? But when he thought about the fact that Su Xian was followed by the sun god, he didn't seem to be so worried. There are many things to do, and we need to rush there. Su Xian shrugged and answered. Lucia was silent for a moment, then asked, are you going alone? I will bring Yumelos and Mira or. Su Xian replied. The only one who can exert the ultimate combat power in the god realm is this virtual angel from the god realm. As for Mira or, she may have the god of life in her body, and we will meet alone later. Well, okay. Lucia nodded, and continued, I will help you take care of the guild, you can go without worry. Then I trouble you. Su Xian smiled slightly, but then thought again, it seems that there is still something to do. Then he said to the sun god, while it's still early, I have some private matters to talk to Lucia. As he said that, he gave the sun god a look, so that she could understand his intentions. The sun god naturally understood immediately, and after a cold glance he said, when the sun rises, we will go to the abyss. Okay. Su Xian nodded, then hugged Lucia and entered the room. After closing the door, he said to Lucia, although the war in the Star Kingdom has been suppressed, Vivian alone may not be able to control the overall situation. Don't worry, I will let Winnie Shan pay attention. Lucia replied. Her reliable attitude made Su Xian inevitably moved. Also, about the sun god and the life god. Su Xian told Lucia everything that happened in the past few days. Lucia was surprised when she heard the cause of all the reasons. She really didn't expect that the world Su Xian lived in was created by the sun god. So, Lucia's eyes flickered slightly, staring at Su Xian in the dim light, and asked, can the method of the sun god really save this broken world? Su Xian was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Because he didn't know the answer either. I don't know, I know when I get to the god realm. Su Xian replied. Okay. Lucia nodded slightly, then stretched out her slender jade fingers, and gently unveiled the veil of holy light. This time, she said gently, let me take the initiative once. After she finished speaking, Lucia leaned over. But soon, she found that her initiative once brought her several days of pain. After being satisfied, Su Xian said his final goodbye to Alice and the others. Master, are you going to be away for a long time? Aliceba asked sadly, blinking her eyes. Barola was also moving her 4 slender deer legs restlessly, not wanting Su Xian to leave for a long time. On Barola's back, the magic flame silver swallowtail and Schwer were also jumping around, trying to express their uneasy emotions. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Su Xian smiled and stretched out his hand, gently stroking the heads of the 4 little guys, so that they could feel at ease. Okay, then you have to remember to eat on time. Barola gently rubbed Su Xian's fingertips with her deer antlers and said softly, I will remember it. Su Xian nodded, then looked at the red dragon Nada standing behind the 4 little guys, and said, they will be left to you to take care of. Well, please rest assured. Nada nodded slightly, taking on this important task. Then, Su Xian went to the rooms of the 2 old guys, Marley Rain and Canlucia, and told them that he would be away for a while. These 2 guys didn't care at that time, but when Marley Rain heard that Mira or was going with them, she immediately went crazy. What? She's going too? Then I want to go too, Marley Rain said stubbornly. Stay in the guild immediately. Su Xian knocked Marley Rain on the head with a knife, asking her to stay in the guild honestly. Humph! Biased human. Marley Rain curled her lips, and could only swallow her anger. Because she knew in her heart that there must be a purpose for taking Mira or, for example, the throne of God that she had competed with Mira or thousands of years ago. As for Canlucia, she was much more obedient. As long as Su Xian left 100 cubic centimeters of blood, she would cover the coffin and continue to sleep. In addition, the Dark Elf Queen only needed 1 sentence for her to understand. At the same time, she would tell the 2 elves who were in the Elf Kingdom at the moment about this matter. Finally, Su Xian went to Lorcelin's room. Lorcelin, I'm going on a long trip. Yes. Remember to tell Natasha and the others about this, so as not to worry them. Yes. I'll probably be back in a few months. Yes. Nothing else to say? Be safe. After a brief conversation, Su Xian walked out of Lorcelin's room. He sighed in his heart that after living together for so long, Lorcelin still lacked a little affection. Yes, but not much. And just as he walked out of the door, the sun god slowly floated towards him like a moving light source. Said, let's go, it's time for us to go to the god realm. At the same time, Mira or Innumeros had already followed her. Obviously, the sun god had already told Mira or about that matter. Well, okay. Su Xian nodded, then opened the space magic ring, and went to the abyss to meet with Ides and the others. But when he arrived at the abyss, the hot breath of the sun god instantly startled Ides and the demon mother. Who is this breath? The messenger of the sun god? Or? Ides and the demon mother immediately flashed to where Su Xian landed. And when they saw the sun god, their pupils instantly shrank and their eyes were slightly startled. Sun god. This god? The demon mother couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She never dreamed that the sun god would actually descend into the abyss. And, judging from the fact that she was standing on Su Xian's shoulder, she must be a member of Su Xian's guild, right? And Edice had already made a judgment, and said incredulously, don't tell me that the sun god is an adventurer recruited by your guild. Did you guess all this? Su Xian smiled and replied, Goddess of beauty and charm, it's been a long time since I saw you. The sun god stood on Su Xian's shoulder, crossed his arms, and greeted Edice. It's been a long time since I last saw you. The last time I saw you was thousands of years ago, Edice replied. But her tone was a little hostile, as if she knew her fate was being dominated. Don't look at me like that, child. The sun god said calmly, you are not in the fate I set, I only need your sister. Oh, Edice replied indifferently, without showing too much emotion. The sun god looked at the demon mother, and added, your new look is unique. I'm not her, the demon mother said coldly. Humph. The sun god snorted and stopped talking. He looked at Su Xian instead. Su Xian nodded and asked Edith and the others, how are you recovering? Can we go to the god realm? Well, almost. Edith raised her hand, and red rose petals flew in her palm. She had recovered more than half of her divine power, enough to deal with the next battle. Then let's go! The demon mother smiled excitedly. It's time to take revenge on that stupid goddess. The injury she suffered last time will be returned 100-fold this time. So, how can this device take us to the god realm? Su Xian looked at the passageway built by 7 abyss thrones in the distance, and asked the demon mother curiously. Just sit on it. The demon mother pointed to the 7 thrones on the passageway and replied. When Su Xian heard the demon mother say this, he realized that he might be riding a bungee jump. And it was the kind of bungee jump that went directly from the abyss to the god realm. From the lowest level, rushing to the highest level. It took thousands of years to make such a thing? The sun god jumped lightly from Su Xian's shoulder to the arrogant throne. What can I do? This is the only way to get to the god realm. The demon mother said, sitting on the gluttony throne. I see Lord Megami soon, that's great. Eumelos happily came to the wrath throne, and waited for it to be ready. Then I sit here. Miraori thought about it, and sat on the saw throne. Just find a seat. Edith said, and sat on the throne of lust. At this moment, the only thrones left for Su Xian to choose were jealousy and greed. He then sat on the throne of greed. I'm ready. Su Xian was a little nervous. After all, he was about to take a bungee jump at a height of tens of thousands of meters, so his heartbeat would be somewhat accelerated. Wait, there's still one person who hasn't come yet. The mother of demons chuckled. Who else? Before she finished speaking, the figure of Queen Medusa appeared in everyone's sight. However, Su Xian found that her state was completely different from before. Before, because she was framed by the goddess of love, her body was almost destroyed. But at this moment, she was as good as new. In addition, Su Xian's sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be a familiar magic pattern on Queen Medusa's snow-white belly. I turned to the devil, didn't I? You also turned into a succubus. While thinking, Queen Medusa had come to Su Xian's side and sat on the jealous throne. At the same time, she also said, it's time for revenge. Su Xian remained silent, but he was a little panicked. Of the 7 people present, basically half of them went to the goddess of love. Queen Medusa, the sun god, Ides, the mother of demons. But by chance, his blessing from the gods still came from the goddess of love. Although there was guidance from the sun god and the goddess of life, he still felt something was strange. I always felt. Never mind, the goddess of love should accept the punishment of justice. Then, everyone sit tight. The mother of demons crossed her legs, raised her right hand high, and snapped her fingers lightly. The next second, the 7 abyss thrones glowed with dark light, and then a dark purple light column descended from the sky, submerging everyone's body. During the process, Su Xian only felt that his cerebral cortex was trembling rapidly, his 2 eyeballs were shaking up and down, and his teeth were colliding, making a creaking sound. He tried to look at the demon mother beside him, and the picture was even more wonderful. The tentacles on her body stood up to the sky, although her face did not change at all, and even had a calm smile. But the purple Snow White was shaking up and down quickly, and the violent visual impact made Su Xian's eyes light up. You? Suddenly, the sun god reminded Su Xian, where does so much curiosity come from? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and looked at the sun god next to the demon mother. Although the sun god was small, she was like a mountain, sitting on the arrogant throne, not affected at all. Only, Su Xian suddenly found that the feathered clothes worn by the sun god floated up, but no details could be seen. It seemed as dazzling as the sun. Accompanied by bursts of air-breaking sounds, a golden crack tore open above everyone's heads. Then, the 7 thrones entered the crack and came to the illusory god realm. And in the first second after arriving in the god realm, Su Xian had an adverse reaction. He only felt that he seemed to have lost the ability to breathe, and his brain stopped working at this moment, and his vision gradually became dark. Instinctively, Su Xian immediately turned on the half-dragon humanization, and then recovered. But wherever his sight passed, there was only darkness. Is this the god realm? Su Xian couldn't believe it, and couldn't understand why there was no light in the god realm. At this moment, the body of the sun god burst into dazzling light, allowing everyone to see the surrounding scene clearly. At a glance, there were only broken god realms floating in the void. Yes, this is the current god realm. Edith nodded slightly, and continued, like a broken lamp, it has lost all traces of life and light. It's more serious than I expected. Seeing this, the sun god frowned. We have to speed up and merge the god's position quickly. After the words fell, the sun god immediately used his magic power, and in an instant, a faint light burst out in the distance. Su Xian was still a little confused. What was the sun god doing? They didn't seem to move either, but the next second, he understood the reason. I saw that a god realm wrapped in pink light was approaching them quickly. This scene made Su Xian stare at them. The sun god actually summoned the divine realm directly? Wait, isn't that the divine realm of the goddess of love? Chapter 580. As the goddess of love's domain got closer and closer, Su Xian seemed to see a huge rabbit in the center of the domain. Is that the star jade rabbit? Su Xian looked at the demon mother and Itis, as if asking, was that the thing that caused them to be seriously injured? However, as the creation of the sun god, it is normal to have such power. Which one of the creator god butterfly and the world-devouring snake is not terrifying? A moment later, the domain of love was only one step away from them. Everyone jumped down and came to the domain of love. The atmosphere of the domain of love made Su Xian frown instantly. He thought that this should be a paradise of singing and dancing. At least the believers of the goddess of love could live and work here. But the fact is that there is no one here, only pink mountains, and there is not even a tree on them. This domain of love is really desolate, Su Xian complained. After all, the goddess of love is just a useless goddess. With her divine power, how long can she maintain the divine domain? Ida said with a chuckle, so, there are no other creatures in her divine domain. She is indeed a useless goddess. Su Xian smiled, and then looked at the sun god. At this moment, the sun god was raising his right hand and making a gesture of attraction. The next moment, the star jade rabbit jumped lightly and came to the sun god from a distance. It bowed its head slightly and made a gesture of submission. Good boy, the sun god whispered, and then the star jade rabbit shrank rapidly. The original body of several thousand meters high turned into a small rabbit about the same size as the sun god in just an instant. At the same time, a glittering throne appeared in the palm of the sun god's hand. That was the other half of the sun god's throne that the sun god left in the body of the star jade rabbit. And at the moment when the sun god took back the throne, countless pink hearts suddenly appeared in the air around him. What's going on? Su Xian looked around, puzzled by the strange scene. Is the goddess of love here? And just as his thought had just emerged, the hearts in front of him gathered here and turned into a beautiful figure. Then, a beautiful woman with long pink hair appeared in everyone's sight. She was wearing a gorgeous dress inlaid with heart-shaped gems of various colors. She was wearing a pair of pink high heels with a heel of 20 centimeters long, and a pair of pink wings were suspended behind her, which looked a little exaggerated. But these exaggerations seemed insignificant in front of her unparalleled beauty. Because Su Xian could clearly confirm that the goddess of love had the highest appearance among all the people he had ever seen. Even, she was a level higher than others. Whether it is her appearance or her figure, she is impeccable and flawless. If Ida's appearance is 100, the goddess of love's appearance coefficient is 105. Even though she is known as the goddess of beauty and charm, she is 1 point weaker than the goddess of love in terms of appearance. This surprised Su Xian a little. Is this the suppression power of her sister? You little creatures, what is your purpose in coming to the perfect world I created? Is it to steal my achievements? Or to covet my beauty? But no matter what your purpose is. As soon as the goddess of love condensed her body, she chuckled and said, your final result will only be failure, because I am the most perfect god in the world. Su Xian's hair stood up when he heard the opening remarks of the goddess of love. He underestimated the goddess of love. Her condition was probably more serious than that of Marie Rhine, because even he couldn't understand what the goddess of love was saying. Goddess of love. And the one who reacted most intensely to the appearance of the goddess of love must be Queen Medusa. She was ready to fight the moment she saw the goddess of love. Oh! It turned out to be the little snake from the underworld. When the goddess of love saw Queen Medusa, she immediately raised her lips, curled her hair with her fingertips, and chuckled, what? Which toe do you want to hurt this time? You are still as narcissistic and stupid as ever. Edith shook her head helplessly, feeling deeply helpless about her sister. My sister, you don't know anything. The goddess of love let go of her hair, hugged her elbows, and said, this is the pride that a perfect goddess should have. I have always told you that we are different and the most perfect gods in the world, but you don't listen. Then, I can only take away your divinity. And you, my little dog? The goddess of love suddenly said to Su Xian, you are mine. If you betray me, you will pay the price. The more Su Xian listened, the more he couldn't understand the goddess of love's train of thought. The waste goddess, as her name suggests. At this time, the sun god calmly said, you have no ability, but you like to say nice things. It has been like this for thousands of years. You are hopeless. Oh! Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Lord Sun God. The goddess of love chuckled and said to the sun god with an arrogant attitude, you think you are the master of the chessboard? Playing against time? And I am just one of your chess pieces? Then I tell you, you are going to miscalculate. The winner of this chess game is me, and only me. So are you done? The sun god ignored the words of the goddess of love, and just fiddled with something in his arms. Humph, a bunch of inferior gods. This god just doesn't want to bother with you. The goddess of love snorted coldly, and put on an expression of winning. But the next second, the sun god released a square golden prison, which enveloped the goddess of love. The prison cage was woven with a golden red lightning, and sometimes flashed dark purple flames, which was daunting. Even gods dare not touch it easily. The goddess of love smiled slightly, used a heart as a stool, and sat in it. Her nonchalant look made Su Xian feel a little confused. Although the goddess of love looked silly, she was a goddess, so she couldn't really be talking nonsense, right? I'm afraid she really has the means to counter the sun god? Now, all the conditions have been met, and we should start the final fusion. The sun god looked at Su Xian and said, the power of the two thrones will make you the most powerful god in the world, but this process will be very painful, because you will suffer the suffering that the goddess of life and I have suffered. So, you need the goddess of love to help you alleviate the pain, but it can only alleviate it, not eliminate it. You will still suffer the most painful torture, and the heart-wrenching pain may destroy your mind. So, I want to ask you one last time, are you ready? Of course, if you want to give up, I won't blame you. Someone else will bear it all, and you can still return to your original world. Ordinary life is heading towards a predetermined ending, and at that time, the world may have just begun to break. Or maybe, we have successfully saved the world, and everything returns to ordinary. Just think of this as a dream, a beautiful dream. Su Xian heard the last edition of the sun god, and he answered without hesitation, I'm ready. Very good, you are worthy of being the one I chose. The sun god smiled for the first time in a long time and said, I will remember you, and please remember me. Su Xian was slightly stunned by the words of the sun god. He always felt that there were other meanings mixed in this sentence, but the sun god seemed unwilling to tell him. Then, let's get started. The sun god looked at the goddess of love and continued, I hope you can cooperate. I will only say this once. Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate. The goddess of love smiled and remained calm. The sun god ignored her, and just gently touched her chest with her little hand. Then, her body burst into dazzling light, her palm penetrated her chest, and took out a sparkling miniature sun from her body. Please guard here later. The sun god finally said to Edith. What do you want? Edith immediately understood what the sun god was going to do. The fusion of two main god-level positions requires the same level of power to impact their course. The sun god said calmly. Then, she looked at Su Xian and said, take my heart. After I take it, you will disappear, right? Su Xian frowned and asked. He didn't want the god he had just recruited to suddenly disappear. No. The sun god shook his head and explained, that's not called disappearing, I will be with you. It's really interesting. What does it mean to be with him? Isn't it falling into death? No, to be precise, disappearing. At this time, the goddess of love smiled and said, my puppy, let me tell you the ending. After you take her heart, the meaning of the sun will disappear forever. People will not remember the existence of the sun, but will only think that the sky and the stars bring light, and even the moon. And if the sun disappears, then everything about the sun god will naturally be directly erased. No one will remember her existence, not even you. Su Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this. He looked at the sun god and asked, is she true? We have no choice. The sun god replied coldly, this is the only way. But you can't guarantee that after the fusion of the two thrones, the crisis of the world shattering can really be solved, right? Su Xian asked the sun god. At least, we can make an attempt and take that step, then there will be a future. The sun god added. I need to think about it again. Su Xian chose to postpone the fusion of the god's position. If he had to sacrifice everything of the sun god, he had to make careful considerations for this. I have lived for tens of millions of years. Even if I die here, what does it matter? The sun god said, put his heart back, and continued, I hope you can figure it out, and you and I don't have so many complicated ties. After speaking, she rode on the star Jade Rabbit and disappeared. Su Xian stood there, with a complicated heart. It seems that you have broken down in the talks, the goddess of love said with a smile. Shut up. Queen Medusa immediately raised her hand, condensed a dark thorn, and stabbed the goddess of love. The goddess of love, who could not resist, was directly pierced in the right arm by the thorns, and pink blood flowed out. But she still teased, my little dog, why don't you come to me? I have the real way to save the world. Su Xian looked at the goddess of love, and remained silent. When Idas heard this, she immediately stopped him, and said, Su Xian, don't listen to her. What can she do? That's right. It's better to believe that Idas will give birth to your child than to believe her. The demon mother smiled and shrugged. What nonsense are you talking about? Idas immediately glared at the demon mother. Just a joke, the demon mother said with a smile. The sun god said that it takes the same level of power to impact the two thrones. Su Xian suddenly thought of the words of the sun god, and then asked, then if we ask for help from the Lord of Light and the Lord of Stars, can we meet the requirements? It should, not. Edith shook her head and explained, if it were possible, the sun god would not choose to sacrifice himself. You make sense. Su Xian lowered his head and pondered, looking for a way out. My little dog, how about? Shut up. The goddess of love wanted to seduce, but was scolded by Su Xian. The goddess of love immediately fell silent, but her face showed a contemptuous smile, with a hint of excitement. Just as Su Xian was thinking, the voice of the goddess of life sounded at this moment. She said, the sun god is like that. Don't mind her stubborn attitude. There is actually another way to save this matter. Is there another way? Su Xian suddenly ignited hope when he heard the news. Yeah. The goddess of life continued, but that method is too difficult. What method? Su Xian asked immediately. That is to find another main god's throne. If the three thrones can be integrated, their powers will counterbalance each other. The goddess of life explained, in this way, a perfect integration can be achieved, and there is no need for the sacrifice of the sun god. However, this throne must be of the same level as the two of us. In the current god realm, there may be only one god who can take on this important task. Who? The star god. The goddess of life continued, but I think you should understand the price of losing the throne. Let a main god offer his throne with both hands. This may be more difficult than ascending to the sky. Star god. Su Xian frowned slightly. Although this matter was as difficult as ascending to the sky, he had to try. At least, in his opinion, a throne is far less important than the sun god. I try. Then leave it to you to negotiate with the star god. The voice of the goddess of life disappeared. After Su Xian got the direction, he immediately went to the god's domain where the star god was. After he left, the goddess of love, who was sitting in prison, showed a hint of ridicule. Whispering softly, arrogant sun god, you have calculated so many things and wasted your time, but you don't know that I only need to bet on one person. Chapter 581. Have you really decided to seek the help of the star god? Edith followed Su Xian and asked for them. Asking a main god to give up his position may cost more than death. I know, but we must try. Su Xian replied. Compared to death, the memory of the sun god was directly erased, which was the most unacceptable to him. You should actually respect the choice of the sun god. The demon mother reminded Su Xian at this time, she doesn't care about her disappearance, and even, she has long wanted to leave this world. She doesn't want to live? Su Xian frowned and looked at the demon mother. After millions of years, do you think she really cares about death? The demon mother said calmly, moreover, the sun god has long lost contact with his believers. She no longer has the so-called ties, but just wants to save this broken world. Su Xian fell silent after hearing this. He may understand the intention of the sun god, but the fact that the sun god doesn't care doesn't mean that he doesn't care. Even though he has only been with the sun god for a short time, he still wants to protect the meaning of the sun god's existence. This is far more meaningful than life. At least, there are still people in the world who know everything she has done. Rather than disappearing silently. No matter what, ask the star god first. Su Xian accelerated again and flew towards the star god realm. At the same time, Eumelos, Mira and Queen Medusa came to the light god realm. When Eumelos returned, the angels gathered around and greeted her. Eumelos, you are finally back. We thought you had fallen. Where is Lord Megami? Eumelos asked the angels in panic. Eumelos, you still remember to come back? Before Eumelos finished speaking, Megami's voice reached her ears. Lord Megami, the president needs your help. He needs the help of the Lord God. Eumelos immediately flew to Megami and said anxiously, Lord President, have you forgotten your identity? Megami glared angrily, but soon said, however, the Lord God of Light has already known about their affairs, and he will make a decision. But, no buts, the Lord God of Light will take action when he wants to. If you are really worried, I will go with you. Megami patted Eumelos' head and said, well, Eumelos hesitated for a long time, and made a decision on the eve of her little brain burning. Okay. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xian and Adici finally arrived at the Star God Realm. Compared to the desolate Love God Realm, the Star God Realm showed a completely different picture. Countless creatures living in the Star God Realm were worshipping the Star God Palace in the distance, offering their most loyal respect. However, the appearance of these creatures was somewhat special. They were all plant people, evolved from various plants. Occasionally there were gem people, whose whole bodies were made of the same gem. The Star God realm is really a thriving scene. Even if there is a threat of the world breaking, it will probably take hundreds of years before it affects here. The demon mother looked around and said with a smile, "After all, they are the most powerful gods in the God realm. If even they cannot stabilize their own God realm, then the world would have been destroyed long ago." Edisi said calmly, "Let's go find the Star God quickly. I hope he is a good person to talk to." Su Xian immediately went to the Star God Palace. When everyone arrived at the Star God Palace, a group of female warriors with skin as white as petals surrounded them instantly. "Stop! Who are you?" The warriors questioned Su Xian and the others. "I am the god of beauty and charm, and I come to visit the Star God." Edisi took a step forward and said to the few people, "The god of beauty and charm?" The warriors whispered and looked at each other. They naturally did not doubt Edisi's identity, but were just hesitating. After a moment of silence, they said, "Please wait a moment, we will inform the Valkyrie." After speaking, a female warrior walked into the palace. Su Xian and his companions were waiting outside, but for some reason, Su Xian always felt that the other female warriors of the Star God realm were looking at him. But when he looked at them, they put on a serious attitude and diverted their gaze. This made Su Xian very confused. The feeling of being whispered behind his back made him uncomfortable. "It seems that the Star God has expected us to come," Ida suddenly said. "So he doesn't want to see us?" The demon mother crossed her arms and laughed coldly. "Who knows? No one can guess the Lord God's mind. The Sun God is like this, and the Star God is also like this." Ida shrugged and answered. As they were talking, the door of the Star God Palace opened. Then, a familiar figure appeared in Su Xian's sight. White Rose Valkyrie. Su Xian was surprised when he saw the White Rose Valkyrie coming out of the palace gate. He really didn't expect that the White Rose Valkyrie would come to greet him in person. "I didn't expect that the human who dared to blaspheme me back then would appear in front of me so quickly." The White Rose Valkyrie teleported and came to Su Xian. "What do you mean by blasphemy? And it's only been half a year since then," Su Xian complained. "Boy, the Lord God asked me to tell you." The White Rose Valkyrie put her hands on her hips and said to Su Xian, "We will find a way to save the world. As for your request, he disagrees." "Wait, can I meet the Star Lord God? At least, meet him once." Su Xian wanted to persuade her, but was rejected by the White Rose Valkyrie. "This is not something I can decide. If the Star God doesn't want to see you, I can't do anything about it." The White Rose Valkyrie shrugged her shoulders and continued, "Go back. The Star God realm cannot help you." Before Su Xian finished speaking, he had already turned into a half-dragon. "What? Do you still want to force your way in?" The White Rose Valkyrie frowned slightly, and a snow-white spear appeared in her palm. "I can't do anything about it. At least today, I must see the Star God." Su Xian took a deep breath and prepared for the battle. "You, kid, are still as inexperienced as when I first met you. You are really a greenhorn." The White Rose Valkyrie smiled. Her body gradually floated into the air, and countless white rose flowers appeared out of thin air behind her. The warriors of the Star God Palace also raised their weapons, and vowed to stop the enemies, who wanted to approach the Star God. "Stop, Rose." Suddenly, a figure appeared and stopped the battle. Jean Muden? Su Xian saw Jean Muden walking out of the Star God Palace and showed a hint of doubt. "Su Xian, there is no need to make a big fuss." Jean Muden came to Su Xian with a smile. But her appearance made the White Rose Valkyrie frown and said, "What are you doing here? It's none of your business." Jean Muden replied perfunctorily, and then she looked at Su Xian again and said, "We can have a good talk. Maybe I can convey your thoughts to the Lord God." "Muden, shut up." "You?" Su Xian felt a little confused about the completely different attitudes of the two Valkyries. He asked Jean Muden, "What exactly did the Star God give you?" "Of course, it's to drive you away." Jean Muden replied with a smile. "Then how can you help me?" Su Xian frowned and asked, "Do you know why the Star God is unwilling to give up his throne?" Jean Muden said, as she circled around Su Xian. "I don't know, can you explain it to me?" Su Xian turned his head and looked at Jean Muden seriously. "Because?" Jean Muden leaned close to Su Xian's ear and said softly, "We 7 Valkyries come from the Star God's throne. So the disappearance of the Star God's throne means the disappearance of the 7 of us. The Star God is not unable to give up the Star God's throne because of himself, but he just doesn't want to lose the 7 of us." Su Xian fell silent for a moment. If the fusion of the Star God throne had to be at the cost of the lives of the 7 Valkyries, wouldn't he be putting the cart before the horse? After thinking for a long time, Su Xian sighed helplessly and said, "Let's go back. Perhaps there will be other ways." He suddenly understood that perhaps this was why the Sun God was unwilling to ask the Star God. In fact, in order to save the world, we could also sacrifice for this. At this time, the White Rose Valkyrie said, "But in the end, we were created by the Lord God, and our lives can only be decided by her." "Well, I know." Su Xian nodded, spread his dragon wings, and prepared to leave the Star God realm. And just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a vague and ethereal voice came into Su Xian's ears. "You come to see me." Su Xian had not yet found out who the voice came from, but saw the door of the Star God Palace slowly open. At the same time, the White Rose Valkyrie and the Golden Peony Valkyrie knelt down in the direction of the Star God Palace. "Go." The White Rose Valkyrie said to Su Xian, "The Lord God is waiting for you." "Okay." Su Xian immediately put away his dragon wings and walked towards the Star God Palace. The moment he walked into the palace, he saw the figures of the other 5 Valkyries. They were also like the White Rose Valkyrie and the Golden Peony Valkyrie. Their skin was woven from petals, and each of them was as beautiful as a flower. The difference was that they all showed an indifferent expression to the unfamiliar Su Xian. As Su Xian gradually went deeper into the palace, a huge figure came into his sight. All he saw was a woman several thousand meters tall sitting on the throne. He supported his cheek with his hands, crossed his legs, and his face was calm. Those eyes that sparkled like stars stared at Su Xian indifferently, conveying a strange sense of oppression. What surprised Su Xian even more was the skin of the Star God. His skin was somewhat similar to that of Paslo, shining like the starry sky. But it was more beautiful than Paslo's. It was like a galaxy meeting the Milky Way, vast and mysterious. "Meet the Star God." Su Xian clasped his hands and spoke to the Star God sitting on the throne. But his words did not receive a response from the Star God. He just sat there, staring at Su Xian quietly. Those star eyes seemed to see through every cell of Su Xian, deep and mysterious. The quiet atmosphere made Su Xian feel confused. After he entered the palace, the White Rose Valkyrie and the Golden Peony Valkyrie also followed him into the palace. The 7 Valkyries stood behind Su Xian, staring at him quietly. Su Xian felt very uncomfortable at this moment, always feeling like a piece of fat meat that was about to be eaten. Just as Su Xian was confused, the Star Lord finally spoke. "I know your intention, but some things can never be perfect." "I know." Su Xian nodded, and continued, "But I want to be as perfect as possible, at least I have to try." "Your good intentions, I understand." The Star Lord replied immediately, "I have 2 more options to achieve the purpose of the Sun God. Please let the Star Lord know." First, Star God stretched out a finger and said, "Using the billions of lives of the magic continent as energy, you can replace the Sun God. Are you willing?" "No." Su Xian answered without hesitation. "Second, use your body as the new container of the 7 Valkyries. I can personally deliver the Star God position to you. Are you willing?" Star God stretched out a second finger and asked, "Use my body as the new container?" Su Xian showed a hint of confusion and looked at the 7 Valkyries behind him. The 7 Valkyries were also shocked by this decision. "Lord God, is this appropriate?" But their intense reaction was immediately calmed by the Star God. "Losing contact with the Star God does not mean that you have lost contact with me. You are still my children, but you just need to change your residence. When you miss me, you can still come to the Star God realm to see me. The Star God realm will always wait for your return." The 7 Valkyries looked at each other, not knowing how to make a choice for a while. They had to say to the Star God, "It's all up to the Lord God." Then, the Star God looked at Su Xian and asked, "What about you? Are you willing? Become their new container?" "I am willing." Su Xian's eyes were filled with hope again. But, at this time, the Star God stood up. With a light step of his 1,000-meter-long legs, he came to Su Xian. Then, he squatted down and said to Su Xian, "If you want to become their container, you must obtain the recognition of the 7 Valkyrie flowers in their bodies. Perhaps, you can easily conquer White Rose and Golden Peony, but the other 5. The Star Lord showed a mysterious smile on his face, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Are you ready? Use your power to conquer them?" Chapter 582. Su Xian was silent for a few seconds and looked behind him. The 7 Valkyries had summoned their weapons, and seemed ready to fight. This scene made Su Xian's face solemn. Can he really defeat the 7 Valkyries alone? But but you have to know that the fighting power of these Valkyries is at the level of gods. But after thinking about it, he decided to take a brave step. I'm ready. Very good. The Star Lord stretched out his hand, and his huge palm instantly pressed on Su Xian's body. Before Su Xian came back to his senses, he had already arrived at a strange area. This place seemed to be located in the center of the galaxy, and tens of millions of stars were like spectators, paying attention to the battlefield here. And opposite Su Xian, the 7 Valkyries had already taken their positions, and were ready to fight him. 1 against 7. Su Xian frowned slightly. This is not fair. Little Su Xian. At this time, a pair of eyes inlaid with stars opened in the starry sky. Star-Lord, is there anything else? Su Xian asked the other party. The Star-Lord immediately added to Su Xian, this is a battle of conquest, so you can use your charm to conquer the 7 Valkyries. As long as they are willing to help you, you can gain their loyalty. Of course, they are all children I created, so it may be a bit difficult to gain their loyalty. Loyalty. Su Xian frowned. It is not so easy to make the Valkyries trust him. But, suddenly, the Star-Lord said, it seems that several children have chosen to stand on your side. Su Xian was surprised when he heard the words of the Star God. Who? Is there a Valkyrie standing on his side? Could it be Jean Muten? Just as Su Xian was wondering, Bai Qiangwei suddenly came behind him in an instant. Bai Qiangwei? Bai Qiangwei's betrayal puzzled the other Valkyries. But Bai Qiangwei Valkyrie said to Su Xian coquettishly, I'm not helping you. I just want to do what I think is right. Thank you. Su Xian thanked him, but before he finished speaking, Jean Muten also came to his side. She smiled and said, I'm different. I just want to help you. Thank you. Su Xian also expressed his gratitude to Jean Muten. In this way, 3-5, the advantage is mine. You? Seeing this, the other Valkyries shook their heads helplessly, and then took a stance, ready to fight with Su Xian and his team. The battle was about to start. The 5 Valkyries took the lead in launching the attack. Their weapons varied in variety, but they were basically made of petals, including spears, sickles, bows and arrows, etc. Just like the White Rose Valkyrie, it was a snow-white spear. And Jean Muten's was a pair of scissors. But it was not a super large scissors like Alice's, but a pair of small golden scissors. Even using it for cutting seemed a bit difficult. Compared with the weapons of the other Valkyries, it looked a bit strange. You use this weapon? Su Xian asked Jean Muten in confusion. Yes, this is my secret weapon. Jean Muten smiled and nodded, her face full of mystery. At this moment, White Rose suddenly said, Are you questioning the strength of Golden Peony? No. Su Xian just shook his head, and suddenly thought that Golden Peony was the strongest Valkyrie among the 7 Valkyries. In other words, Golden Peony was ranked first because of this pair of scissors? Before Su Xian finished thinking, suddenly, Black Rose Valkyrie took the lead in attacking. Her long whip made of thorns and petals was lashed at Su Xian. At this moment, Golden Peony immediately turned her small scissors. Before the long whip fell, it instantly turned into peony petals and scattered one by one. Peony! Black Rose was immediately furious when she saw this scene. Her life artifact was destroyed so easily, no matter who it was, it would be unacceptable. What are you arguing about, Rose? Jean Muten held her cheek and smiled. Anyway, your life artifact will be restored in a few decades. What's there to be angry about? This? Su Xian was also very surprised when he saw the scene. Just waving a pair of small scissors, he cut the life artifact of Black Rose into pieces? What is the origin of this pair of small scissors? It can even cut artifacts into pieces? Rose, you step back and cover us. Silver Lotus took a step forward, and the double rings with spikes in her hands turned rapidly at this moment. With the god scissors that can cut all weapons and equipment, your artifact alone cannot be her enemy, only me. After speaking, the 2 round rings in her hand turned rapidly and flew out, attacking Jean Muten. It's really troublesome. Jean Muten immediately hid behind Su Xian, the ring of law that can exempt all artifacts from influence. I can't deal with it. Then I go. Su Xian immediately spread his dragon wings, and at the same time, the halo of the Angel King appeared above his head, and the dazzling light illuminated the starry sky. Angel King Halo? After seeing this thing, the 7 Valkyries showed incredible expressions. Especially White Rose. In her memory, Su Xian was just an ordinary mortal. Apart from a little bit of special skills, it seems that there is no strange power system, right? But this guy actually possessed the power of dragons and angels in such a short time? Oh no! It's an angel halo. And Silver Lotus also showed a touch of surprise, after seeing Su Xian's angel halo. Because the purification ability of the angel halo has a subtle restraining effect on her artifact. It will weaken the immunity of the Ring of Law, although it will only weaken it by 10%. But it is enough for Jean Mutin's God's scissors to destroy it. Jasmine! Look at me! Suddenly, a little loli holding 2 double knives launched an attack on Su Xian. The speed was so fast that before Su Xian could react, a bright red wound was torn in his abdomen. Fortunately, the wound was not serious. So fast! Su Xian was shocked, but he still aimed at the Silver Lotus. As long as the Silver Lotus was defeated, the Golden Peony could exert its maximum effect. But just when he was about to touch the Silver Lotus, suddenly, lilies bloomed around his body. The lilies were connected by crystal clear silk threads, restricting Su Xian's movements. An artifact with the law of space? Su Xian suddenly realized that the silk threads released by these lilies had the law of space, which directly cut off his control over space. It was like placing his body in tens of millions of tiny spaces. Every time he moved a muscle, he would need to cause thousands of spaces to fluctuate. This caused his speed of movement to drop to near stagnation. And just when Su Xian was restricted, White Rose came to his aid at this moment. She raised the white spear in her hand and threw it. In an instant, the spear of White Rose penetrated the blue lilies floating around Su Xian, connecting them together like a skewer. After being freed, Su Xian immediately pounced on Silver Lotus and punched out with a dragon claw. Silver Lotus placed the double rings in front of her, trying to block Su Xian's punch. But at the moment of contact, her body instantly retreated until she flew hundreds of meters before stopping. The power of the dragon is terrifying. Silver Lotus whispered, and then smiled, but it's far from enough to defeat us. After speaking, suddenly, a violet flower floated in front of Su Xian. Then, a scent rushed into Su Xian's nose, causing his mind to lose control instantly. Su Xian couldn't understand what happened to his body. It seemed that he had lost control, but his senses were still clear and unaffected. The strange state made Su Xian confused. Bai Qiangwei immediately said, "You have been poisoned by Roland. The poison of violet will make you lose control of your body." That's right. In the distance, the charming woman with purple curly hair smiled and said, "You are mine now." What should I do to detoxify? Su Xian immediately asked Bai Qiangwei. The only thing he could move now was his mouth. I deal with him. You try to control your consciousness, and don't let her completely control your body. As soon as Bai Qiangwei finished speaking, she ran towards Violet. But halfway, she was stopped by Blood Jasmine, and could not help Su Xian out of trouble. On the other side, Jean Mutin was also chased by the other 2 Valkyries, and was unable to lend a hand. It seems that you don't have the conditions for us to surrender to you willingly. With just this, how can you save the broken world? Silver Lotus walked in front of Su Xian, stared at him coldly, and said, "How about coming back in a few years? I don't have that much time." Su Xian gritted his teeth and released the power in his body. He tried to use the dragon transformation to reduce the poison of Violet. But the effect was very weak, only a local enlargement, which slightly startled Silver Lotus for 2 seconds. You are really stubborn, but don't blame me for being cruel. Silver Lotus raised the Ring of Law in her hand and said, "You are not worthy of being our king now." After speaking, Silver Lotus was ready to throw down the double rings to give Su Xian the final blow. At this critical moment, Jean Mutin's small scissors suddenly attacked Silver Lotus. "Mutin, your methods are useless to me, have you forgotten?" Silver Lotus chuckled, threw the double rings backwards, and easily blocked Jean Mutin's divine scissors. But the next second, the divine scissors suddenly changed direction, passed under Silver Lotus' legs, and directly hit Su Xian's body. "What are you doing?" Silver Lotus showed an incredible expression at this moment. She didn't understand why Jean Mutin's target was Su Xian, not herself. While she was confused, the divine scissors had broken Su Xian's armor and clothes. In an instant, Su Xian's most perfect state was displayed in front of the Valkyries. The dazzling holy light made the Valkyries terrified. What kind of weapon is that? It glows. The Valkyries looked at each other, unable to think for a moment. Especially the Silver Lotus. She was only 1 or 2 meters away from Su Xian. The dragon's holy light after the half-dragon transformation was half a meter long, and the hot breath instantly made her body woven from petals look very strange. And she screamed softly, "What is this?" Then, she turned her head to look at Jean Mutin and asked speechlessly, "What the hell are you doing?" "Me?" Jean Mutin smiled slightly, and then whispered, "Of course, let him release his true self. It just so happens that the power of the Black Rose can be used at this moment." After the words fell, The golden scissors released a wisp of dark divine power. That was the power from Black Rose, a small part of it that remained in the scissors after Black Rose's artifact was destroyed by the god Scissors. But just this small part could induce the desire from Su Xian's heart. That desire became stronger and stronger, even stronger than Violet's poison. Oh no! Lotus. I can't hold on. Violet couldn't hold on, so she knelt on the ground with her hands. Violet. How can you? Silver Lotus frowned slightly, just wanting Violet to hold on. After all, she was the Valkyrie who was fighting with Su Xian, but before she could finish her words, her slender waist was firmly grasped by a pair of big hands. It's bad. Silver Lotus was startled and kicked hard, but it had no effect at all. Even the ring of law in her hand could not force Su Xian to let go. After all, she was a divine weapon that specialized in divine weapons. Let me go! Wait! What are you doing? Take him away. Silver Lotus struggled desperately, but to no avail. She could only watch the holy light gradually approaching, and then sank into the lotus. You? Silver Lotus lost consciousness instantly after only one last scream. But her body woven from petals was still being baptized by the holy light, feeling the heat and light little by little. And this scene immediately made the Valkyries present speechless and fearful. Lotus. The youngest Blood Jasmine was so scared at this moment that she dropped her weapon and wanted to escape. How could she have thought that the plot would turn out like this? Peony, look at what you have done. Bai Qiangwei glared at Jean Muden. She had never heard of such a plan. The effect is obvious, isn't it? We will definitely win. Jean Muden asked back with a smile, isn't it? You? Just as Bai Qiangwei was about to speak, suddenly, the silver lotus covered with holy light was placed on the ground and unconscious. However, Su Xian still had no intention of stopping, and rushed directly to the nearest Violet with big strides. No! Don't come over. Violet tried to resist, but was powerless. With screams, she followed the footsteps of the silver lotus. 2 Valkyries were killed by Su Xian in a row, and the rest of the Valkyries could not calm down. But this was the task given to them by the Star Lord. As long as there was no order from the Star Lord, they dared not escape halfway. They could only look at each other and prepare to deal with Su Xian's attack. And the Star Lord at this moment, after paying attention to the silver lotus infected by the holy light, the corners of his mouth curled up with satisfaction, and whispered, such a strong life force, is this the child created by the goddess of life? It seems that he is indeed qualified to gain the loyalty of my children. Chapter 583. Violet. Save me. Rose. Save me. Violet. Several Valkyries looked at Violet, who was trembling on the holy light, with a trace of fear in their eyes. They couldn't imagine, was that a real scene? Violet was like some kind of protective shield, covering the holy light. The remaining Valkyries were a little overwhelmed for a while. They had not been forced into such a desperate situation. The most important thing was that there was also a golden peony to help the other party. The half-dragon Su Xian and the golden peony's god Scissors were combined, and the armor of the Valkyries was as fragile as petals. It turned into nothingness in an instant. Rose, what should we do? Blood Jasmine trembled and asked Black Rose. She wanted to help Violet, but she didn't know how to lend a hand. The most important thing is, why did she sometimes cry and sometimes laugh when she saw Violet? Did she defeat Su Xian, the half-dragon monster? Black Rose didn't know how to face it. She looked at the fainted silver lotus, then at the Blood Jasmine and blue lily hiding behind her, and finally at the distance, Violet was being punished by Su Xian's holy light. She was confused for a while. What should she do? What should she do? Just when the Valkyries were leaderless and at a loss. White Rose stood up at this moment and said to the others, what are you still standing there for? Come with me. After speaking, she held the rose spear and flew towards Su Xian. Although she was helping Su Xian, the idiot Jean Muden ruined the situation in the field, turned this trial into follow Rose. The rest of the Valkyries were led by White Rose. Coincidentally, Su Xian had already finished with Violet and looked at the other 4 Valkyries who were gathering around him, thinking, oh no, of course Su Xian was conscious, but he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but wave the holy light at the Valkyries. But he really didn't mean it, and, while thinking, Su Xian had already pounced on the 4 Valkyries who were coming towards him. The speed was so fast, like a flash of lightning. Be careful. White Rose was about to remind the other Valkyries to pay attention to defense. But the next second, Su Xian appeared behind Blue Lily. At the same time, the god's scissors tore apart Blue Lily's Valkyrie armor, exposing her snow-white body to the range of the holy light. No, no! Then, Blue Lily was also infected by the holy light. At such a close distance, the brilliance of the holy light shocked the other Valkyries. Of course, it was not because of his height, but his strength. The holy light, that contained the breath of life and light, was too threatening to the Valkyries, whose bodies were woven from petals. Help! At the command of White Rose, the other 3 Valkyries immediately rushed towards Su Xian. But before they could threaten Su Xian, the god's scissors had quietly fallen and disarmed them. At the same time, a light pink divine power floated out of Su Xian's body. The lustful divine power dissipated in an instant, covering the bodies of the Valkyries. What's going on? My body? The Valkyries discovered the abnormality, but it was too late. Su Xian's big hand stopped a Valkyrie with one hand, and restrained the 3 Valkyries. Only Bai Qiangwei was still able to move. But the next second, Jean Mutant appeared behind her and restrained her. Mutant! Bai Qiangwei bit her teeth lightly, and looked at Jean Mutant sideways. But Jean Mutant smiled and said, "This weight is 2 against 6, and I win again." You? Bai Qiangwei's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Is this guy just for winning? Win, win, win. Just know to win. Jean Mutant is such a fool. Before the conversation ended, Jean Mutant gently pushed Bai Qiangwei to Su Xian. This scene made Jean Mutant smile with joy. She whispered softly, "Why do I keep winning?" However, before she finished her words, her slender waist was grabbed. Oh, Jean Mutant looked at the holy light that was still shining, and smiled helplessly. I'm really going to lose this time. The Star Lord, who saw all this, had strange emotions in his heart. Although he could feel that Su Xian had a life force close to that of the goddess of life, and also possessed various power laws that made gods feel afraid. But he was much stronger than he expected. The most important thing was that this guy conquered all his 7 Valkyries. It was not something that anyone could do to make his 7 Valkyries kneel down in front of him obediently. It was just... Su Xian's method was somewhat rough and wild, which shocked him greatly. With all 7 Valkyries defeated, the Star God withdrew the Starry Sky battlefield. The brilliant Starry Sky dissipated, and everyone returned to the Star God Palace again. The poison in Su Xian's body also dissipated, and he returned to normal. But when he saw the 7 Valkyries kneeling in front of him, his face suddenly became solemn. Haha, it seems that he has gone too far, but... Su Xian raised his head and looked at the Star God, who was still sitting on the throne. The Star God's face remained the same, without any emotional fluctuations. This made Su Xian's situation a little awkward. He pulled up his pants, then clasped his fist to the Star Lord and said, "Lord, I have conquered 7 Valkyries as you requested. I hope you can help us." "Yes." The Star Lord nodded slightly, then said, "I will fight side by side with the Sun God and others as agreed. Now, you can take them away." Ah? Su Xian was stunned for a second. The 7 Valkyries were unconscious. He was in trouble for a while. How can he take them away? Seeing this, the Star Lord flicked out a ray of starlight from his fingertips. The next moment, the 7 Valkyries were shrouded in starlight, and then returned to their original state. Is it a dream? The Valkyries woke up one after another, but their confused consciousness was still in the chaotic scene just now. When their vision cleared and they looked at Su Xian, they all took 2 steps back in an instant. This reaction made Su Xian smile helplessly. He seemed to be regarded as a beast. "My children." The Star Lord opened his red lips and said to the Valkyries, "You lost to him, so according to the agreement, you now belong to him." "But Lord God..." Silver Lotus wanted to say something, but after seeing the calm mood of the Star Lord God, she chose to keep silent. It was obvious that they did lose. No matter how they lost miserably in a 7-on-1 battle. That was their problem. Lord Su Xian. Silver Lotus took the lead and knelt on one knee to Su Xian. The other Valkyries also knelt down one after another to express their loyalty to Su Xian. At the same time, 7 patterns representing Valkyries appeared on the back of Su Xian's hand, flickering with light. "What is this?" Su Xian looked at the back of his hand curiously, and Jean Mutant immediately explained, "This means that Lord God has injected our power into your body. From now on, we belong to your personal belongings." "So that's it." Su Xian heard this and smiled. He thanked the Star God. "Thank you, Lord God. Go back and bring my flowers to the Sun God." The Star God waved his hand, and said goodbye to Su Xian. "Yes." Su Xian nodded and left the Star God Palace. The 7 Valkyries also turned into 7 rays of light and entered his body. When Su Xian came to the outside of the Star God Palace, Idas and the Demon Mother were waiting for him outside. "You look so happy. It seems that the result makes you very satisfied?" the Demon Mother asked with a smile when she saw Su Xian coming out. But Idas smelled a strong breath of holy light. Obviously, Su Xian used his method to achieve his goal again. "Yes, the Star God agreed to help us." Su Xian nodded and replied with a smile. "What's on the back of your hand?" Idas suddenly noticed the pattern on Su Xian's hand and asked curiously. "The pattern of the Valkyries." Su Xian explained. "They are now our people." 7 Valkyries? Ida's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. She never thought that Su Xian would enter the Star God Palace and actually kidnap 7 Valkyries. How did he do it? Could it be? Again, thinking of this, Ida sighed lightly, and then said to Su Xian, "Let's go back." "Yes." After a while, Su Xian and others returned to the Love God realm. President. As soon as he arrived at the Love God realm, Yumelos rushed towards Su Xian. At the same time, Su Xian also noticed Megami behind Yumelos. "Why did you bring her?" Su Xian asked Yumelos in surprise. "Because I want to help the president," Yumelos said excitedly, with stars in her eyes. Su Xian, right." Megami took 2 steps forward and said, "The Lord of Light asked me to help you." "Okay, I trouble you then." Su Xian smiled and stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Megami. At this, Megami had some not-so-good memories in his mind. But after thinking for a moment, he still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Xian. Su Xian's eyes turned to the goddess of love, who was imprisoned in the sun prison. She was still sitting there dignifiedly, holding a cup of pink tea in her hand, sipping it elegantly. The leisurely and self-satisfied posture made Su Xian feel more and more confused. Why is the goddess of love not panicking at all? Although she will not lose her life due to the fusion of the throne, she is only acting as a mediator in the middle. But for her, it can be regarded as forced. Logically, she should fight back. But why? What? The goddess of love noticed Su Xian's gaze and smiled. "Are you concerned about me? You think too much." Su Xian rolled his eyes and continued, "Your crime is not worth my concern. Deceiving Queen Medusa and depriving Ides of her divinity. These 2 points alone have already determined the despicable nature of the goddess of love. Especially, the arrogance flashing in her fox eyes. It's like looking at anyone as if they are dogs." "Really? You are so cold." The goddess of love chuckled and continued, "You are also a human chosen by me, but you teamed up with the gods to deal with me. It really chills my heart. Then you should cooperate with me." Su Xian said calmly, "We are working hard to save the broken world. As the god who chose me, giving me power is the best choice." "Save the world? Do you think the method of the sun god can really save the world?" The goddess of love smiled contemptuously. Continued, "Then you will be disappointed. As the most perfect god, I can tell you that even if the thrones of all the main gods are merged, it cannot prevent the world from breaking." Su Xian's face instantly became solemn when he heard this. He couldn't be sure whether the goddess of love was deceiving. If he only judged by the tone of voice, the words the goddess of love just said were all sincere feelings. "So you have a solution?" Su Xian asked. "Of course I do, but why should I tell you, a traitor?" The goddess of love asked back with a sneer. "This is also saving you, isn't it?" Su Xian frowned slightly and asked the goddess of love. "Really?" The goddess of love raised a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "I don't think so." Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention and looked behind him. At this moment, the sun god returned to the love realm again. She rode the star Jade Rabbit, passed through the sun halo, and came to Su Xian. He immediately said, "Have you made up your mind, young man?" "I have found another way." Su Xian replied immediately, "The star god has agreed to our conditions, and he will help us merge the godhood." "Star?" The sun god heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed and said, "You are really doing too much, but this is also the reason why I admire you." "Are you praising me or scolding me?" Su Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Then I will go to see the star god in person and discuss the time with him." The sun god continued, "And you need to go back to Earth." "Did something happen on Earth?" Su Xian asked hurriedly. "Yeah." The sun god nodded and explained, "Your sister is in some trouble and needs your help. But you can't go by yourself, your body needs to stay here to feel the divinity of the godhood." "What do you mean?" Su Xian was stunned when he heard the words of the sun god. "Why can't I go by myself? Are you asking Edith and the others to go?" Just as he was confused, The sun god stretched out his finger and gently touched the tip of his nose. The next second, Su Xian found that his soul had left his body and was floating in the air. Chapter 584. What am I doing? Su Xian looked at his body in disbelief. Did his soul leave his body? Su Xian, go help your sister. I will take your body with me and merge it with the divinity of the throne. The sun god said, and a ray of light burst out from his fingertips and merged into Su Xian's body. In an instant, the body disappeared and finally condensed into the eyeball of the sun god. Su Xian was stunned for a second, although he did not object. But putting his body into the eyeball, what is the operation? The sun god's method is interesting. I know. Su Xian nodded, and then said to Edith and the others, you wait for me here, I will be back soon. Yeah. Then, Su Xian immediately returned to reality. After he left, the sun god said to the few people present, you stay here to guard the goddess of love, I will go to the sun god's domain. Yes. As you command, Lord Sun God. After a while, Su Xian returned to reality. But he was in a ghost state at the moment. As soon as he returned to reality, Su Xian felt that his body was placed in an extremely hot place. It's so hot. So hot. Su Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. After a long time, he barely adapted to the high temperature. Where did the sun god throw my body? Could it be on the sun? He laughed and complained, and then prepared to go to where Su Jing was. Just as he was about to go out, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Su Fian and Ifsa rushed in and asked, Su Xian, are you back? Mr. Su Xian, I heard your voice. Are you two guarding the door? I just got here. Su Xian immediately said, yes, it's me. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Su Fian looked around and couldn't find any trace of Su Xian. I'm in the soul state now. I have to go out to do something. It's urgent. I come back to find you when I come back, okay? Su Xian said to the two women. Okay, be careful on the road. Su Fian nodded slightly. Yes. Su Xian responded and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he rubbed Su Fian's head and rubbed Ives's Snow White. Only then did he feel relieved to leave. After changing into the soul state, Su Xian's speed was slightly improved, probably because he lost the friction with the air. He flew over Yanqing according to the guidance of the sun god. But he was not going to the city, but to the winding mountains east of Yanqing. Are Su Jing and the others in the mountains? Su Xian murmured, his eyes fixed on the mountains in the distance. Just as he was about to set out to look for her, a blue light suddenly appeared in his palm. Then, Jinbai emerged from the blue light. Huh? Where are we? Jinbai looked around, confused by the environment in front of her. Su Xian was also confused. His soul came to reality, so how come Jinbai followed? Oh, suddenly, Su Xian suddenly realized. Jinbai had always lived in his soul space, so it didn't seem like a problem for her to appear here. This is another world. Su Xian said to Jinbai while flying towards the mountains, we may face a battle later, so you go in first. Ah, Jinbai said, and got back into Su Xian's palm, but she still stuck out half of her head and observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Compared to the dim abyss or the magical continent full of hostility towards her, she seemed to prefer this neon world of feasting and revelry. Soon, Su Xian arrived at his destination. When he landed in the mountains, the piles of corpses around him made Su Xian's face instantly gloomy. What happened here? Su Xian couldn't understand what happened on Earth. Why did animals corroded by the void appear on Earth? But strangely, there was no information about these animals in the news of various countries. Let's go find Su Jing first. They should be nearby. Su Xian immediately quickened his pace. Ah, so tired. Ren Hongyu sat on the ground, and the long period of killing made her physically and mentally exhausted. I didn't expect that group of guys had infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity. Su Jing looked at the corpses and suits in the distance with a solemn expression. This is normal. Ren Hongyu put the spear on the ground, took out a bottle of water from his backpack, drank it all, and continued, who can stay rational in the face of absolute interests? That's right. Su Jing replied. Ren Hongyu burned the mineral water bottle in his hand to ashes, then looked at the cave in the distance and said, then let's move on. There is only one last guy to deal with. Yeah. Su Jing nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly Ren Hongyu shouted, who? What's wrong? Su Jing asked Ren Hongyu in confusion. I don't know, it seems someone touched me just now. Ren Hongyu shook her head, her expression seemed very panicked. Because she clearly felt someone touched her arm, but she couldn't see his appearance. What is going on? Huh? Su Jing immediately closed her eyes and concentrated, looking for the problem. Soon, she knew who was behind it. Su Xian, don't scare Hongyu, Su Jing said immediately. Su Xian? Ren Hongyu heard this and showed a hint of doubt. Sorry, I scared you, Sister Hongyu. Then, Su Xian's voice reached Ren Hongyu's ears. Su Xian? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Ren Hongyu looked around in confusion and asked Su Xian. I am in the soul state now. It's normal that you can't see me. Su Xian immediately explained, my body should be in the sun now, right? Soul state? Ren Hongyu heard Su Xian's voice and immediately showed a hint of surprise. But he was not too surprised. After all, the extraordinary power had already come to reality. So why can you touch me in your soul state? Ren Hongyu asked curiously, is it a physical contact? Or a collision of souls? It should be a contact of souls. Su Xian explained to Ren Hongyu. Although he could touch Ren Hongyu, he could not touch an object without any life. So, he guessed that it was probably a contact between souls. Although the soul does not exist in substance, when the soul is strong enough, it can make the other party feel its existence and produce various feelings. It's incredible. Ren Hongyu murmured, then a smile appeared on her lips, and she said, so what are you doing here? The sun god asked me to help you. Su Xian replied. Help us? Su Jing was silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, could it be that the enemy in this cave is not as simple as our intelligence said? What do you mean? Su Xian asked. Su Jing pointed at the cave and explained to him, we received intelligence that there is a guild leader who was corrupted by the void. He was the first guild leader to be promoted to the A-level guild, but he suddenly disappeared. Although the guild is still marked on the A-level guild panel, it has not been updated. And now, he is in this cave in front of us. I see. Su Xian nodded and continued, since he is the leader of an A-level guild, he should be careful. The sun god asked me to come here, and he should have anticipated the danger. The sun god is thoughtful. Su Jing nodded slightly, time is running out, let's go. As long as we get rid of this one, all the void things hidden in the earth should be eradicated. Have you been working on this a long time ago? Su Xian asked Su Jing in surprise. Well, after all, we are special players. Su Jing nodded, and then walked into the cave. Let's go, after we finish our work, we can go eat. Ren Hongyu immediately followed Su Jing's footsteps. Su Xian didn't need to walk, he just floated into the cave. Here. Su Xian looked around, the cave was dark. The sight was provided by the red flames of Ren Hongyu. Don't talk. I can't see you in this dim place. I always feel like I've seen a ghost. Ren Hongyu said to Su Xian. Nothing is wrong. I am indeed a ghost now. Su Xian floated to Ren Hongyu's side and blew a breath in her ear. The cold chill made Ren Hongyu tremble. Su Jing, take care of your brother. Ren Hongyu hurriedly shouted to Su Jing. Su Jing glanced at Ren Hongyu and said nothing. Ren Hongyu trembled and followed Su Jing closely. Su Xian saw this and smiled evilly. It was the first time he knew that Ren Hongyu, such a strong person, was afraid of ghosts. After a while, the two and the ghost came to the depths of the cave. When Su Xian saw the scene in the cave, a look of shock bloomed on his face. Su Jing and Ren Hongyu also frowned. In the deepest part of the cave, a withered skeleton was wrapped by countless vines. And behind the vines, there seemed to be a beast hiding there, emitting waves of foul breath. Is it that A-level player? Su Xian frowned and asked Su Jing. It should be. Su Jing nodded. Is he dead? Ren Hongyu asked in confusion. It should not be dead. Su Jing looked up and looked at the huge figure wrapped by vines behind the corpse, but became another life form. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge figure in the depths of the cave roared, Why? Why do you want to stop me? I just want to live. Live. Su Xian heard the words, and his face instantly became solemn. The other party caused the distortion of space just by talking. At least, he had to be a demigod to use such means. If a demigod-level monster came to Earth. Su Xian's face suddenly became solemn. No wonder the sun god wanted him to come. This is more difficult to deal with than the demigods in the magic continent. It's troublesome. For some reason, this guy has reached the level of demigod on Earth. Ren Hongyu immediately took a fighting stance, and the armor on his body burst into a dazzling red light. Didn't he become a demigod by the power of the void? Su Xian asked in confusion. No. Su Jing shook his head and explained, Earth has many laws of gods. It is impossible for this world to even become a demigod. Even we cannot reach the level of demigod. Unless? unless it is a sacred object that exists naturally on Earth and is promoted to a demigod. Su Jing replied. Sacred objects that exist naturally on Earth? Su Xian frowned and looked at the monster in the distance. It was obvious that the other party had found the treasure and ascended to the demigod level with it. As for how the other party found it, it was probably related to the monsters in the void. Its aura is not stable. Let's take the opportunity to kill him, Ren Hongyu suggested. Well, let's go together. The three immediately launched an attack on the monster. Anyone who prevents me from living forever should die. The monster immediately launched a counterattack, and green mist emanated from the vines, filling the entire cave. Phoenix Flame. Ren Hongyu then released a red and orange flame, igniting the poisonous mist. In an instant, the entire cave was engulfed in blazing flames. Ah! You? Don't even think about stopping me. The monster's shrill roar echoed in the cave, and it stretched out its withered hands, trying to control Ren Hongyu, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the spread of the flames. But before it could touch Ren Hongyu, Su Jing's three-pointed knife cut off its withered hands. At the same time, the three-pointed knife released a blazing white light. Like a laser sweep, it cleared away all the vines covering the monster. At this time, everyone saw the other party's true face, which turned out to be a giant centipede with a human face. Strangely, its centipedes turned out to be human arms, which looked extremely weird. It turned out to be like this. Ren Hongyu shook his head, then clenched the blood-red spear in his hand and threw it out with force. The blood-red spear cut through the flames and pointed directly at the centipede's face. But just as it was about to pierce his head, a green horn floated in the air and directly wiped out Ren Hongyu's attack. What is that? The three of them were immediately surprised in disbelief. Ren Hongyu's blood-red spear was a weapon of mythical quality, but it was wiped out so easily. You? All deserve to die. The centipede roared, and with a green horn, he released a dazzling green flash. In an instant, it seemed like thunder flashed. The space was distorted violently, causing Su Jing and Ren Hongyu's bodies to bear an incredible pressure. As if they were controlled, it was difficult to move forward. However, Su Xian was not affected. He immediately flew towards the centipede in the state of soul. At the same time, the half-dragon state was activated. A punch hit the face of the person growing on the centipede's head. Ah! Bastard! Who hurt me? The centipede shouted angrily, but could not find the target. Just as he was about to fight back, Su Xian had already activated the sun fire. The blue flame bloomed at this moment, and in just a moment, the centipede was burned to ashes. Sun fire? Su Jing and Ren Hongyu were shocked when they saw the sun fire. Su Xian came to the green horn and held it in his hand in confusion. At this moment, a prompt popped up in his sight. Kirin Horn, artifact contains the power of Kirin, can lead to the end of the world. Chapter 585. Unicorn Horn? Su Xian picked up the horn floating in the air, his face confused. Could it be that this thing made the president of the A-level guild have the strength of a demigod on Earth? But when he wanted to explore the use of the unicorn horn more deeply, suddenly, a prompt popped up in his eyes. Female unicorn horn, you can't use this thing. Huh? Su Xian was stunned for a second. No wonder this horn is small. It turns out to be a female unicorn horn. Wait, why can't I use your horn? You are stuck on gender, right? But... Su Xian sighed helplessly. It seems that he will not be able to see what the end of the world looks like. After thinking about it, he immediately came to Su Jing and Ren Hongyu. However, from the surface, it was a horn floating towards them. Here. Su Xian handed the unicorn horn to Su Jing. What is this? Su Jing showed a hint of surprise after receiving the unicorn horn. She had not seen this thing either, but the information that popped up in her vision told her that this was one of the things she was looking for. This thing is very special, and it is also a sacred object that appeared on the earth. I am afraid it hides mysteries and opportunities, Su Jing said. Can you solve the secret? Su Xian asked. Su Jing frowned slightly, and a long-lost trace of unconfidence flashed in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she slowly replied, this may be the power of several kinds of divine beasts. Only one person may not be enough. Even with Hongyu, it is far from enough. How many people do you need? Su Xian asked curiously. 5, at least 5 people. Su Jing said clearly. Moreover, some conditions may need to be met. She explained to Su Xian while checking the Kirin horn. What are the conditions? Must be a creature on the blue star. Female. Game player. There is no requirement for strength. And the heart must be pure, at least enough to make the Kirin horn react. Su Xian frowned after Su Jing described the conditions one by one. The first few were simple, but that must react to the Kirin horn. What kind of weird condition is that? Hongyu, try it. Su Jing handed the Kirin horn to Ran Hongyu. Okay. When Ran Hongyu took the Kirin horn, he could see the Kirin horn glowing with a red light. It seems that I have been recognized. Ran Hongyu smiled brightly when he saw this. What about the other 3 places? Su Xian rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Su Fian? Maria? Do you know someone who is suitable? Su Jing asked Su Xian. We are away from home all year round and rarely make friends with players. It may be difficult to find a suitable candidate. Yes, but I am not sure if they meet the requirements. Su Xian shook his head. Of course, he knew a group of people. For example, Su Fian's girlfriends. Except for the last one, all other people in that group meet the requirements. If you are not sure, just take it with you to confirm it. Su Jing handed the Qilin horn to Su Xian, although because he could not see Su Xian, he handed it in a crooked direction. Okay, I know. Su Xian took the Qilin horn away and said, I will find the right person and bring them to Yanjing? No, we will go to Zhejiangxi. Su Jing shook her head and continued, however, there are still 2 targets to deal with, and it may take until tomorrow night to reach Zhejiangxi. Su Xian heard this, thought for a moment, and replied, okay, I understand. After I find the right person, I will let them wait for you in Fian's villa. Okay. After the voice fell, Su Xian immediately flew towards Zhejiangxi with the Qilin horn. Looking at the flying Qilin horn, Ran Hongyu hugged her hands in front of her chest and said with a smile, he is very reliable, isn't he? Su Jing nodded slightly, well, it's okay. After a while, Su Xian returned to Zhejiangxi. The first thing he did when he came back was to fly to Su Fian and said, Sister Fian, touch this. Ah? The sudden voice made Su Fian slightly stunned. What to touch? Where to touch? I think Mr. Su Xian is talking about this horn? At this time, Issa, who was sitting next to him, explained to Su Fian. What is this? Su Fian looked at the horn in confusion, and a hint about the unicorn horn popped up in her sight. Should I hold it? Yes. Su Fian held the unicorn horn as Su Xian asked. At this moment, a faint green light flickered at this moment. Okay, it seems that you are also a suitable candidate. Su Xian smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. What do you mean? Su Fian was full of confusion, and Su Xian immediately told her the reason. So this is it. After learning the details, Su Fian immediately said, I will ask them to come over now for testing. Well, okay. Su Xian nodded, but he was still a little uneasy. Then, he said to Su Fian, call Lu Shui and ask if she is free. Don't worry, I've already called her. Su Fian replied with a smile. That's good. But, Su Fian suddenly showed a trace of worry and said to Su Xian, I don't know why, Lingxi has suddenly been silent since she came to Zhejianghai last time, and I'm a little worried about her. Yi Lingxi? Su Xian recalled the lovely little girl, whose missions always went wrong. Do you have her residential address? I can go find her now. Su Xian immediately asked Su Fian. No. Su Fian sighed lightly, and shook her head helplessly. Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and also showed a trace of worry. While waiting, Maria walked out of the room and asked Su Fian, Fian, what are we having for dinner today? When Su Fian saw Maria, she frowned. Maria, where is your bra? Why are you only wearing a pair of underwear? Isn't Su Xian going to leave for half a month? There are only 3 of us girls here. What can we wear? Maria rubbed her eyes and answered casually. Little did she know that Su Xian was admiring the Snow-White beauty. Maria's figure is somewhat exaggerated. No wonder she eats so much on weekdays. It turns out that the fat grows where it should be. Go put on your clothes. Su Fian immediately shouted to Maria. Okay. I go. Why are you so fierce? Maria walked back to the room helplessly, put on a white shirt, and then walked out. You hold this. Su Fian handed the unicorn horn to Maria. What is this? When Maria took the unicorn horn, nothing happened. It seems that you are not qualified. Su Fian sighed helplessly. What is not qualified? Maria blinked in confusion, and at this moment, suddenly, a warm breeze blew from her earlobe. Woo woo woo, why is there wind? Maria trembled in fear, but the next second, her eyes were instantly wide open. I only saw a banana suspended in the air. The banana peel was peeled off bit by bit, and then it was eaten bite by bite. At the same time, Su Xian's voice was heard. Well, although it is a soul state, you can still eat bananas. Not bad, not bad. Do bananas have souls? Ah! Maria was so scared that she ran directly behind Su Fian and shouted, Fei Yin. There is a ghost in your house. Su Xian, don't scare her. Su Fian complained and rolled her eyes at Su Xian. Ha ha. Just a joke. Su Xian smiled and threw the banana aside. Su Xian? Maria scratched her head in confusion and asked, where are you? Why can't I see you? I recently learned an invisibility technique. Invisibility technique? Can you teach it to me? I want to learn it. When Maria heard that it was invisibility technique, she excitedly expressed her intention to learn it to Su Xian. Sure, but you have to give up your physical body first. Su Xian replied. Give up your physical body? Maria fell silent when she heard this and took 2 steps back. Okay, stop making trouble. Su Fian immediately stopped the two people's topic and continued. Zhenglan and the others are here. Let's go test whether they are qualified. Yes. The 4 people went downstairs, and several sedans were parked at the door of Su Fian's villa. Fian, you hurriedly called us here. Is there something wrong? Zhenglan and the others asked Su Fian after getting off the car. It's urgent. Su Fian handed the unicorn horn in her hand to Zhenglan and others. What is this? After Zhenglan and others took the unicorn horn, they all showed doubts. But the result was that the unicorn horn did not emit any light at all. No one is qualified. Su Fian frowned and sighed helplessly. My girlfriends are really a bunch of incompetent old maids. Ha ha ha, I'm scolded again. So what's the use of this? Can it help me find my Mr. Right? You're dreaming again. You'd better study hard for your doctorate. Don't blame me, a waste who hasn't landed yet. Su Fian's girlfriend stared at Kalingio, full of doubts. Are Lu Shui and the others here? Until Su Xian's voice sounded, they were instantly like frightened birds, with their hair standing on end. Did I hear that boy's voice just now? But I didn't see him? No way. Did I miss him too much and have hallucinations? What do you want to do with Fian's boyfriend? Could it be you? No. I really didn't secretly save his photos. Su Fian covered her face helplessly when she heard what her girlfriend said. She really underestimated her girlfriends. You all failed, you can go home, she said to Zhenglan and the others. Just throw it away after use? Fei Yin, you scumbag. We can't come here for nothing, we have to go in and sit for a while. Zhenglan and the others were reluctant to leave, and broke into Su Fian's villa. Ah. Su Fian sighed helplessly, and then said to Su Xian, Lu Shui said they are almost here, wait a little longer. Su Xian, yeah. Soon, the figures of Lu Shui and Lu Ling appeared at the door of the villa. Sister Fei Yin. Lu Shui waved to Su Fian, and then walked into the villa. You are finally here. Su Fian immediately stepped forward to greet them. Sister Fei Yin, this is my sister. Lu Shui introduced Su Fian. Hello. Hello. Sister Fei Yin, what's the matter with you asking us to come? Lu Shui asked curiously. Try to hold this thing. Su Fian handed the unicorn horn to Lu Shui. And at the moment when Lu Shui held the unicorn horn, a snow-white light flickered at this moment. Past. Su Fian's beautiful eyes flickered. Lu Shui, like her, successfully activated the unicorn horn. What's inside? Lu Shui stared at the unicorn horn in disbelief. She was sure that the unicorn horn contained a shocking power. Let your sister try it too. Su Fian continued. Sister here. Lu Shui handed the unicorn horn to Lu Ling. Although Lu Ling didn't know what to do, she still held the unicorn horn. And at the moment when she touched the unicorn horn, a faint blue light flickered at this moment. Also succeeded? Su Fian covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that Lu Shui and Lu Ling both met the requirements of the Qilin horn. Very good, very good. In this way, all 5 people are here. Su Xian smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. Su Xian? Why did I hear Su Xian's voice? Am I hallucinating? Lu Shui looked around in confusion, but did not see Su Xian. You are not hallucinating. It is indeed my voice, and I am standing behind you. Su Xian replied with a smile. Behind me? Lu Shui turned around quickly, but only saw the door of the villa. If you don't believe me, I hold your hand. Until Su Xian held her right hand, and her cheeks flushed slightly, she was sure that Su Xian was really beside her. Why are you invisible? Lu Shui let go of Su Xian's hand, and asked him in surprise. A lot of things happened, and I can't explain them to you at once. Su Xian said, wait for my sister and the others to come, they will tell you. Okay. Lu Shui blinked. She had already gotten out of the progress with Su Xian. Su Xian now is no longer just a player. It's almost time, I should go back. Su Xian said to Su Fian, I leave it to you. Well, go ahead. Su Fian nodded slightly, letting Su Xian rest assured. Su Xian turned around and left after watching Su Fian and the others. When he returned to the God realm, he suddenly found that his body was actually sitting on the scorching sun. Won't it burn? Su Xian frowned slightly, and just wanted to return to his body, but the scorching heat forced him back directly. You can't get in at all. Of course. The sun god suddenly appeared riding on the star Jade Rabbit, and said to Su Xian, "This is my life's work. How can you get in so easily? Then how can I get back to my body?" Su Xian asked in confusion. "Wait a little longer, it will be done soon." The sun god replied calmly. Su Xian then looked at his body, and was surprised to find that his body seemed to be slowly turning red. At the same time, a prompt popped up in his sight. Your entry Sunny and Cheerful is evolving into the God-level entry Holy Sun. Chapter 586. Shenyang, your body temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. You have received the blessing of the Sun God. Oh! Su Xian was overjoyed. 15 million degrees Celsius? Wouldn't that burn Ipsa? Ahem. Su Xian looked at the Sun God and asked, in this way, "Can I adapt to the divinity of the throne?" "Yes." The Sun God nodded and said, "Go, return to your body." "Yes." Su Xian immediately drove his soul back to his body. When the soul and body merged again, Su Xian only felt a new force born in his body. It seemed that a new universe appeared in his body, which could accommodate thousands of worlds. What a magical feeling. Su Xian looked at his hands in disbelief, and whispered softly, "You have only got half of my throne now." The Sun God came to Su Xian and explained to him, "There is still a long way to go before the 3 thrones are integrated." "Is this only half of the throne?" Su Xian was shocked when he heard this. He felt that he had undergone a drastic change, but only had half of the throne of the Sun God. If the 3 thrones were integrated, wouldn't the world be created? "Let's go, we go to the Love Realm." The Sun God waved his hand, and created a portal. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, and immediately entered the portal. When they arrived at the Love Realm, Ides and the others had been waiting for a long time. At the same time, the Star God had descended on the Love Realm. His body, several thousand meters tall, stood in the Love Realm, looking extremely spectacular. "You're back? Looks like everything went well." Edith asked Su Xian. "Yes, everything went well." Su Xian nodded and said, "Now, we just need to prepare to merge the throne." "Then let's get started." The Star Lord waved his hand, and in an instant, 7 Valkyries emerged from the pattern on the back of Su Xian's hand. He said to the 7 Valkyries, "You, guard the fusion ceremony." "Yes, I command." The 7 Valkyries immediately dispersed and guarded in 7 directions. Then, the Star Lord reached into his body, and took out a throne as bright as the starry sky. "This is the Star God's throne." After he finished speaking, he sent the throne to Su Xian. "Thank you." Su Xian expressed his gratitude to the Star Lord. And at this moment, the demon mother stretched out her hands, tore open his body, and then took out a bloody throne from her body. But the original appearance of the throne was a throne interwoven with leaves and vines. The demon mother handed the throne to Su Xian and said, "This is the throne of life that has been hidden in my place. It is finally time for it to work." "Has the goddess of life always kept the throne with you?" Su Xian asked in surprise. "I guess so," the demon mother replied. Then, the Sun God flicked his fingers and condensed the power scattered in the Star Jade Rabbit, the world-devouring snake, and the creation god Butterfly. Then, a golden and red brilliant throne appeared in everyone's sight. On the throne, there was a bright sun carved, dawning the earth. Although the 3 thrones were all main god thrones, the Sun God throne was obviously a level higher. "The 3 seats are ready then." The Sun God looked at Su Xian and asked, "What about you?" "I'm always ready." Su Xian straightened his chest and looked confident. Finally, the Sun God looked at the goddess of love in the sun prison and asked, "What about you?" "Me?" The goddess of love chuckled, put down the teacup in her hand, stood up, and replied, "I'm ready too." The Sun God stared at the goddess of love in silence for a moment, then slowly said, "Let's start." After the words fell, the 3 seats flew up into the sky and rotated at high speed at this moment. Then, a glimmer of light descended from the center of the 3 seats, as if waiting for Su Xian to enter. "Then I go in." Su Xian was about to enter the glimmer, but the voice of the Sun God came from his mind, "Be careful." Su Xian paused for a second, and then stepped into the glimmer. And just after Su Xian entered the glimmer, the Sun God turned his sight to the goddess of love. The goddess of love still looked calm and composed, as if she was sitting on the throne of the winner. "I hope that child can pass this test." The Sun God whispered, and then said to the Star God, Can I leave this to you? I still have things to do. Well, go ahead. The star god nodded, and continued, Sun god, I will no longer choose to put everything on your shoulders. This time, you can trust me with confidence. Well, the sun god nodded slightly, and then left. She needed to go to the moon to ask the moon goddess for a key prop. And just after the sun god left, everyone's eyes turned to Su Xian's position. He was bathing in the divine light condensed by the 3 seats, as if every cell in his body was gradually sublimating at this moment. It seems that the fusion process is going very smoothly. The Star Lord looked at the state of the 3 seats in Su Xian, and nodded with satisfaction. Excuse me, Lord, how long will it take for Su Xian to complete the fusion of the seats? Bai Qiangwei asked the Star Lord curiously. I don't know too much, but it will take at least a month, right? The Star Lord shook his head and replied. 1 month? When I and the others heard the time for the fusion of the seats, they immediately showed a trace of worry. The longer the time, the more likely it is that something will change in the middle. There is no way. The energy of the throne is so vast, not to mention the 3 thrones. It is impossible to complete the fusion in a short time. The demon mother shrugged her shoulders, and then looked at the goddess of love in the sun prison. We need her help in the middle to complete this fusion ceremony. This is why we need to guard here. But why is she smiling? Queen Medusa frowned and asked in confusion. She may still have countermeasures. We must be careful. Ides crossed her arms and said calmly. Would she set up a magic barrier in the love god realm? To counter this ceremony? Queen Medusa suddenly guessed. No, the sun god has long seen through the structure of the love god realm, and there is no magic circle. Ides shook her head, and then looked at the goddess of love, her sister. What conspiracy do you have? If you tell it, can it still be called a conspiracy? The goddess of love smiled coldly, and her pair of heart-shaped pupils stared at Su Xian tightly. In response to the answer from the goddess of love, Edith's eyes narrowed slightly, and she fell silent. They could only be vigilant and wait, but it was basically impossible to dismantle the conspiracy of the goddess of love. They could only wait. At the same time, Su Xian was feeling the energy transmission from the 3 seats. He could feel that the energy of the 3 seats was flowing freely in his body, constantly enriching the cells of his body. In just a moment, Su Xian felt that he was full of endless power. At the same time, the divinity from the sun was stimulated at this moment. The empty universe in his body seemed to have experienced thousands of years of changes in this moment. Even in his body, a new world and life were born. What a magical state! Su Xian murmured in disbelief. He seemed to understand the existence of gods at this moment. They were not simply gods who surpassed ordinary creatures, but beings above the rules. They constituted the world and formed order and laws. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed something strange. He seemed to see a special star flashing in the endless galaxy. It was a heart-shaped star. It was glowing pink in the Milky Way, dissipating its own energy and gradually attracting the surrounding stars. This star? Su Xian showed a hint of doubt, and was puzzled by this special star. Could it be the star representing the goddess of love? Just as he was confused, suddenly, the star turned into a woman. Naturally, it was the goddess of love, who was praised as the most beautiful god in the world. Goddess of love. Su Xian was not surprised by the appearance of the goddess of love, because this fusion originally needed the help of the goddess of love. But, Su Xian frowned slightly. He always felt that there was something wrong. The goddess of love in front of him, her attitude. Why is it a bit flattering? Just when Su Xian was puzzled, the goddess of love suddenly floated to his side, smiled and said, My most beloved, my partner, my eternal love. Why are you standing on the opposite side of me? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Su Xian shook his head calmly. When did he stand on the opposite side of the goddess of love? No. The goddess of love gently pinched Su Xian's chin with her fingertips and asked with a smile, Then you still love me, right? I never loved you. Su Xian was stunned for 2 seconds and answered. He always likes to tell the truth. He and the goddess of love don't have any feelings, right? Why talk about love? However, Su Xian's answer did not make the goddess of love angry, but showed a charming smile. Smiling, she said, Then, let's start our love again from now on, okay? Just the 2 of us. As the voice of the goddess of love gradually reached Su Xian's ears, strands of pink divine power gradually devoured Su Xian's soul. Even with the help of the 3 divine seats, it was impossible to resist the love sound from the goddess of love. But, these voices did not have any effect on the fusion. Instead, countless fragments of memory emerged in Su Xian's mind. In those pictures, Su Xian and the goddess of love have 1,000 connections. Lovers, couples, lovers, mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, brothers and sisters, sisters and brothers, masters and servants. And in each relationship, there are unforgettable stories. Those stories seem to have really happened, and were imprinted in Su Xian's heart. A few days later, in the love god realm. No, don't, wait! Su Xian, standing in the divine light, suddenly showed a painful expression. Su Xian. IDC sensed something was wrong and immediately called Su Xian's name. Don't get close to him. The Star Lord suddenly said to everyone. What happened to him? IDC asked the Star Lord worriedly. This is a test that must be experienced in the fusion of the godhood. The Star Lord narrowed his eyes slightly and explained to everyone, now, he has to rely on himself. Pa pa pa. As soon as the Star Lord's voice fell, everyone heard the sound of muscles breaking and bones breaking from Su Xian's body. But soon, Su Xian's body was repaired by the power of the godhood. Reorganization, repair, and this cycle. Su Xian, IDC, and the others looked worried, but helpless. Because this is a tribulation that Su Xian must face alone. At the same time, the goddess of love in the sun prison, her body was also stained with a touch of crimson at this moment. The corners of her mouth raised a meaningful smile, whispering softly, everyone, welcome the gift I specially prepared for you. At the same time, Su Xian was experiencing a series of sweet, silver, and painful memories. Although only a few days have passed, he and the goddess of love seem to have lived in another world for thousands of years. Countless emotions are intertwined, constantly invading Su Xian's pure heart. Even in several memories, he and the goddess of love played very perverted, which has surpassed people. Ahem, Su Xian gritted his teeth, feeling the mental and physical torture. Although there is sweetness in the memory, painful emotions are more likely to accumulate. The unprecedented pain almost made Su Xian fall into a coma. But those sweet memories also played their due role, soothing his pain. What is going on? Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the scenes in his memory continued to flash through his mind. But at this moment, he was still between the stars in his body. Those memories were not real. They were all fabricated. But why is it so unforgettable? Su Xian covered his head, and his heart was filled with emotional dependence on the goddess of love. At the same time, the goddess of love appeared behind him, hugged him, and said with a smile, look, our feelings are so sweet and warm, right? No. Su Xian frowned and looked at the goddess of love. He always thought that the goddess of love, who appeared here, was to help him merge into the position of God. But now, he can be sure, the other party has other purposes. Don't pretend. Even if you implant more sweet memories in me, I will not become your rotting dog. Su Xian gritted his teeth and said coldly to the goddess of love. Oh, you found out? The goddess of love smiled and then asked, why? Why not continue? After hundreds of relationships, you will be completely mine. We will be a pair of lovebirds. No one knows you and me, and feel the most sincere love in the world. Su Xian took a deep breath and replied, reject. Reject? Hee. The goddess of love covered her mouth and laughed, but when the laughter fell, her face turned cold in an instant. This is the first time someone rejected my wishes. In fact, this is my only desire for love. And you? Rejected me. You are worthy of being the man I chose. So, I have decided, I will make you mine. Su Xian, you are mine. Did you hear that? You do not belong to the sun god. You do not belong to the goddess of life. You do not belong to the star god. And you do not belong to those rouge powder. You only belong to me. Chapter 587. You? Mine. The goddess of love released her divine power and continuously invaded Su Xian's consciousness. Su Xian only felt that his spiritual world was being polluted. Countless memories flashed through his mind and finally stopped at the appearance of the goddess of love. Not bad. Seeing this, the goddess of love raised a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. What are you going to do? Su Xian forcibly controlled his body and questioned the goddess of love. What? The goddess of love smiled charmingly and walked lightly towards Su Xian. She came in front of Su Xian and said with a smile, I want to make you mine. The fool of the sun god thought that I would be powerless to resist after everything was prepared? Wrong. He calculated everything, but he didn't expect that I only needed to control the most critical base point, and his plan would fail completely. And that is you. You belong to me. She opened her red lips slightly and exhaled a faint pink breath. That breath instantly engulfed Su Xian's consciousness and fell into chaos. Even, the body involuntarily turned into a half-dragon. Right. That's it. When the goddess of love saw Su Xian's changes, she showed a happy expression. Although Su Xian was nearly 2 meters taller than her at the moment, even with her tall figure, she only reached Su Xian's waist. But this is what the goddess of love wants. She wants Su Xian to be in the most perfect state, so that he can welcome the throne she built for him. Come on! Submit to me. The goddess of love hooked her fingertips, signaling Su Xian to bend down. Although Su Xian wanted to resist, his body involuntarily leaned down. Then, the goddess of love put her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss. The moment he touched the soft red lips, Su Xian felt as if some special element had been activated in his body. It seemed as if thunder and flames were burning in every cell, shocking the goddess of love. And it was this moment that made the goddess of love open her eyes wide. She pushed Su Xian away violently, with an expression of disbelief in her heart. How is it possible? Why is this happening? The goddess of love took a few steps back in disbelief, her eyes filled with fear. And at this moment, Su Xian felt his whole body getting hot, and his eyes turning blood red. Although he was very conscious, there was a voice in his heart calling out. Stick to your original intention. You belong only to yourself. Original intention? Su Xian's eyes widened like copper bells, staring at the retreating goddess of love with fiery eyes. At this moment, he has found a way to counter the goddess of love, and this is the only way to successfully merge the throne. Goddess of love. Every word slipped out from Su Xian's teeth and reached the ears of the goddess of love. At the same time, he took a step and approached the goddess of love. You? Don't come over. Go away. The goddess of love seemed to be a little upset at this moment. She was sure that she had failed. She wanted to control Su Xian, but found that there was an invisible force in Su Xian's body, which turned the foreshadowing she had buried into a bubble phantom. But how could the goddess of love escape Su Xian's clutches? In this world created by 3 thrones, there is also a ban from the sun god. The goddess of love was like a turtle in a jar, with no way to escape. You? Su Xian came to the goddess of love in one step. His big hand grabbed the goddess of love's slender waist and lifted her up. Let go! Let me go! You wild dog! The goddess of love wanted to resist, but found that Su Xian's palm seemed to have some kind of law and could not break free. You? Su Xian did not speak, but just spit out the same character. Let me go, I am. The goddess of love bit her silver teeth and looked at Su Xian in amazement. Let me go! Humble servant. The goddess of love immediately released all her divine power, trying to defeat Su Xian. However, Su Xian's half-dragon body was like a mountain made of diamonds. No matter how strong the goddess of love's divine power was, it could not shake him at all. You? Su Xian spit out another word, ready to pull this symbol of love, the most beautiful god in the world of gods, off the altar. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, please let me go. Su Xian, I am your chosen god. Give me a chance. Just this once. I will help you complete the fusion, and you don't have to continue. You have to be responsible for everything you do. Su Xian whispered. You are such a jerk. The goddess of love gritted her teeth and complained to Su Xian. But as soon as she finished speaking, she smiled with relief. It seemed that she chose to give up after knowing that she would definitely lose. But she would never allow herself to fail alone. Not enough. Not enough. The goddess of love used up her last bit of strength and raised her slender right hand. She placed her hand on Su Xian's forehead and smiled miserably. Let the holy light become brighter, and let the high and mighty sun god pay her price. I am not her pawn. You even less. After she finished speaking, the goddess of love in the holy light kissed Su Xian's lips. At this moment, the flame that Su Xian had just extinguished was instantly rekindled. At the same time, the illusory veil was unveiled and descended into reality. The 3 high-speed rotating god seats merged into a tiny light, and finally fell on Su Xian's brow. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked around. His awakening made Idas and the others happy. After dozens of days of waiting, they finally ushered in the end. Su Xian, how do you feel? Idas immediately asked Su Xian. The others also looked at Su Xian, waiting for his answer. However, Su Xian did not answer her, but cast his eyes on the goddess of love, only to see that the goddess of love was still imprisoned in the sun prison. But she had lost her original arrogance, and instead her face was full of expectation and tenderness. Su Xian uttered a word lightly, and then his body shot out like a bow and arrow. He teleported directly to the front of the sun prison. His actions caused confusion among the women. Su Xian, what are you going to do? The women were at a loss. But Su Xian instantly turned into a half-dragon, and then, he held a fence formed by the power of the sun with both hands. He gritted his teeth and exerted force with both hands instantly. In just a blink of an eye, he tore a gap in the sun prison. Then, Su Xian walked into the sun prison in the surprised eyes of the women. Then, the goddess of love. This incredible scene made the women present feel unbelievable. In their sight, there was only the figure of Su Xian and the goddess of love intertwined, and the oath of love from the goddess of love rippling in their ears. They couldn't understand. What happened to Su Xian? Why was the first thing after the fusion of the gods' position? What is going on? Edice looked at the Star Lord in confusion. And the Star Lord was also hesitant about this scene, and he didn't know why this happened. But the good news is that the three gods' positions have completed the fusion. Maybe it is venting the vast energy in the body? The Star Lord speculated. If so, it's great, but why? Edice looked at the goddess of love. Her sister didn't show any intention of resistance at all, and even had a smile on her lips. This made Edice understand that all this was not that simple. Soon, the goddess of love was in a state of mental chaos. But before her consciousness completely blurred, she showed a meaningful smile to Edice. This made Edice feel a little alert, but she still walked towards Su Xian bravely and asked, Su Xian, you. However, before she finished her words, Su Xian rushed out of the sun prison and rushed towards Edice. In a flash, Edice's clothes disappeared. Even, everyone didn't react. How did Su Xian do it? Su Xian! Stop it! Edice blocked Shuabai with her hand and warned Su Xian. I am not enough. Su Xian made a weak sound, and he also wanted to stop, but the great power of the three thrones gathered in his body. And, the goddess of love used these energies through special means. You want? Ides frowned slightly. She wanted to ask, but the next second, her pupils dilated instantly. Wait! Su Xian! Ides bit her silver teeth lightly, trying to stop Su Xian, but it was too late. This scene made the star god confused. Is this right? Is this really the same ending as the sun god had predicted? Obviously, this must be wrong. We have to help him. The star god said to the 7 Valkyries, use your divine power to balance the violent energy in his body. Yes. The 7 Valkyries immediately took action and released their own divine power to stop Su Xian's rage. But when Su Xian sensed the power of the 7 Valkyries, he suddenly put down Ides in his arms and rushed towards the 7 Valkyries at a rapid speed. This familiar scene made the 7 Valkyries panic instantly. Wait! Again? Silver Lotus wanted to escape, but Su Xian's speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, she was punished by the holy light. Lotus. The familiar scene reappeared, and the other Valkyries were stunned for a while. But before they could come to their senses, Su Xian had already pounced on them. Even though the time interval was only a blink of an eye. But after Su Xian obtained the position of the sun god, he gained the power of the law of time. 1 second can be broken and used as 10,000 seconds. Before the Valkyries could react, the divine punishment had already fallen. It's bad. Watching the Valkyries fall one by one, the Star Lord God looked worried. This time, it's different from his trial. The fusion of the throne cannot fail, but the problem is, he no longer has the Star God throne. How can he stop Su Xian? What is going on? Queen Medusa was also panicked at this moment. She quickly looked at the demon mother. What should we do? Megami and Eumeros had never seen such a scene, and their faces were worried. The demon mother and Mira looked at each other and smiled helplessly. What can we do? We can't escape the love god realm, and we can't leave at this moment, so face it calmly. Face it? Queen Medusa blinked, and then looked at Su Xian again. Her heart trembled slightly. Then, is it really an existence that she can face directly? I understand. At this time, Eumelos showed his brave side and said, I will definitely help the president to successfully merge with the throne. Eumelos. At this moment, Megami was in a state of distress. Although she came to help voluntarily, she did not come for this matter. She didn't want to. He's coming. Suddenly, the women found that all 7 Valkyries had been defeated. And Su Xian was rushing towards his new prey. We will stop him, you. Protect yourself. The mother of demons stretched out countless tentacles and blocked everyone. Mira also immediately transformed into a giant dragon, ready to fight. Smiling, she said, but we are not sure if we can stop him. You must always be prepared for the battle. Chapter 588. Wait! Su Xian! How did your dragon form become like this? It's so unfair. Mira Aoroi wanted to use her dragon body to help Su Xian complete the blooming of the holy light. But the result was Su Xian's dragon form of the sun and stars. Although her body was slightly smaller than Miraeo Rui's, the brilliance of the dragon's holy light was even brighter than before. Even Miraeo Rui's dragon body could not help Su Xian's dragon's holy light bloom completely. In fact, in less than half an hour, she was defeated. As for the abyss tentacles of the demon mother, they could not resist Su Xian's dragon form. Hundreds of tentacles lingered around the dragon's holy light and rolled quickly, but they could not pose enough threat to the dragon's holy light. The two of them were defeated instantly. This is really... Megami frowned slightly. This is not the same as what she said when she came to help. But Eumelos bravely stood up and shouted, "President, it's my turn." Eumelos? Megami widened his eyes and thought, Eumelos, could it be that the program is wrong again? The 1,000-meter-long dragon holy light, is it something that a little angel like you can face? You can even build your sky city on the holy light. As for Eumelos's initiative, Su Xian ignored it at all, but looked at the Star Lord in the distance. The Star Lord was slightly stunned, and his face became solemn. Could he? Before his thoughts fell, Su Xian, who had turned into a dragon, had already walked towards the Star Lord. Wait, you. The Star God hurriedly took a step back. He never thought that he would become a member of the stage. As the Star God, he didn't. Boom! With a loud bang, the Star God was pressed to the ground. How dare you? The Star God wanted to resist, but how could she, who had lost her throne, fight against Su Xian, who had 3 thrones? She could only be pressed between the mountains. Under the coercion of the holy light, she kept shaking the ground, causing the entire Love God realm to tremble. This scene made Megami and the others frown. Just now it was a dragon, but now it's a bit perverted. However, Su Xian's dragon form still retains human characteristics, not a pure dragon. But compared to the half-dragon man, the dragon has more characteristics. Can we escape? Queen Medusa looked at Megami, and for a moment, a snake man and an angel reached a consensus at this moment. But at this moment, the goddess of love who had awakened at some point said to them, "Don't even think about running away. The love realm has been covered by a barrier. No one can leave unless the sun god comes back." Oh no! Queen Medusa and Megami both showed worried expressions, looking at the star god and Su Xian, who were like 2 mountains colliding with each other in the distance. Their heartbeats accelerated at this moment. This is not something they can handle. Eumelos showed the opposite attitude, staring at every detail excitedly, as if learning. As for the goddess of love, she looked at the result she had caused, and her pretty face showed excitement. This is the result she wanted. And now, just wait for the return of the sun god. Let the high and mighty sun god fall from the altar. Bang! A loud bang. The main god symbolizing the stars fell to the ground because of coma. The body of several thousand meters hit the love god realm, causing the entire god realm to make a sound like an earthquake. And the brilliant light also fell like a waterfall at this moment. The sweet smell filled the entire love god realm at this moment. At this moment, the only ones who survived were Megami, Queen Medusa and Eumelos. But they were almost scared. Where had they seen such a scene? It was like creating the universe. However, Su Xian's desire did not seem to be completely extinguished. Although he turned back to the half-dragon form, the pattern of love still flashed in his pupils. He wanted more. Is it not over yet? Megami's beautiful eyes were startled, and he spread the 12-winged angel feathers behind him. She really wanted to escape, but at this moment, the voice of the Lord of Light came to her ears. This is a critical moment. You can't escape, Megami. As long as we successfully help him merge into the throne, we can see hope. This. After hearing the Lord of Light's order, Megami was confused for a while. She really wanted to. Megami looked at Su Xian in the distance, who was walking towards them. The bright holy light was too dazzling, although she was an angel and believed in light, but this was not the light she wanted. But she couldn't disobey the Lord of Light's order. After thinking for a while, Megami showed a helpless smile. Humph, it seems there is no way. Megami smiled and said, "It just so happens that the last fight between us has not yet been decided. This time, let's have a good fight." As soon as she finished speaking, Megami's body flashed with golden light, and the angel armor instantly covered her body at this moment. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian suddenly teleported behind her. So fast! Megami was shocked and was about to fight back, but found that her hands had been firmly grasped by Su Xian, so that she could not move. But what shocked Megami even more was still to come. Su Xian's hands clearly controlled her hands. But for some reason, the angel armor on her body was falling off piece by piece. This? What is going on? Megami was completely confused. What on earth was helping him to remove the armor? After a while, the angel armor was removed, showing her most perfect side in front of Su Xian. And Megami could feel it. The hot holy light touched her wings. Although the wings didn't burn, but it felt so strange. You? Megami released all the angel power in her body, trying to break free from Su Xian's restraints, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The angel power was instantly shattered in front of Su Xian, and the holy light also directly penetrated the angel's body at this moment. Megami's voice stopped abruptly, her eyes widened, her body trembled slightly, but she couldn't make any resistance or action. Master Megami. I help you. Yumelos immediately took off his angel armor, and wanted to help Megami. But Megami scolded him, "Don't come over here." Yumelos was puzzled, why couldn't he participate in their activities? It's not written in the program. And Megami endured the punishment from the holy light, gritted his teeth, and said to Yumelos, "This is an order, this is a fight between me and him." After the words fell, Megami suddenly awakened a certain power in her body, and actually broke free from Su Xian's restraints. At the same time, she threw Su Xian directly to the ground and on top of him. Megami smiled proudly at the corner of her mouth, and continued, "I won't let you keep pressing on me. Now it's my turn." This scene made Queen Medusa stunned. What's the matter? You still? But compared to these, running away is what she wants to do most. Later, Queen Medusa was about to run away, but Su Xian grabbed her snake tail. "You? Let go of my tail." Queen Medusa wanted to struggle, but found that even when Su Xian was fighting with Megami, he was able to focus on her. "Wait. You bastard." As time went by, Queen Medusa had already been defeated. But Megami had been holding on for the safety of Yumelos, even longer than the star god. But Megami knew that she was about to reach her limit. Damn! Does this guy really have no limit? Megami stared at Su Xian and bit her red lips. She was almost at her limit, but why? "Lord Megami, let me help you." And Yumelos was still standing by, eager to help Megami. Megami was so moved by this subordinate that he wanted to hit him. Just when Megami was about to run out of strength, a figure appeared and saved her at the moment. What happened here? The sun god looked around and saw the mess on the ground, showing a confused look. What he was worried about still happened. "You? Finally here." Megami seemed to see the dawn of victory when she saw the appearance of the sun god and smiled happily. But the next second, as Su Xian's holy light bloomed, she fainted and fell to the ground. This scene made the face of the sun god freeze instantly. This was more serious than he expected, especially even the star god. Then, the sun god looked at Su Xian again, but was surprised to find that Su Xian was also staring at him. This scene made the sun god's eyes slightly condensed. Whispering softly, You are not targeting me, are you?" Before he finished speaking, Su Xian flew towards him at the speed of light. "Have you had enough trouble?" The sun god glared, and the next second, a miniature sun fell towards Su Xian. Su Xian dodged and accelerated again. But soon, a sun the size of a fingertip pierced his body. However, the pain did not stop Su Xian's steps. Even with a hole in his heart, he still ran towards the sun god. "You kid, your big head is really controlled by your small head." The sun god shook his head helplessly, and then raised his fingertips again. At this moment, the golden divine power condensed and turned into countless golden chains, attacking Su Xian. In just a blink of an eye, Su Xian's body was locked tightly by the golden chain, unable to move. Success? Seeing this, Yumeros showed a look of sadness and joy. Sad because she did not help Su Xian. Happy because Su Xian's rage was finally suppressed. It seems that the power of the three thrones almost made you lost. The sun god came to Su Xian, held Su Xian's cheek with his hands, stared at him with a pair of golden eyes, and continued, "But it's okay now, I'm here. I will use the power of the sun to stabilize your chaotic power." Just when the sun god was about to release the power of the sun, suddenly, the goddess of love appeared silently behind the sun god. While the sun god was concentrating all his attention on Su Xian, she hugged the sun god's petite body with both hands, and said with a smile, "You were careless after all." "You?" The sun god was stunned. He wanted to counter the magic of the goddess of love, but found that his body was completely unable to move. "You used your original divine power?" The sun god showed a look of horror for the first time in a long time. He never thought that the goddess of love would use her original divine power on him. Once the original divine power is used, it means... So what? The goddess of love chuckled and continued, "Even if it can only temporarily trap you, it is enough for him to do whatever he wants." As she said, she looked at Su Xian and continued, and I am ready to be attached to him forever. Even if I lose my original divine power, what does it matter? As for you, great sun god, are you ready? Pa, pa, pa. The golden chains that trapped Su Xian broke one by one, and at the same time, Su Xian said, I can't hold on any longer, run away. You? The sun god was slightly stunned when he heard Su Xian's last words, and then smiled with relief. He stretched out his hands, held Su Xian's cheeks, and said with a smile, It's okay, you are worth all my efforts. Su Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and stood there in a daze. The goddess of love was at a loss at this moment. She always thought that the sun god would resist. He should try to escape for his own nobleness, but why? But before the goddess of love finished her thoughts, the sun god went up and kissed Su Xian. This scene instantly broke the psychological defense of the goddess of love. It's not right. This is completely different from what she expected, and with the goddess of love's trance, Su Xian has turned into a normal human form and intertwined with the sun god. Although the sun god's physique is as petite as Elam and the others, he unexpectedly has a strong tolerance. However, compared to these, what is more interesting is that the sun god, who is more than tens of millions of years old, is learning from Su Xian. This seems not to be what the sun god is good at, even though he has tens of millions of years of experience. With a little bit of learning, Su Xian gradually regained his sanity that was almost lost. He looked at the warm smile of the sun god, and a smile inevitably appeared at the corner of his mouth. But the next second, bang! With a loud bang, Su Xian was hit hard on the head by the sun god. You idiot! Look at what you have done! The sun god questioned Su Xian. Su Xian was speechless for a moment, but he didn't want to. It's all the fault of the goddess of love. But the sun god smiled faintly and said, You have grown to a level that even I can't challenge. Our plan succeeded? Really? Su Xian looked in the direction of the three thrones in disbelief, but he only saw that the three thrones had merged into one, becoming a seven-colored throne. Creation Throne, ? Chapter 589. Creation. God's Throne? Su Xian saw this throne that belonged to him alone, and his eyes were full of shock. This throne seemed to contain the chaos and mystery from the early universe, and it nurtured the essence of all things in the world. That's right, it's him. The corner of the sun god's mouth raised a long-lost brilliant smile. He slowly walked forward a few steps, and then said to Su Xian, Go touch his existence. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then walked towards the throne of creation. Every time he took a step, the throne of creation would bloom with a bright glimmer. It seemed to be expecting Su Xian to approach, expecting the god who belonged to him to sit on him. This is the first time I have seen such a flattering throne. The sun god crossed his arms, and said coldly. Even his sun god would not have a flattering attitude towards it. However, the god of creation was extremely flattering to Su Xian. This surprised him a little. As for this question, the goddess of love chuckled and said, After all, he was created with the help of me, the most perfect goddess, and it is reasonable for him to submit to us. I settle the score with you later. The sun god glared at her, and then continued to look at Su Xian. Seeing this, the goddess of love suddenly became timid. At this point, she still didn't dare to confront the sun god head-on. After all, she was afraid of pain even if she couldn't beat him. At this moment, Su Xian had already arrived in front of the god of creation. The moment his fingertips touched the throne, the brilliant light burst out again and swept around. In just a blink of an eye, the women who fell in the holy light woke up from their coma. The first one to wake up was naturally the Star Lord, but when he saw Su Xian, he couldn't help showing a hint of fear. And soon, he felt the breath of the creation god's throne again, and immediately showed a look of joy. Is this the existence of the three thrones combined into one? So beautiful! The Star Lord exclaimed. It is worthy of being the throne of the creation of the world, far beyond the other thrones. Queen Medusa showed a longing look. She didn't want the plague god's throne. She wanted the creation god's throne. Of course, it was just a thought. But why do I feel that this throne is a little strange? Suddenly, a white ball appeared in everyone's sight, pondering. Goddess of life? The sudden appearance of the goddess of life made everyone present look at her. The sun god even asked the goddess of life, What's so strange? This throne has no life. The goddess of life sighed helplessly. Simply put, he cannot exert 100% of his power, although he has 80%. As long as our intelligence is correct, it should be enough to deal with the shattering. Only 80%? The sun god was thoughtful after hearing this. He was not sure whether the fusion of the throne, creating a god beyond the rules, could fight against the shattering. Now, there is only 80% left. He needs a soul, a pure soul. The god of life suggested, just like repairing the throne, he needs a pure soul to help him make up for the 20% power loss. Perhaps, it is possible to exceed the limit. Another pure soul. Edis frowned slightly. At that time, the broken plague throne also lacked a pure soul, and now, I did take advantage of this period of time to look for the so-called pure soul. At this time, Queen Medusa stood up and said to everyone, "Is there?" "Where?" Edis asked Queen Medusa hurriedly. "In the abyss." Queen Medusa replied, "The prophecy I got is related to the undead emperor, but the rest is unknown." Undead emperor? A trace of memory flashed in Edis's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly remembered Jin by hiding in Su Xian's body. Could it be? She immediately reacted that the so-called pure soul seemed to be exactly the same as Jin Bai's description. But whether it was really Jin Bai could only be identified at the scene. Su Xian. Edith came to Su Xian's side immediately and said to him, "I think you already know the problem we are facing now." "Yeah." Su Xian nodded. He naturally heard their conversation clearly. Then, he summoned Jin Bai from the soul space. When Jin Bai appeared, the creation god immediately burst into a dazzling light. "Jin Bai." Su Xian asked Jin Bai, "Are you willing? Become the god of the creation god." Okay. Jin Bai did not refuse, nodded and replied, "I am willing." "Then let's start." The three main gods stepped forward and said to Su Xian and Jin Bai, "We will help you complete the contract of the god, which will be the most critical step to save the broken world." On the other side, on the earth, Su Jing and Su Fian stood in front of a colorful portal, ready to step into it. "What's in here?" Lu Shui blinked curiously, and beside her, Lu Ling was confused. Although Su Jing explained to her all night last night, she still didn't understand the situation facing the earth now. She only knew that the world was in trouble, and Su Xian was in trouble. She came in confused. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be 5 ancient Chinese mythical beasts inside," Su Jing said to several people before entering the door. "Later, the 3 of you try to be a step slower and enter the portal. Hong Yu and I will go in and take a look first." "Okay." Lu Shui nodded vigorously, her heartbeat accelerated, like a deer running wildly. "Let's go!" Su Jing and Ran Hongyu looked at each other, and then stepped into the portal at the same time. The moment they entered the portal, the colorful divine light instantly engulfed their sight. After the sight was restored, 5 stone walls were seen standing there, as if waiting for the chosen person. After a while, Su Fian and the others entered it a step later. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. "Where is this?" Lu Ling looked around in confusion, and the unfamiliar environment made her feel a little uneasy. At this moment, the mural with the basalt carved on it burst into a dazzling light. It released strands of blue fluorescent divine power, gradually wrapping Lu Ling's body. "What is this?" Lu Ling was a little scared, and Su Fian immediately explained to her, "This should be the divine beast giving you his power, don't worry." "Really?" Lu Ling was relieved after hearing this. But this made Su Jing and the others feel particularly confused. Why did Lu Ling come in a step later than them, but was the first to be given the power of the divine beast? While they were wondering, the mural belonging to the white tiger also released a white halo, wrapping Lu Shui's body with his power. What a magical feeling! Lu Shui exclaimed in disbelief. She only felt that her body was being transformed by some kind of power, and gradually became lighter. "What about us?" Ren Hongyu looked at Su Jing and Su Fian in confusion. Obviously, the 3 of them who were stronger did not receive the favor of the beast, which made them confused. It was not until a long time later that the mural of the blue dragon showed a trace of divine power, and then slowly wrapped Su Fian's body. "It seems that they are more compatible with the power of the beast," Ren Hongyu said with a smile, "but it should be related to strength. The stronger the strength." Before Ren Hongyu finished speaking, suddenly, the mural representing the Qilin glowed with light, and wrapped Su Jing's body. This scene made Ren Hongyu's eyes solemn in an instant. The words she said before also became empty talk. Chapter 590. "Come on! Jinbai! You can do it!" Jinbai tried to get closer to the throne of creation and merge with it. But for some reason, she was always 1 millimeter away from the throne, and could not completely touch it. Even with the help of the sun god, it was still the same. How could this happen? Su Xian showed a trace of doubt. Jinbai clearly met the conditions of a pure soul, but why? "She needs your help." The ball transformed by the goddess of life found the reason at this time, and said to Su Xian, "Go touch her head." Oh! Although Su Xian was a little confused, he still followed the instructions of the goddess of life and touched Jinbai's head. After gently stroking, Jinbai suddenly gained the recognition of the throne and touched the throne of creation. Her body also merged into the throne of creation in an instant and became one with it. Success? The sun god immediately shouted to Su Xian, "Quick! Sit on the throne!" Oh! Su Xian immediately sat on the throne of creation. When he sat on it, the brilliant colorful light instantly dawned the entire broken universe. The shocking scene forced everyone to cover their eyes with their hands and exclaimed, "What a powerful divine power! Is this the power of the throne of creation? This has surpassed the peak of the sun god, right?" Facing everyone's surprise, Su Xian was already in a strange state. He only felt that his body seemed to be connected to the universe, as if he could feel every area and every ripple of this world in a breath of time. What a magical feeling! Su Xian murmured in disbelief. At the same time, he could also feel Jinbai swimming in his body, sometimes in his arms, sometimes in his chest, and sometimes in the holy light. Moreover, Su Xian could also hear Jinbai's laughter, as if she was very satisfied with the current state. Now, we should have the capital to face the broken. The sun god came to Su Xian and said, "Do you want to try it?" "I really want to try it, but we have another thing to do first." As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, a portal appeared in everyone's sight. The other end of the portal was connected to the earth. But during the time when Su Xian merged with the god position, more than a month had passed. In a month, the players on the earth had obtained about 80% of the power in the game. The appearance of the extraordinary caused the world to fall into chaos. Even some creatures from the game were teleported to the earth through special means. "I go and solve it." Su Xian stepped into the earth, and then closed the teleportation array. When he first arrived on earth, a player was flying in the sky, holding a bag of US dollars in his hand, as if he had just come out of a bank. "Get out of the way!" The one in front. "Get out of the way!" Fu *K. The player shouted, asking Su Xian to get out of the way. In response, Su Xian only glanced at the person flying in the air, and the person fell instantly. Then, Su Xian looked around the world again. His super long-distance vision saw that every corner of the world was erupting in chaos. The emergence of extraordinary power made the players completely crazy. Even if the governments of various countries wanted to stop it, the players with super technical power did not take those warnings seriously. In addition, the armies of those major countries did not go out to suppress the chaos. The reason is unknown. More serious than imagined. Su Xian frowned. He could even hear those chaotic and evil voices. "You low-level creatures. Look up to your king. I have the blood of a dragon. Mortals, kneel down. Great Night King. You are our eternal faith. For the Lord of Light. Let us bring those evils to justice. Power. It is endless power. Great. I finally don't have to work 996. I want to be the king of this world. Ha ha ha. The plot in the novel finally shines into reality. I have the blood of goblins. I can definitely gain a foothold in this chaotic world. Greetings to your gods." The chaotic world made Su Xian's face very solemn. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take back the power. Dear players. Su Xian just opened his mouth, and all the creatures in the world froze in place, as if they had received an oracle. They looked around, their hearts full of confusion and puzzlement. Whose voice is that? You heard it too? Is it the game official? Who is speaking? The players didn't know who the voice came from, but the divine power in the voice made them dare not move. And at this moment, Su Xian's voice sounded again. "I have decided to take back all your extraordinary powers." "Take back the extraordinary power? Why? Who are you?" "I don't agree." The players rioted instantly after hearing this. But their resistance was insignificant in Su Xian's eyes. Su Xian just raised his hand, and beams of light were released from the bodies of players from all over the world, converging in his direction. At the same time, the players also clearly felt that their power was rapidly fading. "No! My power! That is my power! Why do you deprive us of our power?" The players felt the disappearance of power, and became manic. But soon, they fainted and lost their voice. The extraordinary energy disappeared, and the earth returned to its usual peaceful state at this moment. And those creatures who came to the earth from the magic continent were gradually sent back by a force at this time, unable to step into the earth again. Su Xian looked at the world calmly and said lightly, "The two worlds can intersect, but not now." After doing all this, he looked into the distance. Several guild leaders appeared here, and Su Xian recognized one of them. It was Beyonce, a member of the God organization. Although Su Xian had taken back the power of most players, Special players and players with the blessing of gods were exceptions. They had the blessing of gods, so they retained some power. Su Xian had marked all these people, and he only needed a thought to wipe them all out. However, he was not a person who killed innocent people indiscriminately. Therefore, he needed others to help him. After seeing Su Xian, Beyonce, and the others showed incredible expressions. They exclaimed in disbelief. Could he have become a god? Before they finished speaking, Su Xian had already arrived in front of them. He said, I give you a task. Task? Everyone looked at each other, at a loss. They didn't expect that Su Xian came to them to give them a mission. Gather the players, who have the blessing of the gods, and make them swear not to use supernatural powers on earth. If there are any resistance, kill them without mercy. As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, everyone was confused. But Beyonce didn't hesitate at all and immediately answered, yes. She didn't hesitate, of course, not because she shared the same ideals as Su Xian, but because of fear and awe. Su Xian has become a god. And what is a god? Isn't it God? She founded the God organization and serves God. Is there anything wrong with that? Chapter 591. This place is handed over to you. If you betray me, you know the consequences. Okay. After Su Xian gave instructions to Beyonce and the others, he turned and left. However, the members of the God organization showed a completely opposite attitude. Beyonce, do we really have to listen to him? Whether he can become a god is still unknown. A member of the God organization asked Beyonce. As soon as this was said, the others also showed doubts. And at this moment, Beyonce drew a rapier like a mosquito's mouthparts from her waist and pointed it at the man. She said coldly, he is God. He is the one we are loyal to. Do you want to betray him? As soon as this was said, everyone present looked solemn. But when they established the organization, they swore to serve God. But they never expected that the leader of their organization would regard a Yin countryman as God. Is this? What went wrong? Soon, Su Xian returned to the God realm. And the first thing he did after returning to the God realm was to go to the source of the void shattering. Let us go with you. The sun god said. Although they have now lost their godhood, they still retain some of their strength. Ordinary gods are not their opponents. Well, but before that, Su Xian waved his hand, and in an instant, a majestic godhood merged into everyone's body. What is this? You created a new godhood in our bodies? Everyone looked at Su Xian in disbelief, and they were surprised to find that they had once again gained the blessing of the godhood in their bodies, although the strength of the three main gods has still declined slightly. But it has only declined slightly. The current strength is about 95% of the peak period. And the Valkyries and Megami who have the godhood have increased their strength, far beyond the peak. Even Queen Medusa, who has not yet become a god, has also been blessed by the godhood. Is this the godhood? When Queen Medusa saw that she had finally obtained the godhood she had dreamed of, an excited smile appeared on her lips. So much so that she was just resenting Su Xian for taking her virginity, and the next second, she was grateful to Su Xian. Won't it reduce your own strength if you share your power with us? The sun god asked worriedly. Don't worry about this. Su Xian immediately explained to him. One of the abilities of the creation godhood is creation. Giving you power will not consume my energy, but will consume other things. Other things? Everyone was sleepy when they heard this. Ahem, don't worry, this thing is not important. Su Xian shook his head and smiled. Everyone was relieved. Only Yumurose was stunned. Why doesn't she have a godly position? Why doesn't she have that unimportant thing that belongs to Su Xian? Damn, what is it? It's so hard to guess. Let's go and take a look at the broken source. Su Xian waved his hand and created a portal to connect to the broken source. The moment he stepped into the portal, the familiar scene came into Su Xian's eyes again. It was a void beast with a body size of millions of meters, which seemed to be parasitic on a planet, stretching out its dark tentacles. At the same time, strange power continued to spread around, like a fast-growing giant tree trying to break through the cage of the world, leading to the root of the broken. But compared to these, Su Xian's eyes were immediately attracted by a figure standing on the beast of the void. It was a strange figure with a body similar to that of a woman, but covered with black thorn armor. It stood in the void, watching everything indifferently. Is that the root of the broken thing? Edith exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, it is it. It is rumored that it is a monster that combines the sins and desires of the world, enough to destroy everything in the world. The goddess of love imprisoned in the sun prison said with a smile. Is it really a combination of sin and desire? Why don't I feel like it? Su Xian looked at the strange man in the distance and felt a little curious. No one can be sure of the real reason for the shattering. The sun god then explained, some people say that the battle between the main gods caused the world to shatter. Some people say that the gods poured the sins of the believers into the void, causing the shattering. Others say that it was a void monster from outside the world. But the real reason is unknown. So that's it. Su Xian's eyes were solemn, and he was confused about the reason for the shattering of the void. At the same time, he always felt that the real reason might not be the ones mentioned by the sun god. Let me try its mechanism first. Su Xian raised his hand, and several stars as big as the moon condensed in the void, and then fell towards the void beast. Facing the super forbidden magic of the star level, the void beast seemed to sense a trace of fear, and it let out a deafening roar. Then, several falling stars turned into powder, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's do it together. As the sun god spoke, he created a sun that was 1% the size of the sun. I don't know if it will work, but I have to try it. The star god also created thousands of stars, as if creating a galaxy above the battlefield. Let's try it. Su Xian nodded, and then waved his hand again. In an instant, the super forbidden magic condensed by the 5 elements emerged in the void. At the same time, the 3 of them released their own methods to the void beast. Facing the fierce attack, the void beast roared. But this time, with the thousands of stars of the star god as a shield, the roar of the void beast was successfully broken. In the blink of an eye, the super forbidden magic of Su Xian and the sun god fell on the huge body of the void beast. Boom! A loud noise resounded in the void, penetrating the universe, flashing a dazzling light. But when the light faded, the void beast came into everyone's eyes again, and the scene in it made their faces solemn instantly. It is unharmed? The Star Lord frowned slightly, and looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian was also a little confused about this scene. The attack they just launched was enough to destroy the magic continent. But why did it have no effect on the void beast? Could it be that it has a special mechanism? Suddenly, Su Xian saw that there seemed to be a crystal on the body of the void beast. What is that? Su Xian's eyes condensed, trying to see through the reality. But when he saw the things in the crystal, his face sank instantly. There is someone in the crystal, Su Xian said in shock. Someone? You mean, there is a person inside the void beast? Everyone's eyes fell on Su Xian. They couldn't believe that the void beast was actually controlled by a person. Because of the crystal, I can't judge the other party's identity and appearance. Su Xian explained, I can only vaguely confirm that the other party is a humanoid creature, and it is most likely a woman. Although he said so, for some reason, he saw the human in the crystal stone a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Presumably, that is the core of the void beast. Why don't we try to use the strongest blow to break the crystal stone? The sun god suggested. No, I think it is more important to find out who that person is, and what his identity is. But the goddess of life held the opposite opinion. At the moment when everyone couldn't make a decision, Su Xian said, wait for me here, I go and take a look. Chapter 592. What is in there? Su Xian dodged the invisible blade of the void, while quickly approaching the void beast. He wanted to see what kind of creature was in the crystal. Just as Su Xian dodged the obstacles, and came to the giant monster, his face instantly became solemn when he saw the picture in the crystal. What is this? Lingxi? Su Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that the person in the crystal was Yi Lingxi. Why did Yi Lingxi appear here? Just when Su Xian was confused, a faint voice came to his ears. Go! Get out of here! Lingxi? What's going on with you? Su Xian immediately asked Yi Lingxi. At the same time, he tried to rescue Yi Lingxi. But the resistance of the void beast made Su Xian realize that it was almost impossible to rescue Yi Lingxi. Although he could break the crystal, Yi Lingxi's body had already merged with the crystal. If Su Xian breaks the crystal, Yi Lingxi will also be broken into pieces. Save me! Save me! Brother Su Xian! Save me! Yi Lingxi's crying echoed in Su Xian's ears. At the same time, the strange man wrapped in the void attacked Su Xian. The black blade fell towards him like raindrops, carrying the power of the void, as if just a touch could break the body of a god into nothingness. Oops. Su Xian frowned and quickly dodged. When he retreated to a safe area, he immediately said to the sun gods, the one in the crystal is a friend of mine. He is also the president of a guild. Is there a human? A guild leader? Everyone was shocked when they heard Su Xian's words. They never thought that a guild player would appear in the core of the void. This also made Su Xian calm down and think. Yi Lingxi has always been in the dilemma of chaotic task panel, and he has always believed that Yilingxi is a special player like himself. But from now on, I am afraid that it is the power of the void that caused Yilingxi's task to go wrong. Can she be rescued? Asked the goddess of life. No. Su Xian shook his head and replied, she has merged with the crystal in the void. If the crystal is broken, she will die. If there is no way to solve it, we can only sacrifice her. In the face of the broken world, the sacrifice of one person is better than the extinction of hundreds of billions of lives. The sun god narrowed his eyes and decided to give up Yilingxi's life at the most critical moment. If you don't want to do it, I will replace you. In response, Su Xian replied, I'm afraid it's not that simple. What do you mean? Asked the sun god. The reason why our attacks are ineffective against the void beast is probably related to Yilingxi. Su Xian then explained, there has always been a problem with her task panel. Low-level tasks will receive high-level tasks. At first, I thought it was a program error, but now I am afraid it is the disturbance of the void. And it is precisely because of this power that the void beast disturbed the damage we caused and caused all this in front of us. You mean, our attacks that are powerful enough to destroy the world may turn into the lowest level magic attacks when they come into contact with the void beast? Edith asked Su Xian after hearing this. It's possible. Su Xian nodded. Since the task panel can be messed up, the power system can probably be messed up as well. Therefore, if the chaotic system brought by Yilingxi cannot be resolved, the void beast of the same level as the main god cannot be defeated. In this case, how can we defeat it? The star god frowned slightly. If Su Xian guessed, the main gods would be no different from mortals in front of this void beast. We need a power system that can penetrate all rules and break the void crystals. The sun god stared at the void beast in the distance and said calmly, we may not have such means. The goddess of life glanced at it and continued, I think the most reasonable way should be to give Yilingxi hope and energy, so that she can escape the control of the void beast by her own will. What if she can't do it? The sun god questioned the goddess of life. Then we will only increase the combat power of the void beast for no reason. That's more reliable than your idea, son. The goddess of life asked back, do you still want to spend thousands of years looking for the power that can penetrate all rules? Whether it really exists is an unknown. The two main gods held their own opinions, and the star god said nothing. For a while, everyone present fell into contemplation and silence. And at this moment, Su Xian turned his gaze to the goddess of love, who was imprisoned in the sun prison. And his gaze made the corner of the goddess of love's mouth curl up with a charming smile, and said, it seems that you owe me another favor. I know you have a way. Su Xian took a step forward and came in front of the goddess of love. Just by raising her hand, the sun prison disappeared. Of course, I am the most perfect god. The goddess of love smiled and walked out of the prison. Their conversation confused the sun god and his men. They didn't understand what the goddess of love could do at this moment. Only the goddess of life smiled and said, see, mine is the most correct way. So, the goddess of love walked in front of Su Xian and asked, are you ready? As long as you are ready, I will use the power of love to transmit your thoughts. As for whether I can help the girl get rid of the void, it depends on your ability. Well, I'm ready. Su Xian nodded, his eyes firm. Okay, it depends on you. The goddess of love waved her hand, and the next second, a ray of pink power lingered around Su Xian. Then, Su Xian's body disappeared instantly. Where did he go? The sun god asked the goddess of love. Of course it is the source of the void, said the goddess of love with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the sun god instantly understood Su Xian's intention. Although he could not agree to this risky move, at this point, he could not stop Su Xian. He only hoped, I hope you can succeed. At the same time, Su Xian had already arrived in the void. The first moment he arrived inside, he saw Yilingxi locked in a room made of transparent glass. She was naked, curled up in a corner, and buried her head between her legs. Lingxi! Su Xian immediately went up and knocked on the glass. But strangely, he could not make any sound. The two of them seemed to be separated in two worlds. Even if they made any sound, Yilingxi could not sense his existence. What is the reason for this? Space? Su Xian frowned and looked at the glass carefully. The environment in front of him made him think that he and Yilingxi were in two spaces, but he was proficient in the laws of space. Judging from the results, it seems that it is not the space that is the cause. Wait! Suddenly, Su Xian knew the reason. It is time! Su Xian immediately understood that it was not the space, but the time. Their timelines were not on the same line, so they could not contact each other. But Su Xian was in trouble again at this moment. He was not so proficient in controlling time. Even if he had the position of the creator god, he still could not reverse time and cause and effect. But now, he could not contact the sun gods and ask them for help. And at the moment of trouble, suddenly, Su Xian found that he seemed to be able to open the guild panel. Chapter 593. Expand. Su Xian immediately expanded the Adventurers Guild panel and checked the information in it. The resources in his guild and the information of the guild members were still clearly visible, and he could display the members normally. In this way, if one person can obtain the god-level entry related to time, perhaps this dilemma can be solved. Su Xian muttered to himself. But when Su Xian looked for a suitable object, he always couldn't make a decision. Because the god-level entry is difficult to appear. So, he must choose an adventurer who has the highest probability of refreshing the god-level entry. That is, Yifusha. Su Xian suddenly remembered that Yifusha had instantly obtained the Law of Space. Although the way she obtained the Law of Space was a bit strange, she should be the member most likely to refresh the Law of Time among all the members. The most important thing is that Edith, as the body of Yifusha, also possesses the power of the Law of Time. Although only a trace. Come on, let Issa become a god. Su Xian immediately created a god's throne to help Issa become a god. As the god of creation, he could naturally create a god's throne with his bare hands, but after helping the sun god and others become gods, the remaining divine power could only create 2 or 3 gods' thrones out of thin air. That's why Su Xian needs to carefully consider the issue of selection. Come on, Issa, it's all on you. Su Xian immediately fabricated a purple-red god's throne and gave it to Issa. At the same time, Issa in the guild also felt the power of the god's throne. Is this Mr. Su Xian's power? Yifusha stood up and said in surprise. The others also looked at Yifusha, their eyes flashing with surprise and shock. God's throne. Lucia's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. She never thought that a god's throne would appear in the guild. And judging from the current situation, this god's throne was created by their guild leader Su Xian. That is to say, their leader has obtained a new god's throne? And just as Lucia was surprised, the purple-red god's throne slowly fell into Yifusha's body. In an instant, the majestic energy bloomed in the guild hall, blowing around like a gust of wind. I became a god? After obtaining the god's throne, Yifusha immediately felt that a new god's law had condensed in her body. After obtaining the god's throne, even if she did not have a godhood, she could be ranked among the gods. On the other hand, Su Xian also got data about Yifusha. Your adventurer Issa is becoming a god. Please choose one of the following 3 god-level entries. Goddess. Eternity. Destiny. All 3 are good, but I want the time-related entries. Refresh. Su Xian immediately refreshed the entries. Master of the Goddess of Death. Daughter of the Goddess of Death. Dog of the Goddess of Death. Family meal of the Goddess of Death. Right. Refresh. Lord of 10,000 Dallas. A certain scientific railgun. Crystal Queen. Refresh. Wings of Death. Colored Flash. Dream. Swish, swish, swish. Su Xian used all the accumulated refresh times to help Issa refresh, but Rin did not get the entry he wanted. He stared at the 3 entries in front of him and fell into confusion. Dragon God. Magic Shadow. Lustful Fantasy. This is bad. Su Xian frowned. Is it so difficult to refresh the entry about the Law of Time? But now, he has no more refresh times, so he has to choose one for Issa. Let's just. Lustful Fantasy. Su Xian added. Lustful Fantasy to Issa. They are all god-level entries. The gap between them is not particularly outrageous. On the contrary, it is more important to be suitable. Your adventurer Issa has obtained the god-level entry Lustful Fantasy. Lustful Fantasy. She can now create fantasy things in her mind out of thin air. Since Issa failed. Su Xian looked at Lucia. The remaining power he has now can still help an adventurer achieve the name of a god. And this is his only chance. Now, it depends on you, Lucia. Su Xian created a god position again. The throne this time was a golden throne, with several shining stars inlaid on it. Since it was created by Su Xian, it did not have a special name. But the power contained in these thrones was stronger than that of ordinary thrones. Perhaps it was not as good as the throne owned by the Lord God, but the key point was that the throne he created could be replaced at any time, and at the moment when the throne was created, a throne appeared out of thin air above Lucia's head. Lucia, there is one above your head too, Issa said to Lucia. Really? I am going to become a god too. Lucia looked at the top of her head in disbelief, and the golden throne made her smile with joy. Sister Ivsa and Sister Lucia are both going to become gods. So it will be our turn soon, right? Beefula looked at Beefulu beside her excitedly, her eyes full of expectation. Sister, 2 god positions are already amazing, and you still want the president to have more god positions? What are you fantasizing about? Beefulu said with a smile. That's right. Beefula nodded, but still smiling. And while they were laughing and talking, Su Xian's mouth also curled up into a smile. Because, among the 3 god level entries, after Lucia was promoted to god level, there happened to be the law of time that he needed. Your adventurer Lucia is becoming a god. Please choose one of the following 3 god level entries. Book of Time. God of Thunder. Magic Network, it's you. Su Xian immediately chose the god level entry. Book of Time, for Lucia. Your adventurer Lucia obtained the god level entry Book of Time. Book of Time. She now controls the power of the law of time, and can read a book from time and history. Now, we have to find a way to get along with Lucia. Su Xian was just thinking about how to bring Lucia to his side. Suddenly, the law of time shone at this moment. Then, Lucia appeared silently beside Su Xian. How did you get here? Su Xian asked Lucia in surprise. Through it. Lucia spread her hands, flipping through a golden book at her fingertips. Su Xian blinked his eyes. This book full of historical weight really made his eyes light up. According to the function of this book, I'm afraid Lucia can use it to go to any node in history. So, your purpose here is for her? Lucia looked at Yilingxi in the glass room. Yes. Su Xian nodded and said, I need you to help me go to the same timeline as her. Chapter 594. I know. Lucia nodded, and immediately flipped through the Book of Time to change the timeline. As he flipped through the Book of Time, Su Xian saw that the space around him was glowing with strange light. It was as bright and dazzling as the aurora in the sky. Her timeline. Lucia frowned slightly, as if she had sensed something was wrong. She immediately said to Su Xian, the timeline she is in is a little weird. Can't reach it? Su Xian asked worriedly. It can be reached, but it's very weird. She doesn't seem to be from this world. Lucia replied to Su Xian. Ah? Su Xian showed a hint of confusion. Yilingxi is not from this world? What does this mean? At least, he can be sure that the world Lucia mentioned includes the 2 worlds of the magic continent and the earth. Or it covers all the worlds affected by the shattering. Okay. Lucia found Yilingxi's timeline and immediately closed the Book of Time. The next second, Su Xian saw Yilingxi's body gradually glowing with a faint light, and her originally snow-white skin became brighter and more translucent, as if it had turned into another substance. Yilingxi? Su Xian tried to call Yilingxi's name, and this time, Yilingxi finally responded to his call. Su Xian. Brother Su Xian. Is that you? After hearing Su Xian's voice, Yilingxi immediately shouted to him, Where are you? Why can't I see you? My world is all black. What on earth is going on? Don't be afraid, I get you out right away. After Su Xian finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Lucia and asked, What exactly is this invisible wall? It's probably a wall formed by the fusion of various laws such as space, time, etc. Lucia explained to Su Xian, If you want to break through this wall, using brute force should be the simplest and crudest way for you. Okay, I try. Su Xian immediately took action, gathering the divine power in his body, and tried to shatter the transparent wall in front of him. Since all the divine power is concentrated at one point, it will not cause large-scale damage while being more powerful. And when Su Xian's fingertips touched the transparent wall instantly cracked. But because the laws contained in it were too complicated, Su Xian could not completely break through this wall. How can there be so many divine laws? Su Xian frowned slightly, and immediately released the second divine power. And with this blow, the transparent wall shattered instantly. It's done! Su Xian's mouth curled up a smile, and Yilingxi, who had gotten rid of the restraints, immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother Su Xian. That's great. Thank you. Yilingxi expressed her gratitude to Su Xian, and kissed his cheek with her soft lips. But Su Xian wanted to tell Yilingxi that she didn't seem to be wearing any clothes, and at the moment when the transparent wall shattered, suddenly, the entire alien space shook. This world is about to break. Let's leave quickly. Su Xian said to the 2. Well, the space magic ring was instantly opened, and Su Xian led the 2 to leave immediately. When they returned to the Sun God and the others, they suddenly found that the entire void world had already presented a picture of collapse. Did you succeed? The Sun God and the others looked at Su Xian and asked in surprise. I guess so. Su Xian casually created a piece of clothing, and covered Yulingzi with it. Then he said, "What's the situation now? The void beast that occupied the planet is already dying, and it poses no threat." The sun god explained to Su Xian, but the weirdo on the surface of the void beast fell into a state of confusion after you successfully brought Yulingzi out, and began to accelerate the progress of breaking. Accelerate the breaking? Well, but its breaking is not permanent. Even if it exhausts its power, it can no longer threaten Blue Star and the magic continent. The sun god nodded and added, "Then do we just need to leave? Let it fend for itself?" Su Xian asked. "Of course not." As soon as the sun god finished speaking, a miniature sun condensed in her palm. He continued, "It will not affect Blue Star and the magic continent only if it does not leave this area. If its movements cannot be restricted, it will definitely be a time bomb for the world that is still alive today. Then we will destroy it right here." Su Xian understood what the sun god meant and immediately prepared for battle. But, the sun god reminded, the power of shattering is absorbed by its entire body. When fighting, remember not to touch its body. What if you touch it? It will shatter instantly and turn into nothingness. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said to everyone, "You all retreat, it's the only one left, leave it to me." "Are you trying to be a hero? If you don't kill it with all your strength now, what will happen in the future?" The sun god was about to reject Su Xian's proposal, but Su Xian's big hand was placed on her head at this time. He said gently, "Trust me, okay? At this moment, the sun god became a little hesitant and shy. "Wait for me here." After saying this, Su Xian immediately flew towards the weirdo. At the same time, a shadow appeared behind him, and the creation godship appeared at this moment. Driven by Su Xian, the creation godship burst into a dazzling light, and in an instant, it swallowed up the weirdo. Success? Everyone was surprised to see this. Not yet. The sun god shook his head, his eyes fixed on the place where the weirdo disappeared. And at this moment, a beautiful woman in a white fairy dress flashed out from the dazzling light. When Su Xian saw her appearance, he was stunned. "Yulingzi? She is Yulingzi. Then who is the one I just rescued?" "Brother Su Xian." "She is not me!" Yulingzi shouted to Su Xian immediately. Su Xian was about to respond when Yulingzi came to him with a sword. Her swordsmanship was swift, and before Su Xian could dodge, a bloody scar had been cut on the right side of his chest. However, Su Xian possessed the status of the god of creation, and could recover from his injuries in an instant. "Get lost." Su Xian threw a punch, mixed with countless divine laws, at Yulingzi. But the opponent's body instantly became ethereal, like a ghost, dodging his attack. Even the divine laws that were effective against ghost creatures could not hurt her. "What's the matter with this guy?" Su Xian frowned. But the bronze sword in the opponent's hand had already been swung at him again, instantly tearing open his abdomen. At the same time, a female voice that Su Xian had never heard before rang in his ears. "These worlds should be destroyed, and then I will create a perfect world." Chapter 595. Accept destruction and welcome the future. A perfect world will tolerate your sins. Yulingzi waved her sword and continued to attack Su Xian. Each move and style could pose a great threat to Su Xian, leaving a bloody scar on his body. Judgment mechanism? Su Xian frowned slightly. For Yulingzi's behavior, it was as if the world had a cleansing will, wanting to eliminate all living things and create another perfect world. So she is. The world consciousness? No matter what, I will defeat you first. Su Xian condensed the power of creation, wove in a chain, and threw Yulingzi directly. The crisp whipping sound was deafening in an instant, easily shattering the void, and Yulingzi's figure was whipped to the point that it was difficult to maintain. Although it seemed that no injuries were caused, all signs showed that every attack by Su Xian caused special damage to Yulingzi. But the problem is, Su Xian suddenly discovered that when Yulingzi was hurt, the whole world would tremble. This made him more certain of his guess, and he was afraid that Yulingzi was some kind of world consciousness. But her true identity was unknown. But if she was really a world consciousness, would defeating her cause the world to collapse? Due to various unknowns, Su Xian's fist became indecisive. If killing Yulingzi caused the world to be completely shattered, wouldn't everyone be doomed? Just as the battle was getting increasingly intense, suddenly, a colorful portal appeared next to the sun god and the others. Who's coming? The women looked at the portal one after another. In their eyes, Su Jing and the other four walked out of the portal one after another, and came to this world. Su Jing? When the goddess of life saw Su Jing and the others, she showed an incredible expression. What kind of power did you get? Why is the system something I have never seen before? It's hard to explain this matter in a few words. Let us assist Su Xian to resolve the threat first, and I will explain it to you. After speaking, Su Jing looked at Su Xian and shouted, she is not the consciousness of the world, but a loophole in the entire world. You can think of it as a black hole that can absorb and change any matter and energy. Loophole? Su Xian looked at Yilingzi in the distance, thinking, that is to say, defeating her will not cause the destruction of the world, and soon, Su Jing gave the answer. Since she is the loophole of the world, we can't defeat her. Ah? Then what should we do? Su Xian frowned slightly and asked Su Jing. We must find a way to fix her and plug the loophole. Su Jing explained. Su Xian's expression froze, and it was difficult to understand what Su Jing meant by plugging the loophole. Then what about Yilingzi on our side? Su Xian asked Su Jing hurriedly. She is a part of us who has been influenced. At this time, Lu Shui answered Su Xian, her experience with us has dispersed part of her energy, which means that the loophole has been repaired. Oh! Su Xian heard this and somewhat understood the principle. To put it bluntly, it is to influence her with love. But, Su Xian looked at Yilingzi, who was slashing at him with a sword. How can he mend her with love? Use words? How can he convince a world of loopholes through words? If he really has such a good eloquence, he would have 3,000 beauties in his harem. What should I do? Is there any clear guidance? Su Xian asked Su Jing. There is no clear guidance, but we can create this opportunity for you. Su Jing replied. How to create it? Fei Yin. Yes. Su Fei Yin then summoned Ying here. Ying? Su Xian saw Ying appear and showed a trace of doubt. Did he have to rely on Ying? While thinking, Su Fian had already given instructions to Ying. Come on, Ying, let's release the fluorescent clouds and create a new world. Yes, President. Ying immediately released her energy, and at the same time, Su Fian also put on a gorgeous neon dress. Su Xian. Su Fian immediately said to Su Xian, use the small world I created to repair her loopholes. After speaking, a colorful small world appeared in Su Fian's palm, like a circle of halo, extremely beautiful. Small world? Su Xian's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect that Ying would be the key to repairing the world. However, using the world to repair the loopholes of the world seems to be nothing wrong. Okay. Leave it to me. After receiving Su Fian's small world, Su Xian immediately rushed towards Yilingzi. At the same time, Su Fian's reminder came to his ears, you need to touch her skin. The closer you touch it, the better the effect. Skin? Su Xian frowned slightly. Before Su Xian finished thinking, Yilingzi's sword had already swung down at him again. While he dodged, he grabbed Yilingzi's right hand, and then touched Su Fian's fluorescent clouds to her skin. You? Yilingzi instantly revealed a complicated expression at this moment. Seemingly excited, but also like pain, let her quickly get rid of Su Xian and swing the sword again. It seems to work. Su Xian saw the effect and immediately repeated the trick. Continuously touch Yilingzi's body with fluorescent clouds. And with his repeated attempts, the whole world trembled at this moment. We need to maintain the stability of the world and buy time for Su Xian. Su Jing turned around and said to the Sun God and the others. Okay. The women nodded one after another, and then released their own divine power to stabilize this world that was about to break. As they used their divine power to stabilize the world, Su Xian's attack became more fierce. Yilingzi felt something was wrong, and her body swelled instantly. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a goddess hundreds of meters tall. In addition, her figure also changed. The original Yilingzi was sweet and petite, but now Yilingzi turned into a mature queen in seconds. With that white dress, she added a fairy spirit. You? Bad? Yilingzi raised the 100-meter-long thin sword and waved it at Su Xian again. Seeing this, Su Xian immediately turned into a 100-meter class dragon. At the same time, the fluorescent clouds in his hand were synchronously enlarged, like a tiger's knuckle, and were put on his dragon claws. Come again! Su Xian launched an attack on Yilingzi again. After transforming into a dragon, his physical strength became more fierce. Yilingzi couldn't bear it, and was beaten back step by step. Chapter 596. Take it. Ola Ola. Su Xian's fists were like the wind, and he kept attacking Yilingzi. Facing the energy shocks again and again, the white light emanating from Yilingzi gradually dimmed. At the same time, Yilingzi, who was beside the sun god, was gradually absorbing the power emanating from her. Even, her skin gradually emitted a faint snow-white light. Lingzi, why are you glowing? Lu Shui asked Yilingzi curiously. I don't know. But, although she could feel the power was transferring, for some reason, Yilingxi's condition became worse and worse. What's wrong with you? Lingxi? Lu Shui immediately supported Yilingxi, who was about to fall. At this time, everyone also noticed that something was wrong with Yilingxi. Ren Hongyu asked in confusion, what's going on? Isn't Su Xian already repairing the loophole? I don't know. Su Jing shook her head. It stands to reason that while the fluorescent clouds can fill the loophole, Yilingxi will not disappear from the world. But why? She's coming, be careful. Suddenly, Yilingxi gave a warning with a trembling voice. Who is she? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what she meant. At the same time, Su Xian's battle had come to an end. Yilingxi had gradually become dim under his attack, as if she would disappear at any time. But strangely, she kept saying some strange words. We can't resist, the world can't be changed. Let's end it. Su Xian hit her hard with the fluorescent colorful clouds, and with the burst of colorful light, Yilingxi disappeared without a trace. Yilingxi, who was beside Lu Shui, covered her head in pain at this moment and reminded softly, she is coming. Before she finished speaking, Yilingxi fell into a coma. Lingxi! Lingxi! Lu Shui called Yilingxi's name, anxious in her heart. The others were also confused and didn't understand what Yilingxi was talking about. Who is coming? And just as everyone was confused, a strange atmosphere made everyone look up and look at the starry sky. I only saw that, at some point, a pair of strange eyes appeared above the starry sky. The strange thing is that there are countless pupils in those eyes, which looks like a galaxy stuffed into the eyeballs. The weird picture made everyone hold their breath at this time, and even the sun god was shocked by those eyes. What is that? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, with confusion and fear in their eyes. Su Xian also narrowed his eyes slightly, and was deeply alert to the existence above the starry sky. Just when everyone's attention was focused, an ethereal voice came from above the starry sky. Why? Do you want to resist? Who are you? The sun god questioned the existence above the starry sky. Me? The eyes narrowed slightly, and the tone was frivolous. I am your creator. Creator? The sun god frowned slightly and said in disbelief, I didn't expect that the legend was true. What legend? Su Xian asked the sun god in confusion. Legend has it that all worlds are attached to a huge body of a god, whom we call the world god, or the mother goddess of the universe. The sun god replied, but this has always been a guess, and no one has verified it. I didn't expect that all this is true. So, Su Xian raised his head, looked at the creator, and asked, did you cause all this? Did you release the void and want to break the world? Of course not. The reasons for the void and the breaking are not as complicated as you think. The world god said calmly, it's just because I'm dying. You're going to die? Su Xian frowned slightly, shocked in his heart. Yes, I'm going to die. The world god continued. So, the creatures attached to me will slowly die no matter what. What do you think? How can this be? That is to say, everything we do is in vain? Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe what they heard. No one thought that the reason for the world's breaking was simply because the world was about to fall into death. Is there no way to save it? Su Xian asked. This is the death of the entire world. Do you think there is any way to make up for it? The world god said with a smile. Even if you fill the loophole, my life will be destroyed in 200 years. By then, the fragmentation and void will come again and cover the entire world. Your ending will not change at all. Are our efforts only for 200 years of peace? It was hard for everyone to accept this ending. At this moment, Su Jing took 2 steps forward and asked the world god, we feel sorry for your impending death. But we want to live. Can you tell us how to save ourselves? It seems that none of you want to die with me. The world god smiled slightly, and then said, there is a way, you just need to find a suitable person to replace my existence. Replace you? When everyone heard that there was a way to save the world, hope was immediately ignited. Then may I ask, does the substitute have any requirements? Asked the sun god, can I? You? The world god shook his head, then looked at Su Xian and replied, among you, only he can meet this condition. After the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to Su Xian. Sure, I will replace you. Su Xian nodded, without refusing. Are you sure? Once you become the world god. If you want to see them again, there will be some restrictions. The world god asked. What are the restrictions? First, you need to spend 8 hours every day going to the core of the universe and injecting your divine power to maintain the stability of the world. Moreover, you will only have 7 days of rest each month, and your spiritual world will be driven by worldly desires, and will no longer be sacred. You will not even get any reward. Only the world sequence produced in the core of the world will always be with you, that is, those useless god positions. And you have to select these god positions, and give them to the right masters. This will last for hundreds of millions of years, day after day. Are you still willing? Su Xian thought for a while, and replied, for the sake of the world, I can only compromise. Su Xian. The women looked at Su Xian with a worried look. We have no choice. Su Xian waved his hand, and had made a decision. Well, come here. After speaking, the world god created a strange portal. Wait for me here. Su Xian then stepped into the portal, and the portal closed. Will Su Xian be alright? The girls looked at each other, with worried expressions on their faces. And just at this moment, the voices of the world god and Su Xian came from the starry sky. Oh, so this is what the core of the world looks like. Oh, so this is what the legendary world god looks like. He looks pretty good. World god, wait, what are you doing? Stop. Don't come any closer. Stop now. Chapter 597. What are you going to do? Don't point it at me. Life? Are you saying you want to give new life to this world that is about to be destroyed? Haha, are you kidding? Wait. Don't mess around. Wait. It seems. The conversation between the world god and Su Xian resounded throughout the starry sky, and the stars in the starry sky were also applauding them, flashing rhythmically. This scene made the sun god and the others look slightly condensed. Although they didn't know what happened, for some reason, they always felt that they didn't need to worry about Su Xian's problems. It seemed that all troubles would be easily solved with the release of the holy light. And in the core of the world where the world god and Su Xian were. Su Xian already knew the truth about why he traveled through time. It turned out that there were two world gods, and they were sisters. This world god was about to die, but the other world god was in good shape. Therefore, her sister teleported the only variable Su Xian to the world of this world god to save this world. This is also one of the reasons why the sun god likes Su Xian so much, because he is a variable. As for the original world, it is frozen. Su Xian can go back at any time and restart that world. Of course, this does not mean that he cannot return to this world line. After bullying the world god, he has the qualifications to enter the world core and become the third world god. Therefore, he can freely go back and forth between the two world lines. In order to thank the sister of the world god, Su Xian also bullied her. In this way, the world core also became Su Xian's family's property. After doing all this, Su Xian opened the portal and returned to the side of the sun god and the others. When he appeared, the women gathered around him and asked, "How is it? Did it succeed?" "Yes, it succeeded." Su Xian nodded and continued, "I have become the third world god, and our world will survive." "Great. We are saved. But why the third one?" "It doesn't matter. At least, our efforts have been rewarded." Everyone smiled happily. While celebrating joyfully, the sun god asked Su Xian, "So, how do you plan to solve the world's mess?" The intersection of the magic continent and blue star has become a foregone conclusion. As the two most intact worlds, what are your plans? In response to the sun god's question, Su Xian hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "I plan to let the two worlds slowly intersect in the next few hundred years. But someone needs to manage it to avoid chaos. Leave it to me, I just happen to have nothing to do." The sun god put his hands on his waist and nodded. "Then I leave it to you." Su Xian smiled and reached out his hand and touched the sun god's head. At first, the sun god was a little unhappy about his overstepping behavior, but after a few more times, she got used to it. "What about the matter that the world god said?" Lucia asked worriedly. "You must assume the responsibility of the world god, right?" "That's not the case." Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and continued, "I helped the world god inject new life, and she won't die for the time being." "Ah?" When these words came out, the women were stunned for a moment, unable to understand the meaning of Su Xian's words. What does it mean? The world god is alive again. Although I don't know how long the world god has gained, as long as I replace her before she falls, it will be fine, Su Xian said. Then, Su Jing took a step forward and asked Su Xian, "What about you? What are your plans for the future? Go back. Or stay?" "I plan to go back." Su Xian narrowed his eyes and said to everyone, "Back to the original world." He wants to go back, because there are still his parents, friends, and a sister who loves him there. Go back. Everyone looked disappointed when they heard Su Xian's words. Su Xian immediately explained, "Of course, I will take you back with me." "Take us back? This? Can you do it?" Lucia looked worried about the unknown future. Why can't I do it? Su Xian spread his hands and continued, I am the god of the world, the god of creation, after all. Can such a small matter be solved in a short time? Then, everyone go? Yumelos asked excitedly. Yes, everyone go. Su Xian, get up and eat. The familiar call came into his ears, and Su Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes sleepily, got up habitually, washed up in a daze, and went downstairs. When he went downstairs and saw the two sisters in the restaurant who looked exactly the same, but with a slightly different legend, he instantly lost all his sleepiness. What are you daydreaming about? I take you to school after dinner. Su Jing asked Su Xian while chewing bread. The other Su Jing was quietly drinking coffee. Two sisters. Su Xian murmured softly, then sat between the two sisters and began to enjoy breakfast. After breakfast, Su Xian carried his school bag and went to school. Because time was frozen in this world, he was still a high school student. I pick you up in the evening. Su Jing rode her motorcycle and disappeared without a trace. Su Xian looked at the figure going away, smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and at the moment he turned around, a pair of twins appeared behind him and waved to him. Su Xian. The two Lu Shui called softly. Although it looked a little strange, after he, the world god, modified his cognition, all the unreasonable things now made sense. When Su Xian was about to walk towards Lu Shui, suddenly, a sports car stopped behind Su Xian. Then, a pair of hands grabbed his arm and dragged him into the car. We got you! Maria hugged Su Xian excitedly, and the driver was naturally Su Fian. In addition, Ran Hongyu also sat in the passenger seat. Hold on tight, we are going to the guild. Su Fian stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the West Lake in Hangzhou. I still have to go to school. Su Xian replied speechlessly. What school? You are a god in the world. Knowledge can emerge in your memory in just 1 second. What is there to learn? Ran Hongyu crossed his arms and said with a smile, why not use your expertise to benefit the world? What are my expertise? Tell me. Su Xian glanced at it and said speechlessly. Ran Hongyu sneered and looked out the window. The scenery along the way flashed by, and everything returned to normal, as if the trace of magic had been lost. But when they arrived at West Lake, everything became magical again. As Su Xian walked out of the car door, a wave of magic rippled. The mortals at the scene were instantly isolated, and then the water in the West Lake gradually rippled to both sides and spread out. An ancient and mysterious guild was revealed. When Su Xian walked into the door of the guild, familiar people and scenes came into his eyes. Lucia and Edith sat in the hall, sipping black tea. Ivisa prayed on the side. Alice led the Moonlight Witch dolls to clean up the guild hall. Rosalind was practicing swordplay in the practice room. Canlucia and Canlutus were drinking Su Xian's blood, and Marlene Rhine was pestering Mira Ori to fight her. The elf sisters and their mother were knitting sweaters, and the angels were watching TV under the leadership of Eumelos and Queen Medusa and the others. The scene in the guild was peaceful. Moreover, not only the members of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild, but also the members of the Fairy Princess Guild have now permanently joined them. President, welcome back. Okay, let's start our mission commission today. Su Xian completely forgot about studying, put down his school bag, and prepared to start today's mission commission. The content of the commission naturally came from another world line. But when he opened his school bag, an envelope caught his eye. Forgot about this love letter. Su Xian opened the love letter casually, and he hadn't figured out who wrote this love letter to him. And the moment he opened the love letter, his eyes suddenly froze. On the love letter, it said, White Dragon Club is looking for an invincible electric dragon drill that can shine and heat up, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, phone number, XXXX. Chapter 598 Extra. Today is the date when the Pope of the Holy See of Light ascends the throne. And I, the most perfect and sacred Pope in the world, Winnison, will become the Pope above all others today. You said Lucia? She is just a friend played by the Holy Light. Winnison, you are wearing this set of Pope's holy clothes. I didn't expect it to fit you well. The Saint of Judgment, Kelly, looked at it with a smile and praised Winnison. Fit? Winnison chuckled and said, This is called tailor-made. I am the only one. Just wait and see, when I become the Pope, I will be the best Pope of light in history. Hee. The Saint of Cold Spirit, Bing Qin, smiled perfunctorily, and did not agree. By the way, what is Dolores doing recently? Winnison asked Bing Qin. Who knows? Bing Qin shrugged and cast her eyes on Winnison. He must be busy with the affairs of the Fairy Concubine Guild. Now, of the 7 saints, except for the 3 of us, the other 4 are busy outside and have long lost the mind to govern the Church of Light. Winnison put on a mature, helpless look and sighed. Then doesn't it take you, the Pope of Light, to take action? Callice smiled and patted Winnison on the shoulder. Winnison sneered and then said, let's go, my believers must be waiting anxiously, wanting to see the new Pope they have been thinking about, and the way he ascends the throne. I hope so. Bingqin rolled her eyes and answered perfunctorily. Winnison walked out of the temple confidently, came to the square, and appeared in the sight of all the believers. When she first appeared, the believers showed excitement. Pope! I'm your fan. Pope! Look at me! Ah, I'm going to faint. Faced with the loyalty of the believers, Winnison smiled and waved her hand, signaling to the believers. But soon, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Isn't it Pope Lucia? Why is it Saint Winnison? Don't you know that today is the day when the new Pope ascends the throne? Ah, my hen. Fuck you. Winnison was furious when she heard their conversation, but as the Pope, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. It was not until the coronation was over that she returned to the Temple of Light angrily, stamping her feet and saying, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Humph. Forget it, I won't bother with him. Now, I'm going to enjoy the holy chair that only the Pope can enjoy. My holy chair must be special. When Winnie Shan just arrived at the Temple of Light, and wanted to enjoy the holy chair specially made for her, she was surprised to find that 2 naked figures appeared on her holy chair. Someone is coming. I told you. How could it be? How could anyone come here on the day of the Pope's coronation? This place should be forbidden to enter. Su Xian looked at Winnie Shan in confusion, and Lucia, who was pressed on the holy chair by him, quickly released magic to cover their figures. And when they saw that it was Winnie Shan, they quickly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was Winnie Shan. It's okay, let's continue. You stupid. You. Winnie Shan looked at the holy chair that was destroyed by Su Xian, her face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground. Her road to becoming the Pope was really bumpy. Wow. Chapter 599 Extra. Lord Moonlight Witch, you are the one that everyone in the Moon God Empire wants. Under your leadership, the Moon God Empire will become the most powerful empire in the Magic Continent. With the support of several new priests of the Moon God Empire, the Moonlight Witch once again took charge of the post of High Priest of the Moon God Empire. It seems that everything is back on track. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction, and looked at the thousands of Moonlight Witch dolls present. Each of them has the power of a demigod. How can the Moonlight Council of the Moon God Empire, which once pledged allegiance to the full Moon Priest, resist? In just a blink of an eye, the Moon God Empire was in the hands of the Moonlight Witch. You did a great job this time. The Moon God Empire can get back on track, and it is inseparable from your help. The Moonlight Witch thanked Su Xian. Then, Su Xian looked at the Moonlight Witch in front of him and asked curiously, Can I ask a question? You ask? Are you the real you now? Or the puppet? The Moonlight Witch chuckled and said, Guess? Su Xian frowned slightly. Although he has become the supreme god, and can see through everything in the world. But the puppet made by the Moonlight Witch is too realistic. Even the fluctuations of magic are completely consistent, and the difference in power cannot be distinguished. As for the Moonlight Witch who became a god? Su Xian heard that the Moonlight Witch dispersed the power of the Moon God, so there are so many Moonlight Witch puppets. Of course, if they encounter a god-level enemy, they can all merge in an instant and return to the level of gods. I can't guess. Su Xian smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was powerless. In response, the Moonlight Witch came to Su Xian's ear and whispered, I built a moonlight tower in the palace of the Moon God Empire. On the top of the tower, you can enjoy the brightest moon. Do you want to? Come one by one slowly to distinguish whether I am real or fake. Gulp. Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, I want to. Then come on. The Moonlight Witch stretched out her delicate jade hand, held Su Xian's palm, and led him to the top of the moonlight tower. Su Xian only needed to look up and look straight ahead, and he could see a bright moon hanging in the sky. He exclaimed, It's so beautiful. And when Su Xian finished admiring the moon and turned his head, the moonlight in front of him made him admire even more. Even more beautiful. Come on, let me see which one is the real Moonlight Witch. Well, and on the distant moon, the real Moonlight Witch was sitting here. Beside her, there were tens of thousands of her own life-size dolls. This little guy. The Moonlight Witch stared at the picture in the mirror and smiled mysteriously. She seemed to find it very interesting to see Su Xian loving her dolls. After seeing dozens of dolls being loved by Su Xian, She finally couldn't bear it anymore, and lightly hooked her fingertips to summon the holy light to the moon. Su Xian, eh? Where's my big baby? On the moon.